Cyan often reflected on his father's stern advice, dedicating one's life to upholding the honor of the family name. His father had always intended for Cyan to desire nothing more than to attend to his older brother, Echelle, like a loyal shadow. This principle had guided Cyan's actions and decisions throughout his life, shaping his sense of duty and loyalty. However, the present situation was dire. Cyan found himself slumped on the ground, surrounded by the formidable Knights of Light. He pondered internally that it had indeed come to this point, a culmination of tensions and unresolved conflicts. Amidst the tension, one man stepped forward, his voice filled with awe. He remarked that witnessing such an extraordinary sight was priceless. A lone knight holding his own against the fiercest warrior of the continent was truly a marvel. The man continued, recognizing Cyan as his lord's younger brother, and called out his name, Lord Cyan Vert. Cyan responded with the name Boris. Despite being a member of the Order of Light, Boris bore a foul grin, his demeanor unsettling in the current moment. Summoning his crimson-purple dagger from the shadows, Cyan held it firmly despite his tattered body and the blood that oozed from his internal injuries. His presence was menacing, a stark contrast to the order he was part of. Cyan questioned whether the Emperor had ordered Boris's actions, his mind racing to understand the motives behind this betrayal. Boris feigned surprise, covering his mouth as if he had been unaware of the sinister rumors surrounding the vile black mist. Cyan's suspicions deepened, the pieces of the puzzle starting to fit together. In that instant, Cyan rose to his feet, releasing a black aura that emanated from him, sharp and threatening to anyone who dared approach. Boris seized the opportunity to accuse Cyan of being an assassin belonging to the mist, a fog that cast a pall over the Order of Light. He declared his intention to report Cyan as a heretical rebel, his voice dripping with disdain. Cyan responded with a stern warning, threatening Boris with severe consequences. The tension between them escalated as Boris announced that escaping using a secret technique was impossible, revealing that he had cast a level 9 star magic barrier. Cyan's determination solidified. He knew he had to find a way to inform his brother and uncover who was truly behind these events. He declared his intent to raise everything, to destroy Boris and whatever plans he had in motion. Suddenly, a single word from Echelle carried more meaning than simple statements, causing Cyan to freeze in place as he realized the voice's origin. Memories of his father's advice echoed in Cyan's mind, dedicating his life to the family's honor and recognizing Echelle's success as his own. Yet, Echelle stood before him now, shrouded in mystery and accusation. Cyan understood that Echelle was the one orchestrating these events. His dark energy dispersed, and he fell to the ground, feeling defeated. Echelle expressed that Cyan's eyes revealed his lack of understanding regarding the situation. Cyan muttered in confusion, trying to grasp the gravity of Echelle's words. Echelle praised him for performing his duties well, for the family name, the people, and himself. Shock overwhelmed Cyan as Echelle revealed that he had shouldered the weight of their duty for decades and was now there to lift that burden from Cyan's shoulders. Cyan questioned if he had done something wrong, his hand clutching the dagger tightly. Echelle accused him of becoming a vile murderer under the influence of the sinister fog, deceiving everyone and committing heinous sins. Cyan grappled with these accusations, gritting his teeth at Echelle's harsh words. He thought about the numerous conflicts they had faced together. The feud over the imperial crown, the suppression of the demon army, the war for the unification of the continent, and how he had assisted Echelle in succeeding in all their endeavors. Dedicating his life to Echelle had also been for his own good, but now it seemed he was being cast aside without reason. Determined to confront the betrayal, Cyan mustered his dark energy, blood flowing from his wounds, and vowed to destroy Echelle. His aura radiated outward, filling the canyon with an oppressive darkness. A knight exclaimed that Cyan's magic was beyond human, recognizing the immense power he wielded. Undeterred, Cyan provoked Echelle, questioning how a supposed great hero could fear his own younger brother. Echelle, visibly angered, remained silent as Cyan approached with assassin-like speed. Cyan delivered 2 swift strikes, but Echelle effortlessly blocked them with his sword, the clanging of their weapons echoing through the canyon. Moving with calculated precision, Cyan circled around, believing that a single hit to a vital point would end the confrontation. He launched another attack, but Echelle remained unfazed, his composure unbroken. The clash continued, with Cyan's shadow energy intertwining with Boris's light power as it defended Echelle from behind. He marveled at Cyan's formidable magic, unable to comprehend its extent. Echelle dismissed his brother as a poor fool, swiftly stabbing Cyan in the abdomen and causing him to lose grip of his dagger. Echelle expressed regret, hoping for a peaceful resolution, as Cyan reverted back in surprise, losing his power and his grip on reality. Echelle kicked Cyan away effortlessly, treating him like worthless trash. Cyan watched helplessly as his brother walked away, his breath shallow and labored. He reflected on his seemingly foolish life as his eyes began to close. Summoning his last ounce of strength, Cyan dashed toward Echelle, his dagger inches from Echelle's neck. Echelle swiftly swung his sword, releasing a surge of light power to finish Cyan once and for all. A voice called out to Cyan from his dark consciousness, jolting him awake. He gasped for air, sweat dripping profusely as he realized his neck was intact. Looking up, he saw a maid screaming at him to get ready. Emily stood before him, surprising Cyan. It had been nearly 20 years since he had seen her, and she hadn't changed a bit. Recognizing his room and the childhood furniture, Cyan realized he had somehow become a young boy again. The room around him was familiar, triggering memories that felt both distant and immediate. Emily called out to him once more, mentioning a sparring match. Confused, Cyan recalled being back at the castle of the House of Duke Vert. He saw himself in proper attire, holding a sword, standing in an arena watched by an eager crowd. Memories flooded back to March 1st, 985 since creation, a day before he was to enter the academy. He remembered the sparring matches, the importance of the event observed personally by his father, Duke Vert. His opponent had been Krantz Vert, his half-brother, who received more attention despite Cyan being the youngest of 4 sons. As an illegitimate child, Cyan's humiliation in the match had made him a laughingstock among his peers. His father's harsh words after losing the match had marked the end of his father's interest in him, deepening his sense of isolation. Emily approached him, suggesting he forfeit the match, but Cyan insisted he would win. Feeling hopeless, as even his maid thought so, Cyan drew his rapier, feeling its weight. He realized this was not a dream or an illusion and questioned if he had truly gone back to his past. The gravity of the situation settled in as he faced Krantz, who was amused by Cyan's unexpected presence. Ignoring the provocation, Cyan awaited the command to begin. Krantz lunged with his sword, insulting Cyan as a half-wit. Cyan observed Krantz's slow movements and swiftly shifted his leg, causing Krantz's strike to miss and clang against the ground. Krantz accused Cyan of dodging like a coward, but Cyan swiftly disarmed him, kicking his leg and causing Krantz to tumble to the ground in pain. Margaret cried over her son's injury, while Duke Vert watched in surprise at Cyan's effortless movements. Cyan contemplated ending the match by pointing his blade at Krantz's throat, but decided instead to defeat him decisively to prevent future harassment. Possessing nearly 40 years of experience in a 10-year-old body, Cyan was determined to live for himself. He kicked Krantz to the ground, securing a crushing defeat that left a lasting impression on his father. Krantz had suffered a crushing defeat in the sparring match, prompting the Duke to postpone his previously planned journey in order to meet with his son. The performance in the match must have left quite an impression. Cyan walked through the hall toward his father's office, his thoughts occupied by the unexpected turn of events. Even the Duke's personal high knight and bodyguard, Jerkin, had been assigned to escort him. A slight turn of the head acknowledged the knight's presence. Along the way, Margaret appeared in the hallway. She had likely just come from the infirmary because of her son. A quiet amusement flickered in Cyan's mind. Her expression was one of barely contained fury. A grin formed as he addressed her, feigning concern for Krantz's well-being. Margaret's scowl deepened as she responded with seething contempt. The audacity to ask such a thing after what had been done to his own brother was beyond brazen. With an air of indifference, Cyan dismissed the accusation, stating that it had merely been a sparring match. Without waiting for further protest, he moved to walk past her. Margaret, however, refused to let the moment pass unchallenged. A sneer accompanied her words as she declared the folly of associating with those beneath one's station. The provocation did not stop there. A remark about his lineage, laced with venom, followed, one that crossed an unforgivable line. A sharp halt signaled that Cyan had stopped in his tracks. The words reverberated in his mind. Killing intent surged, dark and immediate. She had overstepped. Should she die for it? Yet, just as quickly, the dangerous impulse subsided. Instead, a grin formed once more. There existed a far more satisfying way to make her suffer. One that would unfold gradually, ensuring that misery clung to her at every step. With an almost casual tone, he shifted the conversation. A reminder was issued. Krantz would be entering the academy alongside him. Margaret's response held a note of unease as she demanded to know his intent. The smirk remained. Surely, she wanted Krantz to graduate with all his limbs intact. The provocation was returned tenfold. Margaret's patience snapped. The vile words spoken with such insolence were intolerable. Anger propelled her hand forward, intent on delivering a slap. Jurken's presence, however, disrupted the motion. Without hesitation, the knight stepped between them. With unwavering composure, he addressed the Duchess, offering a respectful yet firm reminder that the Duke was waiting. The matter could not be delayed further. With a final, formal dismissal, Jurken ensured that the conversation had reached its end. Margaret fumed, but no further protest could be made. The Duke's orders were absolute. A quiet snicker escaped as the realization settled. The protection of a knight who answered only to the Duke held undeniable value. Even the Duchess held no sway over him. Before long, Cyan stood before his father. A formal greeting was issued. The youngest of the house of Vert stood in the presence of the Duke. A simple command followed. The Duke instructed him to sit. 15 years had passed since a conversation in private had last taken place. Duke Williers Vert, the great lord of Valias, ruler of the western territory of the Wuzif Empire. The guardian of the continent. The great hero, whose powerful magic and strategic mind had halted the advance of the demons. A man who had taken on a duty no one had asked him to bear. Even until the moment of his death during the Demon King's invasion, his only wish had been peace for the continent. Yet, the memories of him were somewhat different. He had chosen a life of service to others, a life that, in the end, made him nothing more than a fool. As Cyan took his seat, that thought lingered. A past life had already provided its judgment. Williers, Cyan's father, expressed admiration for Cyan's swordsmanship, noting how Cyan had dodged a sword with precise anticipation. Cyan felt a moment of confusion in response. Williers clarified his observation, explaining that when Krantz had lunged at Cyan, he had seen the trajectory of Krantz's rapier and had turned just enough to evade it. Curious, Williers inquired when he had learned such swordsmanship. Nervously, Cyan responded that he hadn't received formal training, but had trained by himself every night. Internally, he marveled at his father's perceptiveness. Williers exclaimed that the Cyan he knew had no aptitude or interest in swordsmanship and questioned how Cyan had managed to conceal such talent. Cyan admitted that he had simply avoided drawing attention to himself, scratching his head in response. Williers acknowledged Cyan's masterful maneuver against Krantz, despite his desire for privacy. Williers then questioned whether Cyan thought his subsequent actions were excessive, referring to how Cyan had repeatedly kicked Krantz down instead of securing a quick victory with a simple sword point to Krantz's neck. Deep in thought, Cyan considered whether his father was attempting to judge his character. He admitted his desire to prove himself. Williers sought clarification on what Cyan meant by proving himself. Cyan explained that although they might be half-brothers, he believed he was superior to Krantz and had concluded that this was the true purpose of their sparring matches. Surprised, Cyan watched as his father chuckled at his answer. Williers expressed delight at Cyan's sharp and straightforward response, stating how overjoyed he was to see such talent in his son. He added that Cyan would be of great assistance to Echelle someday. Cyan was taken aback, his mind filled with horror at the mention of Echelle. He recalled how his older brother had stabbed him, the very person who had betrayed him despite their shared dedication to Echelle. Cyan realized that nothing had changed. His father was still obsessed with Echelle. Although still a child, Cyan remained silent, clenching his fist in frustration. Williers offered to give Cyan something for winning the match, suggesting that the term prize might not be quite right, and asked what Cyan would like. Stealing his conviction, Cyan declared that if that was how it was going to be, he would destroy everything that Echelle set out to do. He then expressed his desire to go to the front lines. Back in his room, Emily screamed in shock at Cyan's decision to go to the front lines. Cyan revealed that he had informed his father, but nothing had been decided yet. Emily responded angrily. accusing him of going insane and questioning his understanding of the dangers that awaited. She cried in horror, recalling conversations with maids that described the front lines as crawling with hideous, evil demon beasts. Cyan explained that their territory was Velius, the westernmost region of the Wuzif Empire, the only area referred to as the front lines. The foremost area was Lamea Valley, where the centuries-long war against the demons continued to rage. He revealed that his father had been vehemently against his going there, but had eventually consented on the condition that he become qualified to go to Lamea Valley within a month. Looking at his palm, Cyan thought about not yet knowing what the qualification entailed. He clenched his fist, steeling his resolve, and decided that the first step would be to build as much muscle as possible, as he was still much weaker compared to his peers. Recalling the fight against Krantz, Cyan felt fortunate that he still possessed his battle instincts from his previous life. A dark crimson aura emanated from his hand as he sensed a bit of magic within his body. He believed he could make good use of that magic if he trained his body and decided to start training immediately. Suddenly, the door to his room was forcefully opened, and a soft, clear voice called out his name. Cyan saw Alice, with a pair of sky-blue eyes and straight hair with a braid on the side of her head, who appeared angry for some reason. Alice abruptly grabbed Cyan's collar and shook his thin, fragile body. Emily greeted Alice, hoping she had been well. Alice screamed at Cyan, questioning whether he had really told their father that he wanted to go to the front lines. Cyan pleaded with his sister to let him go first. Alice expressed that Cyan must think of himself as a real warrior just because he had beaten Krantz in a sparring match and demanded she wouldn't allow him to go to the front lines. She ordered him to the rooftop, but Cyan knew she was merely concerned about him and wanted to demonstrate how harsh the front line was. Cyan had no choice but to concede. With his rapier tied to his waist, he stood before Alice, who had her own long sword ready. She declared that the moment their swords were drawn, if Cyan could withstand her attacks for 3 minutes, she would allow him to go to the front lines. Wearing a weary expression, Cyan questioned whether this was truly necessary. Alice dismissed his question, instead asking whether he was interested in carrying on the family name. Cyan thought to himself that this was the real issue and had zero interest in it. Alice took Cyan's silence as affirmation. Cyan drew his rapier, his face down, thinking to himself that sparring with Krantz had already made the day quite eventful. With light steps, Alice lunged with her sword drawn, attempting an attack. Cyan was surprised by her speed, but effortlessly blocked her strike. Alice was bewildered, wondering how a 10-year-old could block it. Cyan pondered whether Alice was truly not going to hold back against a brother 7 years younger than her. Alice abruptly jumped back, and a skidding sound echoed as her legs slipped on the floor. She marveled in shock at how he had parried her long sword with his thin rapier, her hand quivering as she realized the possibility of it being just a fluke. Her killing intent surged, and she remarked that Cyan was better than she had expected. Horror descended upon Cyan as he saw the seriousness in his sister's demeanor. He thought to himself that he was in trouble and tried to plead with Alice. A fierce exchange of sword strikes followed, accompanied by the repeated clanging of metal. Cyan, with his frail, thin body, blocked every strike from his 17-year-old sister's barrage of attacks. Alice jumped up, her arms stretched back, preparing for a heavy downward sword strike. Cyan raised his rapier, meeting the blade head-on. He then tilted his rapier slightly as it ran along her blade. Having lived as an assassin his entire life, Cyan's instincts took over. Entering the battle, his instinct was to take a life. His sword moved straight toward Alice's neck, but she failed to respond. At that moment, Cyan executed a technique to twist his sword, redirecting his attack towards Alice. Alice was very surprised, but she didn't hesitate. She swiftly knocked aside Cyan's sword and stepped back. Cyan also retreated, thinking it could have been disastrous had he not twisted his sword midway. He realized that without doing so, he would have killed her. Cyan's swordsmanship skills were primarily designed for lethal combat, making it immediately difficult to fight without intending to kill, especially since his strength was lacking. He wondered how much time remained of the 3 minutes. To compensate for his weak strength, he imbued his sword with mana, but he was almost at his limit. In anger, Alice began to chant a spell to enhance her sword's power. Earth and wind responded, merging with her sword. Cyan was surprised and afraid of her 6-star magic. Alice's entire sword was now enveloped in mana from multiple elements. Cyan feared she was trying to kill him and realized it was over, noticing the determined look in her eyes. Alice seemed to have lost her will to dominate a child, repeating in her mind that she couldn't lose. Fearful, Cyan thought he would fall out of the castle even if he tried to block her attack. He just had to trust that this would work. After carefully considering, Cyan rushed towards Alice. Alice stood before him, gathering mana into her sword, causing it to soar high into the sky. Cyan prayed silently for Jurkin to come out. Just as Alice's dangerously large sword was about to reach Cyan, the knight of the family appeared, demanding to stop everything. He deflected Alice's attack with his sword and lifted Cyan with his other hand. The force of the collision lit up the night sky. With a serious expression, he warned Miss Alice that she was being too harsh against a much younger opponent. Cyan sighed in relief, thinking he had been wondering when the knight would appear. Alice immediately sobered up, hugged Cyan, and apologized, explaining that she must have lost her mind for a second there. She added that she had just wanted to stop him from going to the battlefield and had become too obsessed with it. Cyan thought cheerfully that this was very like her. She always tried so hard with everything. He added that his sister was the elite of the elites, having achieved an S in all subjects at the Royal Academy, where all the talented children gathered, whether they were skilled in swordsmanship, magic, or other fields of study. On top of her astounding beauty, people called Alice God's child. From a young age, she was trained in swordsmanship and was recognized as the future guardian of the continent alongside the eldest son, Echelle. However, not long after joining the Knights of Light, she was killed. Cyan thought to himself that he missed Alice and vowed to protect her this time. Alice turned to him and remarked that now that she thought about it, he was the Duke's guardian knight, but the Duke had just left for the war. Jurkin responded that he was carrying out the Duke's orders to protect the young master for a while, adding that he couldn't reveal this because he was supposed to carry it out in secret. Cyan reflected that he had felt Jurkin's presence ever since leaving the Duke's office and wondered why his father had instructed Jurkin to act secretly, thinking that if Jurkin had continued to ignore him, he would not have shown himself. Sensing her baby brother's feelings, Alice smiled happily, noting that he was still like a little kid to her. The next day, Alice returned to the academy. Apparently, Alice had returned briefly to see their father before her graduation. During this time, Cyan was struggling to push beyond his limits by attempting to perform push-ups, managing only 10 before trembling. He needed to become stronger, so he had been focusing on strength training for the past 2 weeks, but 10 push-ups remained his limit. For the past 2 weeks, he had been hitting a wall, despite being pretty confident in his strength. Now, he desired to return to his former strength and needed a solution. Emily entered the room and announced that a package had arrived from Miss Alice. Cyan confirmed with joy at the news, but Emily, with a disgusted and pinched expression, questioned the contents, noting the foul smell. She realized it was Hellhound's blood that Alice had requested. It was a rare item found only in Lamea Valley, but the rumors of its presence in the black market were true. The blood of demonic beasts was considered poisonous due to its sickening smell and the burning sensation upon consumption. However, it actually permanently increased the mana and strength of the person who consumed it. Most people believed it was just a false rumor, but Cyan knew it was true from his past life experience. Emily asked the young master if he was really going to drink that. Cyan replied with a smile that he was the only person able to adapt to her cooking skills. He reminisced about the first time, which was mushroom soup, and a smirk played on his lips as he thought his heart had stopped for a moment after a single bite of that thing compared to the Hellhound's blood. It was nothing. After finishing the Hellhound's blood, he slammed the container down on the table and shouted loudly that it was good. He then called for Emily, who responded that she was going to go for a walk. Cyan announced that he would return to see if it worked. Walking through the forest, Cyan thought it had been a while since he had come here and that he had been waiting for this day for the last 2 weeks. The moment when Jurkin was not around for his regular reports, as he kept following Cyan around, which was annoying since Cyan often came to this place when he wanted to be alone. He recalled that one day, Echelle had received a divine revelation from the god of light, Lumendal, which stated that an ancient temple was hidden somewhere in these mountains. Although Cyan hadn't fully believed it, he realized that there was indeed a place where the flow of mana was concentrated. Since the divine revelation had yet to arrive, it seemed that Cyan was the only one who knew about this at the moment. Pressing his hand down on the ground, Cyan used mana to give out a sense of presence, causing the surrounding area to collapse. He laughed joyfully, thinking of Echelle, and mused that she couldn't even imagine what he was doing at that moment. Looking down, he saw a staircase descending into the ground with a light at the end. It seemed like the temple was nearby, and with determination, Cyan decided to enter. He noted that it was different from the last time he had been here, muttering to himself as he took in his surroundings. The place was an ancient temple that had once served the god of light, Lumendal, until all history on this land was erased due to the god-demon war that had happened 300 years ago. Who could have imagined such a place hidden in the mountains just behind the castle? Cyan observed it now, the remnants of a temple whose origins seemed rooted in the distant year 999 before creation. On August 12th of that year, humanity had achieved a monumental victory, driving out the Demon King's army from Velius. Despite being far weaker, humans had unearthed ancient relics, artifacts known as the weapons of the gods, that had tipped the scales in their favor. Among these relics was Duran Dark, a holy sword blessed by Lumendal, the god of light. This weapon had been heralded as the key to humanity's triumph over the demons. Cyan's future, however, held a bitter irony, as it was destined to bring about his demise, wielded by Echelle Vert. Perhaps this very sword had a role in Cyan's inexplicable regression. Reaching out, he touched the holy blade, its surface smooth and unyielding. As expected, there was no response. The absence of any reaction soured his mood, stirring a fleeting annoyance. It seemed the sword held no interest in him, and he dismissed it, silently vowing to focus on the task at hand. Continuing past the light of the altar, his attention was drawn to a shadow lurking nearby. Its presence felt otherworldly, impossible to ignore. At first glance, one might mistake it for the sword shadow, but its origin was far more complex. Light and darkness coexisted, and the shadow concealed a hidden pathway beneath the altar. Descending the newly revealed staircase, Cyan encountered a door shrouded in mystery. He opened it cautiously and stepped inside. Before him stood a sword bathed in a bloody red aura. It radiated immense magical power, distorting the air around it. Cyan's expression twisted into one of joy as he reached for it. This was Kirim, his magic sword. Addressing the weapon, he acknowledged its dormant state, his voice calm, yet edged with anticipation. The silence was broken by a grotesque voice emanating from the blade, mocking him for his lack of fear and questioning his audacity in awakening it. Darkness surged forward, aiming to engulf him entirely. Unfazed, Cyan caught the encroaching shadow with one hand, halting its advance. The darkness shifted form, coalescing into the shape of a woman. Her attempt to retreat was futile as Cyan's gaze locked onto her. His smile brimmed with a chilling intensity. She demanded to know how he had touched her. Disbelief etched into her face. Cyan dismissed her questions, calmly asserting his claim over the sword. She spat in defiance, lunging at him with her claws, only for him to evade her attack effortlessly. As the battle unfolded, her disbelief grew. She demanded answers, sensing the unmistakable presence of Air's aura surrounding him. Cyan confirmed her suspicions, declaring himself the successor of Air and commanding her submission. The demonic sword, now furious, launched a ferocious assault, her attacks growing faster and more relentless. Cyan's thoughts remained steady, calculating. Words had proven futile, and he knew Kirim's ultimate goal was to claim his body. Deciding to assert his dominance, Cyan stepped back and issued a command: sword manipulation. Instantly, Kirim's form stiffened, her movements ceasing entirely. As she collapsed, he offered her a final warning, suggesting she accept him as her master while he still retained a modicum of patience. Restrained and unable to move, Kirim's thoughts raced, wondering how Cyan could wield the incantation with such precision. Despite her defiance, Cyan repeated the command with unwavering authority. Each utterance of demonic sword control pressed her head further into the ground, forcing submission. With a final, begrudging tone, Kirim conceded, her resistance giving way as she addressed him as master. Cyan acknowledged her submission with little more than a glance. His thoughts turned to his next move. He had accomplished his purpose here and considered whether it was time to return. He realized he had been away for far too long. As he exited the basement, Kirim's voice broke the silence, filled with relief and curiosity. She remarked on the freshness of the air, marveling at how invigorating it felt after so long. She addressed him playfully, asking for his name. Without hesitation, he responded, introducing himself as Cyan Vert. Her confusion was immediate, expressing disbelief at the unfamiliar name. She questioned how could have chosen someone so young. Cyan remained unperturbed, casually confirming that he had been chosen, though his connection with came from his past life. Kiram, taken aback, demanded clarification, but Cyan simply stated that he had died once before. Her shock deepened, and she glanced at the holy sword nearby, noting its dormant state. He explained that the sword's owner would not awaken for another 20 years, a revelation that left her questioning how he seemed to know the future with such certainty. Without offering much explanation, Cyan firmly gripped his dagger and, with decisive force, severed its handle. Kiram's reaction was immediate, a mixture of surprise and fear. She demanded to know what he planned to do with the broken handle. Cyan's response came with a sly, devious smile, suggesting that it might make the future more interesting. Time passed swiftly, and the day of departure arrived. That afternoon, a carriage rolled away from the ancestral mansion. Cyan, now clad in armor, reflected on how quickly the moment had come. Time, it seemed, had moved faster than expected. As the convoy arrived, Cyan approached, offering formal greetings to the Duke. Turning to Cyan, the Duke asked one final question, giving him an opportunity to reconsider. He assured Cyan that he would not stop him if he chose to withdraw. Cyan bowed respectfully, his resolve unshaken. He replied with certainty that his heart already belonged to the battlefront. Accepting this, the Duke ordered his knight, Jurkin, to proceed. Jurkin obeyed, producing a magic scroll. As the scroll activated, a glowing magic circle illuminated the area, summoning a fearsome beast. A creature with a fiery body emerged from the light, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Cyan. It was a hellhound, a low-ranked demonic beast native to Lamea Valley. Cyan observed the knights and his father, noting the effort they must have invested in preparing this test. Gripping his sword tightly, he reassured himself that they would step in if the situation became too dangerous. The Duke, standing watch, reminded him of the weight of responsibility. Every action carried consequence, and the trial before him was meant to demonstrate the strength of his resolve. As the word trial lingered in Cyan's mind, he recalled a recent conversation with Jurkin about arranging a duel. With only 3 days left to fulfill his promise to his father, he knew aimlessly practicing sword swings would not suffice. He had sought a real fight to hone his skills. Jurkin had suggested someone of Cyan's age, like young Master Krantz, as a potential opponent. However, Cyan dismissed the idea, mentioning that Krantz always seemed to avoid him. The hassle of chasing him down was not worth the effort. Jurkin, after some hesitation, agreed to spar instead, though he clarified he would use only a sheathed sword and focus solely on defense. Cyan had instructed him not to inform the Duke of the arrangement, emphasizing that it was an order. As the sparring began, Cyan launched an aggressive attack. Jurkin, wielding his sheathed sword, found himself astounded by the strength behind Cyan's strikes. Despite being only 10 years old, Cyan displayed remarkable speed and power. Jurkin thought to himself how heavy the blows felt, struggling to reconcile them with the age of his opponent. Cyan's movements grew sharper and more unpredictable, vanishing from Jurkin's line of sight in a mere instant. Jurkin, momentarily distracted, was caught off guard as Cyan reappeared behind him, delivering another strike. Though Jurkin remained stationary, focused purely on defense, the sheer intensity of Cyan's swordsmanship left him astonished. Cyan acknowledged his limits, silently admitting that defeating Jurkin was beyond his current ability. Still, the sparring session had served its purpose. Concluding the duel, Cyan expressed his gratitude. Jurkin, equally impressed, praised Cyan's progress. Internally, Jurkin marveled at the transformation of the young master he had once considered weak. If his earlier suspicions had been correct, Cyan's growth meant he could now face any trial with confidence. Returning to the present, Cyan stood before a massive monster, prepared for the next stage of his training. In an instant, his body disappeared from its original position, his swift movements propelling him toward the creature. A moment later, he reappeared, having delivered a powerful strike as he passed by. Despite the impact, Cyan recognized that his current strength was insufficient for prolonged combat against such a foe. Determined to avoid being overwhelmed, he resolved to end the battle as quickly as possible. Cyan advanced with determination, channeling his energy into the sword in his right hand. He leaped high into the air, a powerful surge of focus guiding his movements. With precision, he thrust the blade downwards, piercing the monster's head. The scene unfolded with awe. The sheer force of the attack left the onlookers in silence. His father's face brightened with pride as Cyan stood over the fallen beast. Cyan's thoughts wandered momentarily, amused by the idea of bottling the abundant blood spilling from the creature. Yet, he dismissed the notion, aware of how odd such an act would seem to those around him. The Duke's applause broke the quiet, his voice filled with approval as he commended Cyan's skill. He declared his readiness to see Cyan at the battlefront. Cyan acknowledged his father's words with gratitude, standing firm in his resolve. Kiram's voice interrupted the moment, tinged with irritation. The sword spirit expressed disdain, likening itself to a mere kitchen knife in Cyan's hands. Cyan responded with measured reassurance, reminding Kiram of its true nature as a demonic sword. Kiram's plea for blood to regain strength was met with Cyan's promise of future use, a promise that carried an edge of anticipation. Transitioning to the battlefield, chaos erupted as a group of ogres launched an attack. The soldiers responded swiftly, organizing a defensive line to counter the threat. Magic users cast spells, their radiant light forcing the ogres to recoil. Threads of binding magic emerged from smaller circles, immobilizing the creatures. With the command to strike, the army unleashed its full might upon the restrained ogres, overwhelming them with precision and force. A warrior charged into the fray, decapitating an ogre with a swift stroke. The severed head landed near Cyan, who observed the scene from atop his horse. Emily, his maid, stood behind him, trembling with fear. She questioned Cyan's decision to be present in such a perilous place, her voice betraying her anxiety. Cyan, however, viewed the unfolding battle with a mix of nostalgia and unease, recalling the familiarity of such chaos. The Duke approached, asking Cyan how he felt witnessing the front lines. Cyan admitted to some nervousness, but resolved to remain vigilant. His father's reminder of the ever-present danger resonated deeply, and Cyan's confident smile masked his growing determination. As the battle subsided, Cyan's assigned tent provided a semblance of safety at the rear of the encampment. Reflecting on his surroundings, he noted the disciplined guards and considered the delay in feeding Kiram. Frustration simmered as he contemplated his restricted circumstances. Emily's bustling presence provided little comfort. Her insistence on staying by his side grated on his nerves. To prepare for his departure, Cyan left a doll resembling himself on his bed. Emily's inquiry about his intentions revealed her suspicion of his plans. Cyan's reply, cloaked in casual dismissal, did little to quell her concerns. Donning his cloak, he stepped out into the night, his swift movements carrying him toward his next endeavor. Due to the heightened night guard duties on the front lines, moving freely was a challenge. Cyan executed the skill of the Black Mist, third move, Misty's Descent. He recalled that the area was filled with monsters, making it an ideal opportunity to wield Kiram. The demonic sword, sensing the strong scent of blood, grew restless and urged Cyan to let it cut something down. At that moment, a pack of hellhounds charged towards Cyan. He acknowledged Kiram's eagerness and decided to proceed. Using the skill Mist Blade, Misty Tempest, Cyan maneuvered through the hellhound pack with lethal precision, leaving their bodies lifeless in his wake. Afterward, at the corpse of one of the hellhounds, he inserted a sharp tube into a blood vessel, allowing the blood to flow into a wooden cup. He drank it heartily, expressing satisfaction with the quality of the blood. Kiram, too, expressed its refreshment and eagerness to grow stronger. Cyan evaluated their progress, assuring Kiram that the night was still young and the area teeming with monsters. Before them, another herd of beasts awaited. Kiram's excitement grew as they prepared for the next confrontation. Elsewhere, a group of horse-drawn carriages traveled. Within one sat a young lady with white hair. A companion expressed concern about the dangers of the front lines, suggesting they turn back. The young lady, the royal princess of the empire, dismissed the suggestion firmly. She reiterated her duty to assist her father on his tours and warned against further attempts to dissuade her. The conversation shifted to news of the youngest son of the Vert family being on the front lines. It was mentioned that the boy had volunteered himself, and the princess was encouraged to get along with him since they were of the same age. However, she dismissed this as trivial and decided to rest. Before falling asleep, she learned his name, Cyan Vert. On the battlefield, the Vert family fought against monsters. A bird-shaped creature fell to their attacks as the battle concluded. The Lord called for a status check, and the soldiers confirmed no injuries. Pleased, the Lord commended their efforts and instructed them to return to camp. His attention was briefly drawn to something unusual. Meanwhile, Cyan finished off another monster and sheathed his sword. His father approached, inquiring about his adjustment to life on the front lines. Cyan responded respectfully, noting that he was learning something new every day. Surprised, his father acknowledged Cyan's perseverance and expressed pride in him. This unexpected praise left Cyan deep in thought. Before leaving, his father mentioned wanting to discuss something the next morning and instructed Cyan to come to his tent. Later that night, in the monster territory, the sounds of movement and attacks echoed. A large monster attacked from underground, prompting Cyan to evade and observe. It was a deathworm, a creature that usually resided deeper in the valley. Kiram suggested taking over, pointing out the creature's regenerative abilities that rendered shallow injuries ineffective. Cyan, aware of Kiram's potential schemes, hesitated but ultimately agreed. The fusion process began as Cyan activated Black Mist, 9th form, magical sword manifestation. His body became enveloped in dark, blood-like energy. In a blur of sharp strikes, the deathworm's body was shredded. Merging with Kiram and channeling their power beneath the seemingly crimson moon, Cyan executed Mist Blade, 8th form, fluttering petals. The technique cleaved through the deathworm entirely, leaving its body in several pieces. Cyan stood amidst the remains, victorious. Later, on the battlefield, someone examined the monster's bloodstains and noted that the creature had not been dead for long. Jerkin, holding a torch, remarked from behind that the mana emanating from the area felt unusually intense. He speculated whether a demon might have been responsible for the carnage. Cyan's father, standing nearby, declared that such a possibility could not be ignored and immediately ordered the area to be inspected thoroughly. The soldiers were instructed to burn the corpse without delay. As they complied, Cyan's father scrutinized the sword traces left on the monster's body. A sense of familiarity crept over him as he silently wondered if his mind was playing tricks, questioning whether the peculiar marks were merely a coincidence. Jerkin, observing something of significance, called for his attention. In front of them lay the massive corpse of a deathworm. Shock rippled through the group. It was a deathworm, something that should have been nearly impossible to kill. The question of who could have accomplished such a feat lingered heavily in the air. Jerkin voiced a theory, considering whether the act could have been carried out by a certain organization. The presence of the demonic sword manifestation technique loomed over the discussion. Allowing Kiram to take control unleashed her full power, but doing so always came with risks. She could completely overpower Cyan if his guard slipped. At Cyan's location, he lay sprawled on his bed, thoroughly drained. Exhaustion coursed through his body, and he inwardly reflected on the reckless nature of relying on Kiram to defeat even a single foe. The toll on his body was undeniable, yet he acknowledged that drinking the blood of demonic beasts had fortified him. Had this been a month earlier, his body might not have withstood the strain. Kiram observed his state with an almost analytical air. Her tone carried a mix of curiosity and suspicion as she remarked on his behavior and abilities. She noted that while he appeared to be a child outwardly, his actions, words, and handling of her suggested otherwise. His mastery over the geography of the Lamea Valley and the mist sword techniques spoke to decades of experience, not the abilities of someone his apparent age. Furthermore, she had pieced together his earlier statements and confidently concluded that he was a regressor. Cyan responded with a lazy, indifferent expression, as though the revelation mattered little. He questioned whether he hadn't made it obvious enough already, given his earlier comments about dying before. Kiram reacted with a heavy silence, clearly unimpressed, before snapping in frustration that it was hardly obvious when he had explained nothing. Cyan's nonchalant attitude persisted as he brushed off her concerns, admitting that he lacked the motivation to elaborate. Kiram, undeterred, pressed on with her suspicions. She speculated that killing someone like Cyan would have been no small task, deducing that his death must have involved the owner of Durand Dark. She considered the possibilities, whether he had fallen in a duel or through betrayal, and confidently concluded it was the latter. Cyan inquired about Kiram's thoughts on the matter. Kiram responded by observing Cyan's disdain on Holy Sword. Kiram admitted he would be foolish if he couldn't discern Cyan's intentions, deducing that revenge must be Cyan's goal regardless of the circumstances. He warned Cyan to be mindful, threatening to eliminate him if he faltered or lost control. Without hesitation, Cyan immediately punched Kiram, sending her flying with a disdainful expression. He asserted that Kiram should know her place, emphasizing that he was not an idiot. Kiram spun silently, and Cyan smiled to himself, thinking that she hadn't changed at all. She remained the same as she was in his previous life. At that moment, Cyan left his camp to observe the surrounding atmosphere. He pondered the current chaos, noting that the day seemed unusually tumultuous. Emily approached him, addressing him as young master and informing him that it was his turn. When Cyan asked if something had happened, Emily replied with a worried expression, explaining that a high-level monster's corpse had been found near the entrance of the valley. Cyan realized she was referring to the deathworm. He wondered silently. Emily continued, mentioning that it had been a long time since there was a sighting of a high-level monster near the camps. Cyan, fearing that he might be discovered as the one who killed the deathworm, hastily asked if there was anything else. Emily appeared flustered. Cyan attempted to inquire further, asking if there had been any reports of suspicious individuals or anything related to him. However, their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Jerkin, who approached from behind and informed Cyan that the Duke wanted to see him immediately. Feeling uneasy, Cyan silently evaluated the situation. He lamented that he couldn't manage the corpses of the monsters because soldiers had suddenly appeared, disrupting his plan to enjoy a quiet life before entering the academy. Now, at his father's camp, Cyan bowed respectfully and greeted his father as the youngest son of the Verts. He secretly hoped his father wouldn't recognize him. His father responded with a serious tone, requesting Cyan to sit down. Cyan contemplated what excuses he could offer if his father inquired about the previous night's incident. His father asked directly what he had been doing last night. Anxiously, Cyan replied that he had gone to bed early because he was tired. Upon hearing this, Williers thought that while Cyan claimed to have gone to bed early, the traces of swordsmanship suggested otherwise. He wondered if he was overthinking it. Feigning ignorance, Cyan asked why his father was asking. His father didn't respond, seeming skeptical that someone so young could have slain a deathworm. The Duke explained that he was sure Cyan had heard about the incident near the camps last night, and that they needed to investigate further. It appeared to be the work of a secret assassin organization. Cyan pretended not to know anything about it. His father continued, describing the organization as one that had existed since ancient times. Their goals were unknown, but they had assassinated countless nobles under the guise of purification. They were infamous for leaving behind a black mist wherever they appeared. However, one day, they had disappeared and were last seen 300 years ago. The corpse of the deathworm from the previous night was enveloped in black mist. Black mist is the trace left behind by air, the god of darkness, who is worshipped by the mist and serves as the source of their power. If Willier's assumptions are correct, the mist were responsible for slaying the deathworm and the other demonic beasts. Internally, Cyan marveled at his ability to precisely identify the culprit despite the organization having been last seen 3 centuries ago. His father advised that they couldn't determine the reason for the organization's sudden appearance, but cautioned Cyan to remain vigilant. He assured Cyan that he would notify the Empire about the incident and investigate further. Obediently, Cyan responded affirmatively, while also thinking that his father was likely to believe him. His father found it hard to believe that Cyan was involved with such an organization at his young age. He then declared that the conversation was over and inquired if Cyan had been informed about who was visiting that day. Cyan replied that he had heard His Majesty would be visiting, but was unsure if it was scheduled for that day. His father smiled and confirmed, expressing that he wanted to ask Cyan for a favor regarding the visit. Curious and anxious, Cyan asked for more details, but before his father could respond, a soldier interrupted, announcing the Emperor's arrival. Cyan's father went outside, kneeling and addressing the Emperor with respect as the king appeared on horseback, calling out to Williers. The king dismounted, approached Williers, and assisted him up, remarking that they were old friends and asking him not to be overly polite since he had the king's permission. Williers still felt some apprehension and greeted the emperor respectfully. The king's gaze then shifted to Cyan's position, prompting Cyan to bow and introduce himself as Cyan Vert, the youngest of the Verts. The king complimented Cyan, noting it was impressive for someone so young to reside in such a rough environment, and remarked that his children were definitely different from ordinary ones. Feeling more at ease, Cyan thought he was curious about the favor his father had mentioned, but realized his father merely wanted him to appeal as his son. Cyan reflected on how he had always been confined to the mansion in his past life. As the emperor visited, Emily nearby exclaimed that the emperor had arrived. Deeply touched by his father's trust, Cyan watched as the king called a servant to introduce someone else. From the drawn carriage emerged a beautiful woman who introduced herself as Arin Sevelus, the fifth princess of the empire. Cyan observed the princess, thinking of her as the tragic fifth princess. Before the emperor's arrival, Cyan and his father spoke at the camp, where his father informed him that he would need to escort the princess for the day. Cyan wondered about the significance of this task, but his father reassured him not to be surprised. He explained that Cyan just needed to keep her company since they were the same age, and that Cyan would see her again once he entered the academy. Cyan recalled seeing her at the academy in his past life, remembering observing her a few times between classes. His father remarked that there was no harm in becoming acquainted with someone from the royal family. He mentioned it wouldn't take long, but expressed a desire for Cyan to get along with her. Cyan silently evaluated the situation, feeling reluctant but understanding his father's intentions. He suspected that his father wished for them to develop a friendship similar to the one he had with the emperor. However, Cyan felt that his father had chosen the wrong person for such a friendship. He concluded that she could not become his friend, though he couldn't voice this thought as it pertained to a future only he was aware of. Annoyed, Cyan decided he would have to remain obedient for the time being. At that moment, images of the battlefield appeared. Arin inquired about the river's redness. Cyan explained that she must be referring to the Blood River, a stream running through the entirety of the Lamea Valley. There wasn't any complex reason for the water's redness. Demonic beasts, whether old or injured and unable to compete for survival, would instinctively leap into the Blood River. Their corpses and bodily fluids dissolved into the river, turning it red due to mana-induced decomposition. Arin, alarmed, sought confirmation if that was the sole reason for the river's condition. Cyan affirmed, adding that the demonic beasts also drank and washed in it, making it very disgusting and advising against entering. Arin grimaced and pressed further, inquiring about what lay at the end of the river. Cyan responded that it led to the demon realm. She questioned whether the demon realm was where the demons lived. With a mischievous smile, Cyan affirmed and added that if one continued following the river, they might even encounter the Demon King. Internally, Cyan thought that no sane person would pursue that path, finding amusement in teasing her. Suddenly, the sky signaled with a flare. Arin curiously inquired about the light. Cyan explained that it was the 3rd century post in the west, where a yellow light signifies incoming demonic beasts. Arin, somewhat fearful, questioned if there were demonic beasts nearby. Williers ordered the protection of His Majesty, stating that the Guardian Knight Division troops would accompany him to the 3rd century post in the west. The Emperor, wearing a cheerful expression, remarked to Williers that he did not intend to go on a hike and had been growing increasingly bored. Hesitant, Williers reluctantly complied. The king proclaimed that they would join the demonic beast raid, focusing on eliminating the beasts until the raid concluded. All the soldiers responded in unison with affirmation. Williers turned to Cyan and instructed that he join as well. Cyan promptly agreed. The princess incredulously questioned his ability to fight the demonic beasts. Cyan responded that he could, although he was still just supporting from the back, and advised seeking shelter. Arin hastily demanded to be taken along. Cyan wondered about the princess's insistence, and the attendant beside her attempted to restrain her. However, Arin persisted, stating that since Cyan was the same age as her, she could accompany him. Cyan warned that people died in that area, and that it was not a playground. Arin remained undeterred, declaring her intention to go and asserting that no one could stop her. Frustrated by her stubbornness, Cyan angrily summoned his knight, Jurkin. With a terrifying demeanor, Jurkin assured that he would substitute the royal knights and escort Her Highness to safety in the camps, initiating their departure. Arin, though somewhat scared, remained defiant and rebuked Cyan for treating her, a princess, in such a manner. Cyan, with a menacing look, leaned close to Arin's face and warned that dozens of knights might die due to her stubbornness. He emphasized that a split-second decision could determine their fate in the war, questioning whether she could take responsibility for all those lives. Hearing this, Arin felt so scared that she almost burst into tears. Cyan walked away, leaving her behind with the knights, and instructed her to go back if she was going to cry like a child, "Your Highness." At that moment, Arin could only stand and watch Cyan leave in silence. At the center of the battlefield, a monster resembling a giant snail was devouring the foot soldiers. The soldiers screamed for defense, urging each other to fend off the beast, stand their ground, and not to fall back. Williers then appeared brandishing his sword and ordered the troops to get back into formation, protect his majesty, and slay all the monsters without sparing even a single one. Upon hearing his command, all the soldiers charged into battle with unwavering determination. Arin Sevelus, the emperor of the Abusive Empire, had 2 wives. Kundel Quiselle was his first wife, but she is now dead. Cassandra Nephilis is his second wife and is considered the prominent judiciary of the empire. The former Empress Dion gave birth to the first and second princesses, while the current Empress Cassandra gave birth to the third and fourth princes. However, Arin Sevelus, the fifth princess, was a bastardized daughter born to a peasant mistress. People treated her as a scarecrow-like princess due to her mixed blood, but she did not care about how others perceived her. She fulfilled her duty as part of the royal family and devoted herself to her studies more than anyone else. However, she was framed for treason by those who resented her and was expelled from the royal family and the empire. Rumors spread that she died alone from a disease on an island, leading people to call her the tragic princess. It was believed that she could have lived a happy life had she not been greedy, and that it would have been better for her to live without any ambition. After recounting the story, Kiram questioned whether that was what Cyan's father had always told him in his past life. Cyan, who was currently engaged in battle with the monsters, responded that it was different, explaining that such was the nature of royal politics. At that moment, a giant snail was struck by powerful lightning, its body thoroughly cooked. Other giant snails suffered a similar fate. Cyan stood nearby, observing and evaluating that the emperor was skilled with his holy lightning ability. The king was slaughtering all the giant snails within his reach. Cyan noted that Emperor Dion was publicly recognized for his 8-star magic prowess, and that had he not become emperor, he probably would have been the Mage Association's head. Cyan understood that an intermediate-ranked demonic beast would pose no challenge, considering that being an emperor seemed to be his hobby. After a period of fighting within the camp, the emperor and Williers sat together, enjoying wine. The emperor mentioned that it had been a while since they had shared a drink. The emperor admitted feeling quite lonely, noting that he was the only one drinking. Williers apologized, explaining that he did not permit himself to drink on the front lines. At that point, the emperor changed the subject, recalling when Williers had inquired about the current atmosphere in the empire. He noted that there had been a recent increase in the assassination of nobles, which was causing widespread anxiety. Williers inquired whether there were any patterns to these assassinations. The emperor confirmed that all the victims were corrupt officials and that black mist had been present at each murder scene. Upon hearing this detail, Williers pondered thoughtfully. The emperor then asked if Williers had any ideas. Williers responded that he had discovered traces of black mist in the area the previous day, suggesting that the followers of black mist might be mobilizing again. The emperor agreed that this made sense, but emphasized the need for further investigation. He appreciated Williers' efforts in managing the situation, but expressed concern about the growing anxiety among the people. Additionally, the emperor mentioned another troubling matter. A noble was spreading rumors that blamed the fifth princess for the assassinations. Williers sought clarification, confirming that individuals were attempting to associate Princess Arin with the incidents. The emperor elaborated that he had been dismissing these claims as nonsense, but suspected that a group intended to exploit her. He then requested a personal favor from Williers, not as an emperor, but as a friend, to take care of Princess Arin if he were to die before Williers. Accepting the emperor's request with a serious demeanor, Williers assured that he would carry out the emperor's orders to completion. Pleased by Williers' assurance, the emperor thanked him. Heavy rain poured at the campsite. Inside Cyan's tent, Emily felt frustrated and questioned him, prompting him to respond curtly, indicating that was all he had to say. Emily firmly countered, expressing that Cyan's actions were unacceptable, stating that as the princess, ending the escort would jeopardize any chances of marriage. Feeling overwhelmed by Emily's criticism, Cyan thought to himself that she might have thought he was planning a date. He then left the tent, telling Emily that he trusted her to manage things in his absence. Emily voiced her concern, asking if Cyan was heading to training despite the severe rain. Cyan reassured her not to worry and advised her not to stay up waiting for him either. As Cyan was about to depart, a girl cloaked in rain stood outside his tent, waiting. Puzzled by her presence, Cyan observed the stranger while Emily, filled with fear, asked who she was. The stranger then removed her hood, revealing herself as Princess Arin, and inquired where Cyan was intending to go. Arin approached Cyan and requested a conversation, apologizing if he was busy. Quickly changing her demeanor, Emily welcomed Arin warmly. Outside Cyan's camp, not only soldiers from his family were present, but also royal soldiers. Arin inquired how long Cyan had been there. Cyan responded that it had been about a month, and then curiously asked her the reason for her visit. Arin sensed something slightly ominous behind her and asked if they could be excused for a moment. Cyan turned to Emily and instructed her to go outside for a bit. Before leaving, Emily agreed and wished them a good time together. With everything quiet, Cyan thought to himself that spending time with a 10-year-old wouldn't be enjoyable, correcting his own thought by noting he was 40 in this situation. Arin hesitantly apologized for her earlier behavior, expressing that she felt she hadn't acted as a princess should. Cyan responded politely, assuring her there was no need to worry and apologize for being rude. Arin smiled and reciprocated, saying she would have done the same in his place. Her smile faded, and a slightly saddened expression took over her face as she continued, noting that Cyan was acknowledged by many people, unlike herself, and that he was much more mature. Observing Arin's change in demeanor, Cyan recognized the kind of personality she possessed. Arin then expressed her desire, mentioning that Cyan was entering the academy as well and suggested they become friends. Understanding her suggestion, Cyan interrupted her before she could finish. His face turned serious, with a hint of intimidation, as he firmly declined, stating that he didn't believe he could be of any help to her. This response made Arin feel fearful for a moment. Cyan clarified his stance, indicating that if Arin was here to make friends, she should leave. Arin attempted to persuade Cyan, explaining that she just wanted them to be on good terms. She remarked on his harshness, questioning if he also thought she was merely a shell of a princess. Without receiving a response to her difficult question, Arin continued, acknowledging that there was likely no benefit in being friends with her and apologized for wasting his time. Deciding to leave, she stated that she had been short-sighted in thinking they could at least talk, and remarked that Cyan was completely different from what Sir Echelle had said. Upon hearing the mention of his betraying brother, Cyan became visibly unsettled, deeply pondering the implications of the words he had just heard. In that moment of intense distress, he lost control and tightly gripped Arin's hand, desperate to prevent her from leaving. Concerned for his well-being, Arin inquired about the cause of his distress. Cyan responded with a cold demeanor, questioning how Arin had come to know about his brother. Fearfully, Arin explained that she had become acquainted with Echelle during her tour of the Royal Academy the previous year. During that time, Echelle had advised her not to concern herself with others' opinions and to focus solely on fulfilling her duties as a princess. Upon hearing this revelation, Cyan comprehended the gravity of the situation. He thought to himself that he understood Echelle's personality, the demonic bastard's nature, better than anyone else. The plan to undermine Princess Arin had commenced as soon as she had met Echelle. Cyan felt a surge of fury but remained worried as he issued a warning to Arin. However, his warning was abruptly interrupted when their camp was suddenly shaken by an unexpected and violent disturbance. Emily rushed into the camp from outside, urgently informing them that the young master needed to flee immediately. At that precise moment, a massive log crashed down onto Cyan's tent from above with such speed that its approach went completely unnoticed. The entire camp was obliterated in an instant, leaving devastation in its wake. Fortunately, Emily had been outside the attack range, and thus escaped death unscathed. Standing before them was a colossal monster, holding a tree branch, towering menacingly. Panic ensued as people began shouting to one another, cursing and exclaiming that the young master's tent was under attack, urgently urging others to verify his safety. Emily, overwhelmed by fear, crouched on the ground, her heart racing as she desperately called out for her young master. Meanwhile, the shock of the attack had reached Willier's camp, causing both the Emperor and Williers to become increasingly worried and highly uncertain about the unfolding events. A soldier entered the camp to report the dire situation, and the Emperor's face darkened with deep concern as he inquired about the details of the report. The soldier explained that advanced-ranked demonic beasts had ambushed the rear camps in the border regions and believed that the princess was present during the attack. In response to this alarming news, the Emperor urgently ordered all members of the Imperial Army to head to the rear camps without delay to ensure the princess's safety. The Emperor pondered the perplexing situation, questioning how the princess had come to be in the rear camps and whom she might be intending to meet in such a dangerous and volatile area. The narrative then shifted to the area under attack by the monsters, where two ogres emerged from the chaos, wreaking havoc and causing further destruction. Cyan, having survived the initial attack, was now hiding and carefully assessing the increasingly dire and chaotic situation around him. He observed that deathworms and ogres were typically creatures that resided only in the deeper, more secluded regions of the valley. Their unexpected presence in the rear camps indicated that something significant had changed in the dynamics of the area. Cyan wondered whether this change was a direct consequence of his own actions or involvement. Emily cried out in anguish, expressing that she had believed the young master to be truly dead and vowed never to leave his side again, her voice filled with joy. Returning to the time of the attack, Cyan had swiftly jumped off, managed to hold on to Arin, and dodged to the side to avoid the fatal blow from the giant log. He silently evaluated his own strength and capabilities, recalling that in his earlier days, he had even killed the Demon King, which suggested that he was not about to perish to what he considered a mere troll-like creature. Arin, clearly worried, asked whether the knights in the camps were safe. Emily reassured her by stating that there was no need to worry, as the knights were exceptionally strong and well-trained in combat. Arin, in a moment of intense emotion, hugged her face and cried, believing that this dire situation would not have occurred had she not come here. The knights accompanying them reassured Arin, affirming that they were all right and that it was their duty as the Knights of the Empire to protect her at all costs, emphasizing their unwavering and steadfast commitment to her safety and well-being. The remaining knight also smiled confidently and affirmed that he was right, assuring the Highness that they would protect her with their lives. Suddenly, Cyan's expression turned serious as he warned the knights to move. The knights didn't grasp his meaning and remained unaware of the imminent danger approaching from behind. In the next moment, the troll's large hand grasped one knight's body, and with a single grip, the knight was killed. Cyan stepped forward to protect Arin and instructed her to step back. Seeing Cyan's appearance, the ogre seemed to recognize something. Cyan immediately realized that the ogre had recognized him. Upon identifying its target, the troll threw the knight's body aside. Cyan urgently told everyone he would distract the troll, urging them to flee with the princess. Emily agreed without hesitation, not worrying about Cyan. She carried Arin and questioned the other knight actions, prompting him to leave. Cyan thought angrily, realizing that Emily was eager to leave. The troll raised both hands to attack Cyan, who prepared to counter. In the next moment, Cyan's sword cut through the troll's arm. After the attack, Cyan wondered why all the advanced-ranked demonic beasts were attracted to him, feeling as though they could smell something on him. Kiram chuckled maliciously, explaining Cyan of drinking the blood of countless demonic beasts to become strong, explaining that it was the reason Cyan had killed so many of them. Kiram added that it would be strange if the beasts did not come for him. Cyan urgently asked why Kiram was revealing this information just now, to which Kiram smirked and replied that Cyan had forgotten her true purpose. Before Kiram could answer, Cyan squeezed her shadow form, and the magic sword appeared. Kiram complained about Cyan's actions, pleading to be treated better. Cyan demanded silence, stating he didn't care how many monsters approached him. After making his declaration, Cyan rushed towards the troll. The troll threw a punch at him, but Cyan dodged and approached its head, cutting it off. The troll's heavy body fell to the ground. Cyan declared that now that no one was watching, they should go sip on some advanced-ranked demonic beast blood. In front of him stood a crowd of large monsters. Kiram excitedly announced that it was going to be a feast, but then he noticed something and called for caution as a large dragon with a purple body appeared. Cyan exclaimed that it was a devil dragon, and its roar echoed around them. Kiram confirmed that it was still a baby and added that the dragon also smelled Cyan. Cyan smiled maliciously, thinking it didn't matter why the dragon was there. The demonic sword manifestation caused Cyan and Kiram's spirit power to merge. What mattered was that Cyan wasn't missing out on a chance like this. With a confident and intimidating face, Cyan declared that they had to catch the dragon. Kiram objected, stating that they had to eat it. On another side of the camp, a monster was attacked by several golden lightning bolts. The Emperor asked Williers if this was the last one. Williers replied that it seemed so. The Emperor then inquired about the princess and Williers' son. Williers responded that he couldn't find their traces past the tent. The Emperor apologized, assuring Williers that it was fine and understanding that he was surely worried about his son too. Trusting in Cyan, Williers replied that there was no need to worry about his son, emphasizing that what mattered right now was the princess. The Emperor thought that was cold, but Williers affirmed that a Vert should know to watch out for himself. At that moment, someone came to report to the Emperor that they had found the princess. The Emperor asked for confirmation, and immediately after, Arin rushed in calling for her father. The Emperor inquired about her condition and whether she was hurt anywhere. Arin, worried, said they needed to hurry to save him. The Emperor asked whom they needed to save. Arin explained that because of her, he was in danger. The Emperor asked her to calm down and to tell him what was going on. Williers stepped forward and addressed Cyan's maid. Emily replied, with a terrifyingly dark face, that she is. Williers demanded to know if something had happened to Cyan. Emily, frightened, thought she was scared as she had never seen the Duke look so scary before. Trembling, she stuttered that the young master acted as bait to give them time to run away. Hearing this, Williers' eyes sharpened as he looked at Emily. The royal soldier next to them immediately said he remembered where Cyan was last. He added that if the Emperor just gave an order, he would go with others to save the young master. The Emperor urged him to do so. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Williers remained silent for a moment before stating firmly that they would not proceed with the proposed course of action. His decision left many puzzled. The Emperor questioned him again, asking with disbelief if Williers was serious. With composure, Williers explained that the immediate priority was addressing the current situation. If the camps fell, the demonic beasts would invade the empire. The place had to be reconstructed immediately to prevent further loss of life. Emily, though terrified, found the courage to question what would happen to the young master. With a cold demeanor, Williers stated that Cyan had fulfilled his duty by aiding the princess's evacuation, demonstrating what it meant to be a Vert. Hearing this, the princess felt a surge of guilt, wondering why such sacrifices had to be made because of her yet again. Their discussion was interrupted by a piercing cry from above. Arin turned her attention skyward, recognizing the sound, a dragon. Above them, a dragon soared majestically, and soon she spotted Cyan clinging desperately to one of its legs. Cyan's face bore a defeated expression, tears streaming down his cheeks as he struggled to hold on. Dragons, revered as rare and noble creatures closest to the Creator, were rarely approached by humans. Yet here was Cyan, clinging to one, his heart torn between honor and dread. As the dragon flew over the camp, directly above Arin, she called out Cyan's name in worry. The king, astounded by the sight, exclaimed at the unbelievable scene. He demanded to know why Williers' son was on the dragon and whether Williers intended to rescue him. Williers, visibly worried, remained silent, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, Cyan struggled atop the dragon, cursing his predicament. His original intention had been merely to drink the creature's blood, but now he was caught in this chaotic situation. Earlier, he had confronted the dragon after merging with Kiram, determined to defeat it. Facing a horde of monsters blocking his path, Cyan had cursed them for wasting his time and unleashed his mist sword skill, Russian Mist Storm. In a blur of motion, he sliced through hundreds of monstrous foes, leaving a trail of destruction before landing face-to-face with the dragon. Observing the dragon, Cyan noted its smaller size, indicating it was not fully grown. The creature immediately retaliated, firing a powerful energy beam. Cyan dodged swiftly, remarking sarcastically about the attack's brightness as he closed the distance to strike. Kiram, his companion, criticized Cyan's brashness, to which Cyan responded with annoyance, claiming the dragon deserved what it got. His strikes wounded the dragon, causing it to roar in pain and release a burst of air pressure that hurled Cyan backward. Rather than being deterred, Cyan's excitement grew. The dragon, seeing Cyan as a threat, lunged at him with its horn, but Cyan evaded and countered with his swordless fluttering petals technique. His strikes left the dragon with deep wounds, and it plummeted from the sky, stirring up clouds of dust upon impact. Cyan, facing the downed dragon, admitted to himself that he wasn't yet strong enough to fully defeat such a creature. As Cyan prepared to finish the battle, the dragon suddenly rose, its sharp eyes fixed on him. A powerful gust of wind surged from its body, but Cyan held his ground, refusing to fall for the same trick twice. To his surprise, the dragon turned and fled, tail tucked. Realizing the creature's sensitivity to his attacks, Cyan panicked and pursued, unwilling to let it escape. This chase led to the current moment, where Cyan clung to the dragon's leg midair, his thoughts consumed by his predicament. Reflecting on his dwindling luck, he deliberated his next move. Kiram, appearing beside him, demanded to know why he was hesitating. Cyan, irritated, pointed out the people below them, emphasizing that using the demonic sword in their presence would result in dire consequences, including being burned at the stake. Kiram rebuked him for his indecision, urging him to act. As Cyan argued with Kiram, Williers, still on the ground, focused intently on casting an advanced spell. Cyan recognized the intricate golden swords forming within the magic circle, identifying it as 8-star advanced magic, the fabled secret sword of the heavens. Knowing that his son would be caught up in the chaos when the moment arrived, Williers cast his spell. Dozens of swords materialized, flying toward the dragon in a coordinated attack. Cyan, observing the spectacle, muttered in awe about his father truly living up to his title as the continent's guardian. The dragon, showing no fear, dodged and maneuvered through the barrage of swords with remarkable agility. Cyan found amusement in the dragon's skillful evasion, encouraging it with a mix of sarcasm and admiration. However, his tone shifted to worry as a sword aimed for the dragon's blind spot, potentially endangering him as well. Cyan commented nervously that the dragon might not be able to dodge this one. The sword grazed the dragon's leg, and the impact caused Cyan to lose his grip and plummet freely downward. Frustration overtook him as he lamented the missed opportunity for what he considered a special meal. Kiram, his companion, berated him, demanding that he fly or find a way to avoid crashing into the ground. Cyan resisted, knowing that using mist magic in front of onlookers would expose his powers and lead to severe consequences. Kiram, exasperated, accused Cyan of accepting death without a fight. Resigned, Cyan mumbled about his uncertainty but was suddenly struck with an idea. With renewed hope, Cyan exclaimed that he might have a solution. Kiram, sensing the direction of Cyan's thoughts, guessed his master's plan and questioned if Cyan truly intended to fall into the blood-infested river below. Cyan, seeing no alternative, replied with resignation, acknowledging the grim situation. Moments later, he plunged into the river, infamous for being formed from the blood of monsters. Though far from an ideal outcome, Cyan managed to survive the fall. In a distant place, a devil and a young demon observed the commotion. The young demon noted the rare sight of a dragon flying in the area and speculated about the strong demonic beast likely responsible for the disturbance. The elder demon corrected him, pointing out that humans lived across that border. Doubting the possibility, the younger demon expressed disbelief that a dragon could lose to mere humans. Growing quiet, he sensed something unusual. When asked what was bothering him, he explained that he could feel a strange, yet familiar energy from the area. The elder demon suggested he investigate, cautioning him not to kill indiscriminately out of boredom. The younger demon irritably agreed before spreading his wings and heading towards Cyan's location. Back at the river, columns of bubbles rose from the murky depths as Cyan emerged, gasping for air. Exhausted, he crawled onto the shore and complained bitterly about his predicament. Turning to Kiram, he asked if his companion was still alive. Kiram, soaked and fuming, snapped that he was contemplating how to kill Cyan for his recklessness. Cyan attempted to reassure Kiram, promising to clean up and regroup later. Kiram, clearly agitated, pressed Cyan about his plan, emphasizing the dangers of their surroundings, the demon realm. Cyan dismissed Kiram's concerns, insisting that encountering a higher demon was unlikely. Just as he finished speaking, a voice interrupted, exclaiming excitement at finding something fun. The voice struck a chord of recognition in Cyan, who muttered to himself about the familiarity of the speaker. The source of the voice soon revealed itself. Standing before Cyan was the young demon boy, his face fierce and eyes gleaming with curiosity. The boy demanded to know if Cyan was human. Stunned, Cyan recognized the figure before him as none other than the demon king, Valkyrion. Memories of Valkyrion's fearsome reputation flashed through his mind, an embodiment of evil whom no human dared to challenge. Under his breath, Cyan cursed the timing of this encounter. Valkyrion, calm yet menacing, repeated his question, asking Cyan to confirm whether he was human. Before Cyan could respond, Valkyrion's eyes darkened, and in an instant, he appeared behind Cyan with deadly intent. The demon king's voice, laced with malice, questioned whether Cyan wanted to fight. Reacting instinctively, Cyan swung his dagger, but Valkyrion vanished and reappeared effortlessly. As Cyan's attacks failed, a strand of Valkyrion's hair was cut, an act that prompted a chilling shift in the demon king's demeanor. Instead of anger, Valkyrion chuckled, commenting on Cyan's supposed infinite potential. He acknowledged Cyan's audacity in daring to cut his hair, finding it amusing. Kiram, observing the situation, asked Cyan mentally about the stranger's identity. Cyan, still trembling, identified the figure as the demon king. Kiram, stunned, questioned how Cyan planned to survive this encounter. Cyan admitted that his only option now was to run. Fear gnawed at him as he doubted his ability to escape Valkyrion's grasp. However, to his surprise, the demon king reassured him. Valkyrion stated that he had no intention of harming Cyan, urging him to relax. With an unsettling casualness, the demon king lay down, insisting he wouldn't hurt a child and inviting Cyan to converse without fear. Cyan, baffled by the demon king's sudden change in behavior, wondered aloud why Valkyrion had chosen to lie down so unexpectedly. Valkyrion chuckled, repeating his question, asking Cyan whether he was human. Cyan confirmed with a hesitant nod. Valkyrion continued, probing further, and asked how Cyan had arrived in the demon realm. Cyan replied that he had come through the current of the river. Valkyrion seemed amused, commenting on the oddity of Cyan's aura and asking who he truly was. Nervously, Cyan denied any special identity, insisting he was just a normal human. Valkyrion smirked, his tone teasing, as he remarked that Cyan's claim of being normal seemed questionable. Cyan's thoughts raced as he insisted silently to himself that they had never met before. Valkyrion, lying relaxed on the ground, mused aloud that this must be true since he had never encountered a human. He wondered aloud when Cyan could have possibly seen him. Cyan remained silent, questioning internally why Valkyrion seemed so casual and whether this was the same demon king he remembered. Valkyrion spoke again, explaining that he had sensed a strange energy while making his rounds. Cyan, confused, asked what he meant by making rounds. Valkyrion clarified that, as the demon king, it was his duty to watch over the lands he ruled. Abruptly, Valkyrion asked Cyan to repeat what he had just said. Cyan hesitantly repeated the demon king's words about his responsibility to oversee his lands. Valkyrion chuckled, commenting on Cyan's unusual reaction. He jokingly added that Cyan's calm demeanor suggested familiarity, asking if his mother had never used him, the demon king, as a threat to scare him into obedience. Cyan doubted his assumptions, wondering if this truly was the same demon king he had known in his past life. If events were following the path he remembered, the demon's invasion should begin soon. However, Valkyrion's current demeanor did not align with the monstrous figure from his memories. Cyan speculated about what might have triggered Valkyrion's transformation and resolved to prevent such an event from occurring. Gathering his courage, Cyan asked what Valkyrion sought to accomplish as Demon King. Valkyrion responded with laughter, amused by Cyan's audacity. He stated simply that he wished for his people to live well and eat well. However, he warned that anyone who interfered with that peace would face his wrath. Cyan, while listening, felt a momentary glimpse of the monstrosity he remembered from his past life, though it seemed repressed for now. An idea sprung to mind. Cyan proposed a deal, warning Valkyrion of an impending event that could endanger his people and lead to a war between humans and demons. Valkyrion, intrigued but skeptical, asked Cyan to elaborate. Cyan explained that while he did not know the exact details, he was certain it would ignite a large-scale conflict. Valkyrion questioned whether Cyan was implying that he would seek to invade human lands. Cyan calmly suggested a negotiation, asking Valkyrion to promise not to start a war regardless of what happened. Valkyrion appeared amused by the proposition, asking what Cyan could offer in return. Meeting the Demon King's gaze, Cyan declared that he would do everything in his power to support Valkyrion and help him protect his people. Valkyrion leaned closer, scrutinizing Cyan's expression, and asked for his name. The boy responded firmly, introducing himself as Cyan Vert. Valkyrion nodded, agreeing to the terms. As the ruler of the demon realm, he promised not to invade human lands, no matter the circumstances. However, before departing, Valkyrion reminded Cyan that a deal was a deal and warned him to uphold his end of the bargain. With that, Valkyrion's wings unfolded, and he soared into the sky. Sometime later, an inspection team from Cyan's clan discovered him near the river, battered but alive. They escorted him back to safety, and his survival against the odds earned him the nickname the boy who survived the Devil Dragon. The group returned to an abbey near the borders of Velius, which had been repurposed as a military hospital. When Cyan awoke, he found Arin sitting by his side. Before he could process the situation, Arin hesitantly began to speak, her face flushed. She seemed to struggle with her words, and Cyan suspected she intended to ask him something significant. Finally, she asked if he would be hers, though her phrasing was vague and confusing. Cyan stared at her in bewilderment, unsure of her meaning. Internally, he questioned her motives, growing frustrated. Arin, failing to realize how unclear her words had been, began to cry. She lamented her incompetence, berating herself as a useless princess who could not handle the weight of her responsibilities and taking the boy's silence as refusal. Cyan, already irritated, thought about her self-pitying behavior and its connection to the tragic end he knew awaited her. Frustrated by her inability to act decisively, he spoke bluntly. He told her that in her current state, she was of no use to him or anyone else. Without influence, etiquette, or purpose, she was more of a liability than an asset. Cyan's words struck deeply, wounding the vulnerable princess. However, he added a statement that softened the blow, telling her that he would watch over her from afar until she developed into someone better. This unexpected remark deeply moved Arin, prompting her to ask what he meant by watching her. Trying to remain indifferent, Cyan replied that she shouldn't be disappointed. Arin, her emotions swirling, composed herself and replied with determination that she understood. She confidently declared that she would improve until she gained his acknowledgement. Smiling, she pointed at Cyan and vowed that one day she would become so powerful that he wouldn't be able to ignore her. Cyan, surprised by her sudden confidence, responded that he looked forward to it, though inwardly he found her quick change and demeanor perplexing, thinking she was still just a child. As Arin prepared to leave, she turned back with flushed cheeks, adding one more thing. She thanked him for being alive. Cyan, dumbfounded, struggled to grasp her intentions. The scene shifted to another location, the outskirts of the rear camp, deep within a snowy forest. A cloaked man moved cautiously through the snow until he reached a tree stump. After ensuring no one was watching, he retrieved a brightly colored cube, his face lighting up with joy as he muttered that there wasn't much left to accomplish. Suddenly, a voice startled him, stating his name, Reynold Crimson. At the sound of the voice, Reynold froze in place, his body bound by an invisible force. He struggled to move, realizing he was completely immobilized. Behind him stood Cyan, smirking faintly. Cyan calmly identified the cube as a small dimensional box, remarking that its commercialization hadn't yet occurred. It was an artifact capable of infinite storage, powered by immense mana. Cyan stepped closer, disguised as the cloaked man, while Reynold glared but powerless. Cyan explained that this artifact was a masterpiece of the Garum Kingdom's Mage Association, one he had been tracking for a year due to suspicions of smuggling within the Empire. Without hesitation, Cyan seized the cube from Reynold's hand, commenting on how Reynold had been using it for his illegal operations. Cyan proceeded to read Reynold's personal details aloud, revealing him to be a 7-star sorcerer knight from the Garum Kingdom. Reynold, shocked by Cyan's knowledge, grew even more alarmed when Cyan removed his hood, revealing his identity as Cyan Vert. Reynold began to wonder how Cyan had tracked him. Inspecting the cube's contents, Cyan revealed parts of demonic beasts, remarking that Reynold had been extracting their blood and smuggling it across the border in supply carriages. Cyan also deduced there was a spy in the Empire's supply department aiding the operation. Reynold immediately denied the accusations, claiming ignorance, but Cyan remained composed. He pointed out that the blood was already being sold on the black market. Reynold, recalling a transaction involving Hellhound Blood and Alice, began suspecting her betrayal. Regardless, he knew he couldn't let Cyan leave. Cyan continued his investigation, dismissively noting the beast parts as too large to consume, and wondered aloud how Reynold had managed to operate so boldly. As Reynold regained some control over his body, he smiled darkly and broke free of Cyan's restraining magic. With a crazed laugh, he cast a spell, Breath Fire, directing magical flames towards Cyan in an attempt to kill him. Reynold sneered, claiming that Cyan's carelessness would now cost him his life. The flames engulfed Cyan, and Reynold momentarily thought he was finished. The rumors about Cyan's strength, it seemed, were true. The fire spread, and Reynold, speaking smugly, lamented the loss of the dimensional box during transport, but remained confident in his victory. However, before Reynold could celebrate, his hand was severed in an instant. Reeling in pain and confusion, Reynold cried out as blood poured from his wound. He looked around frantically, noticing a strange black fog surrounding him. Before he could process what was happening, Cyan reappeared, alive and unscathed, and rushed toward him with terrifying speed. Cyan grabbed Reynold by the neck and pressed him against a tree, his aura radiating fury. With a menacing tone, Cyan demanded that Reynold reveal the smuggling routes and the identity of the spy. He warned that failure to comply would result in a death so horrifying that even Satan would pray for mercy on Reynold's behalf. The scene shifted to a bustling trading post on the western border of Velius. Merchants were fervently trading goods when two men opened a crate for inspection. As they lifted the lid, they froze in horror. Inside, they found the dismembered body parts of a smuggler dealt with by Cyan. The man's severed head lay among the blood-soaked remains, serving as a grim warning to anyone daring to follow in his footsteps. Cyan stood above and observed while Kiram questioned whether any action would be taken against the group nearby. Cyan responded with a calm assurance that the warning issued would suffice. The situation involving Reynold Crimson, a 7-star sorcerer knight from the Garum Kingdom. He had been smuggling demonic beast blood from the front lines without the Empire's knowledge. These contraband items were being delivered to the Garum Kingdom's Mage Association. That was a place where mages, driven by an obsessive passion for magic, gathered to delve into the origins and foundations of their craft, while also experimenting with the creation of new forms of magic. They aspired to transcend the limits of humanity itself. Currently, their efforts were directed toward practical innovations like the Dimension Box, but Cyan warned of the catastrophic implications of their future experiments with demonic beast blood. Resolving to put an end to their schemes, Cyan prepared to leave. Kiram, in a teasing manner, remarked on Cyan's apparent shift in purpose, suggesting it resembled a change in class from assassin to problem solver. Irritated, Cyan dismissed the comment and asked Kiram to stop talking. Undeterred, Kiram questioned whether the decision to interfere was selfless, noting it seemed contrary to Cyan's claim of living for personal goals. Cyan, however, replied with firm conviction, explaining that preventing the misuse of demonic beast blood was a personal matter, not an altruistic endeavor. The scene shifted to a residence in the Wuzif Empire, where Echelle, Cyan's older brother, stood by a window, reading a letter. The content mentioned Cyan, and Echelle mused aloud about Cyan being on the front lines with their father. A lady, sitting on the bed, curiously asked about Cyan, referring to him as Echelle's half-brother. Echelle, with evident irritation, confirmed and admitted that Cyan was becoming a nuisance. Resolving to confront him, Echelle decided to give him a visit. Meanwhile, Cyan was preparing to leave the battlefield. Emily expressed excitement about finally departing the front lines and speculated enthusiastically about the academy they were headed to, expecting it to be a far cry from their current grim environment. Cyan, however, viewed the academy differently, describing it as a harsh environment dominated by politics, envy, and competition over education. Despite his warning, Emily's excitement remained unshaken, as she chattered about the prospect of handsome instructors and the possibility of romance. Cyan wondered silently about her priorities and whether her enthusiasm was really about the academy. After a long journey home, Cyan stepped down from the carriage, taking in his surroundings. Unexpectedly, he encountered his half-brother, Krantz, who appeared strangely terrified upon seeing him. As Cyan attempted a casual greeting, Krantz fled in fear, leaving him puzzled. Kiram, observing the encounter, questioned who the stranger was. Cyan explained it was his half-brother and dismissed the interaction as unimportant. Kiram, however, laughed, noting the stark contrast between Cyan and his family. Cyan denied the observation, though he privately acknowledged someone else as the true opposite. Upon arriving at his family's residence, Cyan was surprised to find the servants lined up respectfully to welcome him back. This unusual display of courtesy puzzled him, as the servants had always ignored him in the past. He suspected their sudden politeness was due to the presence of his father or someone of equal authority. Reflecting on the changes that had occurred over the past year, Cyan considered this a testament to his own efforts. As Cyan approached his room, a sinister aura emanating from within caught his attention. Recognizing the presence, he steeled himself before entering. Inside, Echelle stood, his expression twisted into a disturbing grin. Echelle greeted Cyan casually, remarking on the time that had passed since they last saw one another. Cyan's shock and anger were palpable as he tried to maintain composure. Echelle continued, expressing mock concern over whether Cyan remembered him. However, Cyan found it difficult to focus, his thoughts consumed by the overwhelming urge to kill. As he reached for his demonic sword, Kiram materialized beside him, urging restraint. She reminded him that attacking Echelle impulsively would be unwise. Though infuriated, Cyan managed to suppress his rage and instead bowed, addressing Echelle as his older brother. Echelle, seemingly pleased, patted Cyan's head and expressed satisfaction at being remembered. Though this action incensed Cyan further, he forced himself to remain calm. Echelle then commented on Cyan's improved swordsmanship and expressed expectations that Cyan would soon prove useful on the battlefield. Despite his growing resentment, Cyan maintained a serious demeanor and replied that he looked forward to it as well. Echelle, appearing slightly skeptical, noted Cyan's response, but concluded by stating his pleasure at visiting. Inwardly, Cyan assessed Echelle's intentions. Knowing his older brother's habit of disregarding those deemed insignificant, Cyan recognized that Echelle's presence had a purpose. Strangely, this realization helped Cyan regain his composure. Cyan forced a peculiar smile, his expression strained, and acknowledged that he had missed him as well. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Emily wrestled with two heavy suitcases, her displeasure evident. She muttered complaints under her breath, remarking on how Cyan didn't even have any luggage and could have easily helped her. Frustration crept into her actions as she opened the door and immediately directed her anger at Cyan, questioning his behavior. However, upon noticing Echelle's presence in the room, she fell silent, her words abruptly halting in surprise. Echelle appeared calm and approachable, offering a smile as he observed Emily. He mentioned that he had heard of her closeness to Cyan and assured her to continue her work without hesitation. His tone was courteous, implying that she needn't feel uncomfortable. After delivering his statement, Echelle exited the room, prompting both Cyan and Emily to bow respectfully in farewell. As the door closed, Emily let out a sigh of relief and confessed her nervousness. Her demeanor quickly shifted to irritation as she directed a sharp look at Cyan, expressing her frustration at not being informed earlier of the first young master's arrival. Cyan, visibly uneasy, interrupted her complaint with a pointed tone, requesting to be left alone for a while. Emily, unaware of his troubled mood, attempted to protest but stopped short when she caught sight of his intimidating glare. He repeated his demand firmly, leaving no room for argument. Reluctantly, she complied, though she was perplexed by this unfamiliar side of him. Once alone, Cyan felt overwhelmed. He retreated to the bathroom, where the intensity of his emotions caused him to vomit. When he finally emerged, his demeanor had shifted, appearing slightly more composed. Turning his attention inward, he addressed Kiram, questioning why she had intervened earlier. Kiram, her tone mocking, replied that Cyan should actually be grateful. Cyan retorted, accusing Kiram of seeking opportunities to take control of his body. Kiram's response carried a sinister undertone as she clarified that her intent was merely to fuel Cyan's anger, savoring the emotional turmoil it would create. Amused by this revelation, Cyan laughed, acknowledging the dark honesty in Kiram's words. The scene then transitioned to Echelle's location, where he summoned a servant. The servant promptly provided an update, stating that the second young lady had been located in the northern territory of the White Elves, Farina. Echelle mused over the reputation of the White Elves, who were known for their disdain toward outsiders. He remarked on her ability to navigate such challenging environments and instructed the servant to monitor her movements closely, especially if there were signs of her return. The servant agreed to the task, noting Echelle's seemingly brighter mood and curiously inquired if the meeting with his younger brother had been enjoyable. Echelle responded with a laugh, acknowledging that it could be described as amusing, though his expression quickly turned foreboding. Correcting the servant, he admitted to being in a foul mood. Echelle's thoughts lingered on Cyan's expression during their encounter, noting the intensity in his younger brother's eyes. It felt as though Cyan viewed him as a lifelong nemesis. He questioned whether this perception was merely his imagination, but resolved to keep a close watch on him regardless. The servant assured Echelle of his dedication to the task, while Echelle, lost in thought, contemplated the enigmatic nature of Cyan's gaze, wondering what secrets he might be hiding. The scene shifted to a carriage waiting outside the mansion, with Emily standing nearby. Her displeasure was evident as she confronted Cyan, voicing her disappointment in his actions. Cyan attempted to justify his situation, explaining that he was only allowed to take a knight escort to the academy. However, Emily grew more irate, chastising him for not informing her sooner. The argument escalated briefly before it was time for Cyan to leave. He bid her farewell, urging her to behave in his absence. Emily, feigning indifference, returned the sentiment with a playful remark. As the carriage began its journey, Emily shouted after him, her voice tinged with emotion, urging him not to let himself be discouraged even if he faced difficulties. Her words caused Cyan to glance back, his face betraying a mix of embarrassment and gratitude. He reflected on a childhood memory, recalling a time when he had been gravely ill. At the age of 8, during a torrential rainstorm, Emily had carried his feverish body to seek help. Despite being only a servant, she had run through the streets tirelessly until a kind old man offered them shelter and assistance. Back in the present, Cyan recognized that while their interactions were often contentious, their bond was akin to family. With a rare smile, he called out from the carriage, teasing Emily to behave or face his wrath. Emily, delighted by his light-hearted tone, pretended not to hear, though her expression betrayed her happiness. To Cyan, Emily was far more than just a servant. She was someone deeply significant in his life. As the carriage moved farther away, Cyan sat in silence, his expression growing pensive. He noted with unease the presence of 6 intermediate-class knights assigned to escort him. The disproportionate security puzzled him, prompting a weary sigh. Finally, he muttered with a wry smile, suggesting to himself that trouble was likely brewing before he even reached the academy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the carriage slowed, and 2 knights exchanged subtle signals, indicating a hidden plan. Inside the carriage, Cyan lay calmly, seemingly aware of everything unfolding around him. A knight approached and suggested that they camp for the night. In response, Cyan asked where they were. The knight informed him that they were near the central city of Saffron and assured him they would arrive in the city by morning. Cyan agreed and instructed the knight to inform him once the campsite was ready. The knight acknowledged the order with deference. Observing the surroundings, Cyan immediately recognized the knight's lie. He noted that there wasn't a forest like this near Saffron, nor was it a place with any notable shade or landmarks. The area, remote and isolated, was far from any central city. Internally, Cyan confirmed his suspicion, realizing the knight's true intentions. Moments later, another knight called to Cyan, requesting him to step out of the carriage. Cyan complied, feigning ignorance, and commented on how refreshing the air was. As he exited, the knights surrounded him. Noticing what he intended to do, Cyan inquired about the mastermind's identity. The man with brown hair hesitated, appearing anxious, while the other knights remained silent, their unease evident. One of them finally smirked, prompting Cyan to fix him with a menacing gaze and repeat his question. The knight with the smirk, now holding his sword, dismissed Cyan's inquiry, stating that it didn't matter since he would be dead soon. Another knight expressed regret over the situation, remarking that there were no personal feelings involved. A third knight added that he would try to make Cyan's death painless, instructing him to close his eyes and accept his fate. As the smirking knight lunged forward to attack, Cyan remained calm. In a flash, the knight's body fell to the ground in pieces, his head severed cleanly. The other knights froze in shock, their faces pale with terror. Cyan, now exuding a chilling bloodlust, brandished his sword and demanded to know who was behind the ambush. The knights, paralyzed by fear, failed to respond. Cyan's voice turned cold as he taunted them, questioning why they seemed unprepared for this outcome. The brown-haired stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Summoning his courage, one knight charged at Cyan in a desperate bid for survival. However, his attempt was futile. Mere moments later, his head was severed. With swift and calculated strikes, Cyan unleashed a barrage of attacks on the remaining knights, each blow finding its mark. One knight, too frightened to fight, attempted to flee, but was swiftly cut down by Cyan's dagger that hurled toward his back. The man in the brown-haired, now the sole survivor, tears streamed down his face as he stammered in disbelief, questioning how an 11-year-old could be so fearsome. Cyan's reputation as someone who had survived a battle with a dragon suddenly seemed all too credible. As Cyan approached, his menacing gaze fixed on the man, he demanded a confession. Overwhelmed with fear, the man revealed that Mrs. Margaret had orchestrated the ambush. Cyan, finding the answer almost too convenient, expressed mild disappointment, but listened as the man continued to sob and tremble. Later, the carriage resumed its journey with the man at the reins and Cyan seated on top. The man elaborated further, explaining that the mission stemmed from a favor Mr. Krantz had requested from Mrs. Margaret. Cyan, surprised by this revelation, recalled how Krantz had fled at the mere sight of him. Internally, he resolved to teach Krantz a lesson when their paths crossed again. The man, still trembling, asked Cyan about his fate, wondering if he would be killed. Cyan dismissed the question, remarking that the man didn't seem particularly upset about the possibility. The man confessed that since they had been the ones to attack first, he had no right to resent being killed in return. Cyan ignored the sentiment, instructing the man to focus on driving. He added that there was a difference between being useless and having no value, and acknowledged the man's skill in handling the carriage. Surprised, the man thanked him. As the majestic city of Saffron came into view, Cyan announced their arrival. The scene shifted to a luxurious room where a shattered vase lay on the floor. A woman's furious voice demanded an explanation as she trembling in anger. Her butler confirmed that of the knights sent to attack Cyan, 6 were dead and 1 was missing. He added that the young master had left Saffron 10 days ago. Margaret, shocked and enraged, exclaimed that she had been assured there would be no problems. The butler bowed apologetically, admitting they had underestimated Cyan. Furious, Margaret berated him for being unable to eliminate a mere child. Attempting to justify himself, the butler suggested that someone unknown might have intervened on Cyan's behalf and proposed sending someone to the academy. However, Margaret, growing increasingly anxious, cut him off sharply. She reminded him of the consequences should Cyan retaliate, especially if Krantz were harmed. The memory of Cyan's terrifying demeanor and past threats caused her voice to falter with fear. The thought of what Cyan might do made Margaret resolve to abandon any further attempts, her anxiety visibly consuming her. Margaret, her face still tense, turned sharply to the butler and ordered him to stand down, forbidding any further action. Her voice carried a tone of finality as she added that no one must ever know about the incident. The butler bowed obediently, silently acknowledging her instructions before leaving the room. However, his movements caught the attention of Echelle's servant, who observed him carefully. The scene then shifted to Cyan, lounging comfortably in the back of a horse-drawn carriage. His thoughts drifted as he noted it had been 10 days since their departure. Sir Brian had been acting as his subordinate the entire time, and Cyan surmised that word of his survival had likely spread by now. With the Royal Academy drawing near, Cyan contemplated his next move regarding Brian. Interrupting his thoughts, Brian opened the carriage window and announced their arrival. Cyan, still half asleep, opened his eyes and acknowledged the information. As the Academy complex came into view, Cyan's mind wandered to the past. He reflected on his time there, remarking internally that while the memories weren't particularly pleasant, the Academy had shaped him in significant ways. Arriving at the reception desk, Cyan presented his family crest and introduced himself as Cyan Vert of the Duke Vert family. The staff member at the desk froze momentarily, visibly startled by the prestigious name, before quickly regaining composure. She welcomed Cyan with a smile, confirming his registration and instructing him to proceed to his assigned dormitory. She also informed him of the upcoming entrance ceremony and elemental test scheduled for 2 days later. Cyan's surprise grew when he learned he had been assigned a private room, something unprecedented for his family. He questioned whether there had been a mistake, but the staff member simply handed him a tray containing his belongings, a key, and a letter, avoiding further explanation. Still skeptical, Cyan accepted the items and made his way to the dormitory with Brian. When they entered the room, Brian, overwhelmed by the grandeur of their accommodations, dropped the luggage abruptly. His expression betrayed shock as he stood speechless. Cyan took a moment to examine the luxurious surroundings and quietly remarked on the significance of being placed in the royal hall, noting that no one from his family had ever received such an honor. Convinced that someone influential must be behind this, Cyan turned to Brian for confirmation about the luggage. Brian, still shaken, confirmed that everything had been delivered. Cyan then reached into his coat, retrieving something as he casually remarked that Brian's role had been completed now that they had safely arrived at the academy. Brian, misunderstanding Cyan's intent, began trembling and begged for mercy, fearing the worst. To his astonishment, Cyan tossed him a bag of gold coins instead. Brian, bewildered, tried to comprehend the gesture. Cyan turned toward the window, waving his hand dismissively, and explained that the gold was payment for his service. He added that it would be enough for Brian to start a new life elsewhere, but warned him not to return to Velias if he valued his safety. Despite the warning, Cyan clarified that he wouldn't stop him from doing so. Hearing these words, Brian's expression grew solemn. After a moment of hesitation, he dropped to one knee and solemnly declared his intent to serve Cyan for life. Introducing himself formally as Brian Kendrick, a knight of Velias, he requested permission to remain in Cyan's service. Cyan, visibly surprised, remarked on Brian's true identity, admitting he had mistaken him for a mere coachman. Brian confessed that he was a low-ranking knight, often assigned to menial duties. He explained that his father had advised him to serve someone trustworthy without hesitation if he ever encountered such a person. Cyan's expression turned serious, his aura growing more imposing. He questioned Brian's loyalty, asking how he could trust that Cyan wouldn't betray him in the future. Despite his fear, Brian responded resolutely, stating that it wouldn't matter even if Cyan did. Satisfied with Brian's unwavering resolve, Cyan patted him on the shoulder and acknowledged his loyalty. With a dismissive tone, Cyan stated that he had no intention of attending the entrance ceremony and instructed Brian to prepare for the elemental test instead. Brian complied, addressing Cyan as young master, while still processing everything that had transpired. Meanwhile, in the dean's office at the Royal Academy, Kundel Quiselle reviewed the year's student intake. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, he noted that several talented individuals would participate in the elemental test. Among them were Princess Arin Sevelus, who possessed 2-star mana control abilities, AB rank in physical aptitude, and 52% purity in the light attribute. Another notable name was Seth Chaharkin, who boasted 3-star mana control abilities, an A rank in physical aptitude, and 71% purity in the sand attribute. However, what caught the dean's attention most was Cyan Vert reviewing Cyan's statistics. He noted the stark contrast. A 1-star mana control ability paired with S-ranked physical aptitude and a remarkable 92% purity in the dark attribute. The instructor present, a woman named Serrika Nigrithie, pointed out that even Alice Vert, the so-called God's child, had only achieved 88% purity in the water attribute upon graduation. The dean mused over the implications of Cyan's talents. He found it fascinating that the younger sibling of a prodigy might surpass their elder sibling in potential. With an intrigued expression, he acknowledged that Cyan Vert was a subject worth monitoring closely. Serrika expressed concern about Cyan's dark attribute, remarking that talents aligned with darkness often had the potential to stagnate or rot. The dean then asked if Serrika was aware that Cyan Vert had been assigned to the royal hall. She replied affirmatively, explaining that other instructors had informed her. The dean elaborated, revealing that it was an order from the emperor himself. This revelation left Serrika stunned. The dean continued, explaining that Cyan had saved the young princess from monsters on the front lines, and there were even rumors that the emperor was considering marrying the fifth princess, previously regarded as a failure, to Cyan. The union between the princess and the illustrious Vert family, known for producing exceptional talents, would undoubtedly cause significant ripple effects. Serrika speculated on the consequences, predicting that conflicts over imperial succession could intensify and potentially lead to a civil war. The dean cautioned her not to overthink the situation, stating that their role was merely to observe. He mused aloud, wondering whether Cyan would ultimately rise as the empire's hero or bring about its downfall. Meanwhile, after completing his examination, Cyan walked through the academy corridors, reflecting on his test results. His dark attribute purity had reached an impressive 92%, prompting him to ponder whether this was higher than in his past life. He speculated that his unusually high score might be attributed to consuming the blood of demonic beasts. As Cyan turned a corner, he encountered Krantz. Greeting him in a seemingly casual manner, Cyan noted Krantz's visible fear. Cyan privately thought about how shocking it must be for Krantz to see someone he believed to be dead. Standing beside Krantz was a tall young man who exuded hostility. This individual, with a mocking tone, asked Krantz if Cyan was the boy he treated like a servant. Krantz, stammering, nervously introduced Cyan. The young man, whom Cyan recognized as Popper Penneron, the son of Marquis Penneron of the Garum Kingdom, sneered and insulted Cyan, commenting on his unknown parentage. Memories of Popper's bullying from Cyan's past life surfaced, prompting Cyan to smirk wickedly. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to meet Popper again under these circumstances. Unaware of the brewing tension, Popper urged Krantz to move aside, suggesting that Cyan deserved a beating. Krantz, sensing the imminent confrontation, tried to defuse the situation by suggesting they head to the cafeteria instead. However, before anything could be resolved, Cyan lunged forward and delivered a powerful kick to Popper, sending him crashing into the wall, which cracked under the impact. Krantz shouted Popper's name in shock as the unconscious boy slumped to the floor. Cyan then turned to Krantz, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Krantz, trembling and tearing up, could only stammer apologies. Leaning in, Cyan whispered a chilling threat into Krantz's ear, warning that while he was lenient about actions taken behind his back, any future encounter would result in Krantz graduating in a wheelchair. The fear in Krantz's eyes was unmistakable as Cyan left him paralyzed with terror. As Cyan walked away, a sinister smile crept across his face. He thought to himself that life at the academy was shaping up to be quite entertaining. Elsewhere, in the Royal Academy's library, an instructor named Serrika roamed the shelves while contemplating Cyan. She wondered whether he would emerge as the hero of the Empire or its greatest downfall. Moving toward the spot where a particular book should have been, she discovered it missing and frowned, puzzled by its disappearance. Suddenly, Cyan appeared behind her, startling her. He held the missing book in his hand and casually asked if she was looking for it. Serrika tried to maintain her composure, forcing a smile as she questioned how a student had gained access to a restricted area. Inwardly, however, she was alarmed, realizing she hadn't detected his presence at all. Feigning ignorance, Serrika addressed Cyan formally, asking if he was Mr. Cyan Vert and politely requesting the book for her research. Cyan, with a friendly expression, handed her something resembling a letter instead of the book. Serrika began to thank him when, suddenly, a sharp weapon was launched in Cyan's direction. Though the attack caught him off guard, it struck the book rather than Cyan himself. Cyan, now on high alert, asked Serrika if that wasn't what she was looking for. His tone turned sharp as he accused her of belonging to the Mist, a notorious assassin organization. Serrika's expression hardened. Her true identity revealed as she held the letter hidden within the book and demanded to know how Cyan had discovered her secret. Cyan recounted his past life, recalling how he had initially found Serrika's demeanor unremarkable. She had presented herself as a kind and friendly instructor, frequently engaging him in conversations about his growth and his challenges as someone bullied by his brother. At the time, her interest in him had seemed almost comical. Interrupting his thoughts, Serrika expressed her fascination with Cyan, remarking on the rarity of his dark attribute purity, which he believed to be around 84%. This caught Cyan off guard, though he remained focused on the dangerous game now unfolding between them. Cyan, with a hesitant expression, remarked that he had been told his element wasn't particularly special. Serrika, maintaining her calm demeanor, responded with words of encouragement, pointing out that humanity's understanding of the darkness element was still limited. She added that she believed his growth potential was infinite. Cyan, briefly caught off guard, found himself entertaining the thought that this instructor might genuinely want to help him. However, that momentary trust quickly dissipated as Cyan's sharp instincts kicked in. Internally, he reminded himself that this was all a misunderstanding. He was being deceived. Serrika's innocent appearance was nothing more than a mask. Cyan's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. Serrika wasn't just an instructor. She was an assassin. Not only that, but she was the Hall Master of Mist, a shadowy organization notorious for its covert operations. And now, she was hiding within the Academy, a place teeming with nobles and royals from across the continent. Serrika, now composed, suggested with a seemingly harmless tone that Cyan join her in her laboratory. Her unbothered demeanor caught Cyan by surprise, as it wasn't the reaction he had anticipated. The two soon found themselves in Serrika's laboratory, a space crowded with peculiar objects and tools. As Cyan surveyed the room, he noted that it hadn't changed from what he remembered. Sitting down, he casually sipped the tea offered to him. With a sudden, bright smile, Cyan commented that she had poisoned the tea. Serrika, unfazed, returned his smile and confirmed it cheerfully, stating it wasn't a severe poison and would only melt his organs. Cyan remained calm, thinking to himself that the poison wouldn't affect him, as he had built immunity from years of consuming demonic beast blood, and of course from Emily's less-than-edible cooking. Changing his demeanor to match the gravity of the situation, Cyan looked Serrika in the eye and suggested that she use something stronger next time. The atmosphere shifted as Serrika abandoned any pretense of friendliness. She leaned forward and suggested they have a proper conversation, asking Cyan how he had discovered her true identity. She also demanded to know how he was aware of her orders being hidden in the obscure book in the library. Her suspicion deepened as she speculated whether Cyan was a part of Mist himself. Calmly, Cyan asked what more proof she needed. Unnerved, Serrika scoffed, accusing Cyan of being overconfident after his recent elemental test results. Cyan ignored her remark and began recounting the events before his arrival at Chatran, where others had questioned why he only had one escort knight and a coachman for protection. He highlighted the recent string of noble assassinations and then asked Serrika directly when the purification project had begun. Feigning ignorance, Serrika questioned what he meant by purification project. However, her growing hostility betrayed her true feelings. Cyan clarified that he was referring to the assassinations and confronted her directly. Serrika, now with a cold and threatening tone, warned him that he might regret his words. Unbothered, Cyan pressed her further, asking if she was threatening a student. The confrontation escalated as Serrika flipped the table between them, attempting to obstruct Cyan's view. Cyan, unfazed, smashed the table in half with a single punch. Serrika, demonstrating her assassin skills, moved to the ceiling, armed with 2 daggers. From above, she lunged at Cyan, declaring that if he were truly a part of Mist, she would have known about him. With incredible speed, she unleashed 2 strikes aimed directly at Cyan. However, Cyan managed to evade them just in time. Serrika's excitement grew as she taunted him, refusing to let him escape. Cyan, now visibly irritated, drew Kiram's blade form, its dark energy pulsating in his hand. In a calm but serious tone, he stated that he had no choice but to fight back. Changing his grip on Kiram, Cyan rushed toward her, stating that if she couldn't trust his words, he would prove himself through action. His relentless assault from multiple angles overwhelmed her defenses, forcing her to call for a halt. Breathing heavily, Serrika's eyes widened as she recognized the weapon Cyan wielded. Staring at the dagger, she stammered, questioning whether it was the demonic sword Kiram a legendary weapon said to be wielded only by someone chosen by Eru. Cyan, holding Kirim firmly, asked coldly if she believed him now. He then added that Mist must currently be searching for its successor. Serrika, bewildered, demanded to know how Cyan was aware of this. With a chilling calmness, Cyan revealed that the successor Mist sought was standing right in front of her. He instructed Serrika to bring him to Eru, leaving her visibly shaken by the command. The scene shifted to a dark and desolate street in Lewin, the area illuminated only by faint moonlight. Serrika led Cyan to a concealed door, using magic to unlock it. As the door opened, a dense, eerie mist poured out, carrying an air of foreboding. Serrika motioned toward the doorway and informed Cyan that this was the path to the altar he sought. She added that he was on his own from this point forward. Without another word, she turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving Cyan to venture into the darkness alone. Cyan surveyed his surroundings, quickly deducing the nature of the strange realm he was in. He noted that this was a unique space, expanded using the power of the god of darkness. From the outside, the area seemed far smaller than it actually was. As Cyan analyzed the terrain, he sensed ambushers lying in wait. He calmly assessed their positions, identifying 2 at one direction and 3 at another. Moments later, daggers flew toward him, but Cyan had anticipated the attack and effortlessly blocked every projectile. However, the thrown daggers were merely distractions. 2 masked assassins emerged from behind and moved in to strike. Cyan remained calm, thinking to himself that while he had predicted such a maneuver, this elaborate welcome ceremony was excessive. As the assassins lunged, Cyan skillfully dodged, stepping back with measured strike. The speed of the assassins' attacks was astounding, their movements appearing as flashes of red light. They threw a barrage of concealed weapons at Cyan, who blocked each one without faltering. Cyan retaliated by throwing their own daggers back at them, nearly hitting one assassin's face. However, the assassins skillfully deflected the projectiles, demonstrating impressive technique. Cyan briefly admired their abilities, thinking how remarkable it was that they managed to deflect his counterattacks in such a short window of time. But the respite was brief as all the assassins converged on him, activating their secret technique, expansion, and forming the deadly Deathhorn formation. Cyan found himself surrounded, with attacks coming from all 4 directions simultaneously. Despite the situation, Cyan remained unfazed. He had already analyzed their techniques, and in response, activated his own secret technique, expansion. A red aura enveloped his body, radiating outward with a menacing intensity. The assassins froze in shock, realizing that Cyan, a mere child, was using their exclusive technique. Their astonishment grew as Cyan unleashed Bloodthirst Wave, a skill that converted bloodlust into a physical wave of energy. As the wave surged outward, it engulfed the assassins, constricting their movements and making it impossible for them to breathe. One by one, the assassins collapsed unconscious, their bodies overwhelmed by the force of the technique. Cyan observed the aftermath and confirmed that none of them would be getting up anytime soon. However, Cyan's focus shifted to a final assassin who had yet to act. This figure had been silently watching from a distance, exuding an air of authority. Cyan suspected this individual was a higher-ranking operative. To prepare for any surprises, Cyan activated Mist Sword, unshakable roots of a great tree, channeling power into the demonic blade, Kirim. Before Cyan could execute the skill, the assassin launched a swift and powerful attack, interrupting his technique mid-action. Cyan staggered momentarily, surprised by the assassin's strength. His thoughts raced as he questioned the identity of someone capable of halting him so effortlessly. As the mask of the final assassin slipped off, Cyan's eyes widened in shock. Standing before him was none other than Serrika, the Hall Master herself. Serrika's expression twisted into a deranged smile, her cheeks flushed red. In an obsessive tone, she demanded that Cyan reveal his true power. Without hesitation, Cyan activated Thick Mist 8th Form, Assault. The skill unleashed 8 slashes within a single second, forcing Serrika to retreat. The ferocity of the attack even severed the hair tie that bound her hair, causing her long, smooth locks to cascade freely. Serrika, unbothered by the setback, looked delighted as she complimented Cyan's proficiency with both the thick mist technique and the mist sword. Her excitement only seemed to grow as she insisted he reveal his full potential. Before Serrika could finish her sentence, Cyan turned and fled, unwilling to continue the confrontation. Serrika's excitement turned into relentless pursuit as she activated zeal for combat. Cyan, now running for his life, couldn't help but feel the weight of his predicament. He realized that Serrika, as a hall master, was driven by an insatiable desire for combat, a fixation that would only end with one of them dead. As Cyan's apprehension grew, Serrika used her skill to climb the walls, quickly closing the distance between them. Her expression was a mix of madness and delight, her flushed cheeks and maniacal smile making her appear more like a demon than a human. Her voice echoed in the eerie space as she called out to Cyan, taunting him and asking if this wasn't exactly what he wanted. Serrika activated Mist Sword, rushing Mist Storm, unleashing slashes that blocked all of Cyan's escape routes. Pushed back, Cyan defended himself as best as he could, muttering under his breath that he wasn't nearly as deranged as her. Amid the chaos, Serrika informed him that the realm they were in was created by Eru, the god of darkness. She explained that no energy or activity within the space could be detected by the outside world. Her words carried a terrifying implication. There would be no interruptions, no escape, and no consequences from the outside. Upon hearing the situation, Cyan made a decision. In a place like this, where all techniques could be utilized, he acknowledged the risk of killing his opponent but dismissed the concern. In the next moment, Cyan's entire body underwent a transformation. A red aura surrounded him, and his eyes turned crimson, signaling his fusion with Kirim. Suddenly, Cyan's behavior changed dramatically. His body froze, and without warning, he collapsed face-first onto the ground, unconscious. Serrika, witnessing this, was taken by surprise and struggled to comprehend what had just occurred. As confusion clouded her mind, Kirim's voice echoed, expressing confidence and remarking that Cyan could rest. Immediately afterward, a dark energy coalesced, materializing Kirim's physical form. Serrika, still unsure of the woman's identity, recoiled in shock as Kirim's voice turned threatening. Kirim admitted reluctance in intervening and questioned Serrika's actions. Recognizing her, Serrika knelt out of respect and addressed her by name. Demonic Sword Kirim. Visibly angered, Kirim demanded an explanation for Serrika's actions, accusing her of attacking Cyan despite worshipping Eru. In defense, Serrika clarified that her actions were meant to verify Cyan's legitimacy as the successor. Dissatisfied with this reasoning, Kirim unleashed a powerful aura and stated that Serrika could have called upon her god instead. Kirim interpreted Serrika's actions as a direct challenge and voiced this interpretation with evident hostility. Serrika, hesitant to engage further, offered an awkward smile and redirected Kirim's attention to Cyan. Puzzled, Kirim glanced at Cyan and noticed him lying in a pool of blood. Alarmed, she exclaimed in frustration, questioning why he was dying. Serrika explained the inefficiency of manifesting one's entire form, noting that it consumed the owner's life force. Furious at this revelation, Kirim grabbed Cyan by the collar and chastised him for the reckless use of his abilities, referencing the beast blood he had consumed. Serrika, however, intervened, asserting her readiness for battle and expressing that she never turned down a challenge, especially one from Kirim. Kirim, disturbed by Serrika's enthusiasm, reflected internally on the absurdity of the situation and admitted to feeling uneasy. At that moment, Cyan regained consciousness and, exhausted, demanded Kirim release him. Once freed, Cyan questioned Kirim's sudden manifestation. Kirim, smiling mischievously, instructed him to stay behind her, claiming it was time to teach Serrika a lesson. Serrika, delighted by the challenge, prepared herself and expressed the honor of fighting Kirim. In response, Kirim warned her not to beg for mercy later. Serrika, undeterred, provocatively replied that she hoped Kirim could push her to that point. Before the conflict could escalate further, a whisper interrupted Serrika. Recognizing the voice as Eru's, she froze. A blue portal appeared, capturing the attention of both Kirim and Cyan. From the portal came a command, instructing Serrika to send Cyan to the altar. Serrika, showing respect, agreed without hesitation. Observing the unfolding events, Cyan felt a sense of relief, quietly expressing his anticipation of finally meeting Eru, the god of darkness. Within Cyan's mind, memories of the past resurfaced. He recalled how people described the god of black mist as evil, claiming that this god justified killing without hesitation. The god, in response, had stated that such acts were driven by the desires of others, emphasizing the importance of individual ethics over external judgment. Though many would deem this logic insane, Cyan recognized the god's intent to protect the weak. Despite this understanding, Cyan considered the god an idealistic fool. Returning to the present, Cyan and Kiram, with Eru's permission, stepped into the abyss portal. Ahead of them lay an endless staircase ascending to a throne. Atop the throne sat a figure clad in the familiar hooded cloak of assassins. As they approached, the figure addressed Cyan, asking if he knew his identity. Cyan, maintaining a calm demeanor, confirmed the man as Eru, the god of darkness. Eru, seeking further confirmation, inquired about Cyan's name and the evidence supporting his claim as the successor. Cyan, confident, pointed out the presence of the power of darkness within him. Satisfied by this response, Eru refrained from questioning further. Eru explained the two paths to becoming the successor. One where the mist stone is bestowed directly, and another where the stone independently finds a worthy individual. Eru acknowledged that the latter applied in Cyan's case, noting the unexpected disappearance of the mist stone a year earlier. Additionally, Eru expressed surprise at Cyan's ability to awaken Kiram, admitting his own failure in locating her. Kiram, appearing in her diminutive demonic form, silently displayed her displeasure at the notion of being handled by Cyan. Continuing, Eru complimented Cyan's eyes, observing a wisdom beyond his years. He concluded that Cyan was an outsider from this timeline disconnected from his own. In Cyan's mind, thoughts churned as he pondered what Eru had referred to, noting that Eru's worlds were not part of his. He considered the possibility that Eru might have been involved in his regression and voiced his suspicion, remarking internally that he had assumed Eru had a hand in it. Eru, however, dismissed the idea with an air of bluntness, explaining that if an omnipotent and omniscient god had been sought, then Cyan was in the wrong place. Eru admitted he no longer possessed such powers, as his rights as a god had been stripped away long ago. Hearing Eru's words, Cyan silently acknowledged their truth and admitted to himself that such expectations had indeed been misplaced. He reflected on the irony of the situation, expressing to Eru in a contemplative manner that it was, in fact, convenient for him. Eru's response to Cyan's observation carried a tone of excitement as he commented on the arrival of a perfect successor who had come willingly, reducing the burden of effort on Eru's part. There was an unmistakable glee in Eru's words as he mentioned not needing to lift a finger. Cyan, acknowledging this with a touch of sarcasm, remarked on Eru's unchanged laziness, a sentiment that left Kiram, who was observing the interaction, both confused and uneasy. Shifting the subject, Eru noted that Cyan had brought something troubling along with him. Eru questioned whether the demonic sword had not been enough and hinted at Cyan's apparent intent to wield the power of the holy sword as well. Cyan, responding with a mischievous smirk, denied any current plans. With a devilish expression, he took out the broken piece of the holy sword's handle and speculated aloud that if the world were unaware of its existence, it might render the artifact useless. Eru, observing Cyan's actions, appeared intrigued and commented on the malicious nature of Cyan's hobby, adding that he had no interest in interfering but would adhere to the rules. Eru then approached Cyan, his presence growing oppressive as a dense aura emanated from him. With a cold and commanding tone, Eru demanded that Cyan, as a successor and the inheritor of his power, reveal his intentions. Faced with Eru's intimidating demeanor, Cyan slipped into deep thought. Memories of his brother surfaced, along with recollections of a similar question posed in his previous life. Back then, his answer had been a declaration to live for his brother, a response he now regarded as foolish. Reflecting on why such a shallow resolve had not been challenged, Cyan concluded that his past self had lacked deeper ambition. Eru's voice echoed in his mind, warning of the peril inherent in blind faith. Resolving to be different, Cyan met Eru's imposing question with clarity. He declared that his use of Eru's power would not serve any grand cause or divine faith, but would instead be entirely self-serving. Surprised by this forthrightness, Eru remarked on the weight of Cyan's decision and warned him to consider his answer carefully, as the wrong response could result in death. Remaining composed, Cyan reaffirmed his stance, expressing indifference to any consequences his actions might bring. He emphasized his intent to follow no one's orders and chart his own path. Eru, sensing a hidden determination in Cyan's words, speculated about the existence of a greater plan, but received only a curt refusal from Cyan when asked for details. Accepting Cyan's decision, Eru remarked that it was sufficient as long as Cyan purified his name. Their conversation was interrupted when Eru swiftly appeared before Kirim. He declared that it was time to continue his conversation with his daughter, all while Kirim stood, sweating profusely in surprise. Kirim, flustered and angry, demanded an explanation, but Eru continued with a light-hearted remark about her apparent obedience to Cyan. His words only served to intensify her discomfort, prompting her to lash out in protest. Cyan, observing the exchange, offered a dry remark on the nature of their wholesome father-daughter relationship, which only deepened Kirim's unease. As the tension escalated, Eru's mouth attempted to kiss Kirim before magical circles appeared around her. The energy from these circles transformed Kirim back into her original form, leaving her bewildered. Cyan noted that his mana had not been consumed during this process and deduced that Eru must have used his own power. Kirim, furious, seized Eru by the collar and demanded an explanation. Eru, unperturbed, calmly revealed that he had merely given her a portion of his life force, questioning whether she found this undesirable. He implied that such an action was necessary for her to serve Cyan's wishes. This implication drove Kirim into a fit of rage as she accused Eru of harboring indecent intentions. Cyan, still observing, concluded that the relationship between Eru and Kirim was undeniably that of a father and daughter. The following day, in the student dormitory, Cyan sat in a state of confusion. Brian, noticing his master's unusual demeanor, expressed concern and cautiously inquired about the situation. Cyan, maintaining a calm demeanor and a faint smile, simply replied that he did not know either and simply let them be. Brian, feeling uneasy, voiced his disagreement in a hushed tone. He whispered to Cyan, expressing his concern that the situation could not be left as it was. In front of them, Kirim and Serrika were exchanging glances filled with a peculiar form of affection, though their dynamic was far from ordinary. Kirim, visibly annoyed by Serrika's presence but still attempting to maintain a facade of civility, remarked with a strained smile that it was rather bold for an instructor to visit her students so early in the morning, hinting that others might gossip about their special relationship. Serrika, unfazed by the comment, retorted with a sharp tone, emphasizing that her intentions were purely professional and aimed at guiding her disciple along the correct path. She dismissed Kirim's insinuation, claiming the relationship was entirely normal. Kirim's expression hardened, her eyes sharp and threatening as she warned Serrika that a hall master ought to be more cautious. Serrika, not one to back down, snapped in return, questioning why her actions should matter to Kirim and telling her to mind her own business. The heated exchange resembled a battle of wits, with neither willing to concede. Kirim boldly declared that Cyan only needed her and that Serrika should keep her distance. Serrika, equally defiant, asserted that Cyan was her disciple and her responsibility. Standing amidst their escalating argument, Cyan wore a troubled expression, clearly unsure of how to resolve the conflict. He eventually stood up and announced his intention to go for a walk. Brian, alarmed by the prospect of being left alone with the two women, pleaded with Cyan to stay, but his protests were ignored. As the verbal duel continued, Brian's nervousness grew, beads of sweat forming as he feared becoming collateral damage in their clash. Outside the city, sunlight bathed the towering buildings, and the streets buzzed with activity. Merchants traded goods, and conversations filled the air. Cyan found a quiet, elevated spot where he sat alone, taking in the beauty of the bustling city below. For a moment, he felt a rare sense of peace and contentment. However, this tranquility was interrupted when a faint metallic scent drifted through the air. With his heightened senses, Cyan identified it as the smell of blood. His attention was drawn to an alley where a group of students surrounded a fallen peer. The victim had been kicked so hard that he crashed into a nearby barrel, coughing up blood as he clutched his bruised body. 3 other students loomed over him, their mocking laughter echoing through the narrow passage. One of them suggested something sinister, urging another to act. The student addressed as Barrett conjured an energy sphere and approached the fallen boy. With a cruel grin, he forced the injured student's mouth open and taunted him, claiming the sphere was a snack made especially for him and insisting that he eat it. As Barrett prepared to feed the energy sphere, the bullied student, terrified, closed his eyes tightly, bracing for the worst. Before the attempted assault could land, a commanding voice rang out, ordering Barrett to stop. It was Arin, who stepped forward with an air of authority. She sternly rebuked the aggressors, questioning how they could perform such a cruel act and whether they felt any shame in calling themselves nobles. Angered by the interruption, he revealed himself as Barrett Louismiel, the eldest son of Duke Louismiel of the Garum Kingdom. With an air of arrogance, he demanded to know who Arin was. Arin stood tall, crossing her arms confidently, and introduced herself as Arin Sevelus, Princess of the Wuzif Empire. Barrett, unimpressed, responded with a condescending smirk, noting that she was merely the fifth princess of the empire. Leaning closer, he mockingly expressed that it was an honor to meet her. Arin, uncomfortable with his demeanor, refused to shake his hand and instead demanded an explanation for the scene she had witnessed. Barrett, still smirking, dismissed her concerns, gesturing toward the injured student. He advanced menacingly, pulling the student forward and questioning whether he felt bullied. Intimidated, the student nervously denied the accusation, claiming that it was all just playful roughhousing. Arin, unconvinced, encouraged the student to speak honestly, pointing out his injuries as evidence. However, the student avoided her gaze and insisted that everything was fine, pleading for her to leave. Barrett, clearly pleased with this response, taunted Arin, accusing her of misunderstanding the situation. Undeterred, Arin declared her intent to take the injured student with her. Barrett, offended by her defiance, grabbed her arm tightly and threatened her, claiming she had failed to understand the situation. Puzzled, Arin demanded clarification, only for Barrett to growl that she had ignored his warning to leave. Before Barrett could finish his sneering insult, Cyan appeared suddenly, delivering a swift kick that sent Barrett sprawling to the ground. Arin's expression brightened at Cyan's timely arrival, relieved to be rescued from the tense confrontation. However, Cyan's attention was quickly drawn to a woman with pink hair standing nearby. He recognized her as Leximus. Observing her, Cyan was struck by a flood of memories from their shared past. He recalled an encounter on a rooftop where he and Leximus had engaged in fierce combat. Despite her being a woman, Leximus's swordsmanship had been formidable, her aggressive attacks forcing Cyan to fight with all his might. As these memories surfaced, Cyan contemplated whether the Leximus before him was truly the same person he had once known. Meanwhile, Leximus, witnessing the unfolding situation, grew increasingly concerned about the potential consequences of her involvement. Cyan defended and retreated, maintaining distance while assessing the situation. He remembered the continent's best swordsman, Leximus Klein. He knew she was originally from the Wuzif Empire, but after graduating from the academy, she entered the Count Klein household in the Garum Kingdom and even changed her nationality. The battle between them continued, with blue and red sword slashes cutting through the air. Leximus executed a sword strike from below, slicing the ground vertically. Cyan attempted to evade by leaping high, but was surprised when Leximus immediately leapt toward him, swinging her sword in an arc from below. It seemed as if Leximus had struck Cyan, but to her surprise, it was only his cloak. Unexpectedly, Cyan appeared above her, catching Leximus off guard. Before she could react, Cyan dove down, stabbing his blade straight into her back, successfully pinning her to the ground. The dagger pierced through her from behind, scattering debris around as her sword slipped from her hand. She coughed up blood and lay motionless on the ground. Cyan revealed that he had been ordered by the Empire to kill her. His mission had been to assassinate her. However, after infiltrating the castle, he ended up in an official duel with her. There had been no particular reason for it. She was someone who had reached the peak of swordsmanship without mana. He didn't want to stealthily assassinate someone hailed as the continent's best swordsman. Returning to the present, Cyan still felt conflicted when facing the person he had once attempted to kill. Leximus, at this point, remained a naive girl, visibly intimidated by him. Other students rushed toward Barrett, calling out to him and expressing concern about the situation. Barrett, with an annoyed tone, rebuked the noisy attempting to stand up, grumbling about the number of nosy bastards around. He then confronted Cyan with a sharp look and asked if he was Cyan Vert, mentioning that he had heard about him. Barrett noted that Cyan had returned from the front lines and asked if he wanted to join their little game. Cyan considered Barrett's proposition to be a ridiculous game and think deep that the misuse of a mana marble could destroy mana within the body. He glanced at Barrett's group and said that he would join the game only if they forced a mana marble into someone's mouth. Immediately after, Cyan unleashed a shadowy version of the purple mana sphere, which appeared in his hand. Moments later, Cyan's mana transformed into a large ball that grew rapidly, engulfing the area above them, leaving Barrett horrified and speechless. Cyan's gaze then turned menacing as he questioned Barrett, demanding to know what he was doing. He continued by demanding that Barrett open his mouth to begin their game. The events following this moment were unknown, but the scene shifted to the Academy's infirmary. Leximus sat on the bed, her wounds bandaged, while Arin and Cyan were also present. Arin reassured Leximus that her external injuries were mostly healed, but that she needed to rest for her internal injuries to heal fully. Leximus expressed her gratitude for their help, thanking them and saying she didn't know how she could repay them. Arin excitedly, with her nose in the air, proudly remarked that they had only done what was necessary and that the bastards had run away when Cyan scared them. Cyan stood nearby, feeling puzzled by Arin's words. His expression turned slightly somber as he evaluated Leximus's injuries, noting fractures and a slight concussion. It was shocking that she had endured so much. He guessed that the continent's best swordsman would be different. Suddenly, Leximus hesitantly asked if Cyan knew her, feeling that he had been looking at her in a particular way. Cyan, puzzled by her question, responded coldly that he thought he knew her, but didn't. He apologized if his gaze had been unpleasant. Embarrassed, Leximus lowered her head and dismissed it, saying it was nothing. Still puzzled, Arin asked about Leximus's dorm and whether those bastards would come to retaliate or cause more trouble. Leximus, with a saddened expression, replied that she stayed in Commoner Hall. Upon hearing this, Arin wondered that Leximus stayed in Commoner Hall and noted that she was a peasant. Leximus admitted that she was. She had been enrolled thanks to instructor Velton, who promised her financial support for her education, but he had suddenly been fired. Cyan confirmed the situation, saying that no one was there to support her. Leximus agreed. Cyan continued, suggesting that she might have to leave the academy. Arin, feeling sorry for her, exclaimed that she was poor. Then Cyan suggested that Arin take her as her person to learn swordsmanship from her. At this point, Arin naively pointed at Leximus and asked Cyan with confusion what he was talking about, stating that Leximus was a boy. Cyan corrected her, explaining that she was in fact a girl. Arin, upon hearing this, stood frozen, unable to realize that Leximus was a woman. Leximus, now flustered, explained that she hadn't meant to deceive anyone. She mentioned that short hair and boys' clothes were simply more comfortable, which led many people to mistake her for a boy. Arin apologized, admitting that she hadn't even realized, and that even Cyan had known. In her heart, Arin told herself that she had failed as a woman. Leximus, equally flustered, quickly denied it, saying she should be the one apologizing. Arin then returned to the main topic, asking Leximus what she thought about her proposal. Arin elaborated that the idea was good and that she wouldn't be bullied by bad people if she came under Arin's protection. Leximus wondered why Arin would offer her help. Arin awkwardly laughed and explained that she didn't like being alone. However, the true reason, in Arin's mind, was that she couldn't just do nothing, as she was the princess. Leximus immediately thanked Arin, promising to become someone she could be proud of. She expressed her gratitude, thanking her profusely. Arin turned to Cyan, telling him that there was no need to thank her, as it was all Cyan's doing. But when she turned to look at him, Cyan was no longer there, having left without them noticing. Outside the medical building, Cyan stepped out, thinking to himself that he had done enough and that Princess Arin would take care of the rest. However, he also reflected on the reason Leximus had abandoned the Wuzif Empire. She never would have lost her mana if it hadn't been for Barrett Louis Smil, if the continent's best swordsman, who had never lost her mana, making her someone difficult to defeat, even for him. Still, his current interest lay elsewhere. Cyan held a joyful mission order in his hand and thought about the task he had received from Hall Master Serrika that morning. It was his first purification mission as a mist, The card displayed characters not found in the common language. Their specific contained the information for his eyes only. Cyan silently examined the task card, noting that it was his first mission and that the challenge was far more difficult than anticipated. He recalled Serrika's faith in him and grumbled about the demanding nature of the task as he strode down the hallway. In his mind, he worried that if someone already took charge in such a manner, the difficulties ahead might only intensify. Without warning, Cyan's attention was captured by an unusual scene. With every step along the corridor, the wall was being torn apart by an unseen force as dust and dais scattered in every direction. Instinctively, he shielded his face from the cloud of dust, silently fretting over the cause. He wondered if a demonic beast had infiltrated the academy, yet contrary to his dire prediction, a massive man emerged instead. This towering figure, with eyes as red and fierce as those of a wild beast, fixed his gaze on Cyan and spoke in a tone that confirmed his identity as Echelle Vert. Startled by the sudden arrival of the imposing stranger, Cyan was taken aback as the man inquired, with an air of astonishment, how his name was known. The tall man responded with a confident, self-assured smile, listing Cyan's stats, with valuation of a 1-star magic rank and held an S rank in physique, in addition to being the youngest son of the esteemed Vert family. Continuing with his confident demeanor, the man introduced himself as Seth Chaharkin and remarked that he was a newcomer to the academy, just like Cyan. Although both were new students, the details of Seth's introduction sparked a torrent of suspicion in Cyan's mind. Thousands of questions flared up as he silently contemplated the incongruity of an 11-year-old being described in such imposing terms. He wondered how in a previous life, someone so young could have grown into a figure of such strength. Before Cyan could dwell further on his doubts, Seth wasted no time. He flexed his muscles in a display of strength and confidence, making it clear that word of Cyan's exploits had already spread. Seth recalled that Cyan had fought and defeated demonic beasts and had even survived a dragon attack. With a broad grin, he added that Cyan had earned an S rank for his physique, an accolade that Seth, despite all his efforts, had not managed to achieve. Seizing the moment, Seth proposed that the two settle their rivalry in a duel right then and there to determine who was superior. At that moment, memories of Seth and a distinctive mark on his chest came flooding back to Cyan, a mark that symbolized Sparnia. This revelation confirmed the rumor that the so-called Prince of the Sand had indeed gained entry to the academy. Cyan recalled that Sparnia was a country nestled in the heart of a vast desert to the east of the continent, renowned for its powerful military. The first Prince of Sparnia had been a genius in both magic and combat, so formidable that even the mighty Abusive Empire had struggled in its attempts to conquer the nation. The downfall of Sparnia had been sudden, following the unexpected death of its only successor, a demise attributed to sickness. It was clear that Seth, in his youthful exuberance, had devoted too much effort to physical development while neglecting his overall health. The encounter with Seth at the academy now struck Cyan as both ironic and significant. Seth's fierce expression persisted as he demanded an immediate decision from Cyan. Though Cyan's thoughts churned with annoyance at the unexpected confrontation, remarking internally that he had not encountered Seth in such a manner in a previous life. He raised his head and responded. With measured resolve, Cyan confirmed that the challenge was to be faced immediately, a notion that Seth eagerly affirmed. He declared that no refusal would be accepted, insisting that both were equally eager to engage in this contest of strength. Yet when Seth's threats hung in the air, Cyan remained unfazed, replying with a clear and firm negation. Taken aback by the refusal, Seth demanded an explanation. Cyan wasted no time in pointing out that unauthorized duels were forbidden in the academy and that any contest of this nature required an official request to be submitted at the administration office. The knowledge of the regulations prompted Seth to quickly temper his aggressive stance. He inquired about the location of the administration office, to which Cyan pointed in the direction of the 3rd floor of the main building. Satisfied with the information, Seth dashed toward the main hall, promising that he would be swift and urging that Cyan wait. As the large figure of Seth disappeared around the corner, Cyan allowed himself a cynical thought. The rumor about his rival's mind being as muscled as his body now seemed true, for Seth was clearly taking a roundabout route. Cyan mused that perhaps a duel could not even be requested in the way he had imagined, and he decided that he would postpone any further confrontation to focus on the purification project for the time being. Elsewhere in the city, at the bustling slave market, a man with a prominent scar over one eye and a sword at his side approached another man from behind, addressing him with the formal title of Sir Zickerman. He informed Albus that the preparations were complete. In response, Albus turned his intense gaze upon his subordinate, and through clenched teeth he commanded that time be wasted no longer. He ordered the immediate delivery of the goods to the customers. He was one among the 3 wealthiest individuals on the continent. Despite maintaining a public image as a philanthropist, Albus's management of a slave market, along with his dealings in crossbreeds, painted a darker picture of his true activities. With an authoritative tone, he declared that that very day would mark the debut of his life's masterpiece, instructing his men to handle it with the utmost care. His orders were met with prompt and respectful affirmations. Nearby, Cyan observed the scene with a critical eye, thinking that his target had been confirmed and that his mission might progress more swiftly than expected. At that moment, Kiram interrupted the quiet observation, sensing a very complex energy. With genuine puzzlement, Kiram inquired about the nature of this energy and the identity of the mysterious target, remarking that something unusual was being concealed. Almost simultaneously, near the enclosures, Albus was seen laughing maliciously to himself as he taunted an unseen adversary, remarking that calm had finally settled in and that his money would soon be returned. Just then, a red mist materialized nearby, immediately seizing his attention. He turned back, wondering about the swirling smoke. In the next moment, a red light flashed through him and his companions, and one of his men fell without any reaction. Overwhelmed by fear, Albus collapsed to the ground. His remaining guard panicked and cried out for the culprit. Trembling, Albus ordered the guard to apprehend the intruder and fulfill his duty. Although frightened, the guard tried to remain composed while urging the unseen attacker to cease hiding and reveal himself. As if obeying the command, Cyan unsheathed the Kiram's blade form and swiftly advanced toward the mysterious man. Before any reaction could occur, Cyan struck, forcing the man to drop his sword. With incredible speed, Cyan delivered 2 precise cuts behind the man's knees, and the man collapsed in an instant. Then, appearing behind him, Cyan grabbed the man by the hair and pressed the sword to his neck. The stunned and defenseless man struggled to comprehend the situation, but Cyan ended his life with a swift slice to the throat. Witnessing this brutal act, Albus stood horrified, sweat beading on his brow as he glared at Cyan. In anger, he demanded to know the fate of his other men. Cyan replied in a sly manner that the answer would soon become apparent and hinted that Albus would soon join the others, gesturing to the fallen guards with a remark that employing so many people had not been worthwhile. Recoiling involuntarily at the threat, Albus stammered an inquiry about Cyan's intentions, suggesting money might be the motive, for he claimed to possess boundless wealth. Cyan said nothing at first. Then, without hesitation, he drew his sword again and severed the arm of a man who had been pleading for mercy. The victim's cry of pain echoed as Cyan slowly approached while the wounded man clutched his bleeding stump. Thereafter, Cyan began reciting a sentence of judgment against Albus for conducting inhumane experiments, engaging in crossbreeding with different races, and managing an illegal slave market banned by law. His eyes flared with anger as he pronounced that Albus's death was deserved. He allotted 1 minute for repentance, promising that all pain would vanish thereafter. Enraged, Albus gritted his teeth and argued that this punishment merely meant his impending death. Observing his futile struggle, Cyan muttered that remorse was not something he had expected, and then declared that the allotted time was over. Albus was to die painfully. As Albus begged for his life, numerous strikes from Cyan's missed sword rained down upon him, driving agonized screams until his life ended. After confirming that the purification was complete, Cyan surveyed the area and moved toward a prison room. He called out for Kiram, who confirmed that he sensed a melding of 2 distinct energies. With practiced ease, Cyan sliced through the iron bars and peered inside, finding an immobile girl. In surprise, he noted that by her stillness she appeared dead, but his expression soon normalized as he dismissed her as merely human. Kiram, however, disagreed. Pointing to what the girl clutched, she confirmed it was a dragon egg. Cyan took the egg. Later, in the academy dormitory, Cyan carefully placed the light purple, radiant dragon egg on a cushion. Upon seeing it, Brian could scarcely believe his eyes and questioned its origin. Cyan explained that he had simply picked it up off the street on his way to the academy. Brian was astonished that anyone would casually retrieve such an object, and he wondered aloud whether Cyan intended to sell it or deliver it to someone. Still in a state of panic, Brian worried about the possibility of the egg hatching. Calmly, Cyan reassured him that separated dragon eggs rarely hatched even with continuous elemental mana infusion, dismissing them as merely fancy rocks. No sooner had Cyan finished speaking than a cracking sound echoed through the room. Brian's ominous suspicion materialized as the egg began to fracture. Cyan and Brian stood frozen in shock while a purple light burst from within, signaling the imminent birth of a dragon hatchling. In awe, Cyan silently prayed as the light intensified and the shell cracked ever faster until it broke open entirely, revealing an adorable baby dragon. Overwhelmed, Brian grabbed his head in disbelief and wondered aloud what should be done next. Cyan, however, remained silent as he gazed at the surreal scene. The baby dragon sat before him, its body emitting a terrifying aura, and he silently concluded that this creature was neither truly a dragon nor entirely human. That woman had been nurturing a draconic human, a mix between a dragon and a human. This development was going to be a much bigger pain than Cyan had expected. At that moment, Cyan could only gaze at the baby dragon in silence. His intense stare immediately captured the creature's attention. Soon after, as the baby dragon's eyes sparkled, its mouth slowly opened, and it began speaking for the first time since birth, calling Cyan Papa. With surprising agility, the creature leaped into his arms and embraced him affectionately. Shocked by hearing the term Papa, Cyan wondered silently whether the baby truly believed him to be her parent. Nearby, Kiram could not ignore the scene. She appeared at their side, witnessed the tender moment, and laughed, pointing at Cyan as she congratulated him on becoming an 11-year-old dad. Annoyance mingled with resignation in Cyan as he recalled past events, a time when they found the dragon egg. She had urged him to take charge of it, arguing that it would be dangerous if the wrong person possessed something so extraordinary. Cyan had agreed, remarking that its hatching could spell disaster. Kiram had speculated that the egg might never hatch, having never seen a dragon emerge after losing its mother, dismissing it as nothing more than a dangerous stone. Presently, Kiram continued teasing Cyan, remarking that she had never expected such an outcome. Irritated, Cyan emanated a dark, intimidating aura as he reminded her, with anger, that she had once insisted this could never happen. In her defense, Kiram maintained that her earlier words had been a prediction, a claim that now seemed tragically ironic. In his thoughts, Cyan worried that a hybrid such as this, by mere existence, might prove to be a threat. While the baby dragon slept peacefully in Cyan's lap, he remained anything but calm. Deeply troubled by the idea of harboring such a dangerous creature, he acknowledged internally that the situation was dire. Oblivious to the brewing tension, the baby dragon continued to slumber soundly. Cyan's contemplation led him to conclude that this was no ordinary mixture of human and beast. It was, in fact, a fusion of dragon and human. He reflected on how perilous the world to her, reasoning that if the Academy discovered the child's existence, the principal might resort to harming her in an effort to eliminate external threats. Moreover, the rigid traditions of the dragons concerning bloodline purity meant that if they learned of her existence, they might try to eradicate every creature privy to the secret. As Cyan looked down at the sleeping baby dragon, he questioned whether he should risk exposing her to such danger. He wondered if sparing her from a life filled with suffering might be the more compassionate course. At that moment, his arms moved almost of their own accord, as if preparing to act. Beside him, Kiram confirmed her understanding of his intent with a knowing look and an unspoken agreement that it might indeed be better for her not to live a miserable life. Cyan's hand slowly reached toward the baby dragon, who remained blissfully unaware in her slumber. In a heart-wrenching instant, the creature slowly opened her eyes. When her gaze met Cyan's, she softly called him Papa. For a brief, tense moment, Cyan's hand nearly grasped her neck. However, the baby dragon's next action stunned him completely. Upon awakening, the first thing she did was to call him Papa again and quickly snuggle into his embrace, openly expressing her fondness. In that tender moment, Cyan felt a strange warmth emanate from the baby dragon. Puzzled by this unfamiliar emotion, he realized that the warmth was slowly melting the once icy heart filled solely with hatred. Gently lifting the creature, he examined her adorable face, which shone back with a bright, genuine smile. With his heart softened by the innocent display, Cyan resolved to keep her, announcing to Kiram that perhaps raising her together was the best path forward. Kiram, standing quietly beside him, observed his happy smile in silence. musing privately whether he might one day treat her as more than just a charge. The scene then shifted to Vert Estate, where Lady Margaret paced back and forth in a room, her mind tormented by indecision and panic etched across her face. She fretted over the potential consequences of her actions, convinced that if nothing were done, Krantz would suffer greatly at the hands of that troublesome young man. Suddenly, Echelle appeared behind her and addressed her as mother. Startled, Lady Margaret turned to see Echelle, his handsome face softened by concern as he gently placed his hand on her shoulder. He urged her to speak openly about any struggles, noting the anxiety that had overtaken her. Embarrassed, the lady thanked him, but, fearing that sensitive information might be leaked, she departed quickly, insisting that she was not troubled and had urgent matters to attend to. Echelle waved farewell in a friendly manner. Yet, once the door closed, his true expression emerged as he ordered a servant to report everything. The servant reported that 6 knights had been found dead in the mountains near Velius. He explained that it was assumed the remaining one had fled to Lewin with the youngest son, while the proprietor was Margaret, just as expected. At the news, Echelle's eyes darkened, and he inquired if there was any further information. The servant continued his report, noting that the latest word was that the youngest son had been taken to the royal hall and that the informant had since become unreachable. Echelle revealed that he already knew these details, his voice turning menacing as he pressed about any news concerning his brother. Terrified by the disappointment in his superior's tone, a disappointment he rarely tolerated, the servant worried about the implications for his position after all his hard work. In a desperate bid to salvage the situation, he hastily promised that he would go to the source himself and assured Echelle that he would not disappoint. Echelle placed a firm hand on the servant's shoulder, acknowledging his diligence and ordering him to act swiftly before departing with further instructions. His brother was hiding something, and it was imperative to uncover the truth. The servant remained rooted in place, offering a measured reply that affirmed his compliance. Meanwhile, at the academy, Serrika hurried down the hallway until she reached Cyan's room. Upon opening the door, she witnessed a peculiar scene. Cyan and Kirim were together, holding a baby dragon and feeding it milk. Cyan, noticing Serrika's arrival, felt awkward and remarked that there were no classes that day while questioning the purpose of her visit. In response, Serrika, puzzled by the sight of the baby dragon, wondered aloud why one was present. The creature, behaving much like a normal child, chirped excitedly at her inquiry. Cyan then explained briefly that it was a long story and that the focus should be on Serrika's unexpected visit. Adjusting her glasses with a serious expression, Serrika stated that there would be time to hear the story later, for a more urgent issue had arisen. She pointed out that considerable trouble had already been caused. Cyan's worry deepened as he listened, uncertain of the nature of the problem at hand. Without delay, Serrika took out a sparring approval form, a formal duel request, and criticized the notion of remaining inconspicuous. She scolded, with palpable anger, that the actions taken were insane and attention-seeking, especially since even the principal would soon be present. At that moment, Cyan, now aware of the formal duel request, realized that Seth had indeed found a way to instigate this confrontation and had even secured the necessary documentation. Kirim, still cradling the baby dragon, curiously asked what all the fuss was about, remarking that it was merely a matter of a couple of 11-year-olds engaging in combat. In a silent, fearful moment, Cyan considered that those 11-year-olds was far from ordinary before asking Serrika when the duel was scheduled to take place. She responded that it would begin in 2 hours. When the appointed time arrived, Cyan found himself in the arena, accompanied by Seth's unmistakable enthusiasm. His laughter filled the air as he joyfully anticipated the battle. Although Cyan felt uncomfortable, believing the duel had come about sooner than expected, Seth, wearing a wicked smile, approached him and remarked that he had been waiting for this moment. His tone implied certainty that Cyan shared the same anticipation. In response, Cyan offered only a dismissive sound paired with an uninterested expression. Seth then slowly drew his sword, stating his preference for a duel of combat, but noting that the only options available were swordsmanship and magic. He politely inquired whether Cyan intended to use magic, to which Cyan replied plainly that if magic was not to be employed, then he would refrain from using it either. Enthused by the agreement, Seth declared his approval and, without pausing, vanished from view. Not literally, but by moving with such incredible speed that he closed in on Cyan almost instantaneously. His eyes burned with bloodlust as he prepared to strike from behind. Cyan, still holding his sword, confidently declared that the duel would reveal the true measure of skill under such dangerous circumstances. Despite his larger stature and the heft of his sword, Cyan remained calm and swiftly blocked Seth's initial attack. He did so with an effortless motion that harnessed the momentum of Seth's own strike rather than relying on brute force. Seth, perplexed by the ease with which his attack had been deflected, observed as Cyan skillfully countered with refined techniques. Cyan noted internally that an opponent like Seth, he did not need mere strength, but rather acuity and precision. As Seth continued his relentless offensive, his repeated strikes failing against Cyan's skill, his frustration grew. He shouted angrily that his methods were not working and channeled all his strength into a decisive downward strike. Cyan blocked the forceful blow, and Seth, frustrated, gritted his teeth while silently noting that his adversary was skillfully twisting away from his attack, using only the force of his downward swing, despite wielding just a rapier. Their blades clashed as Seth quickly maneuvered around Cyan, launching a low blow from behind. Faced with this dangerous tactic, Cyan maintained his composure. In a sudden move, he sheathed his sword, anticipating that Seth would shift his attack strategy from a blade strike to a kick. The surprise, however, was on Seth. Cyan had already deduced the change. In an instant, Cyan lowered himself to evade the incoming kick, then shifted his weight and used both hands to grasp Seth's leg, exploiting the imbalance created by the single-legged stance and the momentum of the kick. Cyan used his strength to successfully lifting him into the air. With a swift motion, Cyan hurled Seth's body forward in an arcing trajectory, and for a moment, it appeared as if Seth were about to kiss the arena floor. In his panic, he could only wonder if he possessed eyes on the back of his head. At the critical moment before impact, Seth braced his hands against the floor. However, the slam was so powerful that the ground cracked beneath the force of his palms. Managing to avoid a disastrous collision with the ground, he broke into a profuse sweat. Using his hands as a pivot, he spun and kicked in an effort to break free from Cyan's grip. Cyan released his hold on Seth's leg, a faint smile of amusement crossing his face as he mused that his counterattack had been impressively nimble for someone of his size. The students watching the match were astounded. One student, filled with disbelief, wondered silently what had just occurred and questioned whether Seth was even human. Panting heavily, Seth stood on his knees and then unexpectedly let out a mocking chuckle followed by a hearty laugh. Despite being overpowered by Cyan, he was exhilarated by the fight, remarking that he had lost in swordsmanship. Not one to admit defeat easily, Seth rose to his feet, flexing his muscles as his magical energy surged and an impressive golden aura enveloped him. Determined to win at any cost, he resolved to give everything he had in the battle. Cyan is slinging his sword over his shoulder with a faint, challenging smile as he silently accepted the invitation to continue. Seth, not to be outdone, stomped his right foot on the arena floor to gain momentum, shattering the ground beneath him as he reminded, through his actions, that every effort must be made. Unleashing his magical power, he tore his sleeves apart as the arena floor cracked and shattered around him under the force of his energy. His eyes shone brightly, and his laughter grew maniacal as his magical power raged. Meanwhile, the principal watched from above, stroking his beard thoughtfully while remarking on the unexpected turn to magical combat. The professor noted that Cyan had clearly won the sword fight, a sentiment echoed by Serrika beside him. The principal reflected that Seth Chaharkin's physique was rated at rank A, while Cyan's was at rank S. An obvious result, considering that being physically fit is only the basic requirement for manifesting higher-dimensional spells. With Seth's 3-star mana rank, the highest among the enrolled students, the principal wondered aloud what move Cyan would make next. While Serrika is extremely angered at how Cyan seems to beg for attention. As the match continued, a giant sand hand emerged from the arena floor, reinforced with debris to increase its hardness and impact, a signature skill of Seth known as Death Fist. Standing still, Seth threw a punch towards Cyan, his body bulging with muscles. Cyan, unmoved, observed the unfolding battle with a cool detachment as he pondered that the contest had now evolved into a clash of magic. The sand fist slammed into the spot where Cyan had stood, shattering the arena floor and creating a large crater. Yet Cyan leapt aside effortlessly. The moment his feet touched the ground, Seth launched another attack in an attempt to prevent Cyan's evasion. In a loud declaration of determination, Seth vowed that he would not let his opponent escape. But despite his words and several successive punches, Cyan dodged them all with ease. Frustrated, Seth concentrated his magical power into his left hand and unleashed his skilled Desert Tooth, causing sand columns to erupt from the arena floor. While sprinting, Cyan suddenly found his path blocked by a towering sand column. More columns emerged around him, forming an elaborate trap. His expression turned serious as he lowered his stance and regarded Seth thoughtfully, realizing that with a 3-star mana rank, Seth's attack had the potential to escalate into even 4-star magic. The instructors managing the barrier might well be struggling to contain the power on display. Panting heavily from exhaustion, Seth's mana was visibly depleting, yet he persisted in provoking Cyan with repeated attacks. He provoked that his adversary resembled a little rat scurrying to avoid direct confrontation, which made Cyan wonder whether he should have taken the attacks head-on instead. Seth, furious and gritting his teeth, shouted that a true warrior would never have been dodged, calling Cyan a little kid. Cyan, even more confused, retorted that Seth was a kid as well. Humiliated and incensed by the rebuke, Seth focused his mana into his right arm, where streams of swirling energy gathered like a raging storm. Once sufficient power coalesced, he unleashed his ultimate move, a sandstorm aimed directly at Cyan, while bellowing for him to shut up. The headmaster, watching from above, was mildly surprised by the display of mana and chuckled in amusement. Meanwhile, Miss Serrika was taken aback. She mused that she had always believed Seth's mana ranked to be 3-star, not enough for a 4-star spell. Seth then propelled a powerful punch that released a massive sand vortex towards Cyan. As the vortex expanded and advanced, an enraged Seth screamed that Cyan would not be able to dodge it. Yet Cyan did not run or attempt to evade. He simply stood his ground, grinning as he declared that he would meet the attack head-on. Inside the dormitory, Nanny Brian was preparing milk for the dragon princess. He carefully checked the temperature and was pleased to find it perfect. Reminiscing that caring for a baby had once been a bothersome chore with his younger siblings, he nevertheless appreciated the skill, now proving useful. After ensuring the milk was ready, he gently called the princess to eat. To his shock, the dragon baby, hatched only the other day, had already grown significantly. Now able to stand and walk, with her hair noticeably longer, she turned in the mention of food on in bewilderment. Back in the arena, the sandstorm unleashed by Seth obscured the view for the spectators, its destructive power evident as cracks spread across the barrier. Instructors struggled to maintain the protective field, and shouts rang out that the barrier was on the verge of collapse and needed reinforcement. One instructor, pouring all his mana into the barrier, exclaimed in astonishment that just 2 students could be so formidable, questioning the dean's oversight of the situation. Miss Serrika, growing anxious, abruptly stood up and insisted that the duel be halted immediately. In contrast, the headmaster calmly ordered her to hold on and wait a bit. With his keen senses as a high-ranking mage, he detected something unusual within the sandstorm. At that moment, Cyan was employing his shadow magic, a secret technique called Expansion Void Sphere, by forming a sphere of dark mana in his palm. Recognizing the technique, Miss Serrika was both surprised and astonished. She silently resolved that Cyan must not reveal such a move to outsiders. Gradually, Cyan's void sphere expanded, absorbing all of Seth's sandstorm. The dark energy it emitted was as intense as if a black hole devouring everything. As the sandstorm weakened, the headmaster stroked his beard in amusement, remarking at how Cyan continued to surprise him. Serrika, however, wondered why he would use that technique in such a context. The void sphere grew until it completely absorbed the sandstorm, and then Cyan retracted it into his hand. Seth stood in silence, panting heavily and bewildered, unable to fathom where his sandstorm had gone. The students watching were equally astonished, speculating whether that mysterious black sphere was magic unlike any they had seen before and questioning who Cyan truly was. With dark magic still swirling about him, Cyan casually asked Seth if he wished to continue fighting. Utterly confused by how effortlessly his skill had been nullified, Seth suddenly collapsed to his knees and admitted defeat, lamenting that he had lost in both swordsmanship and magic. Seeing Seth's dismay, Cyan felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if his counterattack had been too one-sided. Then, in a burst of defiant energy, Seth pounded the floor and declared that he was tired of fighting weaklings and was motivated to train harder in the coming days. Uncertain when a rematch might occur, he extended his hand with a promise to a challenge, but when Cyan met his gaze, he decisively refused any further contest. After the match, Cyan returned to the dormitory seeing the little dragon, who had grown surprisingly fast. He noted that a dragon's growth spurt far outpaced that of humans, as she now appeared to be about 6 years old. The little dragon, with her hair neatly tied and dressed in well-fitting clothes, ran happily upon seeing Cyan and called out a cheerful welcome, addressing him as her papa. Reflecting on the rapid growth of a dragon-human hybrid, Cyan mused that she might soon be his age. Meanwhile, Brian scratched his head in mild confusion, remarking on her swift development. Cyan nodded in agreement, realizing that it would soon become more difficult to raise her in secret. Off in the background, Kiram slept soundlessly, oblivious to everything around her. A familiar voice came as she entered the room. It was Serrika. Leaning casually against the door while adjusting her glasses, she announced that sooner or later it would become impossible to conceal the draconic human. Although she could help hide the demonic sword, she warned that hiding a draconic human, especially one that had behaved wildly earlier, will be far more challenging. Her disapproval was unmistakable as her face contorted in a frown and her teeth ground in frustration, silently questioning the recklessness of the actions taken. Half asleep, Kira murmured that it seemed someone was discussing her, unaware of the true subject of conversation. Meanwhile, Serrika, noticing the rapid growth of the little dragon, expressed astonishment at how quickly she had grown. In barely a short time, the creature had grown alarmingly large. She remarked that while one might manage responsibilities or items acquired during a mission, handling something of this nature would prove extraordinarily difficult. Cyan explained that Brian was responsible for taking care of the child, and noted that a barrier had been set up in the dormitory to conceal both Kiram and the young one. Brian, puzzled by this assignment, questioned why he was suddenly tasked with caring for a child. In response, Serrika handed Cyan a dark red letter and cautioned that the arrangement would be acceptable as long as no trouble was caused. Glancing at the letter with a hint of disappointment, Cyan considered it a rather unsatisfactory reward for winning the duel. Stepping outside, Serrika issued a warning to be cautious, emphasizing that attracting too much attention would yield nothing positive. Brian, with genuine curiosity, inquired about the nature of the letter, and Cyan clarified that it was a warning letter. The notice indicated that misbehavior would result in expulsion, a prospect that shocked Brian. His reaction grew even more intense as he voiced disbelief at the idea of being kicked out. The baby dragon, noticing Brian's alarm, voiced her concern in her own way by asking if they would soon have to live on the streets. The sight of the adorable baby dragon left Cyan amazed, prompting him to marvel at the unexpected clarity of her speech. He wondered how the little one had acquired such articulate words, all the while noting that the creature was growing far too quickly. Offering reassurance, Cyan patted the baby dragon's head and insisted that there was no need for immediate worry. Nonetheless, Brian's anxiety persisted as he questioned whether returning to Velia's would be safe. Quickly, Cyan reassured him by promising to file a complaint regarding the situation. While examining the expulsion notice, Cyan observed that it had been sent directly by the dean rather than through the usual administrative channels. This detail suggested that the dean wished to speak with him personally. The observation stirred memories of a previous encounter with the headmaster in a past life. Cyan recalled how the headmaster had once inquired if he desired to join the Knights of Light and live for the sake of his brother. Naively, Cyan had agreed without hesitation, only to later realize that the headmaster possessed deeper insight and advised him that such a path was unsuitable. The recollection stirred tension and even a hint of anger in Cyan's eyes as he remembered the headmaster's amused tone, a tone that warned against a life destined only to yield trials, cruelty, and an eventual tendency to place blame on his brother. Lost in these thoughts, Cyan was soon interrupted when Brian suggested that the child be given a proper name instead of being referred to merely as a kid. Without much deliberation, Cyan immediately proposed the name Nana. Brian felt uneasy at the hasty decision, silently questioning whether any real consideration had been given to the name's significance. In the midst of the discussion, the baby dragon, filled with excitement, expressed delight at being called Nana. The creature even noted that the name resembled Nana spelled backwards and expressed a wish to be known as Nana Vert, echoing the style of its father's name. Cyan, however, remained perplexed as to how the little one knew his last name, while Brian's worry for the child's future deepened, fearing that she might become a target for bullying by the other kids. The scene then shifted to the Royal Academy Dean's office, where Headmaster Kundel Quiselle was diligently working on documents. As he contemplated a particularly intriguing case, he recognized the potential of a student who had managed to absorb a 4-star spell using only a 1-star black sphere. This rare talent, though impressive, appeared to require surprisingly little effort, prompting the headmaster to express a desire to understand the true limits of the ability. Kundel, known not only for teaching the current Emperor Arin Sevelus, but also as the father of the last Empress Diana, was one of the few 9-star mages on the continent. Since the passing of Diana, he had devoted himself exclusively to the education of students at the academy. Outside the hallway, Cyan approached the headmaster's office, his mind occupied by a single, pressing question. He had always regarded the headmaster as a pacifist, yet in this life the headmaster had unexpectedly intervened in the royal succession dispute. With a mixture of curiosity and contemplation, Cyan wondered what further insights or revelations might emerge from their impending conversation. As Cyan strolled down the hallway, a magical disturbance caught his attention. With a light tap, he revealed a boundary that materialized instantly, crafted by formidable magic. The energy within was remarkably pure and solid, and a smile of interest crept across his face. It was clear that someone had anticipated his arrival, for a 9-star area restriction barrier had been set up as a test. In the adjacent room, the principal sensed the barrier's fluctuation and eagerly anticipated how Cyan would overcome it. The principal presumed that only an exceptional mage could dismantle such a barrier, and estimated that it would take at least half an hour for Cyan to bypass it. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Cyan appeared through the window behind the principal's desk. He had leaped straight into the room, evading the barrier entirely, and landed in a pose reminiscent of a hero's landing, exuding an effortlessly cool demeanor. With wide eyes, he announced his identity as Echelle Vert, an incoming student, and declared his intent to express disagreement with the complaint. The principal, still recovering from shock and having disregarded the barrier by entering through the window, pondered silently that he had miscalculated this challenge. Slowly, he inquired about the nature of Cyan's disagreement. Cyan explained that although the warning letter had come from the principal, the impressive barrier outside convinced him that the letter was merely an excuse to test his talent. Admitting that the warning had indeed been aggressive, the principal acknowledged that while Cyan had demonstrated his formidable abilities, the warning would remain in place. Though indignant, Cyan felt powerless to reverse the decision. Seizing the moment, he asked the dean a pointed question about whether the principal favored the expansion of the empire or the honor of his family. A bold inquiry that left the principal visibly surprised. After a brief pause, the principal confessed that neither was his primary concern. Cyan pressed further, questioning if, following Emperor Dion's death, the principal would refuse to side with a third or fourth prince seeking the throne instead of the first. The principal's anger escalated, and his magical power surged as if on the brink of eruption. In a low, growling tone, he accused Cyan of excessive arrogance. Unruffled, Cyan reflected that he had once been a pawn for Echelle and found little difference between the principal's current stance and his own experiences from a past life. He recalled how Headmaster Kundel had once influenced the succession, helping the first prince Lunav Sevelus, a man notorious for his cruelty who had eliminated his siblings. When Kundel had opposed Lunav, the first prince framed him as a traitor, leading to a death sentence. Kundel's efforts to secure a brighter future had ultimately been betrayed by the very person he sought to protect. Unable to contain his fury any longer, the principal stood abruptly, slammed the table, and ranted about the impossibility of reclaiming the legacy of a bygone era. He lamented that while many believed him to be a genius, he was, in fact, nothing more than a fool. Calmly, Cyan continued, noting that the first prince's mother and the second princess had perished from illness, and that the third and fourth princes were equally capable contenders. He mentioned that the Nepellus household, from which Empress Cassandra hailed, was infamous for its unyielding greed for power, willing to do anything to secure its position. In his view, the empire's peace was fragile, and once it collapsed, the academy would inevitably suffer. The principal, astonished by the depth of Cyan's political insight despite his young age, lowered his voice and asked for clarification regarding the purpose of these remarks. Cyan explained that he wished to negotiate. He would help secure peace for both the principal's family and the academy in exchange for the withdrawal of the warning letter. Before the principal could respond, a resonant laugh echoed as a beam of light shone down from the ceiling, leaving Cyan momentarily perplexed. The principal had drawn a vast ring magic circle that spanned the entire ceiling. In a gesture meant to crush Cyan's arrogance, he flicked his finger downward, invoking the spell Chains of Judgment. Instantly, numerous magic chains surged forth, binding Cyan's limbs and body with overwhelming pressure, forcing him to crouch. Despite the restraint, Cyan's smile only widened with excitement. While Kundel wondered what the kid would do, confident his chain tower would be unbreakable. With a leisurely stroke of his beard and a sarcastic remark suggesting he had overestimated Cyan's skills, the principal set the stage for a confrontation. Without further argument, Cyan simply smiled and resolved to prove himself. In response, he activated the Void Sphere technique, cloaking his body in a shroud of dark mist as though he had vanished to become the darkness itself. The chains gradually became shrouded in smoke as black mist seeped through their gaps, slowly engulfing them. At the same time, the black sphere increased in size until it completely enveloped the chains. Even Principal Kundel was forced to step back, covering his face in astonishment while thinking that it was absurd. A void sphere of only one star's power had absorbed his spell. Soon, the golden chain shook violently and began to crack. When the sphere reached its maximum size, the rumble of the chains grew. Kundel could hardly take his eyes off the scene as sweat beaded on his forehead and fear filled his eyes. He wondered just how talented this boy must be. In an instant, the chains shattered completely, and the dark sphere gradually disappeared into the air. Cyan, looking composed, casually dusted off his clothes and addressed the principal by inquiring whether he was now considered useful. Maintaining his characteristic arrogance, the principal, no longer inclined to continue punishing or testing him, lowered his head and glared as he cautiously asked if retracting the warning was all that was desired. With a leisurely smile, Cyan affirmed that he only wanted to enjoy a peaceful student life. The principal, surprised by this answer, pressed for confirmation, and Cyan firmly reiterated that indeed, that was all he wanted. In that moment, Cyan recalled the catastrophic end of the academy in his previous life and silently resolved that he would not allow it to collapse again. That afternoon, under the evening sun that bathed the entire street, Brian received an order from Cyan to purchase various items for children. On his way back to the academy dormitory, laden with a pile of snacks, he cheerfully muttered to himself that perhaps having a child at home explained why he ended up buying all manner of sweets. Immersed in happiness like a true babysitter, he walked and laughed joyfully while thinking of Nana savoring the treats. Yet a sudden, ominous feeling compelled him to stop and look ahead. Brian realized that he was alone on the road, with surroundings deserted despite the busy hour. Uneasy, he thought that the streets were strangely quiet and wondered if he was overreacting. Turning into an alley, he nervously glanced into the dark, cold passage that filled him with overwhelming uneasiness. Sensing something vague nearby, he muttered for whoever was hiding in the alley's shadows to come forward. Slowly, a figure emerged. Stunned, Brian's eyes widened as he furrowed his brows in confusion. In his astonishment, he blurted that the figure must be coming to attack him. With a heavy thud, the bag fell to the ground, and the mysterious presence vanished, leaving only scattered food behind. The scene then shifted to Cyan, who was reflecting on his agreement with the dean. He mused that he had agreed to attend his lessons, even though this was his last class of the day, and felt unbearably bored. So bored, in fact, that he could not sit up straight. He lay on his desk and dozed off to the point of drooling. Frustrated, he groaned about his boredom and decided to sneak out of the classroom. Quietly closing the door behind him, he muttered that learning something he had mastered 30 years ago was nothing short of torture, and resolutely determined that, with no pressing mission, he would simply go train. However, Cyan's plan to sneak to the headquarters of the training ground was abruptly foiled when Arin unexpectedly intervened. Standing behind him with threatening eyes, she inquired about his destination. Her tone edged with a prickly attitude as she reminded him that the lessons were not yet over. Startled, Cyan glanced over his shoulder and turned to see Arin fuming. Hastily, he fabricated an excuse that he was headed to the bathroom, addressing her as Her Highness. The princess, however, was not fooled. She bluntly accused him of lying and insisted that such an excuse was unacceptable if he were truly going to the bathroom. Leximus quickly intervened, admonishing the princess to behave more appropriately. Yet Arin pressed on with her questioning, asking once again if he was really heading to the bathroom. Finding himself unable to provide a satisfactory answer, Cyan diverted the conversation to Leximus, asking if he had permitted Leximus to address the princess by her name. The girl appeared startled and confused, But the princess calmly replied that there was no need to change the subject, adding that she had allowed it in private. Immediately afterward, she pressed closer and irritably questioned why Cyan still referred to her as Her Highness if they were friends. Flustered, Cyan turned away and responded that he was merely a civilian while she was a princess, making it impossible to address her so casually. Arin then criticized him for being too serious, to which he lazily retorted that he would take it as a compliment. At that moment, someone descended from upstairs. Upon hearing her name called, Arin was startled, turning her head and becoming instantly stunned. Cyan noticed the princess trembling, sweat dripping from her forehead, and looked up to see two senior academy students approaching leisurely. They appeared to know her well and sneered as they remarked in mocking tones that it had been a long time since they last saw Arin. Arin surveyed the gathered figures and calmly pronounced the names Pavian and Nerovian. With silver hair flowing gracefully, the princess respectfully bowed and adjusted her dress as if to mark the passage of time. Pavian stepped forward with disdain, his gaze fixed on her as he clicked his tongue in mockery, suggesting that she was now mingling with commoners. Nerovian, his smirk barely concealed, added a cutting remark about her consorting with servants, insinuating that birds of a feather flock together. Overwhelmed, Arin lowered her head, rendered speechless by their words. Beside her, Leximus also bowed hastily upon recognizing the two before her. Cyan, observing the scene, quickly identified them as the third and fourth princes, the sons of the current queen from the Nepellus family, and noted with concern their clear disapproval of her. Eventually, the two arrogant princes took notice. Pavian, in a tone of feigned surprise, expressed his astonishment, while Nerovian stammered in confusion upon realizing Cyan's presence. Without delay, Cyan introduced himself in a straightforward manner as Cyan Vert, the youngest of the Vert. Ignoring Arin completely, the princes stepped past her to greet him warmly. Pavian remarked that there was no way he would fail to recognize a son of Duke Vert, admitting that he had been impressed by Cyan's duel. Seizing a rare opportunity to recruit such talent, Pavian shamelessly extended an invitation, promising to include him at any forthcoming party. Cyan's attention briefly shifted to these royals as he noticed Arin's dejected demeanor. She remained bowed and silent, her initial greeting to her royal brothers long past. The princes continued their shallow chatter, with Nerovian suggesting that they talk further and become friends, patting Cyan on the shoulder as though it were a rare opportunity. Dismissing their words with a curt affirmation, Cyan offered a polite, dismissive reply. Satisfied, Pavian bid farewell, and the conversation ended. At that moment, a familiar, malicious voice emerged from behind Arin. Her brother placed a hand on her shoulder and whispered with an arrogant smile that she should know her place and avoid excessive pride. Shock widened her eyes as his contemptuous reminder resonated painfully. Without hesitation, he further humiliated her by sneering that she needed to be more self-aware. Alongside him, Pavian frowned at Arin, his gaze reducing her to insignificance, before both turned their backs and walked away, leaving her overwhelmed by a torrent of bitter emotions. Leximus, still reeling from the encounter, could hardly believe what she had witnessed. She asked in astonishment whether those men were indeed princes and lamented their behavior. Arin, still with her face darkened, coldly remarked that they were still family, invoking the old adage that blood is thicker than water. At that moment, Cyan interjected, challenging the notion by suggesting that, in his eyes, she was in a worse position than strangers. Arin jerked her head up, her eyes filling with a blend of surprise and horror. Calmly, Cyan explained that whether it was blood or water, in the face of power both were meaningless. He knew that within the royal family, everyone eventually turned on one another in the struggle for the throne. He reminded her that if these princes were treating her so poorly, it was simply because they were wary of her. Stunned by his frankness, the young princess remained silent as Cyan added with a calm acknowledgement that they were merely trying to keep her in check. Cyan's parting words, a simple farewell, caused her cheeks to flush red and her heart to flutter. Distracted by the warmth on her face, she found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on preventing him from skipping class. Leximus, noticing Arin's flushed expression and naive demeanor, worriedly inquired if she was all right. Later, Cyan returned to his dormitory and called out loudly, yet only found Nana, the dragon girl, sleeping soundly. After scanning the room and muttering that no one was present, he called out again, this time summoning Brian and Kiram. At the mention of her name, The lazy demon sword floated over with a grumbling acknowledgement, complaining about the constant interruptions. Observing Kiram now flickering like a flame, Cyan inquired why she had assumed that form. The demon's sword lazily explained that it was more convenient for concealing her presence, and when Cyan curtly questioned the lack of politeness in addressing him, he pointed at Kiram in order to search for Brian. Abruptly, Kiram's demeanor changed as she shouted in anger, protesting that she was not to be treated like a dog and that his methods of asking for favors were not proper, insisting that Brian would eventually find his way back. Cyan silently endured the outburst. Suddenly, Kiram sniffed the air and remarked that she detected blood. Cyan startled and confused. The scene shifted to a nearby alley where a group of thugs, led by a smug nobleman from the academy, was shoving and jostling Brian. The nobleman sneered that Brian's current predicament was the consequence of his earlier failure to heed their advice while they were still being kind. The person in question was none other than Barrett, the arrogant noble who had bullied Leximus before being driven off by Cyan. Now, he was venting his anger on Brian to avenge the humiliation. With a smirk, he surveyed Brian, who lay on the ground coughing up blood, and mocked him, insisting that he had expected a guardian knight, but instead found only garbage. Barrett regarded the helpless, motionless Brian with contempt and declared, with arrogant certainty, that he intended to cut him into pieces and send those pieces to his owner as a twisted gift. Seething with anger, he snarled that all of this was due to Brian's owner having the audacity to act in his face, and he laughed maniacally, expressing revulsion at the very thought. Brian struggled to cough and groaned, his small resistance only serving to infuriate Barrett further. In response to Brian's blunt retort, which suggested that Barrett would never succeed, Barrett frowned and glared, his anger deepening with every challenge. Even though Brian had already been beaten and disfigured by Barrett's men, the knight, refusing to surrender, managed a mocking half-smile that only stoked Barrett's fury. Grinding his teeth, Barrett grinned maliciously, his eyes flashing with a wild and vicious light as he ridiculed Brian for being an insane bastard who must have lost his mind from the beating. Leisurely, he directed his thugs to unsheathe their swords and surround Brian, indifferent to the knight's defiant retort that he only pitied them. At that moment, a mercenary was about to draw his sword when Cyan appeared atop the roof of a nearby house. With a cold tone, he inquired what they were doing. The mere sound of Cyan's voice made Barrett's hair stand on end. Startled, he leaped back as cold sweat poured down his body. Cyan stood there with a clenched fist and a faint dark mist swirling under his feet, and he growled that the chaos before him was Barrett's doing. Recognizing Cyan's presence, Brian opened his eyes weakly, while young Master Cyan fixed his gaze on his subordinate, remarking that he was a mess and noting that even his vocal cords seemed injured. Despite his initial shock, Barrett maintained a confidence born of relying on his hired mercenaries. With a sneer, he taunted that Cyan had come crawling to the tiger's den and declared that he would begin by carving out his organs. Cyan, however, smirked with excitement at the challenge. Gripping his demon sword Kiram tightly, he descended into the thick mist using his eighth form, Assault, aiming straight for the throats of the mercenaries below. Kiram's blade flickered with a crimson glow, reminiscent of spilled blood. In the blink of an eye, the mercenaries fell, scattered in all directions, leaving only the brightly glowing swords of Cyan visible. Panic seized Barrett as he retreated to a corner, covering his face in horror and staring helplessly at the unbelievable scene. He could scarcely believe that his mercenaries had been defeated so swiftly, and he wondered if anyone could ever stand against Cyan. Barrett recalled the day when a gigantic manosphere had terrified him to the point of cowering in fear. Deep inside, he questioned how Cyan had become so formidable. With the mercenaries dealt with, Cyan raised his glowing, demon sword and pointed it directly at Barrett, who trembled as he watched Cyan charge forward. Desperation overtook Barrett, and he gathered mana while shouting furiously, vowing to kill Cyan. Before he could complete his incantation, Cyan rushed forward and delivered a swift kick to Barrett's stomach. The force of the blow sent Barrett flying backward, tumbling several times until he finally crashed at the end of the alley, writhing in pain and unable to rise as he groaned in agony. Approaching Barrett with cold resolve, Cyan passed judgment by remarking that some things never changed, and he calmly turned to interrogate whether Barrett truly enjoyed harassing those weaker than himself. Despite being at a disadvantage, Barrett managed to sneer and scoff, questioning what hobbies had to do with such matters and implying that Cyan might kill him for his insolence. Barrett Louis Mill, the oldest son of the Louis Mill household, recognized as the true authority in the Garum Kingdom. In Cyan's previous life, Barrett had been notorious for problematic behavior, physically assaulting others, burning small animals alive for amusement, and even crossing the line by murdering a female classmate under the pretext that she was practicing magic. When an order came from Mist to purify him, Cyan recalled infiltrating the mansion where Barrett had been staying and witnessing the countless corpses of tortured servants stored in the basement. He remembered vividly the moment when Barrett had smiled at him and dared him to kill him quickly rather than prolong his suffering. A smile so terrifying it still made others' blood boil, its perverse indifference devoid of humanity. The recollection of that scene stirred a deep, seething rage within Cyan. Cyan glanced at Barrett with disgust, silently thinking that killing him in such a manner was hardly the punishment he deserved. After all, Barrett had claimed to have had all his fun before dying. Memories of what Barrett had done to Leximus flashed through Cyan's mind, and he could not accept that mere death could atone for the countless lives Barrett had ruined. The thought alone stoked a fierce anger within Cyan. The price he had paid for destroying so many lives was far too little. Without warning, Cyan seized Barrett by the mouth and forced him to open it. With a swift swing of his arm, he conjured a small mana sphere into his hand. Barrett immediately realized that Cyan intended to force him to swallow the mana sphere to completely destroy his mana core. Horrified and unable to move his soaked, weakened body, Barrett could do nothing to escape Cyan's grip. He cried out in fear, pleading for Cyan not to do it, but Cyan's cold tone demanded him to repeat what Barrett had planned to do to him. As the mana sphere was drawn closer, Barrett's panic intensified. He shouted wildly that he was a member of the Luis Mill family, the most powerful family in the Garum Kingdom, implying that such a lineage might protect him from harsh consequences. Cyan sneered at his words, remarking bitterly on how much Barrett talked. Then, forcefully, he shoved the mana sphere into Barrett's throat, pressing it firmly to prevent any chance of spitting it out, and compelled Barrett to swallow it. In a tone as cold as ice, Cyan remarked that it was acceptable if Barrett detested him. Barrett thrashed in agony, struggling to resist the forced ingestion, but Cyan's grip only tightened. He continued, dismissing any words spoken behind his back, and denounced Barrett for daring to lay his dirty hands on his subordinate. A garbage excuse for a human being, in Cyan's eyes. A malicious smirk played upon Cyan's lips after he forced Barrett to swallow the mana sphere. The agonizing pain tore through Barrett's mouth, and he cried out as the intense light of the sphere seemed to engulf and burn him from within. Above, a figure concealed in a tattered cloak silently observed the scene. One of Echelle's subordinates, now panic-stricken, watched from a distance and thought anxiously that he had never imagined such power could be hidden. He resolved to notify young Master Echelle immediately, though he also worried that this revelation might interfere with his plans. Unexpectedly, an arm reached out from behind him. Clad in the assassin's mist-cloak, a mysterious individual named Serrika grabbed his mouth, pressed a dagger to his throat, and whispered that he was the little obsessive stalker who had been following her disciple everywhere recently. After dealing with Barrett, Cyan turned and walked toward Brian. By that time, Brian managed to sit up, leaning against a corner and cradling his injuries. His swollen face, marred by the conflict, prevented him from meeting Cyan's gaze as he whispered an apology, expressing regret that he had never imagined such a large group would attack him. Observing Brian's disheveled state, Cyan regarded him with cold scrutiny and bluntly questioned whether his subordinate was truly fit for duty, wondering why he had engaged in a fight that was clearly unwinnable. Brian bowed his head and murmured his apologies further. Cyan then crouched down in front of Brian, resting his chin on his hand in a teasing manner, and inquired why Brian had not simply run away. He admitted that he had somewhat understood Brian's intentions, but added that recklessness was not acceptable. With a serious glance into Brian's eyes, he reminded him that he did not need a loyal subordinate who would simply perish. Foolish actions were nothing but an annoyance. Rising to his feet, Cyan warned that a lecture awaited Brian upon their return, while Brian continued to bow and whisper apologies. At that moment, his voice rang out, calling for Serrika to come forward. She chuckled in amazement at the observation. Cyan glanced at her and at all the guild members who had hidden nearby. Calmly, he responded that it was impossible not to notice, given that they had brought all their hall members along. The other guild members silently withdrew as Serrika appeared, leaping down and seizing the person following Cyan by the collar. With an amused tone, Serrika declared that she had brought a gift and she tossed the hapless man to the ground, leaving him dazed. Cyan showed no surprise at these developments. He calmly stated that the man who had been trailing him was well known, a fact that elicited a surprised exclamation from Serrika. She then admitted, with a slight sigh and a hint of admiration, that she did acknowledge his talent. Reflecting on the secret observations she had made of him over time, she praised his powers that surpassed those of a typical assassin, his intellect that enabled him to negotiate fairly with the Dean, and his mental fortitude that allowed him to handle the demonic sword with ease. In her eyes, he was an ideal candidate for succession. However, her expression turned sharp as she reminded him that such events could not continue indefinitely. More people would eventually become suspicious. Cyan met her gaze calmly and confirmed that he would be careful. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and his tone turned threatening as he declared that he had no intention of living like an idiot who took advantage of others. He vowed that if anyone dared to lay a hand on his people, he would crush them without mercy. Serrika bowed her head and laughed in amusement, remarking internally that she understood. She believed he would protect his own people. Concluding that further intervention was unnecessary, she waved goodbye and added that she was confident he would handle matters before departing. Cyan, perplexed by her unexpectedly calm reaction and feeling a growing suspicion, watched her leave. Just before she departed, she turned back, pointed at the figure still lying on the ground, and reminded him not to forget that person. She intended to deal with Barrett and his minions. Cyan acknowledged her words and confirmed her plan. Next, Cyan glanced at Echelle's subordinate, who was now squirming and crying out in alarm, questioning what fate awaited him. With a slight smirk, Cyan remarked that killing him would be far too easy. Despite sweating profusely, the subordinate pleaded to remain silent. Cyan sneered as he reminded the subordinate that he was meant to be Echelle's #1 aide. The subordinate, bewildered, wondered silently how that could he know. Cyan recalled with a quiet thought that the subordinate never strayed from Echelle's side, a fact that had once fueled Cyan's jealousy in a previous life. Smiling knowingly, Cyan considered that this subordinate might prove dangerous in a different way. Gradually, he gathered dark energy in his hand as he observed the quivering figure. He mused that it would be simple to end him immediately, but his connection to Echelle made him too useful for future plans. The subordinate's terror grew as he took in Cyan's calculating expression and the creeping violet-black mist that enveloped him. In panic, the subordinate cried out in confusion, demanding that the ominous presence be driven away. Cyan chuckled, his eyes shining brightly as his body radiated mana. He then invoked his shadow personality of creation, which flowed into the subordinate. In moments, the dense black mist surged into the subordinate's mouth and eyes, eventually engulfing his entire body and causing him to convulse and scream in horror. Elsewhere that morning, the sounds of wooden swords clashing echoed through the academy. Leximus gripped her wooden sword tightly and charged forward with resolute determination, swinging a strike straight at Princess Arin. Though the princess managed to parry the blow just in time, the force of the attack made her struggle and cry out. Arin attempted to shake off the impact and push Leximus back while insisting that the assault was trivial. However, Leximus was one step ahead. She swiftly circled behind the princess before Arin could discern her position. With her sword pointed at the princess's back, Leximus gleefully announced her victory and addressed the royal with a formal title. Startled by her own carelessness, Arin gasped in surprise, pouted, and turned to Leximus, muttering that she could never win against her. She also reminded Leximus that when they were alone, she should be called by her given name. Leximus awkwardly scratched her head and apologized, reverting to the proper address as the princess glared and sternly corrected her. In that moment, a loud yelp echoed from the adjacent training ground, and Arin glanced over with concern, remarking that the training there was exceptionally intense. Meanwhile, Cyan was pushing Brian through an intense physical training session following the recent confrontation with Barrett. Brian was no match for Cyan, who delivered a punishing punch to the stomach. Cyan's relentless assault left Brian little time to recover before another kick struck his knee. As Brian cried out in agony, unable to defend or counterattack, he hunched over in pain after a barrage of blows. Observing that Brian might not endure much longer, Cyan stepped back briefly to offer a moment of respite, while noting the errand boy's impressive endurance despite the onslaught. Even with his body battered and sweating profusely, Brian took a few heavy breaths and seemed to recover quickly. Satisfied that Brian would prove useful later, Cyan sharply inquired whether he was tired. Brian, clearly struggling to continue, replied that he could keep going. Taken aback, Cyan muttered about the blood and acknowledged that his harsh training methods, while severe, suited Brian's physical capabilities. He mused that he would have persisted even if Brian were tired, for there was no guarantee that another incident like Barrett's would not occur. Brian needed to be able to defend himself. Although the incident had passed a few days earlier, Cyan remained troubled by the memory of Barrett's malicious smile as he vented his anger on his subordinate. Now somewhat recovered, Brian hesitantly asked whether that Kellen fellow was truly all right. Cyan noticed that Brian was still troubled by the incident and, with a serious tone, reassured him that there was no need for concern because the target was already on their side. Knowing that the spy, Kellen, was a close subordinate of his brother Echelle, Cyan had already cast a spell on him. At that moment, Kellen, bound by Cyan's magic, was hurled to the ground. The spell gradually overtook his body. Even though Brian was exhausted from enduring Barrett's and his hired thugs' torture, he remained alert enough to witness Cyan's magical prowess firsthand. For Brian, it was the first time his master had used magic, and he stared at Cyan with astonishment as Kellen soon lay motionless. To cast this demanding spell, Cyan had exerted a considerable amount of effort. He silently acknowledged that it had been a long time since he had used 9-star shadow personality, a technique that summoned a personality from the shadow to manipulate opponents. He recalled using it only once in a past life. Stepping forward, Cyan took a knife and cut the ropes binding Kellen. In an instant, Kellen's demeanor transformed from defiant to obedient. With a cold tone, Cyan inquired who Kellen was. Kellen knelt at his feet, his body still shrouded in a faint purple mist, and replied that he was Kellen Diego, a guardian knight of Velius, assigned to watch over young Master Cyan on behalf of his master, Echelle. He explained that he had come to Lewin for this very purpose. A smirk crossed Cyan's face as he noted the subordinate's newfound submission. He then pressed for confirmation regarding the loyalty of the man's service. Kellen bowed his head, his face devoid of emotion, and stated that he had served young Master Echelle, but now wished to serve Cyan instead. With a calm smile, Cyan accepted the change in allegiance on the condition that Kellen relay all instructions back to Echelle in Velius. His smile then turned menacing as he glowered at Kellen and, through clenched teeth, demanded that no detail be left out. In response, Kellen bowed his head further and declared his understanding, his eyes burning with determination and an unsettling loyalty, an effect undoubtedly deepened by Cyan's spell. As Cyan remembered that unwavering loyalty, he shivered slightly at the thought that such intense devotion might be dangerous. Lost in his own reflections, Cyan did not immediately respond until Brian nervously called out, addressing him as young master. Reassuring himself that everything would be all right, Cyan remained momentarily deep in thought. At that instant, Princess Arin and Leximus visited their training ground. Standing with her hands on her hips, the princess commented on the unexpected presence of the guardian knight. Brian quickly bowed and greeted her with the appropriate respect. Cyan then turned his attention to the two girls and, in an indifferent tone, inquired if the princess had come to train as well. The princess replied with an enthusiastic smile that she attended training every weekend alongside Leximus, a plan she believed was wise in light of the recent incident. At the mention of that incident, Cyan's thoughts drifted to the events of the previous week. Barrett Louis Mill had been found in front of the nurse's office, beaten nearly to death and rendered unable to use magic ever again. Although Barrett had once employed a formidable stone-swallowing trick that decimated mana core and sealed a harsh fate for Leximus in a past life, Leximus's reaction had not matched Cyan's expectations. He had anticipated a sense of satisfaction, yet Leximus simply bowed her head in silence whenever Barrett's incident was mentioned. Suddenly, a small voice shattered the moment. The little girl Nana shouted, calling her papa loudly, startling everyone on the training ground. Floating in the air above them, she captured the attention of all present. Brian, alarmed, called out that the little girl was over there, and even Cyan was taken aback as he exclaimed Nana's name. He previously left her with Kiram, unaware that the demon sword Kiram was still soundly sleeping, toy in hand. Without hesitation, Nana let herself fall freely, landing squarely in Princess Arin's arms. Confused, the princess asked where the girl had come from, but Nana paid no heed to the inquiry. Instead, she looked straight at Cyan and joyfully proclaimed that she found her papa. The princess froze in astonishment as she followed the little girl's pointing finger, her gaze fixed on Cyan, still unable to fully comprehend what she had just heard. The princess furrowed her brows and sweated in surprise as she addressed Cyan as Papa in a frustrated tone, silently wondering with whom he had been caught off guard. Caught off guard himself, Cyan had no choice but to reflect deeply on the situation. Eventually, he recounted to the princess how he had accidentally discovered the child, revealing that the girl was a dragonkin, while carefully omitting that he had found her during an assassination mission. After listening attentively, the princess sighed in relief and, with a wiped forehead, admitted that she had suspected that much. She expressed her relief that the child was not really his, confessing that she had entertained all kinds of ideas about her origin. By this time, they had returned to Arin's room. There, Leximus was playing with the little girl, and the princess accepted Cyan's explanation with cheerful disbelief, remarking how unexpectedly clever he could be. Cyan, however, felt no joy in the praise. Instead, a cold sweat broke out on his skin as he thought gloomily that this might become dangerous. She could later use the knowledge to blackmail him. Brian, sitting nearby, shared in his worry, his face growing pale as he anxiously considered that they might be expelled from the academy if anyone discovered the truth, especially given that everyone here already knew Nana was a draconic human. Princess Arin, however, proactively reassured him with a confident smile, promising not to reveal a word. Both Brian and Cyan were stunned by her firm declaration. In surprise, Cyan wondered if she truly meant it. Arin then turned to Leximus and affirmed that her promise was sincere. Leximus, still happily playing with Nana, looked up with an innocent smile and confirmed that there was no one to tell since she had no friends to confide in. Realizing that her earlier inquiry had been a bit insensitive, the princess paused. Before she could say more, Cyan bluntly asked for a reason. Tilting her head and offering a gentle smile, the princess explained that she simply felt sorry for the child, who would never fit in with either dragons or humans and would never be accepted by anyone. Turning to Cyan, she sincerely praised him for taking care of her. Seizing the moment, the princess then mustered her courage and asked directly if she could visit his room sometimes. Cyan, confused by the implication that she meant his room, watched as the princess blushed, bowed her head, wiped away her sweat, and awkwardly clarified that she only wished to see Nana occasionally. Realizing that the princess bore no ill intent toward the child, Cyan accepted her request, remarking that it did not matter to him. His simple affirmation brought a rosy flush to the princess's cheeks. Meeting her gaze squarely, Cyan then suggested that this arrangement remain their secret. The princess quickly nodded in agreement, silently vowing that they now had a little secret. Soon after, Brian picked up the little girl, stood, and announced his departure to the princess. Leximus hurried over, bowed politely, and wished him well. After Cyan had left, Leximus noticed that the princess was still lost in thought. With confusion, she addressed the princess, but the latter remained absorbed in her own reveries. A soft smile frozen on her flushed cheeks as her heart pounded with the secret hope of growing closer to Cyan. Alarmed by the princess's odd demeanor, Leximus called out, asking if she was feeling unwell. Later, when Cyan returned to his dormitory and roused the demonic sword Kiram, he learned of the events that had transpired. Kiram merely smirked and raised an eyebrow, remarking that something amusing must have occurred while she slept, and teasing that perhaps Cyan should reveal that he was living with the demonic sword as well. In a fit of fury, Cyan pointed an accusing finger at Kiram and admonished her for falling asleep while babysitting the child. Unperturbed, Kiram replied in a casual tone that the child did as she pleased because she took after her father. Brian, meanwhile, held the little girl in his arms even as she wriggled, clearly preferring to be with Cyan. Suggesting that they take her on walks to relieve her stress from being indoors all the time, Brian received a thoughtful nod from Cyan, who crossed his arms and pondered before agreeing that it was not a bad idea, thankful by the acceptance of his suggestion. That evening, far in the distant mountain range, two dragon-like figures soared together through the sky. Suddenly, one dragon halted, sensing something unsettling. The other, startled, inquired as to what was wrong. The first, with an unhappy expression, explained that he detected a sickening odor and wondered where it might be coming from. Cautiously, the second replied that although the source was not very close, they were near Lewin. The first dragon continued to feel uneasy, furrowing his brow as he questioned whether the smell originated from the Lewin Academy. Concluding that they must pause their journey back, his eyes glowed ominously as he peered downward and pointed toward the source of his discomfort. That night, after deciding to let Nana play outside, Cyan and Brian took her to an empty road on the outskirts of Lewin. Having been confined to Cyan's dormitory for so long, Nana was thrilled to finally fly freely under the open sky. With her small wings flapping excitedly, she darted ahead, prompting Brian to chase after her while shouting warnings that the way was dangerous. Calmly, Cyan followed, watching Nana's joyful exclamations as she marveled at the vastness of the place. Smiling to himself as he observed her radiant face and unbridled delight, he noted that being 10 kilometers from the center of Lewin should be safe for her to play as much as she wanted. Followed them, Kiram mocked Cyan in a tone laced with sarcasm, remarking that he was acting like a real father and teasing that he might as well get Nana a mother like the princess from earlier. Cyan gritted his teeth, ready to retort, when suddenly a chilling sensation ran down both of their spine. Sensing something amiss, Kiram muttered that something was coming. In that moment, 2 dragons appeared directly before them. One of the dragons sneered disdainfully, a look that immediately set Brian on edge. Recognizing the danger, Brian panicked and yelled for Nana. As she rushed toward him, he quickly grabbed her, holding her tightly in his arms. At that instant, a tremendous force crashed down. Cyan hurried over, anxiously asking Brian about Nana as he scanned the area. Nana clung to Brian, visibly frightened but thankfully unharmed. Brian shielded her from the flying debris as he nervously reassured that she was safe. In the midst of the chaos, Cyan stepped forward, instructing Brian to remain behind him in the open. The ground shattered into pieces as 2 figures of humanoid form of a dragon emerged amidst blinding light and thunder. Standing protectively in front of Brian and Nana, Cyan wondered aloud why such high-ranking dragons had arrived, though he quickly recognized their identities despite their human forms. The dragon's calculating eyes fixed on Brian and Nana. Brian understood their malevolent intentions immediately. He tightened his arms around Nana protectively, glaring back with unwavering vigilance. One of the high-ranking dragons, Silver Dragon Lucian, narrowed his eyes in disgust and sneered about the source of the sickening stench, while his companion, the Red Dragon Catalina, glared with contempt. In a mocking tone, she addressed Cyan and his companion, remarking on the presence of the halfling human and even the possession of the demonic sword. Kiram regarded her with caution and defensiveness as she, feeling insulted, grumbled her discontent. Catalina, in response, shouted irritably that such objectification was beneath her, adding that she had degraded herself by being a human slave. Her arrogant words infuriated Kiram, who glared back and snapped that her attitude might very well lead to his demise. Before Catalina could rush forward, Lucian raised his hand to halt her advance. Stepping between the combatants, he addressed Cyan and Kiram in a tone filled with disdain, declaring that he had no interest in fighting inferior beings unnecessarily. Then, turning his gaze toward the child in Brian's arms, he growled that the halfling should be handed over to him. Nana, sensing their malice, clutched Brian's shirt tightly and trembled. In response, Brian shifted his body to shield her and glared at the 2 dragons despite his own fear. Overwhelmed by the situation, Nana burst into tears as she nestled further into Brian's embrace. The dragons continued with their heartless remarks, deeming a half-human, half-dragon an ideal subject for experimentation. Lucian glared coldly at them and declared that he would allow them to depart only if the child were surrendered. Unfazed by the threat, Cyan seized Kiram in anger and snapped at Lucian to be silent. Enraged by his insolence, Lucians demanded him to repeat what had been said. In a cold reply, Cyan reiterated his command for silence, referring to Lucian with a derogatory remark. Lucian then lowered his head briefly, a smirk forming on his lips as he laughed before swinging his sword to slash the ground beside Cyan. His intent was not a direct attack, but rather intimidation. The display was enough to startle Brian, who immediately hugged Nana and shouting his concern. Calmly, Cyan ordered Brian to move far away from the danger. Seeing that Cyan was unscathed, Brian promptly carried Nana away while responding respectfully. Meanwhile, the dragon's power had torn up the ground near Cyan, sending sparks flying. Cyan observed the display and silently admired the fancy technique, while Lucian gripped his weapon tightly as lightning flashed continuously along his spear. Lucian soared upward, sneering as he declared that this was why he was called inferior. Instead of answering directly, Cyan countered with a technique known as Thick Mist Ninth Form Demonic Sword Manifestation. By merging with his demonic sword, Kiram, Cyan's skin darkened while his hair transformed into blazing crimson flames. The dragons immediately recognized his new form. In shock, Catalina remarked on the power, to which Lucian replied calmly that it was the power of the exile. He frowned disdainfully, grumbling that despite the day's surprises, Cyan remained nothing more than an inferior human in his eyes. In an instant, Cyan had already reappeared beside Lucian, ready to strike with his sword. Without a word, Cyan launched a rapid series of attacks that forced Lucian to raise his sword in a passive defense. This only enraged Lucian further. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword towards Cyan. Quick to evade, Cyan dodged backward. In response, Lucian thrust his hand forward to activate his shock wave technique. Lightning flickered in his palm as a massive magic circle appeared in the sky. Startled, Cyan looked upward at the brilliant rays crashing straight toward him. In an instant, he was engulfed by a colossal pillar of light, its force blasting down to shatter the earth and rocks beneath his feet. Swiftly employing his thick mist third form, known as Mist Glide, Cyan escaped the onslaught, reappearing behind Lucian. Sensing the renewed threat, Lucian stood in shock as Cyan unleashed yet another technique. The Mist Sword, rushing Mist Storm, sending arches of sword strike from his dagger. Before the assault could overwhelm him, Catalina swiftly flew up to shield Lucian's back with a fire barrier. With a confident laugh, she assured that she would block the attack. However, Lucian sensed a miscalculation and urgently shouted a warning to Catalina, insisting that she was no match for Cyan. Ignoring his plea, Catalina arrogantly maintained that her dragon's barrier, forged from 1,000 years of mana accumulation, would hold against a human who could not live 100 years. Before she could finish her declaration, Cyan advanced with his next move, Mist Sword 8, Fluttering Petals. His eyes narrowed as he smiled and directed his attack straight at the barrier. Catalina's confident smile faded into shock as her barrier was struck repeatedly by Cyan's relentless blows. A tremendous explosion of blinding light followed, shattering the fire barrier into countless fragments. In utter horror, Catalina could only watch as Cyan's assault pierced through her defense. Unable to recover, she endured a double serial slash, a flurry of strikes that tore across her body. Her screams of despair echoed faintly as Lucian helplessly witnessed his close subordinate disintegrate into dust. The sight pushed Lucian's anger to its peak. He gritted his teeth in frustration, questioning in a voice full of contempt how the so-called God of Darkness could wield such power. Ignoring the challenge, Cyan remained silent while Lucian deployed a new magic formation in the sky. His eyes glowed fiercely red as he coldly declared that, if Cyan did not wish to answer, he must at least admit that his opponent was worthy. Cyan immediately recognized Lucian's intentions. Silently, he prepared for the impending confrontation. Lucian rushed into his magic formation, his body aglow amid a swirling vortex of lightning. As Cyan observed the transformation, he noted that Lucian was invoking a spell to force a dragon to abandon its human guise and revert to its original form. Gradually, Lucian's body transformed. His jaws extended to reveal sharp dragon teeth. His hands became clawed talons, and massive dragon wings unfurled behind him. Now fully transformed into a white dragon roaring fiercely and shaking both the sky and earth beneath him, Lucian faced Cyan head-on. Without hesitation, Cyan leapt from the ground and surged toward Lucian's head. Caught by surprise, Lucian gritted his teeth and stammered in confusion as Cyan, hovering right above him, focused on the large horn atop Lucian's head. Realizing with shock that Cyan knew the weakness of polymorph, a flaw uncommon known among inferior species, Cyan swiftly descended and drove his demonic sword firmly into the dragon head. A piercing cry of pain erupted from Lucian as his eyes blazed red with agony and disbelief. Cyan then employed another technique. Mist Sword, unshakable roots of a great tree. The black mist around Lucian transformed into sharp blades that slashed repeatedly across his body. Lucian struggled in paralysis, roaring in immense pain. In moments, his body was engulfed by the relentless stabs of the terrifying fog. Lucian collapsed to the ground amid a swirling cloud of dust. Witnessing the scene, Brian rushed toward his master, clutching little Nana in his arms, his face etched with shock and worry as he called out anxiously. He froze as he beheld the unfolding scene and, without a word, immediately shielded Nana's eyes. The bewildered girl cried out that she could not see ahead. Meanwhile, Cyan, with a disturbing calm, dismembered Lucian's corpse and, as though savoring a macabre feast, casually offered a sizable piece of meat to them while remarking that it was a precious meat. Stunned and unsure how to react, Brian stood silent as Nana, her curiosity piqued, declared that she wanted some as well. Cyan sternly warned that children should not eat such meat, that for a great dragon like him, it was nothing more than nourishment. Not long after, following Cyan's orders, Kellen returned to report everything he knew about the recent tailing mission. In a quiet, contemplative tone, Echelle inquired whether Kellen believed an unknown force was supporting his brother. Bowing his head, Kellen calmly confirmed that the informants they had sent had been eliminated by that force. Echelle then frowned slightly as he asked if that was all. Kellen apologized for the lack of further information. He truly did not know much more. What captured Echelle's attention, however, was Kellen's unusually calm demeanor. Typically anxious and prone to losing his composure, the subordinate now appeared composed and markedly different. So much so that Echelle could not detect the desperation that once defined him. It was as if Kellen had become a completely different person, maintaining his calm facade while concealing any suspicion. After a brief pause, Echelle bowed his head and announced that he would ask Kellen a question. At those words, Kellen froze and met Echelle's cold, scrutinizing gaze. In that moment, a hint of worry crept across his face as he realized that this was a test, an indication that Echelle was beginning to doubt him. Without hesitation, Kellen pounded his chest and bowed deeply before Echelle solemnly intoned the familiar blessing. Let the blessing of Luminal be with him. A leisurely smirk then curved Echelle's lips as he expressed his appreciation for Kellen's response, a measure meant to confirm the subordinate's genuineness. Noticing Kellen's nervousness and the cold sweat on his brow, Echelle cautioned him that this was merely a regular ritual and nothing more. Alert and still lost in troubled thoughts, fearing that if his doubts fully blossomed, he might not escape, Kellen turned to leave. As he opened the door in deep contemplation, he was startled to find someone standing just behind it. For an instant, he thought of the woman he knew as Cyan's maid, Emily, who had been about to knock. Smiling awkwardly upon seeing him, Emily greeted him with a friendly hello. Kellen frowned in suspicion and inquired, in his own guarded manner, what had brought her there. At that moment, Echelle stepped forward and patted Kellen on the shoulder, explaining that he had called her. He then inquired, with measured curiosity, if her name was indeed Emily. After a hurried stammer of affirmation directed to the young master Echelle, she blushed shyly, and he asked if she might do him a favor. Elsewhere, at a meeting consisting of mana crystal to communicate, the leader convened for an urgent meeting. He announced in shock the fact that both Lucian and Catalina were missing. The remaining people gathered around the massive mana stone of their leader, huddled through smaller mana stones, and explained that the pair had manifested divine powers at the outskirts of Lewin. However, that apparition was the last trace of them. Both having been above 8-star level, their shattered mana stones attesting to the destructive forces unleashed during the battle. Examining the remnants, one individual questioned whether the killer had erased all other evidence through magic. Another added that for such erasure to be possible, the culprit would almost certainly have to wield dark elemental powers. One of them stated solemnly that the only one capable of killing the two was Kundel Quiselle. Yet he hesitated, noting that Quiselle did not possess such powers, implying the existence of an unknown, fourth individual. Suddenly, another person spoke up, recalling that there was a boy named Cyan Vert, the sole dark element user in the Royal Academy. Another recounted an earlier battle in which Cyan had survived an attack from the Devil Dragon on the front lines. There were whispers linking him to the deaths of Renaud and Albus, both of whom had assisted in providing testing subjects and materials. Listening silently, the leader then asked skeptically whether there might be a connection between these events, and declared that he would keep a close watch on the matter. The leader recalled its granddaughter, who was around Cyan's age, and immediately suggested that Lunav Rainreaver should have her granddaughter become acquainted with Cyan Vert. At dawn the next day, sunlight streamed into the Royal Academy and the royal dormitories. Princess Arin joyfully dashed to Cyan's dorm room, carrying a delicious cake. With uncontained excitement, she presented the cake, a special creation prepared by the palace chefs especially for little Nana, and urged the child to enjoy it. Nana's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fragrant cake, and she drooled in delight while offering praise in her own enthusiastic way. Not content with just one cake, the princess had also arranged for a cart laden with boxes of cakes. Gently, she told Nana that she could have as much as she wanted because there was plenty more, Nana stared wide-eyed at the cart, overflowing with delicious treats. Meanwhile, Cyan sat silently in a corner, watching the scene with contentment. In his thoughts, he noted that they were having fun, but that they must remain discreet. If the dragons sensed Nana's presence, they might ambush them again. Determined, he vowed to protect those he cared about, resolving that he would ensure no harm would come to them. Deep within his mind, the sinister face and evil smile of Echelle emerged, and Cyan silently reminded himself that his goal in this life was to completely ruin that bastard's plans. At that moment, the princess turned to observe Cyan's expression, surprised to see him smiling dreamily, as if lost in a pleasant daydream. She inquired, in her own curious way, whether something good had happened. Cyan replied leisurely that he had merely entertained a pleasant thought. Somewhere else, in the garden of the Vert residence, when Echelle was warmly welcoming an esteemed guest, Lunav Sevelus, the first prince. During that meeting, Echelle had expressed cordial greetings and gratitude, attributing his current well-being to the first prince's influence. However, the first prince's tone had taken on a more cutting note as he muttered discontentedly about Echelle's prolonged residence in the isolated estate and mentioned that he had heard Alice had left on a journey. Echelle, unruffled by any concern for his sister, admitted that he was indeed worried about her, for he knew not her current whereabouts or intentions. The first prince, leaning on his hand and with a knowing smirk, suggested that perhaps Echelle's concerns stemmed from a fear that she might one day threaten his position of power. In response, Echelle feigned innocence and dismissed the matter as unworthy of discussion. The prince then made a cryptic remark about the nature of their friendship, leaving the subject momentarily aside as a subordinate approached with a glass of wine. The first prince, still curious, asked in passing about Cyan, his younger brother. With measured calm, Echelle announced that his father was so interested in Cyan that he appeared to be considering an engagement between him and Arin. At the mention of his sister, the first prince's expression soured further as he resentfully complained about Echelle's adamant protection of what he termed as useless little garbage. Echelle, maintaining his composure, smiled calculatingly and confidently affirmed that the more attention and power she gained, the more useful she would be to their cause. Satisfied, the first prince smirked appreciatively, clearly pleased to share a mutual understanding. In the midst of the conversation, the prince's subordinate suddenly directed a wine bottle toward Echelle and inquired whether he would partake. Echelle glanced up and, with unexpected curiosity, declared that he had not seen this guardian knight before. The first prince, noting Echelle's interest, turned to the knight standing nearby. With evident pride, Lunav introduced the knight as a rare jewel discovered during a scouting mission in the slums. This revelation piqued Echelle's curiosity further, and the knight, smiling at the compliment, introduced himself as Boris Lel. There was an unmistakable air of darkness about Boris, a sinister aura that recalled fate repeating itself, for he had once been Echelle's most capable assistant in a previous life. 2 years passed, and life at the academy continued. Students turned their heads as a new figure strode across the yard. Over time, Cyan had learned to conceal himself and gradually adapt to life at the academy. By now, his sister Alice had returned, and her presence caused all the male students to admire her. During one moment, Alice glanced at a boy who had just been tapped on the head by his girlfriend for daring to look at another girl. Smiling awkwardly, Alice hurried off toward the principal's office, while the academy itself remained peaceful and calm that day. Later, Alice knocked on the principal's door and entered naturally. Relieved to see his student, Kundel greeted her politely and remarked on how long it had been since they last met. With a light laugh, she assured him that she had enjoyed her travels. Alice nodded in affirmation that she had visited Frenia. Kundel appeared surprised by her answer and remarked, in his own measured way, that Frenia was not a place where a human was typically welcomed. After setting her backpack down, Alice approached him and explained that although it had taken her a year to adjust, she had been determined to find the meaning of harmony, the very concept he had mentioned, because she believed that staying in that place would have hindered her growth. Hearing her heartfelt affirmation, Kundel grew contemplative. He frowned slightly as he observed that she seemed to have made up her mind. With unwavering resolve, Alice declared that she intended to join the Knights of Light. In response, Kundel hesitantly inquired whether she truly planned to continue following the will of her family. Meeting his gaze with eyes full of determination, Alice explained that someone had to take on that duty, for she was deeply worried about her younger siblings, especially Cyan, who she described as exceedingly shy. At this revelation, Kundel suddenly burst into laughter. Stunned by his reaction, Alice looked at him in confusion and questioned the cause of his mirth. Slowly stroking his beard, the principal raised an eyebrow and mused that Cyan's shyness was, in its own way, quite amusing. Just then, Cyan himself unexpectedly entered the room in a half-joking manner, remarking that the principal's tone was too harsh. At the sound of her brother's voice, Alice turned around in startled surprise. Before her stood a man who had grown so much that he was nearly unrecognizable, stronger and taller than she remembered. For a moment, she regarded him skeptically until he smiled gently and softly expressed that he had missed his sister dearly. After reuniting at the academy following 2 years apart, Cyan and Alice strolled together through the courtyard, chatting merrily. In a moment of astonishment, Alice commented on how much Cyan had changed from the small, frail boy she once knew. Now he stood as tall as she did, his body having grown robust and mature. She raised her hand to compare their heights and murmured that he was now the same height as her, and predicted that he would soon be taller. In a teasing tone, Cyan laughed and suggested that perhaps it was she who had shrunk rather than him. Pouting, Alice playfully pinched his cheek and smiled radiantly, signaling an end to their banter. Amid the joyful reunion, a nostalgic thought crept into Cyan's mind. He recalled the 2nd of July in the year 988, a day he remembered from his past life. Gazing at his sister's radiant smile, he felt an uneasy jolt, remembering it as the last day he had seen his sister alive. Concerned, Alice asked if he planned to go home now that summer break had begun. Cyan's smile turned sad as he explained that no one, aside from her, would welcome him there. Surprised and worried, Alice widened her eyes and asked if that was why he had not returned home for 2 years. Lowering his head, Cyan offered no immediate response. Instead, his thoughts drifted to his older brother. He silently reasoned that there were several factors keeping him away. Echelle's presence, the constant threat from the Duke's wife, who would kill him at every opportunity, and the inaction of their father. As he walked quietly toward the academy gates, he considered that returning would be akin to suicide and resolved not to go back until after graduation. While lost in his troubled thoughts, Alice suddenly asked if he was on good terms with Krantz. In an instant, Cyan's tone turned cold and displeased as he dismissed any possibility of friendship with Krantz. Alice was utterly shocked by this revelation, for she had been away from home so long that she was unaware of the full extent of the enmity between the two brothers. Confused, she pressed for clarification. Cyan fixed his glare upon her and explained in terse terms that she knew all too well how Krantz had treated him. He had even attempted to kill him once. Stunned and left speechless, Alice could only absorb this bitter truth. At that moment, Brian, who had been silently trailing behind them, stepped forward to offer his testimony. He introduced himself as Cyan's guardian knight, Brian Kendrick. Alice covered her mouth in astonishment, remarking that she had long wondered about the presence of a guardian knight following them. Brian, feeling awkward, managed only an embarrassed smile. Alice recalled that Cyan had once briefed her about all the secretive actions of Krantz and his mother, and now, learning the full story, she was overwhelmed with shock. Muttering in confusion about her time in Phrygia and how unaware she had been, she could barely process the revelations. Cyan, observing his sister's seething anger, her eyes now glowing with fury and an almost murderous aura in the silence, calmly explained that the real culprits were the Duke's wife and Krantz. Noting her silent, intense anger, he gently called her name, urging her to come out of her thoughts. Finally, snapping out of her reverie, Alice sighed and then looked directly at Cyan with a firm tone, asking if he had spoken to anyone else about these matters. Cyan nonchalantly replied that there was no point in discussing the past, as if it were a foregone conclusion, noting that Krantz made no effort to reflect on his own actions. Before Cyan could continue, Alice suddenly lunged forward and embraced him, catching him off guard. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered, with quiet sorrow, that he need not keep his burdens to himself, because she would always be there to protect him. Though Cyan only lowered his head in silence, his thoughts heavy with the weight of their shared future, the unspoken bond between them was palpable. Brian, also moved to tears by the siblings' connection, watched as Alice quickly rose, patted her brother's shoulder, and announced that she would like to remain with him longer, though she had somewhere she needed to be. Startled when she suddenly embraced him as well, Brian's face flushed scarlet, and he stammered a hesitant greeting. Alice, unfazed, simply smiled and reiterated he left her little brother in Brian's care. Brian then exchanged a wary glance with Cyan, who shot him a murderous glare, his finger running threateningly along his throat. Internally, Brian cried that he had done nothing to deserve such hostility. As the sunset descended, it was time for Cyan to bid farewell to Alice. He watched her departing figure with a bittersweet smile, recalling how she had looked so angry the last time they saw each other, a memory that dredged up an incident from his past life. In that long-ago time at Vert Estate, his half-brother Krantz had forced him to practice sword fighting merely as an excuse to bully him. Back then, Cyan was a weak, timid child with no combat skills. Overwhelmed by Krantz's brutality, he had been struck down repeatedly. Krantz had arrogantly slung his sword over his shoulder and taunted him with scornful laughter, jeering at his feeble state and calling him an orphan. Terrified by these threats, past Cyan had pleaded for mercy, only to have his protests cut short when Krantz lunged forward and struck him across the face, snarling that he talked too much. Unable to resist, Cyan had suffered a merciless beating, until Krantz's onslaught was abruptly halted by Alice's intervention. She had arrived just in time to command him to stop, her fury as fierce then as it was now. With a stern order to apologize immediately, she had silenced Krantz. Even as Cyan recalled that moment with a grim amusement, knowing that it would soon cause turmoil within the Duke's household, he also remembered how that day had sealed his fate. In his past life, after joining the Order of the Knights of Light, his dear sister had perished on the battlefield, left mangled by a horde of monsters, a fate he was determined to prevent from repeating. Just then, Brian entered carrying 2 letters and announced them for the young master. He showed Cyan the envelopes, asking where they had come from. Brian explained that one originated from the academy and the other from a janitor. From the color and design alone, Cyan deduced their likely senders. Ignoring the janitor's letter, he took hold of the dull black envelope and remarked nonchalantly that it was probably from the palace. Brian, examining the envelope closely, confirmed it bore the imperial family seal. At that moment, Kiram peered out curiously, asking what the letter might be. Brian admitted that he, too, was curious, but Cyan, seemingly already aware of its contents, explained that the letter announced a banquet to be held later in the year. Opening the black envelope, he discovered a mission card from the mist. A quick perusal revealed that the other letter was, in fact, an assassination order aimed at Drenian Nephilis, a major incident that had occurred during a previous palace banquet. Cyan pondered the shock of the news, noting that, as the younger brother of the current empress, this revelation carried considerable weight. Kiram, noticing her master's deep thoughts, asked directly if he would be going. Cyan looked up at her and replied that he had some business at the palace. The mission immediately reminded him of past life memories. He grumbled inwardly that, now that he thought about it, someone else had been assigned the same mission in his previous life. Evidence, he mused, of the Hall Master's inexplicable favoritism. As Kiram examined the red royal envelope with renewed interest, she announced that it was from Princess Arin. Cyan, however, remained indifferent and simply responded with a flat questioning tone, leaving the matter unresolved. Kiram seized the opportunity to tease, remarking that she had once thought Cyan was just a little kid but now, seeing him, mused that he even got a love letter. Without offering a retort, Cyan fixed his gaze on Kiram and recited a demonic sword restriction. The spell forced Kiram to collapse onto the floor, groaning in frustration. Turning to Brian, Cyan commanded that preparations be made to go to the palace. Startled, Brian bowed and replied in panic that he understood. At that moment, the door opened, and little Nana emerged, sweetly calling out for her papa as she declared her hunger. Shocked by her appearance, Brian exclaimed his surprise to his young master, while Cyan, irritated, looked up and mumbled a questioning remark. It was then revealed that Nana had grown significantly. She now resembled a young woman nearly of Cyan's age. When she noticed his gaze, she rubbed her sleepy eyes in confusion, and Cyan, still in disbelief, remarked that she had grown even more. The very next day, Alice returned to the Vert family mansion with an unmistakable storm of anger. She stormed through the main door without any announcement, leaving the entire household startled by her sudden return. The butler, taken aback, exclaimed that she was back, but Alice did not answer. Her anger was palpable as she marched toward him and demanded to know where her mother, the Duchess, was. The lady of the house had been reading in her room when the commotion stirred her concern. Alice barged in, causing shock and confusion. In a flustered tone, Margaret attempted to greet her daughter and asked how she had been. Sensing her daughter's hostile attitude, She forced a worried smile before her worry turned to alarm. Without another word, Alice raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to her mother. The Duchess fell to the ground in shock, her maids frozen in place. One of them quickly rushed to call for the head butler. As he entered the main hall, his fists clenched in anger, he ordered the guards to take immediate action. Margaret, holding her face in disbelief, stared at Alice and asked, her voice trembling, if Alice had lost her mind. Filled with fury, Alice accused Margaret of attempting to kill Cyan. Margaret, stunned and sweating nervously, asked if Alice had any proof. Alice did not respond directly, but her demeanor made it clear that she knew the truth. As the guards began to surround Alice, Margaret, still on the floor, demanded to know how Alice could dare strike her without evidence. Alice remained silent. Trying to regain control of the situation, Margaret ordered the guards to remove Alice. The guards hesitated for a moment, but eventually moved toward her, prepared to act. One guard, with blue hair, attempted to grab Alice, but she swiftly dodged and leaped above him, knocking him out with a single strike. She then summoned her elemental spirit ability, Undine, forming a ball of water in her hand. As the other guards tried to approach, Alice unleashed a powerful water attack, sending them flying backward. Her strength and determination were evident, leaving everyone in the hall in stunned silence. Margaret could scarcely believe her eyes. She trembled, confused by what she had just witnessed, wondering if Alice had truly used spirit magic to defeat the guards so easily. Approaching Margaret with clenched fists, Alice revealed that the guardian knight of Cyan had confessed everything. Margaret, now defensive, placed her hands over her chest and asked Alice to stay away. But Alice fixed her gaze firmly on Margaret and mentioned that the knight had revealed her of attempting to assassinate Cyan 2 years ago. Alice then questioned whether Margaret truly believed she could get away with it just because Cyan had remained silent. Margaret, stunned, tried to stay calm, pointing at Alice and asking if she really believed the words of those she considered inferior over hers. She could not understand why Alice seemed so determined to believe them. With a serious expression, Alice addressed Margaret by her full name, Margaret Erzith, and told her to remain silent. Alice stated that she would inform their father and warned Margaret to prepare for the consequences. Staring intently at Margaret, Alice declared that she was finished. As the guards slowly began to recover from Alice's attack, she turned her back on Margaret and started to walk away. Margaret, watching her, muttered under her breath, calling Alice stupid, unaware of everything that had transpired. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and with a malicious smile, Margaret taunted Alice, saying that Duke Villiers only cared about that one particular child. Meanwhile, Alice made her way to Duke Villiers' office to report the incident. When she entered, the Duke, noticing her arrival, calmly turned his head and informed her that he was already aware of Margaret's attempt on Cyan's life. He asked her what more there was to say. Shocked and confused, Alice struggled to understand how the Duke could be so indifferent. His own son had almost been killed, and this was all he had to say. The Duke, standing by the window, turned to face her and explained that he never intended to make excuses. He believed everything would be fine as long as Cyan was okay. Alice, losing her composure, extended her hand and told him that she had faced 6 official knights and would have died if it hadn't been for his knight, Brian Kendrick. The Duke looked at Alice with a smile and asked if she truly believed that Fool had saved Cyan. He revealed that Brian was nothing more than an errand boy for the knights, dismissing his heroism as a joke. Alice was stunned by this revelation. She asked the Duke if he was implying that Cyan had defeated the 6 official knights on his own. The Duke walked toward her and concluded that she did not truly know Cyan. He pulled out a red envelope sealed with an imperial golden seal and handed it to her. Alice, surprised, asked what it was. The Duke explained that it was an invitation to a banquet hosted by the imperial family. Since he could not attend, he wanted Alice to go in his place. Alice took the envelope with both hands, examining it carefully. The Duke reassured her to relax and not worry about Cyan, claiming that he was stronger than she thought. After that, the Duke decided to return to the barracks. Alice, left in shock, wondered if Cyan was truly as strong as the Duke had suggested. Holding the envelope, she watched as the Duke left, closing the door behind him. Silent for a moment, Alice then left the office and walked down the hallway, deep in thought. She questioned whether she truly did not need to worry about Cyan, especially considering he was only 13 years old. As she walked, a pink-haired woman in knight armor caught her attention. Hearing her voice, Alice turned and soon recognized her. It was Cecilia. A smile lit up Alice's face as her eyes sparkled with joy. Cecilia smiled warmly in return, though she struggled to stay calm. Overcome with emotion, Cecilia lunged at Alice, hugging her tightly. Tears filled her eyes as she asked where Alice had been all this time and why she hadn't even sent a letter. At first, Alice was taken aback by the suddenness of the embrace, but she soon apologized. Cecilia Rain was a high-ranking knight of the Knights of Light, and had been Alice's exclusive maid, teacher, and friend. Alice gently took Cecilia by the shoulders and moved her off, suggesting that it was time for a change of scenery. Cecilia, still confused, asked what Alice meant. In response, Alice took out the red envelope the Duke had given her, closed her eyes, and with a smile, suggested they go together to the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, in a forest, a black carriage made its way down the path. Inside, Nana, now dressed in maid's clothes, gazed out the window, marveling at the beauty of the forest. When she spotted a deer, she burst into excitement, her tail wagging excitedly. Nana was not alone in the carriage. Cyan was there as well. Dressed in an elegant black suit, Cyan wore a serious expression and asked Nana to put away her tail. Hearing this, Nana closed her eyes, briefly growling, trying her best to concentrate. Soon, her demeanor changed, and she became cheerful once again, her tail and wings vanishing as she exclaimed. Cyan, perplexed by her behavior, couldn't help but smile. He hadn't known she could hide parts of her body like that, and it made him feel a bit safer. He reminded Nana of what he had taught her. Immediately, Nana adopted a more formal tone, smiling and addressing him as her young master as she introduced herself as his maid, pointing at herself and excitedly repeating her name, Nana. Cyan, sweating a little, was both amused and worried. He thought she might cause problems because of her boundless excitement. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt stop. Cyan, alert and curious, looked back and leaned out the window, asking the driver, Brian, why they had stopped. Brian, with a nonchalant expression, remained silent. In front of them stood several armed men. Brian turned to Cyan and revealed that they were surrounded by bandits. The leader of the bandits, a man with orange hair and a large scar across his face, smiled wickedly and demanded that Brian hand over everything they had. Cyan, seeing the bandits through the window, calmly closed it and told Brian to get rid of them. Inside the carriage, Nana, now confused, asked Cyan what was going on. He casually replied that it was nothing, just some insects in the way. Before the bandit leader could issue any orders, Brian swiftly drew his sword and slashed the leader's neck. The bandit leader's body fell to the ground, and the other bandits, shocked and sweating, watched in disbelief. They quickly decided to retaliate, drawing their weapons and preparing to avenge their fallen leader. Brian, seeing they were ready to strike, sighed and lowered his head. He decided it was time to test his new technique. Just before the bandits could land their move, Brian opened his eyes and with swift precision unleashed a technique known as serial slash. In the blink of an eye, powerful slashes cut through the air, striking the bandits down so quickly that they barely had time to react. Their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. Brian sheathed his sword and remained silent for a moment. A proud smile crossed his face as he reflected on how much stronger he had become, no longer the weak Brian he once was. However, Cyan, irritated by the delay, ordered him to move immediately. Brian, quickly returning to the carriage, started it up again and responded with a simple affirmation. At the same time, in another location, a large stack of reports was placed on a table in an office. Serrika, sitting in a chair, was reading through the documents when a woman brought her more reports. The woman explained that more people than usual were expected to attend the upcoming banquet and suggested to Serrika that it might be better to postpone their plans. With a distant look in her eyes, Serrika glanced down at the reports and firmly replied that the plans had to proceed as scheduled. The woman, nervous and sweating, asked why Serrika was so eager to hasten the assassination of Drenian Nephilis. Serrika, resting her elbow on the table and holding the report in her other hand, read it carefully. She revealed that Nephilis was a disgusting man, a rapist who preyed on married women, using his powers for manipulation. In her view, he needed to die as soon as possible. As she picked up another report with a photo of Nephilis, she stared at the image, revealing to the woman that this vile man was, in fact, her fiancé. The woman, shocked by this revelation, stared at Serrika in disbelief. Serrika then picked up another report, this one featuring a photo of a girl with blue hair. She was surprised to see that Lunav Rainreaver would be attending the grand banquet. Lunav, a rare genius with all elemental stats at 20%, was known for her delicate health and had rarely appeared in society. Lunav was the granddaughter of Regressed Rainreaver, the head of the Garum Mage Association. Serrika studied Lunav's report. Her thoughts focused on the girl's mysterious background. With growing concern, Serrika wondered why someone so reclusive would be attending the banquet. The woman standing before her explained that the president of the association had instructed Lunav to attend. This news shocked Serrika, and she began to suspect that something troubling might be planned for the event. She felt uneasy about the upcoming banquet. Meanwhile, in the city where the grand banquet was to take place, Cyan and his group arrived. Nana, excited and amazed, extended her arms to take in the surroundings. Brian, walking beside her, noted that the roads were wider. Cyan, trailing behind them, remained silent and annoyed. Nana, absorbed in the sights, accidentally bumped into a man. The man, with his hands in his pockets, glared at her, gritting his teeth and demanding to know who she was and to watch where she was going. Nana, apologizing, looked at him with her tender eyes and asked what she could do to make it up to him. The man, caught off guard, blushed deeply. He closed his eyes, scratched the back of his head, and laughed, calling the young lady and assuring her it was fine. Nana, pointing at the man, commented on how kind the people were here. Cyan, however, felt angered. He told Nana to stay away from such people, turning away as he remembered her inexperience and need for caution in the world. Cyan was worried, feeling the situation was unfavorable. Brian, walking next to him, began sweating, clearly confused. He pointed at Nana and told Cyan to look at her. Cyan snapped out of his thoughts and turned to her with a puzzled expression. Nana, her pupils now back to normal, but her body radiating an intense aura, informed Cyan that she was hungry. Her aura made Cyan anxious, fearing that people might notice something unusual about her. Panicking, Cyan pointed at Nana and ordered Brian to take her to a restaurant immediately. Brian quickly understood the urgency, picking up Nana and running toward a nearby restaurant. Cyan, still bewildered by how a simple issue of hunger could cause such chaos, realized this wasn't a good situation. Several hours later, in the restaurant, Nana sat at a table covered in a mountain of plates. She placed her hand on her belly, closed her eyes, and smiled, feeling relieved and satisfied after eating. Brian, standing behind her with a plate in hand, was astonished at how much she could eat. Across the table, Cyan watched in shock at the amount of food Nana had consumed. He was glad he had brought extra money, recognizing that taking care of her was proving to be quite a challenge. Suddenly, a strange scent of blue mana appeared, confusing Cyan. He didn't know where the strange mana was coming from. A girl with blue hair, Lunav, appeared, her body emitting the mana. She smiled and introduced herself to Cyan, saying she was delighted to meet him. Lunav approached Cyan and asked if he was Cyan, the youngest of Vert. On the other hand, Cyan remained silent, unsure of who she was. Lunav, still smiling, continued to gaze at him. Cyan, though confused, decided to stay calm. With a serious look, he confirmed he was Cyan Vert and then asked who she was. Lunav smiled and asked if she could sit next to him. Cyan, with a calm demeanor, told her that she still hadn't answered his question. Lunav introduced herself as a second-year student at the same academy as Cyan. The name Lunav sounded familiar to Cyan, but he wasn't sure why she was acting so friendly. He told her that he didn't know her and wasn't interested in students from other years. Lunav, still smiling, explained that she was less well-known compared to someone as popular as Cyan. Surprised, Cyan crossed his arms, realizing he didn't know he was so popular at the academy. Brian and Nana, sitting across from them, remained silent. Nana asked Brian if Lunav was Cyan's friend. Brian, confused and sweating a little, said he had no idea, as they didn't seem like friends. Lunav looked at Brian and Nana, commenting that Cyan's guardian knight and maid seemed very close. She was surprised to see them all eating together. Brian and Nana were taken aback by her observation. Lunav, with a playful look, noted that Cyan seemed warmer in person than the rumors suggested. Cyan, uncomfortable with her sudden praise, said there was no need for them to eat separately. He remained on alert, finding it suspicious that Lunav was being so complimentary out of nowhere. He couldn't figure out her reason for approaching him. Lunav then asked if he had come to the capital to attend the banquet. Cyan, looking down, answered yes and asked how she knew. Lunav, moving closer, guessed that someone like him wouldn't leave the academy unless it was for something important like the banquet. Lunav placed her hand under her chin and looked calmly at Brian, stating that it was fine and that she'd meet Cyan at the banquet since she was also invited. Cyan listened silently, realizing she must be a noble and wondering if she had also received a letter. She placed her hands on the table, stood up, and said that she regretted having to cut their conversation short, but she had to go. Before leaving, she asked Cyan not to forget about her. As Lunav walked away, her body emitted a powerful and intense mana. She turned back slightly and revealed her full name, Lunav Rainreaver. Cyan's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He remembered that Lunav was the granddaughter of Regn's Rainreaver, the president of the Gore Magicians Association. In his past life, Lunav had died young while attending the academy, possibly due to her frailty or because of the harsh experiments conducted by the association. Cyan, now sweating, felt both annoyed and confused. He realized that his involvement with people he hadn't known in his past life meant that the future could change. He recalled a large castle under the light of a red moon and pondered why all of this had to happen during the banquet, which he now began to think of as the Banquet of Blood. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Princess Arin wore a white hair dressed elegantly, stood in a room, fixing her hair. She shyly asked Leximus if she looked good in the dress. Leximus, standing beside her, gave her a thumbs up and complimented her, saying she looked super pretty. However, Princess Arin seemed unsatisfied. She paid no attention to the praise and threw the dress onto the bed, along with the others. Arin continued trying on various dresses, but none of them satisfied her. Leximus still accompanied her, encouragingly gave thumbs up, but began crying when yet another dress was rejected. Arin grabbed another dress and, after inspecting it, told Leximus that it didn't look good on her either. Leximus, now confused and somewhat disappointed, reassured her, stating that Cyan would surely like seeing her in that dress. Princess Arin, holding a skirt in front of a mirror, blushed deeply at the thought of Cyan. She turned back, surprised, and asked if Cyan was attending the banquet. Exasperated, Leximus reminded her that she was the one who sent him the invitation and asked her to stop pretending she didn't know. Arin, frustrated, tried to make an excuse, but Leximus interrupted her, saying it was obvious what she was feeling at that moment. A maid approached with a box containing a gift from Arin's brother, Prince Lionel. The gift was a beautiful diamond necklace. Leximus admired the necklace, suggesting that Cyan would like how it looked on her. Princess Arin, still blushing and now angry, rejected the idea, claiming she didn't like Cyan. Later, everyone arrived at the palace where the banquet was being held. The place was luxurious and filled with important people enjoying wine. Guards were stationed around, and a brown-haired man stood with his hand resting on his sword. A blonde-haired woman stood nearby, silent. Cyan, with his back against the wall and hands in his pockets, surveyed the room. Despite the crowd, he couldn't spot his target. Cyan turned his head, observing his surroundings, his senses heightened. Not far away in a hallway, Kellen was also leaning against the wall. Cyan noticed him immediately, understanding that if Kellen was here, then Echelle must also be present at the grand banquet. Kellen, sensing Cyan's recognition, reported this by mentioning that Echelle was currently with Prince Lionel. He added that there was something important he needed to share with Cyan. Cyan, curiosity piqued, asked Kellen what was on his mind. Kellen, tinged with worries, suggested that Cyan should leave the banquet. Cyan feared that information about the purification mission might have been leaked. When Cyan questioned him further, Kellen, with a troubled expression, admitted that he had a bad feeling and believed that many people, including Cyan, could be in danger. Kellen revealed that Echelle had instructed him to leave the palace before the banquet began because he had planned a small event. Cyan's expression shifted to one of shock and suspicion. He couldn't help but wonder if Echelle was behind the so-called blood banquet. Kellen, seeing Cyan's reaction, explained that he couldn't bear the thought of Cyan being harmed, which was why he urged him to leave. However, Cyan, remaining composed, asked Kellen to withdraw, reassuring him that he would be fine. Kellen, reluctant but obedient, turned to leave, warning Cyan to be careful. Once Kellen was out of sight, Cyan's demeanor subtly changed. He began to smile, his eyes gleaming with a mix of intrigue and dark anticipation. The idea of Echelle's little event fascinated him, making him realize that Echelle was even more unpredictable and dangerous than he had anticipated. At that moment, Kira manifested beside him. Her presence emanated a subtle, yet palpable malice. She looked at Cyan with a sly grin and asked if he was worried about innocent people dying. Cyan, with his back still against the wall and his hands in his pockets, closed his eyes and smirked. He calmly replied that he wasn't worried at all. In fact, he found it almost endearing, the way things were unfolding. Cyan opened his eyes, his gaze distant and contemplative as he realized that the most important task at hand was to postpone the purification mission. Using his psychological influence technique, he began to send out subtle mental signals throughout the banquet hall, a method of psychic communication that only the members of Mist could use. Serrika, who was present at the banquet in an elegant dress, felt the influence and turned her attention towards Cyan. She responded to his mental message, feeling somewhat unnerved by the sudden contact. Cyan praised her, commenting that her dress suited her well. But Serrika, with a serious look, demanded to know what was going on. Standing quite a distance away, she listened as he explained that they needed to postpone the mission to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Serrika, grabbing a glass of wine, asked him why they needed to delay. Cyan, with a calm demeanor, revealed that he had just received information indicating that the banquet would soon turn into an ocean of blood. This revelation caused Serrika's expression to change drastically. She began to tremble, her fear palpable, and asked him if what he said was true. Cyan, with a serious look, told her that there was no time for detailed explanations. They needed to first ensure there were no monsters nearby. Serrika, clearly shaken, pressed him further, asking if he was sure of the information's reliability. Cyan's eyes gleamed with a confident smile as he explained that he knew the person who could be behind this and had anticipated such a possibility. He added with a smirk that her perverted fiancé was also going to die in the chaos and asked if that wasn't good news. Serrika, blushing and confused, demanded to know how Cyan knew about her fiancé. Cyan turned away casually, telling her that he had to get to work, leaving her standing there with a mix of anger and confusion. Serrika watched him walk away, furious and sweating, but she managed to calm herself, agreeing to his request for an explanation later. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Alice was also present, standing behind Serrika. When she saw the instructor, she couldn't help but to call her, a drop of sweat forming on her cheek as she turned her head. Recognizing the voice, Serrika turned around and saw Alice in a very elegant dress. Holding the skirt with both hands, Alice approached Serrika with a smile, clearly pleased to see her. With a joyful look, Alice told Serrika that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Serrika, still confused and a bit weary, asked Alice what she was doing there. Alice explained that she had only come to get some fresh air, as it was part of her duty. Serrika, however, couldn't shake off her fear. She was deeply worried that Alice too would be dragged into the impending disaster. Absorbed in her thoughts, she didn't immediately notice Alice calling out to her, asking if she was okay. Just then, a man wearing a blue outfit appeared, advancing toward them with a graceful stride. Upon seeing the two ladies, remarked inwardly that it was like looking at two beautiful flowers. Alice forced a smile while Serrika, clenching her teeth tightly, grew angry. She thought to herself that she was already overwhelmed, and now this man had shown up. The man, Drinian Pephilis, was the target of their mission. He approached them, placing his hand over his chest and bowing his head as a sign of respect. He then introduced himself. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Cyan was walking down a hallway. He passed through a door and encountered Brian. Turning to him, Cyan, with a calm voice, explained that he was going to assign him a task. Brian, who was standing attentively beside him, responded with a resolute affirmation. He placed one hand behind his back and the other over his chest, adopting a serious expression as he declared that the knight Brian Kendrick would fulfill any mission. Cyan, however, couldn't help but feel somewhat confused and embarrassed by Brian's overly dramatic demeanor. With a drop of sweat forming on his cheek, he looked at Brian with a puzzled gaze, thinking that this guy had been getting too confident lately. Brian, still holding his fist to his chest, convinced of his own strength, Cyan ordered him to go inspect the underground paths of the palace. Brian, despite his bravado, started to get nervous and began sweating. The thought of the dark, eerie underground path scared him deeply. Cyan's frustration grew as he pointed angrily at Brian, his teeth clenched tightly. He ordered Brian to leave, emphasizing that he had his own reasons for assigning him this mission. Brian, however, looked past Cyan with a surprised expression and told him to look behind. Confused, Cyan asked what he was talking about. Brian explained that a suspicious person was watching him from behind. Cyan turned around and noticed a woman peering at him from a nearby room, her hands gripping the corner as she stared intently at him. Sensing her presence, Cyan felt a pang of disappointment, thinking that this wasn't good. Brian's eyes lit up with determination as he dashed toward the woman, ready to take her down. He extended his hands, clenched his teeth, and assured Cyan not to worry, saying he would handle the situation. Cyan, realizing the potential misunderstanding, tried to intervene. With a confused look, he started to tell Brian to wait, but before he could finish speaking, Brian had already pounced on the woman, pinning her to the ground. Cyan recognized her, calmly told Brian to stop, revealing that they already knew this woman. The woman was none other than Emily, his maid. Brian, still sitting on top of her, turned his head back with a confused look and asked if this was true. Emily, lying on the ground, closed her eyes and apologized, admitting that it was her fault. She had small scratches on her face and appeared somewhat dizzy from the rough handling. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a man wearing a hood descended a secret passage leading deep beneath the palace. Holding a torch, he moved cautiously down the stairs until he reached the end of the passage. The room was dimly lit, but as the man moved his torch from side to side, it illuminated several others dressed similarly in red hoods. The man approached them with a smug smile and declared that it was time to rise. His subordinates, their faces hidden behind masks to conceal their identities, responded to his command. Their eyes began to shine with a sinister light, and they all started to smile, anticipation building for whatever dark event was about to unfold. As the guests chatted and enjoyed the banquet, Arin walked around, looking anxious. She had invited someone special, but couldn't find them, making her increasingly frustrated. To calm herself, she touched the necklace her brother had given her, but still felt uneasy. Suddenly, a girl in a blue dress appeared beside her. The girl lifted her skirt slightly and introduced herself with great respect, bowing to the princess. Arin, confused at first, soon recognized the girl as Lunav from the Rainreaver family, a second-year student at the academy. Lunav smiled warmly, pleased that Arin remembered her. Arin, still surprised, welcomed Lunav on behalf of the Empire, remarking that she could never forget such a genius from the kingdom of Garum. Lunav, with a gentle smile, hoped that Arin would notice her kindness just as Cyan had. Curious, Arin asked if Lunav knew Cyan. Lunav calmly replied that she had been with him just the day before. This news shocked Arin, and without thinking, she asked if they were close. Realizing her slip, she quickly covered her mouth, feeling embarrassed. Lunav, noticing Arin's reaction, began to suspect that Arin had feelings for Cyan. Arin blushed deeply, questioning her own feelings for Cyan, while Lunav smiled knowingly. Just then, a loud scream for help interrupted them. Both girls looked in the direction of the noise, surprised and concerned, wondering what was happening. They stood there in shock, unsure of what to do next. At the banquet, a woman in a panic screamed for help, urgently asking others to call the guards. Before she could finish, a hooded man with a glowing gaze appeared behind her. With a swift, deadly slash, he cut her neck, and her headless body fell to the ground. The scene erupted into chaos, with the woman's blood staining the man's clothes. Arin, paralyzed with fear, could hardly believe that such a monster had entered the palace. Lunav stared at the man, puzzled about his identity and origin. The crowd, terrified, began to flee as the man advanced toward them. His eyes still glowing, drops of blood splattered on his mask, and he fixed his gaze on Princess Arin, revealing that she was his target. Arin, now in a panic, wondered who these attackers were and where they had come from. Lunav, standing beside her, looked at the man with concern, knowing the situation was dire. Meanwhile, in another room of the palace, Nana introduced herself with a kind smile as Cyan's maid, while Emily, visibly upset, fell to her knees. Tears streamed down Emily's face as she asked Cyan if he had left her for Nana. Cyan, crossing his arms and closing his eyes, assured her that he had not. Brian, standing nearby, remained silent. Cyan approached Emily and calmly asked if Echelle had brought her. Emily, still crying, confirmed that Echelle had indeed brought her and even offered her a job, as he desired her greatly. Cyan's expression turned angry when he heard Emily's story. He demanded to know what job she was referring to. Emily explained that days ago, Echelle had offered her a job as his maid, but she had declined because she wanted to be available for Cyan's return. Cyan, troubled, asked Emily if she was certain about the precision of the story. Emily, feeling exhausted, said she thought Echelle might still be interested in her. Cyan, deep in thought, decided it was too dangerous outside and asked Brian to protect Emily and Nana. Brian, confused but understanding, accepted the task. Cyan then mentioned that he needed to leave. Recalling that Emily had been absent in his past life, he remembered catching and restraining Kellen, who had been spying on him. Filled with rage, Cyan warned Echelle not to harm his people before leaving the room and closing the door behind him. Inside, Emily took out a red bow tie with a diamond in the center, a gift from Echelle for Cyan. Distraught, she realized she had forgotten to give it to him and fell to her knees, crying, feeling foolish for forgetting it. Brian, standing nearby, clenched his fists in silence, while Nana, observing Emily, began to sweat. She found Emily's behavior strange as the bow tie, soft in her hands, emitted a dark energy. Nana's eyes changed into a dragon's form as she stared at the bow tie, puzzled by the unsettling smell. As night fell, Echelle, gripping his sword, smiled and told Prince Luenel that the plan had begun. Luenel, equally pleased, remarked that the day had finally arrived and praised Echelle for his efforts. Echelle mentioned that their gift had been delivered and that Boris had been quite useful. Luenel, excited, grinned maniacally, eager to use Boris to disrupt the peaceful empire. Echelle, with a serious expression, agreed. Luenel, with a sinister smile, said it was time to reveal who the empire truly needed. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the banquet. Princess Arin directed everyone to evacuate, urging them to leave the rest to the guards. Lunav, seeing Arin at the exit, insisted that she should evacuate first, but Arin calmly said they needed to help others first. Surprised, Lunav decided to assist Arin, and she returned the kindness with a wide smile. Inside the palace, the hooded man attacked, launching a series of cuts at the attendees. Guards tried to block his attacks, but were easily thrown back. A determined black-haired guard shouted orders to stop the attacker. Suddenly, he heard a scream behind him and saw more hooded men appearing from the stairs. A giant man, holding a guard's severed head, was crushing it with brutal force, causing the guard to scream in agony. Horrified, the black-haired guard, the captain, could hardly believe the violence unfolding. Another guard's shout brought him back to reality, and he turned to see demonic beasts with sharp teeth attacking and slaughtering the guards with ease. The ground was littered with the corpses of guards as high-level demonic beasts called mandrakes, normally seen only on the front lines, attacked. The captain, overwhelmed and in despair, realized they were doomed as the beasts prepared to attack. Serrika intervened, using a burst of mana to create a large hole in one mandrake's body, killing it instantly. As the beast's remains fell, Serrika landed gracefully, ordered the others to use the moment to evacuate, and took a defensive stance. The captain, recognizing Serrika as an academy instructor, was momentarily distracted. A hooded man appeared behind him, surrounded by malevolent energy, preparing to strike. Alice, however, was ready. She jumped in, unsheathed her sword, and executed a quick blade technique, cutting the attacker in half. The captain, stunned, watched as Serrika, now emitting powerful green mana, took a defensive stance. Alice, landing beside him, urged him to leave the area. Shocked but understanding, the captain turned to the other guards and instructed them to focus on protecting the evacuees. Just then, a demonic tree extended its sharp branches, attacking. As the branches neared, Serrika and Alice prepared to defend. However, the branches abruptly changed direction and headed toward the ceiling, prompting both women to turn and assess the new threat. They were shocked and quickly went on alert when they saw the sharp branches advancing toward the door through which they were evacuating people. Arin, seeing the attack aimed at her, panicked. Lunav, confused, tried to understand the situation. Serrika soon realized that Arin was the target. Desperate, she alerted Arin to the imminent danger. As the sharp branches neared Arin's face, she was paralyzed with fear. Just in time, the captain appeared, wielding his sword with both hands. He cut the branches, saving Arin. Despite his efforts, a small branch grazed Arin's cheek, causing a minor cut and a trickle of blood. Tears filled Arin's eyes as she stood trembling. After blocking the sharp branches, the captain let his guard down, leaving him vulnerable. The demonic trees seized this opportunity and launched a powerful attack, piercing his ribs with sharp branches. The captain, in excruciating pain, screamed as Arin watched in panic and disbelief. With tears in her eyes, she recognized the captain as Morris, the leader of the guards. The trees withdrew their branches, and Morris collapsed to his knees before he could fall completely. Arin rushed to him, holding his body to prevent him from hitting the ground. He was gravely injured and bleeding from his mouth. Arin, also kneeling, pleaded with him to wake up, but Morris, knowing he was dying, avoided looking into her eyes to spare her pain. Overcome with guilt, Arin tearfully blamed herself. Lunav then appeared, standing protectively in front of them. With one hand clenched and the other extended toward the demonic trees, she used the Aqua Blast technique, summoning a small ball of water in her palm. She followed this with the combo Wind Spear ability, firing a powerful burst of water at the sharp branches. As she unleashed an even stronger blast, Arin, still holding Morris, was surprised by Lunav's display of fusion magic, especially since Lunav was only in her second year. Lunav turned to Arin, and after assessing Morris's condition, calmly informed her that there was no hope left for him. She urged Arin to take the opportunity to flee to safety. Within moments, Morris succumbed to his injuries and passed away. Arin stood silently, staring at Morris's lifeless body, unable to accept his death. The sharp branches of the demonic trees, exuding ominous aura, prepared to attack again. The guard stepped forward to protect her. The blonde-haired guard, furious and determined, vowed not to let Morris's sacrifice be in vain. His fellow guard, equally resolute, shouted that they would stop the enemy at any cost. Lunav approached Arin, urging her to leave. Arin, fists clenched and eyes downcast, finally agreed, but vowed never to forget Morris's sacrifice. As the trees readied another assault, Arin used her magic to cast a technique called Grim Armor, creating a protective golden barrier around the guards. The blonde-haired guard, surprised by the sudden protection, looked back in shock. Arin explained that the barrier would shield them from the deadly poison of the mandrake's roots, which could be fatal with just one touch. With her hand extended and golden mana flowing from her palm, Arin commanded the guards not to die, emphasizing that it was an order from their princess. Encouraged, the guards smiled and responded with determination, affirming her order. As the deadly roots advanced, the guards, filled with resolve, gripped their swords and charged toward the roots to protect their princess. The blonde-haired guard swung his sword with all his strength, cutting through the roots. The rest of the guards followed suit, attacking the trees and slicing through the roots without hesitation. The mandrake trees, overwhelmed by the assault, screamed in agony as their roots were chopped to pieces. The demonic trees became enraged and launched a fierce counterattack. One of the roots struck the blonde-haired guard, and despite his efforts, the trees overpowered the guards. Some guards managed to climb onto the roots, continuing their attack. However, Alice, realizing the situation was dire, shouted for the guards to retreat. She used her technique Freeze to create an advancing ice barrier that shattered part of the roots, saving the remaining guards. Alice rushed to Princess Arin and urged her to escape while she had the chance. Confused, Arin asked what Alice intended to do. With a sincere look, Alice reassured her, revealing her identity as Alice Vert from the House of Vert, and insisted Arin hurry to safety. The trees, sensing Arin's attempt to flee, roared in defiance, determined not to let her escape. At that moment, Serrika, wearing red heels, began climbing the roots. With swift and powerful strikes from her daggers, she sliced through the roots effortlessly. Serrika, an alchemy instructor at the academy, knew fighting with her dagger risked exposing her secret identity as Mist, but the dire situation left her no choice. The masked men had already massacred many guards and civilians, and the demonic trees had eliminated the guards protecting the evacuees. Deciding it was not the time to worry about her secret, Serrika used her Mist Blade ability, 8 fluttering petals, moving at incredible speed as she struck the trees at their weak points. Seconds later, she landed on the ground as Alice's ice began to take effect. A guard, finally gaining their footing, noticed the mandrake had stopped moving and ordered the others to regroup and counterattack. But before they could act, the masked man appeared behind the guard, ready to strike. The guard, sensing the attack, was paralyzed with fear, thinking it was too late. Just before the masked man could deliver the blow, someone counterattacked, cutting the man's head in half. It was Serrika, holding 2 daggers. The lifeless body of the masked man fell onto the root, and Serrika landed beside it. She looked at the guard and instructed him to stay alert, as there were still demonic beasts around. The terrified guard, now nervous and sweating, acknowledged Serrika's command with a shaky affirmation. Serrika, her expression nervous, glanced back as a drop of sweat trickled down her cheek. She knew they needed to keep the demonic beasts at bay to give Alice enough time to escort Princess Arin to safety. Yet, she couldn't shake the ominous feeling that something was off. Meanwhile, Alice, Lunav, and Princess Arin were sprinting down the hallway toward the palace exit. Alice led the way, gripping her sword tightly. Arin, following closely, eyed Alice with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, wondering if she was Cyan Vert's older sister. Worried thoughts about Cyan's safety filled her mind. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shattered as a massive demonic beast resembling a golem emerged. The beast, known as a high-ranking nightcrawler, roared loudly and blocked their path. The trio halted in their tracks, with Alice staring at the beast in surprise. Her eyes widened as she gripped her sword tighter, anger bubbling inside her. It almost seemed like the beast knew exactly where they were. Despite her anger, she felt uncertain if she could defeat this towering creature. As the smoke from the shattered ground cleared, revealing the golem in full, Arin decided to help. She knelt down, placing her hand on the ground, and invoked the chain trap technique. A golden magic circle appeared beneath the golem. Lunav, determined to assist, extended her hands toward the beast and used the flame spear ability, creating 2 fiery magic circles in her palms. A giant golden chain erupted from the ground, wrapping around the golem's leg and immobilizing it, while spears made of fire shot up and struck the beast, enraging it further. Alice, witnessing this, was both surprised and confused. She turned to see that it was Arin and Lunav who had launched the attacks. With her hands still extended, Lunav told Alice that they were going to lend her a hand. Arin, focusing on summoning more golden chains, caught Alice's attention and urged her to attack now. Seeing an opening, Alice felt a wave of confidence. Though initially confused by the sudden teamwork, she soon smiled, realizing she couldn't lose heart with her Academy juniors by her side. The demonic beast raised its hand toward the sky, roaring as it prepared to attack. It swung its hand, launching a powerful strike that shattered part of the area. But just before the attack could reach them, Lunav quickly extended her hands and used the protection technique, creating a barrier that shielded them from the blow. Alice seized the moment. She leaped to the roof, crouched on the ceiling, and gripped her sword with both hands, preparing to strike. The beast, sensing the danger, went on high alert. At that moment, the blade of Alice's sword transformed into a powerful burst of blue aura. With a determined glare, she declared herself a member of House Vert, Guardians of the Empire, and promised the beast it would regret getting in her way. Using the skill Aqua Blade, she launched a devastating attack at the beast's neck, striking it directly and sending it crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, back in the banquet hall, Serrika had been relentlessly battling masked men and demonic trees. The floor was littered with corpses and roots. She approached one of the bodies, her hand glowing with energy, and began to inspect her handiwork. As she slowly removed the mask from one of the men, she felt a growing sense of dread. The face beneath the mask revealed a horrifying truth. The man was a marionette, a puppet created by forbidden magic that revived the dead. Serrika's shock was palpable as she realized the implications. Forbidden magic of this kind was not only prohibited, but also incredibly difficult to perform. It required immense magical power and time to create such puppets. Serrika stood up, her mind racing with the realization that this couldn't possibly be the work of a single individual. The sheer number of puppets suggested a coordinated effort, and she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was orchestrating a plot to start a war. Elsewhere in the palace, more masked men appeared, but they were quickly cut down by a series of powerful golden stroke of attacks. Their bodies fell to the ground as a man wearing a red cape and holding a sword surveyed the scene. He couldn't believe that such chaos had erupted on the night of the banquet. As he looked around, he wondered if the battle was finally over, though uncertainty lingered in his mind. Dion, exhausted but resolute, knelt on one knee with his sword embedded in the ground. Despite his formidable appearance, the strain of the battle had taken its toll. As several guards, Luenel and Echelle, rushed to his side, they were alarmed by his posture, thinking he was injured. He reassured them, however, raising a hand to stop their approach. With a weary smile, he admitted that he had simply overexerted himself. Turning his head back, he smiled warmly at Echelle, expressing how comforting it was to have him by his side during such dire times. Lunav, his son, stood nearby, relieved to see his father in good spirits, and couldn't help but smile as well. Echelle, calm and serious, moved to help him up, though Dion initially declined, suggesting Echelle should attend to others first. Echelle insisted, gently supporting him as he rose to his feet. Echelle explained that the knights within the castle would handle the rest. Echelle, with a calm and steady gaze, assured him that there was nothing to worry about and promised they would stay by his side to protect him. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, the demonic beast Alice had fought finally succumbed to her powerful attack, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Alice, still gripping her sword with both hands, glanced around, a mixture of confusion and exhaustion on her face. Sweat dripped down as she tried to comprehend where these relentless attackers were coming from. Behind her stood Lunav and Princess Arin, both visibly fatigued and drenched in sweat. They were surrounded by masked men, their swords drawn and their bodies radiating a sinister energy. The situation was dire. Alice, exhausted from battle, couldn't understand why these enemies kept coming despite their weariness. The three of them knew they couldn't afford to let their guard down. The battle was far from over, and they had to find the strength to keep fighting. The scene shifted to Brian and Emily. Brian asked Emily if the tie was a gift from young Master Echelle to young Master Cyan. Emily calmly replied that it was. Brian looked puzzled, expressing that he didn't have a good feeling about the situation. He wondered why young Master Echelle would send a gift to young Master Cyan. Emily, a bit confused, asked if something was wrong with the gift. Brian, still curious, said no, but it was strange. Young Master Echelle had never sent gifts to young Master Cyan before. He thought to himself that Cyan had always harbored resentment toward his older brother, something far deeper than just trivial family issues. Suddenly, Nana interrupted, urgently saying they needed to leave quickly. Brian was confused and asked why. Nana replied that she had a feeling something dangerous was coming their way. They had to move now. Emily noticed something strange about Nana's eyes and asked Brian what was wrong with them. Before Brian could respond, an explosion erupted behind them. Brian and Emily stood in shock. Brian quickly reached for his sword and told Emily to get out of there quickly. Emily, still in shock, asked what was happening. It was a high-ranking monster, the Behemoth. The scene then shifted to the back of the emergency exit, where people were still running, trying to escape the palace. The Marquis, running in terror, thought to himself that it was over. He was going to die. He had managed to get out faster than anyone else, but he never expected those monstrous creatures to be waiting at the front door. He vowed to himself that he had to make it out alive, no matter what, so he could see his lovely maid, Lily. He remembered her tied hands and thought that he couldn't die there. A sinister smile crossed his face, thinking that just thinking about her kept him going. Now he wanted to see Serrika broken like her maid. He then asked the guard who was following him if the back door was safe. The guard quickly affirmed the question, at least he thought so. Angry, the Marquis snapped, asking if the guard was joking, trying to boast his status. Before he could finish his sentence, a masked man attacked him, killing him instantly. The Marquis's body lay dead on the floor. The guard following him was shocked and shouted his name. The girl beside the guard was also shocked, but it was too late. The Marquis was already dead. The knights following the Marquis were now panicking, saying they were screwed. Suddenly, they were all stunned to see a surge of water. It was Alice, using her water ability, Aqua Explosion. She turned to Lunav and said it was her turn now. Lunav used her freeze ability, and in a moment, all the masked men were taken out by their combined abilities. The knights were astonished, with one exclaiming that they had killed them all in an instant. One knight asked who they were. Alice replied that her name was Alice Vert, and that it wasn't over yet. She instructed them to go quickly and protect the princess. Turning to Arin, Alice asked if she was all right. Arin responded that she was fine, but Lunav was struggling, nearly collapsing from the strain of using her abilities despite already being weak. Lunav told Arin not to worry about her. She would recover soon. Arin, concerned, asked how she could recover, but Lunav insisted their next attack would begin soon, and Arin needed to get out of there before that. Though still worried about Lunav, Arin suddenly saw all the knights standing in front of them, declaring they would protect the princess. One knight ordered them to get into formation quickly. Alice then ran to the front, saying she would provide support. She instructed the guard knights to use barriers to protect the nobles, telling them to hold out until the battle was over. Turning to the royal knights, She added that they should protect the princess and back her up if she went down. Blue mana began to radiate from Alice's whole body, and she declared she would do everything in her power to stop these monsters. But as Alice thought to herself, even if she kept taking them down, more kept appearing from elsewhere, as if they knew exactly where they were at all times. Lunav and Arin stood behind the royal knights, with Arin saying that the next wave was coming and they should prepare to attack with all their might. The enemies were after them, because they could sense the evil mana in the necklace Arin was wearing. The scene shifted to Emily and Brian, who were facing a monster. Emily, terrified, stood behind Brian as he aimed his sword at the creature. Brian, focused on the monster, replied, telling her to stay behind him. He thought to himself that for a high-ranking monster to appear in the palace, something must be happening. Just like the young master had said, Brian had always been protected by the young master, but now it was time to defend himself. However, Emily was standing so close that his face turned red. She then said she believed in him and that he could save them. The high-ranking monster suddenly charged with its mouth wide open. Emily, shaking and scared, warned him that it was coming. Brian gritted his teeth, telling her to stay close, not to separate from him. As the monster lunged, Brian struck its right arm, halting its advance. He smiled, saying that he had stopped it and that it should be doable. But then the monster barrage of attack, pushing Brian back. Emily, worried, asked if he was all right. Still trying to stay brave, Brian responded that he would be fine, promising not to let the monster even scratch her. The monsters then charged once more, with its gaping mouth wide open. Brian thought to himself that this might be the end for him. In his mind, he apologized to the young master. Just then, Nana appeared in front of them and attacked the monster. Both Brian and Emily were shocked, with Emily asking what that was. After defeating the monster, Nana landed on the ground, purple mana swirling around her. The monster was dead, and Nana looked toward them with a crazed smile. The scene shifted to Arin, who was trying to hold back the masked men while the royal knights attacked them. But their efforts weren't enough. Alice was also fighting, managing to strike down several enemies, but she was getting tired, sweat pouring down her face. She thought to herself that this would never end at this rate. She didn't know who was behind all of this, but it was clear they had planned it well. The knights would be exhausted soon, and they needed a different solution. During the battle, Alice struck a masked man, knocking his mask to the ground. She was shocked to see that he was an undead, resurrected using black magic. Alice realized she needed a magic that was the opposite of dark magic. The first thing that came to her mind was the god of light, Lumendal, and his light magic. She thought that if someone could cast light magic, they might have a chance to win. It was the only way. She suddenly called out to Princess Arin, who was confused. Alice explained that she needed Arin to imbue her sword with her mana. Arin hesitated, replying that she couldn't do it. If she did, the protection spell on the knights would be broken. But one of the knights reassured her, saying they could hold on for a while and that she could trust them. Still unsure, Arin finally agreed. She used her ability, Blessing of Light, and Alice's sword began to glow with bright golden light. Alice felt hopeful. It was working, she thought. Combining two types of mana was difficult, but if she added spirit magic, things might flow as smoothly as butter. She wasn't sure if it would succeed, but would try and take the risk anyway. The scene shifted to Cyan, who stood among the bodies of undead creatures. He recognized them as Marionette and Mandrake. Picking up a mask, he mused that Boris had already started helping Echelle. Interesting, he thought. This must be when Boris became Echelle's subordinate. Suddenly, Kiram appeared and asked if this was necromancy, a human using ancient dark magic. Cyan responded that Boris had a way. He often used Daze stones to accelerate monster strengthening, which attracted monsters with its mana. Kiram then said she could sense the mana from those Daze stones coming from that direction. Cyan nodded, noting that the entire palace was turning into a bloodbath and that they should move before things got worse. He paused, adding that he needed to change so no one would recognize him. Quickly, he changed clothes and put on a mask to cover his face. The scene then shifted to Alice, who summoned the spirit Marion. Using her magic, Lunav noticed and said to Arin that Alice had used light-type mana to summon Marion temporarily to kill all the masked men. But mixing mana like that was dangerous, Lunav said. Alice wouldn't be able to hold out long in such an unstable state. Worried, Lunav continued that they needed to stop her quickly, or her body would break down and the spirit would consume her. The spirit then placed its hands on Alice's head and asked why she was sacrificing herself. Alice replied that she couldn't think of any other way to defeat these monsters. The spirit remarked that it was a cruel fate for a child blessed by Fruina. Just then, the masked men attacked Alice, but the spirit intervened, telling the monsters to stay away from Alice. It raised its hands and used magic to send the monsters flying backward. Lunav and Arin, watching in shock, were stunned by the power. Arin remarked that just the swing of Alice's hand had that much force. Lunav interrupted, saying it wasn't enough. The monsters were getting back up. Arin, worried about Alice, pleaded with her to stop, asking her to stop before it was too late. The spirit warned that Alice would die if she pushed any further, but Alice thought that stopping now would only make things worse. She needed to end this, for everyone's sake. Just as the spirit Marion was about to use her powerful ability, Spirit Emperor's authority, Rongomiat, Cyan suddenly appeared and grabbed Alice's arm. The sudden action confused the spirit and left Alice in shock. Lunav and Arin, both witnessing the scene, were also stunned, unable to understand who this masked man could be. Initially, Alice thought he might be another marionette, but she quickly sensed something entirely different about him. His aura felt unlike that of the masked man. As she noticed the strange black mist surrounding them, she realized he wasn't like the others. Cyan transferred some of his mana into Alice's arm, rendering her unable to move. Panicking, Alice feared she would be consumed by the mist. The spirit Marion spoke to her, acknowledging that it was time for a final farewell. Alice, her body sweating and confused, struggled to understand what was happening. The spirit explained that this was the end of Alice's journey, noting that goodbyes, while sad, could also be joyous. Cyan released his grip on Alice's arm, causing her to collapse to the ground, drained of all her strength. Alice wondered if the mist was the cause of her exhaustion. Before fading away, Marion told Alice that Fruina would always welcome her and that she should never lose hope. Then, the spirit vanished, leaving Alice in disbelief. Arin and Lunav, still trying to process what they had just witnessed, stood nearby. Arin asked what was happening, and Lunav, with a troubled look, explained that the masked man had blocked the mana, nullifying the spirit's manifestation. Lunav added that she couldn't even tell if he was human. Exhausted on her knees, Alice watched the scene unfold in despair. She thought to herself that it was over for them now. The undead began to move toward them, but the masked man quickly shifted back, placing his dagger on his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Cyan launched a rapid attack, striking so fast that the undead couldn't even comprehend where the hits were coming from. Alice, shocked, realized that the masked man was on their side. Cyan continued his strikes, then paused, thinking to himself that if he took even a small step back, all the undead would be drawn to the princess's group. It was as if they were being attracted to something strongly. He then asked Kiram if she could sense any special mana within the princess's group. Kiram, after a brief moment, replied that she couldn't sense anything unusual other than Lunav's presence. Cyan urged her to quickly check for anything else. Kiram quickly recognized that the mana from the monsters and the mana from the princess's necklace were identical. She informed Cyan that she could feel a similar mana coming from the necklace Arin was wearing. Cyan nodded, confirming his suspicion, and then said he would close the distance between them and help. Kiram, slightly annoyed, replied that he only needed her in situations like this. Cyan placed his hand on the ground and used his ability, Creation Space, surrounding the area with black-red mist. Following this, he used his mist domain, spreading a dome of mana quickly around everyone. One of the royal guards, noticing the mist, warned everyone to be cautious, as they didn't know what might be inside it. Another guard noted that it felt like they were in a different place entirely. The black-red mist began to consume the masked men, starting from their feet and slowly engulfing their entire bodies. The marionettes, caught off guard, were completely consumed by the mist. Alice, witnessing this, realized that the mist was absorbing all the undead right before her eyes. The area fell silent, as though nothing had ever happened. Still confused, Arin asked how all the marionettes had been killed and who this masked man truly was. Suddenly, Lunav collapsed to the ground. Arin, shocked, called out to Lunav, but she couldn't move. Cyan quickly appeared behind Arin, placing his right hand on her shoulder, causing both her and the guards to react with alarm. One of the guards shouted at him, demanding to know what he was doing. Cyan, with his right hand now gripping Arin's neck and his dagger near it, caused more panic among the guards. Another guard ordered him to release her immediately. Arin, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, wondered who this man was. Cyan then used his dagger to destroy the day's stone in Arin's necklace, leaving the guards stunned. One of them shouted her royal title. Another guard, furious, yelled at Cyan, calling him a bastard and demanding to know what he was doing. Alice, equally shocked, called out to Arin. The royal guards, charged in to attack Cyan, were stopped in their tracks as their strike landed on mist. Cyan then reappeared beside Lunav, and Arin, fearing for her safety, shouted at him to stay away from her. But Cyan didn't move. Instead, he used his mana to transfer some of his into Lunav's body. Arin, determined to protect Lunav, tried to use her God Stinger ability to attack Cyan, but he swiftly dodged and transformed into mist. Cyan, reassuring Arin, told her not to worry. He explained that he wasn't trying to harm her. By destroying the jewel, he had ensured that the monsters would no longer be drawn to her. Arin, touching her necklace, asked if the necklace her brother had given her was the cause of the attraction. Cyan urged her to focus, stating that it wasn't the time for explanations. She needed to leave the palace through the front gates quickly. He had cleared the path for her and reminded her to be careful. As the black-red mist began to dissipate, Arin realized that the place was returning to normal. A guard asked if she had been hurt. Arin, still wondering about the mysterious man, replied that she was fine and then asked about Alice and Lunav. Alice reassured her that both of them were okay. Alice, feeling relieved, suggested that they recover and head out through the front gates, just as that man had advised. Her thoughts shifted to the kid's safety, deciding that she would focus on that first and think about the man later. Lunav, her pupils glowed purple, suddenly recognized something and thought to herself that the masked man had to be Cyan. The scene shifted to Brian, Emily, and Nana, who were still dealing with the monster attack. The monster was still alive and roaring, but Nana quickly used her powers to kill it. Emily, looking at Nana in confusion, asked Brian what that child was, unsure if she was just a maid. Brian, still confused, replied that he wasn't sure and had never seen her act this way before. Nana, still in dragon form and surrounded by purple, chaotic mana, was consuming the monster's remains. Next, the scene moved to Cyan, who was deep in conversation with Kiram. Cyan recounted events from his past life, explaining the rumors of a bloodbath that resulted in the deaths of many people. Cyan explained that the blame had been placed on the fifth princess of the empire, Arin Sevelus. People believed that she, blinded by her greed for power, had attempted to kill everyone to seize control. However, Cyan believed it was all due to the day's stones in her necklace. He suspected that the necklace had been given to her by Echelle or her brother, Lunav. After the bloodbath, Cyan continued. Both Echelle and Lunav were praised as heroes, benefiting the most from the incident. Kiram's eyes widened with shock and disgust, realizing that Cyan was suggesting that those two had orchestrated the entire event for their own gain, sacrificing their own people for power. She shook her head in disbelief, remarking that sometimes humans were worse than demons. Cyan nodded gravely and ominously responded that what they had seen so far was nothing compared to what was to come. He added to himself that he had helped with even worse massacres in his past life, wondering if he might be worse than those he now criticized. Suddenly, Cyan stood up, preparing to leave. Kiram looked up at him, puzzled, asking where he was going. Cyan replied that Nana was probably waiting for him in the room, adding that the palace knights would handle the rest. Kiram hesitated and then spoke up, telling him that something had been bothering her about the princess's necklace. Cyan turned to her, confused, and asked what she meant. Kiram explained that she had noticed something strange about Emily's scent. It smelled like day's stone too. Cyan's eyes widened in shock. The scene shifted back to Nana, who had just finished eating. Blood from the monster dripped from her mouth as she stood, catching a strange scent. Her gaze turned toward Emily. Nana's voice, thick with hunger, murmured that Emily smelled very delicious. Unbeknownst to them, Emily had a bow tie given to her by Echelle, containing a day's stone. Nana, instinctively attracted to it, was drawn by the mysterious power of the stone. Brian noticed Nana's strange behavior and quickly stepped between her and Emily, trying to calm her down. He urged Nana to calm herself, feeling a growing sense of unease. Emily, pale with fear, stammered that she didn't taste good at all and begged Nana to stay away. Brian's mind raced, struggling to understand what was happening. Nana was acting like a crazed monster, and he could feel the evil aura emanating from her as she took a step toward Emily. For some reason, Nana was targeting Emily, and Brian realized they were running out of time. He had to do something before Nana lost control completely. Nana's eyes were locked on Emily, her gaze hungry and intense, as if Emily were prey. Brian knew he had to act before Nana could harm Emily. As Nana lunged toward Emily, a past memory flashed through Brian's mind. He saw a vision of Nana as a baby, cradled in his arms, her innocent eyes looking up at him. He wondered how could he hurt her. He thought desperately. There was no way he could hurt her. But Nana's crazed hunger overtook her, and she ran toward Emily with frightening speed, shouting that she couldn't wait anymore. Emily trembled, her fear evident, sweat forming on her brow. Brian, torn between his duty and his love for Nana, was paralyzed by the conflicting emotions. Just as Nana was about to strike, Cyan leaped in front of her, shielding Emily with his body. Nana's claws slashed across Cyan's back, and he cried out in pain. Brian and Emily stood frozen, shock written on their faces. Emily screamed, her voice breaking, as she saw Cyan attacked by Nana. Cyan gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain, and shouted to Kiram to hurry. Kiram, who had been moving from the shadows, quickly pulled the bow tie from Emily's pocket and called out to Cyan. Emily's eyes widened as she clung to Brian's arm, asking who this person was. Kiram didn't respond. She dropped the tie bow on the ground and stomped on it, shattering the dazed stone embedded within. Emily gasped, her shock evident. She looked at the tie bow that had been given to her by young Master Echelle, meant for young Master Cyan. She couldn't understand why it was being destroyed. Kiram shot her a fierce look and remarked that Emily had no idea what she was carrying around. Kiram then turned her attention back to Nana, urging her to get it together, her voice cutting through the madness clouding Nana's mind. As if hearing her, Nana's wild eyes focused, and recognition flooded her face. She whispered the word, calling to her papa, and the dark aura surrounding her began to dissipate. Nana blinked several times, her face filled with confusion and horror as she saw Cyan's injury. Nana's eyes welled with tears, horrified that she might have caused Cyan's injury. Cyan stood in front of her, winced in pain, but kept his voice soothing. He gently reassured Nana, telling her that it didn't hurt at all and that he knew she didn't mean to hurt him. He said she hadn't done anything wrong. Nana's legs gave out beneath her, and she sank to her knees, trembling with sorrow. Her voice cracked as she apologized, her guilt apparent. Brian stepped forward, his concern evident as he asked if Cyan was all right. Cyan waved him off, still focused on Nana, and assured him that he would be fine. He then said that they needed to leave the area quickly, as the situation was chaotic. The scene shifted to Lunel, who stood in an eerily quiet hallway, his brow furrowed in confusion. The silence was unnerving, and it seemed as though no one was there at all, despite this place normally being teeming with monsters. The sound of a voice suddenly broke the stillness. It was the Emperor, who asked Lunel if the area was clear. Lunel quickly composed himself, explaining that it seemed the situation had already been handled. Echelle, who stood nearby, shared the confusion that was evident on Lunel's face, but he remained silent, his eyes darting around the hallway, searching for something. Suddenly, Arin's voice broke through the silence as she called out, running toward the Emperor with a worried expression. She was breathless from running. When the Emperor saw his daughter, his stern expression softened, and a smile tugged at his lips. He gently asked if Arin was all right. Arin threw her arms around him in a tight hug, relieved to see him safe. She pulled back slightly to look him over, asking if he was hurt anywhere. The Emperor chuckled, shaking his head and assuring her that he was fine, thanks to Echelle and Lunel. He gestured toward both men, acknowledging their help. Arin's gaze shifted to Lunel, and her expression hardened as she regarded him. There was a cold, unreadable look in her eyes as she took in her brother's presence. Lunel met her gaze, his expression equally icy, and remarked that he was glad she was not dead. Arin, though furious on the inside, calmly responded that she was glad he was all right too, despite her conflicting feelings. Her mind raced with the many questions she had for him, but she knew her priority was to take care of the others first. At that moment, Alice and a royal knight kneeled before the Emperor, their heads bowed in respect. Alice spoke calmly, expressing her relief that the Emperor was safe. The Emperor nodded at her, a grateful smile crossing his face. He thanked Alice for her bravery in protecting his younger daughter, promising to reward her handsomely for her effort. As Arin listened to the exchange, she noticed Echelle leaning closer to Lunel, whispering something in his ear. Her eyes narrowed, suspicious. She tried to catch the words, wondering what he was saying to him. Whatever Echelle said had an immediate effect. Luanel's face lit up with a wicked smile. Suddenly, he turned, pointing his sword at Lunav, who had been standing quietly to the side, watching the scene unfold. Luanel announced loudly that he had figured out who was behind the incident, drawing everyone's attention. He pointed his sword at Lunav, his voice filled with accusation. He declared that the granddaughter of the Garum Mage Association's president, Lunav Rainreaver, was responsible for the chaos. Luanel called for her arrest. Alice watched in growing confusion as the scene played out. She couldn't understand why Luanel was making such an accusation. Her eyes darted between him and Lunav, standing at the center of the hallway, the tension hanging thick in the air. The Emperor's face darkened with anger. He addressed Luanel sharply, commanding him to lower his sword immediately. Arin stepped forward, her expression furious as she defended Lunav. She snapped at her brother, insisting that Lunav had saved many people, including herself, and that it was wrong to accuse her without proof. But Luanel remained unfazed, his gaze still locked on Lunav. He insisted that it was all a trick, that Lunav had gained their trust only to escape. He accused the Garum Kingdom of waiting for the right moment to strike at the Abusive Empire. Lunav's eyes narrowed, a suspicious glint in them. She spoke up, her voice calm despite the grave accusation. She questioned Luanel, asking if he had any proof of his claim. At that moment, Echelle stepped forward, reporting that a suspicious aura of mana had been detected at the location where Lunav had been staying the previous night. The Emperor's eyes turned back to Luanel, narrowing slightly. His voice was stern as he warned that Echelle should be careful with his words. Arin gasped, her breath caught by her brother's sudden claim. Luanel, however, remained composed, speaking smoothly. He explained that he had invited the Garum representatives to convey a desire for peace, but that he had also kept an eye on them as a precaution. He promised that he would find the evidence to prove this plot. After a moment's hesitation, the Emperor nodded. He told Luanel to find the evidence quickly and present it. Luanel's face lit up with a satisfied smile. He assured the Emperor that he would find it without fail. Lunav stood silently, her expression unreadable. She wondered if this was a trap, or if it was something her grandfather had intended to happen. Despite her doubts, she maintained her composure. Shortly after, Lunav and her group from the Garum Mage Association were imprisoned for investigation. The once bustling halls of the palace grew quiet as the news of their arrest spread. Meanwhile, Leximus, who had been apart from Arin during the chaos, turned and spotted her. She rushed over to her, enveloping her in a tight hug. She swore that she would never let her out of her sight again. Cyan, standing by, lost in thought, reflected on the funerals held for Marquis Drenian, the Empress's younger brother, as well as countless others. He said quietly that the funerals took place in the streets, but at least he had been able to prevent more deaths than in his past life. He sighed, knowing that despite his efforts, the banquet would forever be known as the Banquet of Blood. As Alice carefully dressed Cyan's wounds, her hands were gentle but firm. Concern was evident in her voice as she noted that the wounds could have been much worse. Cyan, remaining calm, steadied his gaze and told her she didn't need to do this. Alice shot him a stern look, telling him to stay still. There was a hint of authority in her voice as she reminded him that she was his sister and he needed to listen to her. She continued, emphasizing how dangerous the situation had been and how lucky he was to have escaped when he did. Cyan chuckled, a nervous laugh escaping him. He agreed that he had been good at running. Alice's expression softened, but she grew thoughtful as she continued. She asked about the masked man who had saved her, mentioning that if it hadn't been for him, she might have died that day. She paused, her mind working as she glanced at Cyan. She noted that the masked man had been about his height, and he had seemed much fitter recently. Cyan shifted uncomfortably, unsure of how to respond. Alice noticed his reaction and grinned, teasing him. She asked if he was embarrassed, hinting at his growing physique. Cyan's blush, and he groaned, muttering for her to stop making fun of him. He turned his gaze away. Just then, Echelle entered the room. He smiled as he observed Cyan, noting that he had recovered quickly. Echelle glanced between Cyan and Alice, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He mentioned that they were still as close as ever, almost making him jealous. Echelle's presence seemed to drain the room of its warmth. Cyan turned to face him, his expression cold. He responded with a simple thanks, his tone cutting. Alice noticed the tension between the two men and began to wonder if Cyan also knew about Echelle's cruel side. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. To shift the conversation, Cyan asked about the progress of the investigation. Alice kept her eyes on him, her mind racing with thoughts of Echelle's intentions. Echelle, his demeanor growing serious, reached into his pocket and pulled out a bracelet with an embedded daze stone. He explained that he had come because of it, holding the bracelet up for Cyan to see. Echelle said it had been found in Lunav's room. He continued, calmly stating that Lunav claimed the bracelet was a gift to her. Cyan's eyes narrowed as he examined the bracelet. He remarked thoughtfully that the person who gave it to Lunav should be a suspect. Echelle nodded approvingly, praising Cyan's cleverness. He then asked if Cyan remembered receiving anything from anyone during the banquet. Cyan shrugged nonchalantly, his tone evasive, stating that he didn't know. Cyan then asked if Echelle knew who had given the bracelet to Lunav. Cyan remained guarded, sensing something more was at play. Echelle replied that he had heard a merchant in the palace had given it to her, but that the merchant had been found dead earlier that day. He said he was looking for more clues. Leaning closer, his voice dropped to a low, serious tone. Echelle asked if Cyan was sure he didn't receive anything during the banquet. Cyan's thoughts raced. He realized this wasn't an investigation at all. Echelle was trying to find a scapegoat. Suddenly, Cyan began to act as though his head was still hurting, leaving Echelle confused by the sudden shift in Cyan's behavior. Alice quickly approached Cyan, gently supporting him with her hands, concern evident as she asked if he was okay. Cyan weakly responded, mentioning that he didn't feel any better, his head still aching. Alice's anger flared as she turned to Echelle, demanding that he see Cyan had lost a lot of blood. She pointed out that the doctor had said Cyan needed rest. She then turned back to Cyan, telling him to lie down and get some rest. Echelle sighed and reluctantly agreed, saying that Cyan should rest and that he would leave. However, Cyan suddenly spoke, telling Echelle that he didn't remember receiving anything. Cyan continued, stating that even if someone had tried to give him something, they surely wouldn't have survived the chaos they'd just been through. Echelle was caught off guard by Cyan's sudden response, but smirked. He thought to himself that it was good Cyan had not received the gift he prepared for him. If he had, Cyan might already be dead, which would have been beneficial for Echelle. With no one left to eliminate, he had lost his opportunity. His face twisted in frustration, unable to get rid of Cyan. Cyan, feeling anger build inside him, noticed the change in his expression. Alice, noticing this, asked if he was okay. Cyan simply replied that he was fine, but Alice's frustration grew. She insisted that he lie down, and in her haste, she struck his injury, causing him to groan in pain. She scolded him, urging him to listen to his sister. The scene suddenly shifted to a maid, who had given the necklace to Arin from Lunel. She now lay on the ground, blood spilling everywhere due to Boris's attack. Desperately, she asked why he was doing this to her. She had followed the orders, given the princess the necklace, and yet here she was facing death. She begged Boris to spare her, explaining that the princess wouldn't even know what the necklace was meant for. Boris, as cold as ever, responded that she had fulfilled her role, but that he had not yet done his part. He admitted that the more he thought about it, the more unpleasant it all seemed. He had prepared thoroughly, but now, with those words, he slashed her throat with his sword. As he turned to leave, he muttered that she could rest in peace. The maid's blood stained the floor as she lay motionless. Boris suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. He thought that if a corpse was found like the one last time, it could be troublesome. He quickly pulled out a book that exuded in crimson, devilish aura. He mumbled to himself that he had to make sure nothing like that happened again. With that, a snake-like creature emerged from the book, roaring fiercely. Boris commanded it to devour the maid's corpse, ensuring that nothing would remain behind. The scene shifted to Emily, who sat on a bench outside a safe house, softly singing a tune to herself. She was startled when a knight appeared behind her, but when she recognized him, she relaxed. It was Brian, holding a shopping bag filled with apples. He greeted her, explaining that he had picked them up from the town on his way back. Brian sat down beside her, commenting on how pleasant the weather was. Emily, still eating, asked how long they would need to stay there. Brian replied that the young master had instructed them not to return until he said so, adding that it was hard to predict when that would be. The scene shifted to a few days earlier, where Cyan held Echelle's gift in his hand. He asked Emily if the gift had been from Echelle. Emily quickly confirmed, explaining that it was meant to congratulate him for attending his first societal event. Without hesitation, Cyan destroyed the gift with his powers, muttering that Echelle had certainly tried to make it as complicated as possible. Emily was shocked, her eyes wide as she exclaimed over the destruction of the precious gift. Cyan, his expression serious, told her that the palace and the Vert Estate were no longer safe for her. He instructed her to stay hidden until further notice. Cyan then turned to Brian, who was holding Nana and cleaning the blood from her mouth with a handkerchief. Nana still seemed uneasy, likely due to the attack on Cyan, though it had been unintentional. Brian noticed Cyan's attention on him and quickly responded. Cyan ordered Brian to protect Emily, and Brian nodded, agreeing to do so. Cyan added that he needed Brian to take care of Nana as well. Nana looked confused, and Cyan smiled gently at her, assuring her that it would only be for a while. He asked her not to cry. Back in the present, Brian sat, lost in thought. He reflected on how he had never seen Cyan make that kind of face before. He knew he needed to support him this time. Emily interrupted his thoughts, asking if Nana was all right. Brian reassured her that while Nana had struggled for a few days, she was fine now. Emily nodded and observed that a lot had happened with the young master while she had been away. Nana, now sleeping peacefully, as Emily mentioned that she never imagined the girl she had thought was a simple maid would turn out to be a draconic human. With this knowledge, she vowed to help as much as she could. Brian smiled at her, acknowledging her words. As he did, his arm brushed against Emily's, and a past memory flashed through his mind. Emily held Brian's arm tightly, his blush apparent. Brian, confused and still blushing, wondered why the memory had suddenly resurfaced. Still smiling, Emily said they should do their best for the young master. Brian, also still blushing, smiled back and agreed. The scene shifted to the Emperor's room, where Luanel was speaking with Dion. Luanel, confused, asked what his father meant. The Emperor responded, telling Luanel that he was releasing Lunav and the other members of the Garum Kingdom who had been arrested. Luanel was shocked, asking how his father could let these suspects go when they had clear evidence against them. The Emperor's expression hardened, warning Luanel to watch his words. The Emperor had made up his mind, and he was not going to change it. Growing angry, Luanel retorted, asking how the Emperor expected to seize control of the continent if he was so soft. He demanded to know what it was about the Garum Kingdom that terrified his father. The Emperor sent a magic bullet, barely missing Luanel's face, his voice rising as he explained the importance of maintaining peace with the Garum Kingdom. He continued, revealing that the Wuzif Empire shared borders not only with the Garum Kingdom, but also with the Demon Realm, Sparnia, and Fruina. If the Empire made an enemy of Garum Kingdom, they would no longer be able to hold back the Demon Realm. The Emperor's anger grew as he explained that the entire continent would suffer if monsters poured from the Demon Realm unchecked. Luanel, still angry but understanding the Emperor's point, refrained from arguing further. The Emperor added that even if he were to gain control over the continent, it would come at the cost of too many lives. Such a victory would make him no better than a monster, not an emperor. The Emperor questioned whether Luanel was even aware of something so basic. Luanel, frustrated, tried to argue again, but the Emperor cut him off. He asked if Luanel was referring to the Day Stones. Luanel was stunned, realizing that the Emperor knew. His nervousness was evident, but he denied it, stammering that he didn't know what his father was talking about. The Emperor, noticing Luanel's reaction, stated that his face had already revealed the truth. He reminded Luanel that, since he was young, he had always sought to get what he wanted. Luanel sweated, his nervousness clear as the Emperor turned away. He told Luanel that Arin was a better fit to be ruler than he would ever be. He added that he no longer wanted to see him and ordered him to leave. Luanel, seething with anger, muttered Arin's name under his breath. He was filled with rage, frustrated that his plans had been ruined. He stormed toward Arin's room, where the royal knights tried to stop him. He barked at them to move aside, quickly pushing through and entering her room, where Leximus stood guard. Leximus calmly told Luanel that Arin needed rest and that he should come back later. Without warning, Luanel punched Leximus in the face, shouting for her to move. Leximus fell to the ground, and Arin, shocked, called out in concern. Luanel advanced toward Arin, fear evident in her eyes. However, she gathered the courage to ask what was going on. Luanel, wearing a wild smile, replied that he had come to talk with his precious sister. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Leximus, now standing again, glared at Luanel, warning him that even though he was a prince, if he continued acting in this manner, as the princess's subordinate, she would be forced to take action. Luanel, enraged and silent, stared at her with a mocking smile. He called her a parasite and challenged her to do something about it. He threatened that if she continued to interfere, he would have her and her entire family executed, using her words as an excuse to erase her entire lineage. Leximus, shocked and afraid, lowered her hand from her cheek, realizing the situation was escalating. Before Lunel could continue his threats, Princess Arin stepped in, her voice calm and collected as she demanded him to stop. She asked if there was a specific reason he had come to see her, wondering if he wanted to hear something from her. Lunel, confused and panicked, stared at her, trying to figure out how she knew what was happening. Arin remained calm, repeating her question, asking again if he wanted to hear something from her. Lunel, speechless and unable to respond, began to sweat heavily, sensing something was different about Arin. Arin, still poised, calmly stated that she had not received anything from him. Lunel, his confusion deepening, felt a growing sense of danger. He couldn't respond, and his nervousness became palpable. The scene shifted a few hours earlier, where Princess Arin had gone to see the Emperor. Sitting on the sofa in his office, she closed her eyes and answered his question. She confirmed that there was no relation, but the Emperor looked at her uncertainly. He reminded her that the necklace she had brought him held a jewel that was not ordinary. It was a Days Stone from the Black Blood tribe. The Emperor explained that the Days Stones had once been used to control forbidden dark magic, particularly to dominate monsters. Though now disdained, these stones had been used to control dangerous creatures. He told Arin that there had been recent reports of someone inside the palace secretly purchasing one of these jewels. He mentioned a black market merchant named Gilbert and a maid named Marilda, both of whom had been involved in making such deals for some time. But now both were either missing or dead. Hearing this, Arin's eyes filled with confusion, though she remained outwardly calm. The Emperor then revealed that Gilbert and Marilda had been in frequent contact with Lunel and asked Arin once again if she was sure she hadn't received anything from him, implying that the necklace could have been a gift from her brother. Nervously, Arin, fidgeting her finger and with a trembling voice, denied ever receiving anything from Lunel. The Emperor observed her in silence, his expression calm. Arin, avoiding his gaze, stared at the ground and admitted that it seemed he had discovered who had brought the jewels into the palace. She pleaded with the Emperor to let Lunav go, reminding him that Lunav had saved many people at the banquet. The Emperor, seated on the sofa with his arms crossed, reassured her not to worry. In her mind, Arin thought that if she revealed Lunel's involvement in this, she couldn't predict what he might do to those around her. She remembered how the captain had been killed by a mandrake and knew she couldn't let something like that happen again. She had to protect those close to her from future harm. Back in the present, Arin turned her gaze toward Lunel, asking if this was what he wanted. Lunel stood up, his hand in his pocket, and a suffocating energy surrounded him as he stared at her, replying that he had never given her anything. Arin remained calm and told him that was exactly what she had told their father. Lunel's gaze filled with rage. He couldn't understand her attitude and grew increasingly angry, questioning why she was acting as if he had done something wrong. He approached Arin and asked if he should deal with her subordinate first. Arin, with her hands resting on her knees, closed her eyes and calmly apologized, revealing that she had a guest, suggesting him to leave. Lunel, confused, asked who could be more important than him. Arin raised her head, her expression serious, and replied that Lunel was important to her too. Behind them, Cyan stood, leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed. He looked down at the ground and, with a quiet apology to Lunel, explained that he hadn't meant to intrude. Upon hearing Cyan's voice, Lunel was shocked, realizing he hadn't noticed Cyan's presence at all. He didn't know why Cyan was there. Cyan, now standing upright, put his hands in his pockets, raised his head, and with a suffocating look, explained that he had heard everything. Lunel's body trembled with fear as he asked Cyan how long he had been hiding there. Cyan stepped away from the pillar and, sounding confused, pointed to himself with his thumb, explaining that he simply didn't have much presence, as it was the main trait of assassins. He remarked that he was invisible. Lunel clenched his teeth in frustration, unable to believe Cyan was speaking so casually in his presence. He wondered if Cyan was making a joke of him. Furious, he questioned how Cyan dared speak that way in front of him. Cyan approached the sofa where Princess Arin sat, placed his hand on the armrest, and looked at Lunel with a menacing smile. He asked what Lunel was going to do about it, wondering if Lunel was going to try something with him as well. Princess Arin observed Lunel silently, her expression serious. Although Lunel was angry, he managed to remain calm. Now, as he observed Cyan more carefully, He couldn't help but wonder if the rumors about their engagement were true. Becoming Cyan Vert's enemy would be dangerous for Luenell, considering that Cyan was the son of his father's friend. Luenell couldn't stop thinking about what Echelle had told him earlier that day, while they were walking down the palace hallway. Luenell had revealed that he wanted to remove Princess Arin from the succession fight, but he couldn't understand why Echelle wanted to get rid of his own younger brother. After all, their father already trusted Cyan a lot. Echelle, walking beside him, looked at the distance and mentioned how much Cyan irritated him. Luenell had listened silently, while Echelle's eyes had shone with seriousness. Echelle revealed that Cyan was hiding something big, something that made him uncomfortable. And now, Luenell watched as Cyan stood behind Princess Arin's sofa, smiling while emitting an intense aura. Finally, Luenell understood what Echelle had meant. He didn't know exactly what this unsettling feeling of intimidation from Cyan was, but it confused him. Luenell raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and, with a pleasant smile, said that he was just joking. He added that now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, he would leave. He turned his back on them and headed for the door. Cyan watched him with a confused expression, and even Princess Arin couldn't help but blush at the strange turn of events. With Cyan standing so close as Luenell neared the door, the guard opened it for him. Luenell turned his head slightly, apologizing to Leximus. She looked at him and told him not to worry, also apologizing for her earlier actions. Luenell then turned to Cyan, staring at him intently, warning him to be careful from now on. Moments later, he left Princess Arin's room, and the guards closed the door behind him. Leximus, standing by the door, sighed with relief, turning back to vent a little to herself. She muttered under her breath, thinking that Luenell was still a piece of work. She thanked Cyan, while Princess Arin, still sitting on the sofa and blushing, also thanked him. Cyan looked at Leximus, saying he hadn't done much. He found it amusing that this was the attitude of the continent's best swordswoman. He added that Princess Arin had done most of the work. Blushing like a tomato, Arin denied it, insisting it was all thanks to Cyan. He then sat on the sofa beside her. Seeing this, she leaned back, blushing even more, and asked why he would be sitting next to her. Cyan claimed that his legs hurt from standing too long and asked if he wasn't allowed to sit beside her. Arin looked away, fidgeting with her hair, feeling flustered. Cyan, confused by her reaction, glanced at her while Leximus watched with a bewildered expression, thinking how clueless and stupid he was. Cyan stood up, approached the door, and grabbed the knob, turning it slightly. He mentioned that they had successfully made Luenell believe that he and Arin were together, so Luenell wouldn't be able to act against her for a while. He decided to leave, and Arin, now blushing even more, put her hands in front of her face. Leximus, forcing a smile, asked him to take care. She thought to herself that Cyan was ignorant, and he had only done what was necessary. Meanwhile, Luenell met with Echelle, furious. He slammed his hand against the wall next to Echelle, who stood there with his arms crossed, glaring. Luenell demanded to know how they were going to fix this. His face twisted with anger, and he clenched his teeth, shouting that Echelle had promised the plan was perfect. Yet everyone they wanted dead was still alive. Worse, Luenell had lost the Emperor's trust, which was a serious blow. Echelle remained calm, staring at him without saying a word. Luenell, unable to control his anger, screamed that he was supposed to be the savior of the Wuzif Empire. At that moment, a man approached Echelle and Luenell, interrupting their conversation. The man announced that there had been some success. Luenell, still with his hand on the wall, turned and demanded to know what the man meant. Echelle remained silent, arms crossed, observing the interaction. The man was none other than Boris. Bowing his head with a hand on his chest, Boris greeted the prince. Luenell stepped away from the wall, his anger simmering, and asked Boris where he had been all this time. Boris calmly explained that he had been fulfilling an order from Duke's eldest. Echelle's gaze turned serious as he mentioned that he had heard Emily had disappeared and asked Boris what success he had achieved. Boris reached into his pocket and pulled out a glowing pyramid-shaped crystal, smiling as he held it up. He mentioned that they had been underestimating the people around Princess Arin. Luenell, putting his hands on his hips, retorted sarcastically, asking if Boris was implying he should reflect on his mistakes. Still holding the crystal, Boris shook his head and responded that there was nothing for Luenell to reflect on. As he brought the crystal closer to them, its energy intensified. He explained that the crystal, called a mana crystal, had absorbed the mana used by Arin's friends during a recent battle. Most of the mana inside it was ordinary, but something else lingered. Bringing both hands closer to the crystal, Boris caused a black mist to seep out of it, rapidly filling the room. Lunel, taken aback by the sight, was shocked. Echelle, however, remained calm, watching intently. Boris continued, explaining that this black mist was extremely rare and malevolent. It was the mana of a demonic sword. With a grin of excitement, Boris revealed that someone among Princess Arin's companions possessed a taboo demonic sword, which considered a taboo to possess such an artifact. Elsewhere, someone was served a dish with a whole giant centipede. The unpleasant appearance of the dish left Brian confused and disappointed. He had been expecting crab stew and wasn't quite sure what he was looking at. Cyan and Nana, seated at the table with the others, ate their meal as if nothing strange was happening, seemingly unbothered by the grotesque dish in front of them. Nana, in fact, was thoroughly enjoying the food, much to the surprise of those around her. Emily, sitting nearby, chuckled and told Nana to eat slowly, as she was really enjoying it. Her tone was cheerful, and she seemed genuinely pleased. Brian, however, wasn't as enthusiastic. He looked at her with a bewildered expression, thinking to himself that she must be out of her mind. When he glanced at his own plate, his eyes widened in fear as he noticed something moving among the food. Cyan casually placed both hands on the table as he stood up and announced that he was full. Emily, not wanting him to leave, urged him to eat a little more, but Cyan had already wiped his mouth with a cloth and closed his eyes, politely refusing. He explained that he couldn't stay any longer in prevention that Echelle might catch on. His voice remained calm, but the mention of Echelle caused Emily to slam her fist on the table in frustration, cursing his name under her breath. Once Cyan was done, he explained that he had only come to check on her. It wasn't safe for her to return yet, and if she needed anything, she could send Brian. Cyan gestured toward the window, indicating the guards surrounding the area outside. Hidden in the branches of a tree, a member of Mist was keeping watch. Cyan had taken precautions to ensure the safety of this place, making it one of the safest locations for now. As Cyan stood and moved toward the door, Emily's face grew anxious. She called out, not wanting him to leave. Cyan turned his head slightly and reassured her not to worry and to take care of herself. He then directed his gaze to Brian, who was sending a glare of centipede meat as he affirmed the order. As Cyan stepped out of the house, sunlight spilled across the wooden door, bathing him in its glow. Before he could leave, however, a voice caught his attention. He turned slightly to see Serrika standing nearby. Her gaze was sharp, and as she stared at him, she demanded an explanation for how he knew about the blood banquet and about her fiancé's death. She remarked that he had been acting as though he knew the future. Cyan remained composed, as Serrika prompted him to choose his words carefully. Serrika's shining eyes reflected both suspicion and a search for answers. If he slipped up, she might consider him an enemy. After a brief silence, she added, her tone almost demanding, asking just who he was. Unbothered, Cyan replied that Drenian had been someone he had to purify anyway. He questioned whether it really mattered how he knew. Serrika's eyes flared with intensity. She hissed that it did matter and, with a smirk, added that maybe he was another spy from an organization. Cyan coldly responded that if he were, she would have to do something about it. Serrika grinned wickedly and pulled out a dagger, glowing with dark, purple energy. She lunged at Cyan, but before she could strike, Kiram suddenly appeared, blocking the attack and pushing Serrika back. Kiram stood protectively in front of Cyan, her expression fierce. Kiram angrily declared that she had told Serrika not to touch her owner. Serrika smirked, her madness showing. She taunted that it was Kiram who didn't learn and rushed toward her again. Clearly enjoying the situation, Kiram raised her hand, poised to strike, and expressed how annoying Serrika really was. The two clashed, neither landing a hit as they fought midair. Kiram grinned and said that she would show Serrika something interesting, summoning a red-black energy orb and hurling it toward her. The ball, infused with the power of black mist, shattered everything around it when it hit the ground. Serrika dodged, trying to avoid the deadly attack. She boasted that no matter how strong Kiram's skill was, she could just avoid it while running. But suddenly, she hesitated, shocked by the sheer power behind the attack. Her mind raced, wondering if this was Kiram's true power. She realized that if the ball had hit her, or if she had tried to block it, she would have died instantly. She understood why Kiram usually stayed in sword form. If she wanted to, Kiram could destroy an entire city. Kiram, visibly annoyed, placed one hand on her hip and muttered that she missed. The area where the attack landed was utterly shattered, and Serrika, watching in disbelief, thought to herself that to stop someone like Kiram, she would need at least the power of a demon king. Kiram smirked and said that Serrika better be ready, adding that the attack was just a warm-up. Serrika smiled back and replied that she was also excited and would have to give her best. But before their fight could resume, Cyan suddenly commanded demon sword control. In an instant, Kiram's face slammed into the ground with a thud. Serrika blinked in surprise as she watched Kiram, immobilized, still face down. Kiram grumbled, saying that she was just getting started. Feeling annoyed, Cyan warned that if they kept causing this much chaos, they would all be caught. Serrika, now sweating and realizing the situation, began to understand what Cyan meant. Cyan, now clearly annoyed, turned to both of them and gritted his teeth. He commanded them to stay put, adding that he would handle things from there. Without waiting for a response, Cyan slammed the door shut, leaving both of them standing in stunned silence. Kiram, still sitting on the ground, appeared confused, while Serrika stood beside her, equally bewildered. Inside the house, Cyan entered with urgency, commanding everyone to pack everything up right away. However, his words were cut off when a calm voice greeted him. Cyan froze in shock, seeing Lunav casually sitting at the dining table. Sweat formed on his brow as he quickly glanced at Brian, who stood nearby, visibly nervous. Brian, sweating profusely, stammered, apologizing for Lunav's sudden appearance. Cyan's mind raced, wondering how she had gotten through the barrier and evaded detection. Sweat dripping from his face, he looked at Lunav and asked how she found this place. Lunav, looking amused, smiled at him, explaining that it was one of her talents. She reassured him that no one else knew about this place, just her. Then, with a playful grin, she added that considering the noise outside, she was beginning to wonder. Clearly annoyed, Cyan snapped, but Lunav's casual response only deepened his irritation. He asked what she was doing here and why she had come to thank him. Lunav tilted her head slightly and, with a bright and energetic smile, replied that it was okay, as she already knew. Her tone shifted more meaningfully as she continued, stating that the moment he entered her, everything changed. The room froze, and everyone stared in shock at the two of them. Their minds raced, trying to decipher the meaning of her words. Cyan's thoughts churned, wondering if she had lost consciousness when he used his mana to save her. Lunav continued, unfazed by the reactions. She conjured ice in one hand and fire in the other, explaining that she could use all types of magic and even combine or switch between them. She added that she could also track a specific person's mana. It was a gift from her grandfather. Showing no interest, Cyan responded that it felt more like a curse, stated that her body had been broken because of it. Lunav blushed and coyly asked if it was him who saved her. Cyan suggested they go somewhere else, wanting to avoid any more awkward moments in front of the others. As they turned to leave, the whispers behind them grew louder. Cyan's patience snapped as he gritted his teeth and barked at everyone to get to packing. Confused, Emily asked where they were going. Cyan replied that they would be heading to Lewin Academy. Emily, blushing, eagerly added that it meant she could take care of him every day from now on. Meanwhile, Brian, hearing this, frowned slightly, his mind drifting to the bizarre dishes Emily would no doubt bring with her. Nana, noticing his expression, asked what was wrong with his face. Brian, still lost in thought, muttered that he had mixed feelings about this. As Cyan and Lunav finally moved to a quieter place where they could talk privately, Lunav opened up about her past. Her voice softened as she revealed that she had spent most of her younger days in a cold and dark place, enduring all kinds of painful experiments. She continued, saying that she had no choice but to endure everything because it was her duty as the granddaughter of Regn's Rainreaver. Cyan listened intently as Lunav walked beside him across the bridge. She asked if he, too, had a duty to fulfill. Cyan shook his head and replied that he didn't. Lunav pressed further, asking why he had saved them anonymously. Cyan, puzzled by her persistence, simply shrugged and explained that he didn't want to become famous. It was a pain, and he was sure she could guess why. Lunav thought for a moment before answering herself. She pulled out a small sphere of Cyan's mana, swirling with a faint red-black aura. At first, she thought it was darkness. She had collected a bit of it when they met at the restaurant a few days ago. Cyan's mind raced, still confused by her ability to collect and analyze his mana. She could read people's mana information just by touching them. He hadn't known she could do that, even in his past life. Lunav continued, saying that on the day she passed out, the mana Cyan had put into her seemed to come from another world. Cyan's eyes narrowed, now understanding why she had come to see him. He asked if she planned to take this mana to her grandfather, Regressor. To his surprise, Lunav absorbed the mana back in her own body and cheerfully replied that she wouldn't. She said it would be too much of a hassle. Cyan asked if there was a reason for this, or if she was rebelling against him. Lunav smiled and replied, hinting that Cyan could probably guess why she was doing it. Suddenly, without warning, Lunav hugged Cyan tightly. He stood there, confused, as she whispered, thanking him for lessening her old pain. Cyan, taken aback, began thinking of her situation. Her body had been like a boiling pot, filled with chaotic mana. Someone had intentionally closed the lid on that pot, probably to prevent the loss of mana. But this caused the pot to overheat, with the mana spilling out and extinguishing the fire of her life, putting her on the brink of death. He stepped back slightly, gently grabbing her arms to create some distance between them. All he had done was put a hole in the lid, letting the pressure out. His voice turned cold as his eyes hardened. To him, Lunav seemed like someone else's marionette, and that annoyed him very much. With a little push of his hand, he told Lunav she didn't need to thank him. His tone was casual but firm as he said he was leaving. He added from a slight distance that it would be dangerous if she pushed herself again and urged her to be careful. Lunav stood silently for a moment, watching him leave. A soft smile played on her lips, and a rare fondness gleamed in her eyes. She murmured to herself that he was definitely a good person, her gaze lingering on him as he disappeared from sight. The scene abruptly shifted to the Garum Association president's office. Inside, a man stood before Lunav Rainreaver, the powerful head of the association. The air was thick with tension as the man reported that Lunav had been arrested, but was then released. Rygens's face darkened with rage, and he slammed his fist onto the desk with a force that echoed through the room. The sound was deafening, rattling papers and shaking the room. The man continued, saying that thankfully, no charges had been filed. He asked if they should send a petition. Rygens's jaw clenched tightly as he responded through gritted teeth. No, there was no need for that. The frustration in his voice was clear as he leaned forward, his eyes burning with fury. He told the man to track Lunav down and bring her here immediately. As Cyan and his companions traveled toward the academy, the atmosphere within the carriage remained relatively peaceful. Emily, sitting close to Cyan, radiated joy, her happiness so apparent that it prompted a curious remark. Emily's smile brightened her face as she responded with enthusiasm, expressing her happiness at being able to serve once again. Sitting quietly beside her, Nana remained lost in her own thoughts, offering no comment. Moments later, still filled with excitement, Emily recalled something and inquired about the academy's rules regarding maids. A brief pause followed before Cyan, crossing his arms confidently, stated his belief that the principal would make a special exception in his case. Upon arrival at the academy, Cyan wasted no time and proceeded directly to the principal's office. However, the principal greeted him with a firm stance, rejecting the request outright. The refusal was immediate and unwavering. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Cyan folded his arms behind his back and attempted to reassure the principal, promising that no one would notice the maid's presence. The principal, unimpressed, raised an eyebrow and questioned the reasoning behind making an exception. A bead of sweat formed on Cyan's forehead as he quickly responded with a hasty promise, vowing to attend all lessons without skipping. The principal's patience wore thin, and his fist struck the table as he scolded, emphasizing that such a thing should be expected regardless. Additionally, the matter extended beyond just one maid, but there were two. Leaning in slightly, the principal's tone shifted, his voice lowering as he posed a more pointed question. There was an insinuation, a suspicion that the maids were somehow connected to the Banquet of Blood. A special favor, such as this, could not be requested without a serious reason. Despite the weight of the inquiry, Cyan remained composed, his arms still crossed behind his back. Casually, he posed a counter-question, inquiring about the alternative if the reason was not a trivial one. Curiosity and frustration grew within the principal, who demanded a straightforward answer. With a sly smile, Cyan raised a finger to his face, teasingly suggesting that permission must be granted first before any explanation would be provided. After a moment of contemplation, the principal sighed in exasperation, ultimately relenting. A resigned acknowledgement followed, recognizing that Cyan would likely proceed regardless of any rejection. With a more serious expression, Cyan admitted the difficulty of providing an explanation at that moment. However, one certainty was offered, which is that he had no involvement in the Banquet of Blood. That, he suggested, was the answer the principal had sought all along. The principal's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Cyan's words. A moment of silence passed before he pressed further, demanding certainty. Cyan's expression shifted slightly, a hint of annoyance surfacing as he questioned the principal's perception of him. The implication alone seemed to irritate him. After a tense pause, the principal relented, issuing one final condition. Attendance at lessons must never be neglected again. As Cyan walked through the academy's hallway, hands tucked into his pockets, his mind lingered on the recent conversation. A smirk tugged at his lips as he reflected on the outcome. The matter had been settled well enough. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, which is how the principal would react if the truth surfaced, revealing that the real mastermind behind the Banquet of Blood was none other than his own grandson. His thoughts continued, piecing together the puzzle. The scenario didn't align with Lunel acting alone. Meticulous planning was not Lunel's strength. Instead, Echelle had likely orchestrated it, with Boris responsible for carrying out the execution. That pattern had persisted even in the past life. A sudden distraction pulled Cyan from his thoughts. In front of the door, Seth was exercising with unwavering focus, performing push-ups at an impressive pace. The number count was clear that Seth had reached well beyond 1,000. Sweat dripped from his whole body as he continued. For a moment, Cyan blinked in confusion before recognizing the individual. The persistence was familiar. Noticing Cyan's presence, Seth immediately called out with enthusiasm, standing up and flashing a determined grin. The challenge was immediate. He requested for another fight, a test to measure strength once more. Without offering a response, Cyan slipped into his room and shut the door behind him. Leaning against it momentarily, he released a quiet sigh. Seth's persistence remained unchanged. The consistency was remarkable, 2 years without missing a single class, and yet the desire to fight never waned. From outside, Seth's voice carried through once more, a cheerful declaration acknowledging Cyan's apparent busyness. The challenge would be postponed, but only temporarily. As Cyan moved further into his room, his foot unexpectedly bumped into something. Glancing down, he found Brian lying unconscious on the floor. A strange purple liquid dripped from Brian's mouth. A sudden wave of concern passed over Cyan as he crouched down, inspecting the situation closely. For a brief moment, panic flickered in his mind. The question arose. He was wondering if Brian was dead. At that moment, Emily's cheerful voice echoed from nearby, calling out to Cyan. Startled, Cyan quickly gestured toward Brian, seeking an explanation for the situation. Emily entered the room, carrying a plate of cookies that emitted an eerie aura of death. Beside her, Nana happily munched on the same cookies without a hint of concern. Emily, chewing contentedly, offered a simple response. Brian had fallen asleep after consuming the cookies, which had been made especially for Cyan. Cyan's eyes widened as his gaze flickered between the unconscious Brian and the suspicious cookies in Emily's hands. A strange, dark energy seemed to radiate from them, an ominous presence that made their origin all the more concerning. Cyan immediately understood why Brian had collapsed after consuming them. A direct order followed, forbidding her from ever cooking anything for Brian again. A simple yet defiant question arose from her lips, demanding an explanation. Exasperation flickered through Cyan's face as he replied with finality, asserting that it was an order and nothing more. Cyan, unbothered by her complaints, slumped onto the sofa. Worry for the future weighed heavily on his mind, pressing into his consciousness. A sudden sight pulled him from his musings. A letter rested on the table, seemingly unnoticed until now. A question surfaced, spoken aloud as he inquired about its origin. Still sulking, Emily responded with little interest, explaining that Brian had received it, though she knew nothing beyond that. Cyan picked up the envelope and tore it open, immediately recognizing the sender. It was from Lunav. However, before he could read further, a voice called his name. Holding the letter, he turned in the direction of the voice, his surprise evident. The unexpected presence prompted an immediate question, curiosity laced with disbelief. Emily, startled by the sudden intrusion, instinctively clutched the plate of cookies as though ready to launch them at the unknown figure. Suspicion tinged the air. Standing at the doorway, wearing a warm smile, was Lunav. A casual greeting followed, as if her presence required no explanation. Before Cyan could formulate a response, she revealed a bold truth that she had run away from home. Meanwhile, deep within an unknown underground passage, two cloaked figures moved in silence. A man's voice, hushed and cautious, acknowledged the presence of the Garum Association's guards. They would arrive soon. Beside him, a woman responded with unwavering confidence, assuring him that the matter had already been taken care of. No concern lingered in her tone. The man continued, his voice low and serious. A reminder followed, which that this was the only way to stop Regan's Rainreaver. Amusement colored the woman's voice as she chuckled in response, dismissing any suggestion of guilt. A curious glance from the man accompanied a simple remark. After all, the target in question was her own student. The woman's expression darkened slightly, her smirk widening as she tilted her head. She was none other than Lewin's academy instructor, Nella Aronis. A brief, deliberate pause followed before her voice carried a wicked amusement. A claim was made, which is that pity for that monster was not something she possessed. Satisfied, the man nodded. That sentiment worked in their favor. Nella adjusted her cloak, her smirk deepening with a hint of malice. A declaration followed that she would proceed to the location, confident that their colleagues had already reached Lunav by now. The man, in a gesture of sincerity, bowed. His words carried a declaration of loyalty to the Garum Kingdom. Still smiling, Nella returned the nod. The scene shifted back to Cyan and Lunav, now seated together in a small cafeteria. The tension had not faded. Lunav regarded Cyan, her expression unreadable, before making an observation. His actions earlier had been aggressive. The way he was dragging her out of his room so abruptly had been unexpected. Cyan, holding his teacup, posed a question of his own. A barrier spell had been placed on the dorm doors. A logical inquiry followed. He wondered how she managed to bypass it. With casual ease, Lunav conjured mana in her palm, demonstrating her method. She had analyzed the barrier using mana and then neutralized it with a spell. A touch of pride laced her tone as she described the process, finding it rather impressive. Sweat formed on Cyan's cheek as he processed the explanation. A silent thought crossed his mind, that this was far beyond simple scanning. The ability to analyze and directly negate spells was something else entirely. Lunav chuckled, shifting the conversation to another matter, as she asked whether he read the letter yet. Cyan, arms crossed, provided a straightforward answer, explaining that the timing had not allowed for it, because she had arrived the moment he was about to read it. Lunav, smiling, placed her hands around her face as she admitted the reason for her sudden appearance. Waiting for his response had proven unbearable. A change in Cyan's expression was immediate. His tone darkened as he posed a direct question, wondering whether Regan's was the one to send her. Lunav fell silent, her fingers tightening around her face. Cyan, growing more insistent, repeated the question, whether Regan's as the one who had told her to contact him. The demand for an answer left no room for evasion. A brief hesitation preceded her response. At first, yes, that had been the reason, but she no longer that way. Continuing, she acknowledged that trust was entirely in Cyan's hands, putting the choice to trust her in his hand. Cyan's voice, calm, yet unwavering, expressed that trust did not come easily. Another question followed. He asked her true intentions. Gazing in her teacup, Lunav finally elaborated. Strange occurrences had begun to surface within the association. 2 dragons, both tied to the organization, had vanished from the Lewin region. Smugglers, trafficking foreign goods, had been discovered lifeless, and their cold corpses left behind. Finally, she lifted her gaze, a slight smile curving her lips. She followed with a claim, and her suspicions had been correct. Cyan had been involved in all of it. Cyan lowered his head, his thoughts running deep. One piece of information stood out, which was that he had not known that the dragons had connections to the association. A quiet chuckle escaped as he considered her deduction. Lunav, unfazed, stated her next course of action. A statement that carried an unexpected weight, revealing that her death was imminent. Cyan, hearing the words, found himself momentarily confused. Lunav's expression did not shift. Instead, She happily recalled a moment from the past. Cyan had helped her before, and for that, she was grateful. But awareness of her own condition was something she had long accepted. Memories of the experiments that had shaped her surfaced in her mind. A final remark followed, that her body had been broken beyond repair. Rising to her feet, she held up a hand. She estimated that she would only have about 3 years left. A farewell followed, offered with gratitude. Cyan responded that he didn't believe it. He wondered why Lunav was so relaxed about the situation. He wondered why wouldn't she worry knowing that she would die soon. Lunav chuckled, closed her eyes, and replied, expressing her desire to feel something. Cyan thought to himself that she was an annoying brat. He stood up, placed his hands on the table, and looked down. It wasn't his business, he decided, and told her to go back. Lunav, still sitting, asked if he was leaving. Cyan, turning to leave, confirmed that he was. He explained that he didn't like getting involved in annoying situations. As Lunav cheerfully said goodbye, she added that she would see him next time. Suddenly, Kiram appeared and asked Cyan where his manners were. She asked if it was really okay to leave Lunav like that. Cyan answered that it was for the best, explaining that the Garam Association had been waiting for him. As Cyan left, some guards appeared, cloaked and ready. Lunav closed her eyes and remarked on how she thought she had done a great job sneaking out. She questioned why they were there so early. One of the men replied that it was time to go, as Mr. Rygens was looking for her. Lunav, curious, looked at the cloaked man. He explained that Mr. Victor was busy and that he was from the 6th branch of security in the Garam Kingdom. Lunav, chuckling, called him a liar, as she didn't know anyone named Victor. With a swift movement, she used her wind ability and began running. The cloaked man shouted, urging his team to hurry as Lunav escaped. She wondered if they were extremists. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of her with a glowing hand full of mana. As Lunav tried to think of an escape plan, the man placed his hand on her head, using his ability called Sleep Catch. Lunav was frozen, unable to move. As the effect took hold, she fell into a deep sleep. The man, smiling, said that he hadn't expected it to be so easy. He removed his cloak, revealing a bald head, and remarked that they had been caught much too quickly. He then told the others to take her to the carriage. At that moment, Kiram sensed something and became startled. She told Cyan that it seemed they were fighting. Cyan, confused, wondered if the men were from the Garam Kingdom. The men placed Lunav in the carriage, and it began to move toward its destination. When they arrived, they found themselves at a church. One man told the others to stand guard by the carriage, and the rest entered the church. Inside, the bald man approached someone sitting in the front row and said he had brought Lunav Rainreaver. The person, named Nella, responded with approval, calling Lunav a pitiful child who had been experimented on her entire life, only to be used and discarded. Nella added that they would use her for a good cause. Meanwhile, Lunav remained unconscious in the carriage, her hands bound behind her. Outside, the guards by the carriage grew flustered as a red-black fog surrounded them. One man exclaimed, asking what it was, and another guessed that it was the mist. Before he could finish, his face was cut in half. Another guard shouted his name in panic. In an instant, all the guards were sliced in half. A frightened man, sweating and pleading for mercy, called out in desperation. Cyan, sitting atop the carriage with his Kiram's dagger form, swiftly killed the man on the ground, his terrified cry echoing before he died. The bald man, startled, turned toward the exit of the church. Nella, noticing the disturbance, asked if there were other guests. The bald man, named Ralph, looked outside and noted that someone had followed them. Nella realized it was an enemy. Ralph, feeling anger rise within him, responded that he would deal with the intruders. Cyan, standing over the fallen bodies, spoke to Kiram, remarking that it had been easier than expected. He added that it wasn't over yet, because the stronger individuals were still inside the church. When Ralph emerged, a blue mana surged from within. He addressed Cyan, noting that the kid had done well to get this far, but wondered if he had come alone. Cyan, wearing a mask, simply replied that it didn't seem that way for Ralph. He thought to himself that Ralph was like Lunav, only more unstable. Ralph clenched his fists and charged toward Cyan. But as he got closer, Cyan realized that Ralph was more erratic than Lunav. Ralph declared that he didn't need help to defeat someone as weak as Cyan. Just then, Nella emerged from the church and was surprised to see Ralph sitting on the ground with his arms crossed, looking defeated. She commented that this was not what she had expected. In that moment, Cyan punched Ralph in the face, knocking him unconscious. He then turned to Nella, asking if she was the last one and why they wanted to take Lunav. Nella, raising her hand in front of him, conjured a fireball in her palm and responded with a teasing remark, warning that asking too many questions would make him unpopular with the girls. Before throwing the fireball at Cyan, Nella added that he should find out the answer to that himself. Cyan, watching her magic closely, noted how she freely combined elements. His eyes widened as he realized that she was definitely like Lunav. Nella then used her ability, Thunder Flame, sending flames surging forth from the palm of her hands and launching them toward Cyan. As he dodged the flames, Cyan thought to himself that he now had even more questions. He drew Kirim Dagger's form. Nella, confused, watched as he deflected her fire with just a dagger. Suddenly, Cyan closed the distance between them, saying he had her. Seeing him so close, Nella shouted in disbelief, sweat dripping down her face as panic set in. Using her ability, Air Leap, she dodged his attack just in time. The ground shattered where his strike landed. As she soared through the air, she thought to herself that Cyan was very dangerous and that she couldn't let him live. Gathering her mana into her hand, Nella formed a blue mana, shone radiantly, and used her ability, Charged Shot. Just then, Kirim appeared behind her, her mist swirling around her, and called her attention. Nella, puzzled, realized that Cyan wasn't alone. Kirim grabbed her, and she shouted for her to let go. Desperately, she used her mana and launched an attack at Cyan, giving it all her might, but he dodged, landing beside where her attack struck, causing the ground to shatter. Cyan observed, noting that Nella sure had a lot of mana. Meanwhile, Nella struggled on the ground, trying to free herself from Kirim's black mist, gritting her teeth in frustration. She snapped at him, demanding if he hadn't hurt her. Kirim, standing beside her, calmly explained that no human could free themselves from those restraints. Cyan stepped in front of Nella, asking who had ordered her to kidnap Lunav and how many more of them there were. Nella lowered her head and, with a grin, remarked that Cyan was an interesting kid and that he would find out soon enough. One of her eyes was damaged, and blood dripped from her face as she added that they would seek him out and that he should not worry about who wanted to kidnap Lunav. She then coldly, will wait in hell for him. At her reaction, Kirim looked confused and remarked on her response. Cyan explained that it was an artifact that kept the user's mana in their heart, which was why Nella couldn't circulate it throughout her body. Nella was startled to hear this, and Kirim, with a hint of amusement, assumed that Lunav had something similar. Nella, still in shock, asked how he had figured all of that out. Cyan continued, explaining that the monstrous organization behind the vile experiments in the Garum Association was called the Path of Evolution. Nella shouted, demanding to know who Cyan and his companions were. Cyan leaned closer, telling her that she could find out the answer herself in hell. He placed his hand on her head, and Nella exclaimed that this wasn't right, dying like this. Cyan then used his fist and punched her lights out, right on her heart, causing her to cry out in pain. As he did so, he reflected on how, in his past life, he had found an ancient text in a Garum Kingdom laboratory that described how to use an artifact called Heart Curb, how to control it, and the experiments related to it. The text also explained how to eliminate it if its use failed. At that moment, Cyan pulled something out of Nella's heart. The item glowed in his hand as he held it closely, noting that it still worked well. Kirim asked what Cyan was going to do with it. Cyan ordered her to get Lunav out of the carriage. Kirim hesitated but reluctantly complied, bringing Lunav out of the carriage and placing her on the ground, still silent and upset. Cyan approached Lunav, telling her it was his first time trying this and that he didn't know if it would work. He tightened his fists and shattered the heart crystal, placing its power into Lunav's heart. Cyan thought that if Lunav had something similar in her heart, this should be able to destroy it. As he transferred the crystal ball's power into her body, Kirim stood nearby, arms crossed, watching closely. Cyan's hand and Lunav's chest glowed radiantly with blue mana. Suddenly, Lunav's eyes opened. As dusk settled, the rays of the setting sun illuminated the Garum Mage Association's main building. Lunav slowly opened her eyes, her expression filled with surprise. She wondered what this feeling was. Her hand began to release a soft blue glow of mana, and her body felt lighter, as though a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She stared at her hand, surrounded by mana, but was filled with confusion. The intensity of the Cyan aura around her was stronger than usual, unsettling her. Meanwhile, on the opposite roof of the Gara Mage Association's main building, Kiram and Cyan stood, watching the scene. Kiram, arms crossed, stared at the building and asked what Cyan was trying to do. Cyan, crouching beside her with a serious expression, gazed silently at the structure before finally speaking. He explained that he thought he could use Lunav later, adding that it would be a waste to kill her now. Kiram shot Cyan an uneasy glance, sensing the danger in his words. She warned him that he was playing a dangerous game. She reminded him that Lunav could turn on him later. Cyan looked down for a moment before chuckling softly. The irony of Kiram's concern amused him. Now visibly annoyed, Kiram muttered that since his body would eventually belong to her, she would appreciate it if he took better care of himself. Cyan stood up, dusting himself off. He stated that it was time to go, remarking that staying any longer wasn't worth it. A few hours later, inside a dimly lit room, a man sat at a table, tapping his finger impatiently. This was Lunav's grandfather. Lunav stood before him, her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze distant. She couldn't remember anything after her abduction. When her grandfather questioned her, she confirmed her lack of memory with a vacant look. Her grandfather's face filled with anger as he slammed his fist onto the table. He demanded to know if she really expected him to believe that the kingdom was in chaos because of the blood banquet, and yet she acted as though none of this concerned her. Before Lunav could respond, the family's butler intervened, bowing his head in apology. He admitted that it was his fault for not searching for Miss Lunav earlier. Rygans shook his head and rose from his seat. He walked toward them, stating that it wasn't the butler's fault, as Lunav had acted on her own. The butler bowed again, thanking Rygans for his consideration. Rygans approached the butler, placing a hand on his shoulder with a calm expression, thanking him for his hard work and care toward his granddaughter. The butler humbly replied that he was just fulfilling his duties. Rygans nodded, acknowledging the butler's efforts. However, in the next moment, Rygans' hand began to emit intense flames. The butler froze, feeling the heat radiate from Rygans' palm. Rygans' calm demeanor quickly gave way to panic as his eyes burned with fury and his body exuded a terrifying murderous aura. He growled, asking if the butler really thought he could get away with betraying them and harming his granddaughter. The flames grew stronger, tearing through the butler's clothes. Despite the unbearable heat, the butler tried to remain composed, his voice steady despite the rising pain. He pleaded for a chance to explain. Lunav stood nearby, watching in horror as sweat beaded on her cheek. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing, the cruelty of her own grandfather. Rygans' eyes gleamed with rage as he clenched his teeth, barking that hearing the butler's voice sickened him. The flames grew even stronger, penetrating the butler's skin and burning deeper into his body. His face contorted in agony as he fell to his knees, his body slowly consumed by fire. Lunav pressed her hand to her mouth, paralyzed with fear. She could hardly process the fact that her grandfather was capable of such brutality. As the butler writhed in pain, Rygans wiped his hands clean with a handkerchief, his expression cold. He revealed that the butler was one of those who had ordered Lunav's kidnapping. The butler's body was still smoldering as Rygans turned to Lunav and asked if she had learned anything about Cyan from the Vert family. Lunav's nervousness was adamant. She knew that Rygans already had the answer, but she hesitated, still too terrified to speak. She lied, her voice barely above a whisper, stating that she hadn't discovered anything special. But even as she spoke, she knew the lie wouldn't work. Her gaze dropped to the ground, and a sense of hopelessness washed over her. Rygans started toward her, his footsteps heavy. He asked coldly what that was supposed to mean. Lunav finally admitted that she had returned late because she had been meeting with Cyan, but there hadn't been anything special about their first meeting. Rygans placed his hand on Lunav's shoulder, clearly displeased with her answer. His gaze sharpened as he leaned closer, his voice low and dangerous. He asked what Cyan was hiding, his eyes flashing with fury. The tension in the room thickened. Rygans elaborated that Cyan was a Vert and that he knew he was hiding something. He speculated that someone else might be helping him. Lunav met Rygans' gaze, her own eyes shining with resolve. She answered that Cyan only had a guardian knight and a useless maid, explaining that there was nothing linking him to the incident. Cautiously, she asked why he was so obsessed with him. Raigan's body radiated a suffocating purple mana as he stepped closer, his anger palpable. He growled, asking if Lunav was asking questions now. His eyes narrowed as he reminded her that she was a Rainreaver, and Rainreavers didn't ask questions because they only need to do as they were told. His words were sharp, leaving no room for argument. Lunav fell silent, unsure of what to say. Raigan turned his back to her, his arms crossed behind him. He closed his eyes, his voice calm but filled with authority. He told her that if she had no more answers, she could leave. After a pause, he added sternly that she wasn't allowed to go outside for a while. As Raigan dismissed her, Lunav approached the smoldering body of the butler. Her heart sank, and her gaze filled with sadness. She thought bitterly to herself that she was so sick and tired of this household. The next morning at dawn, at Lewin Academy, Seth, shirtless and fell asleep, had his back against Cyan's door. He was completely oblivious to the world around him. Cyan peeked around the corner, noticing Seth sprawled out in front of his room. Mild irritation crossed his mind as he observed that Seth hadn't even attended his classes. Deciding to deal with it later, Cyan turned and headed downstairs. As he descended, he overheard a group of students talking. One of them mentioned that classes had been canceled because the instructor had disappeared. A blonde girl chimed in dismissively, hoping it wasn't a big deal. Cyan approached, confusion flickering across his face as he wondered what was going on. Just then, a voice cut through the chatter, announcing that instructor Nella Aronis had disappeared. Cyan immediately recognized the voice and turned to confirm his suspicion, and it was instructor Serrika. Serrika approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder, her body surrounded by a sinister aura. She accused him of being responsible, her voice laced with dark intent. Cyan blinked in confusion, shaking his head slightly, and asked what she was talking about. Serrika's eyes narrowed. She demanded to know why he had killed the magic instructor. Cyan stepped back, shaking his head in denial. He stated firmly that he didn't even know that instructor. Serrika placed her hand under her chin, smirking slightly. She remarked that, of course, he didn't know Nella Aronis, since he had skipped all of his lessons. Cyan's face paled as confusion washed over him. Sweat beaded on his brow, and he struggled to respond. Serrika continued, her tone growing more serious. She explained that Nella Aronis had been a talented mage from the Garum Kingdom. Mages were known to come to Lewin, as it was a neutral area. But there had been rumors that she had opposed Raigan's Rainreaver, so they had been keeping an eye on her. Serrika placed one hand on her waist and adjusted her glasses with the other, closing her eyes for a moment before continuing. She said that Lunav's kidnapping was something none of them had expected. They had planned to take action soon, but Cyan had handled things for them. Cyan's mind raced as he finally realized why Nella Aronis had seemed familiar to him. He was lost in thought when Serrika noticed his lack of focus. Frustration crossed her face as she snapped at him to stop zoning out. She assured him that she was the only one who knew about this. Her voice softened, but the weight of her authority remained clear as she informed him that she was giving him a new mission and that he would have to stay out of the academy for a while. Cyan extended his hand, now catching up to the situation. He asked who would replace the instructor. Serrika, her expression serious, adjusted her glasses again and explained that other teachers would take turns for now, and they were already looking for a new mage to fill the position, because the advertisements had already been published. At the same time, a man was placing his suitcase into a straw-filled carriage. The man, wearing a black hat, looked around with a smile, clearly enjoying the view. The carriage driver, an old man, turned his head toward him and asked if he was from the city. The man, none other than Boris, nodded cheerfully. He said that he was there for a job, adjusting his cap with a satisfied grin. He added that he had heard there was an opening, so he was in a bit of a hurry. The old driver looked at him in surprise and remarked that a job at Lewin Academy was an impressive position. Boris chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He touched his hat again and looked away as the carriage moved along. Back at Lewin Academy, Emily lay sprawled on a sofa, clearly bored out of her mind. She sighed dramatically, sinking deeper into the cushions. Kiram stormed into the room, her face set in an angry scowl. She demanded that Emily get up from her spot. Emily replied lazily, still lounging, She pointed out that it was Cyan's dorm, and nothing in it belonged to Kirim. Kirim's patience snapped, and her eyes flared with anger. Before long, Cyan arrived and opened the door. His eyes fell on the unusual scene. Kirim was fast asleep on the sofa, while Emily sat on the floor nearby, her head covered in bumps. Cyan blinked in confusion before asking Emily what she was doing. Emily's eyes filled with tears as she pointed at Kirim, who had clearly dealt the blows. She cried that Miss Kirim was very scary. Cyan sighed, shaking his head. He told Kirim to get up as they had a new mission. Kirim stirred, rubbing her eyes, and half asleep, asked if the mission was urgent. Emily, now excited, quickly raised her hand and asked if she could come too. Cyan, pointing at Emily with the other, explained that he actually had an important mission for her. Emily's eyes widened with curiosity, and she eagerly asked if it was true. Cyan pointed toward Nana's room door with a serious expression. He instructed Emily to make sure Nana didn't go hungry. Emily's face dropped in disappointment. She pouted, realizing that this wasn't the exciting task she had hoped for. She grumbled that Cyan was just trying to get rid of her. Suddenly, loud roars echoed from Nana's room, and a sinister aura seeped out from behind the door. Emily froze in panic. Her imagination ran wild as she pictured Nana in her draconic form, recalling the terror she had felt the last time such a transformation occurred, wondering if Nana going to transform again. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing Nana. She glanced at Cyan and, in a sleepy voice, told him that she was hungry. Without missing a beat, Emily quickly shoved a piece of bread into Nana's mouth and told her to eat. Panicking, she watched as Nana began munching, and much to everyone's relief, smiled as she enjoyed the bread. Holding a full plate of bread, Emily turned toward Cyan with a determined look. She assured him that she had everything covered. Cyan nodded approvingly, gave her a thumbs up, and expressed his trust in her. Now fully aware, Emily closed her eyes and smiled with confidence, feeling proud of her cooking. Meanwhile, in the next room, poor Brian was suffering from a stomach ache, clearly a result of Emily's previous meals. Cyan noticed this and turned back to Emily, warning her not to feed Brian anything, as he was still recovering. Confused, Kirim looked at Cyan and asked where they were going this time. Cyan turned to her with a calm expression and explained that they were heading southwest to the Abusive Empire, specifically to Lambaster, a city ruled by crime, money, and violence. At the same time, in the bustling heart of the city, a fierce fight was taking place. The crowd roared with excitement, placing bets as tension built in the arena. In the center stood two men. One, a hulking muscular brute, and the other, an ordinary-looking fighter. It was Zelbar versus Zaber. Zaber, visibly shaken, had never seen such a monstrous opponent before. Zelbar's focus was singular. He was thinking only about how to kill Zaber. His eyes locked onto his opponent with wild intensity, and a twisted smile crept across his face. He looked more like a zombie than a man, drool dripping from his mouth. Zelbar mockingly addressed his opponent, asking for his opinion, as the crowd cheered. Zaber, trying to muster his courage, adopted an offensive stance and shot back, calling Zelbar a pig. The fight began as Zelbar charged forward, launching a powerful punch at Zaber. The tiny human reacted quickly, leaping out of the way just in time. Zelbar's massive fist slammed into the ground, sending cracks through the floor. Zaber, now smiling confidently, taunted him, calling him slow. He vowed to make Zelbar pay for underestimating him. But Zaber's confidence was short-lived. In a sudden, brutal move, Zelbar's hand shot out, catching Zaber by the torso. The crowd fell silent as Zelbar's grip tightened, his smile growing wider and more maniacal. He growled that Zaber was done. Zaber struggled, but it was useless. Slowly, the crushing force of Zelbar's grip intensified, and Zaber felt his body giving way. Pain surged through him, and his vision blurred. Within moments, the unbearable pressure caused Zaber to gasp in agony, blood spurting from his mouth. The crowd erupted as the fight came to a gruesome end. Zelbar stood victorious, Zaber's limp body at his feet, a crazed grin on his face. Several hours after the fight, the once rowdy spectators began to drift out of the building. Some fell asleep on the streets, while others continued drinking, creating a chaotic scene. People sprawled out on the dirty ground, surrounded by discarded bottles and trash. Cyan and Kiram arrived in the city, walking through the filth and disorder. Kiram, with her hands behind her head, looked around in disgust. She muttered about how dirty the place was. Cyan, walking calmly beside her, explained that Luan was a neutral region due to agreements between nations, but this place had descended beyond impartiality because it was completely out of control. Kiram stopped, confused, and asked what that meant. Cyan, maintaining his calm expression, continued walking, but before he could answer, a rough voice interrupted them. A towering, muscular man appeared, crossing his arms as his presence emitted a suffocating aura. His intense gaze first locked on Cyan, but quickly shifted to Kiram. Smiling smugly, he greeted her, ignoring Cyan, and suggested that she hang out with them instead of the kid. His subordinates chuckled and grinned, clearly amused. Kiram, still with one hand behind her head, pointed to herself in confusion and asked if he was talking about her. Cyan, observing the man seriously, explained that the city's chaos resulted from too many criminals and a complete lack of control or law. The man's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his smile widened, as if Cyan's words amused him. He sneered and warned the kid to prepare herself, as things could get messy. But Cyan remained unfazed, his eyes filled with quiet confidence. A small smile crept across his face. Moments later, the muscular man and his subordinates lay on the ground, bruised and battered, piled on top of one another. The once arrogant leader now had bumps all over his face, and tears welled in his eyes as he groaned in pain. Cyan and Kiram stood over them, victorious. Cyan pulled his hood over his head while Kiram shifted into her orb form. Without another word, they turned their backs on the defeated group and walked away. After a few minutes, they arrived at a hotel. Cyan approached the counter and placed a red bag full of coins in front of the receptionist, stating that he wanted the best room. The receptionist, a woman, blinked in surprise, eyeing the bag. She asked how old he was, confusion evident in her voice. Cyan, now holding the bag tightly, shot her a disdainful look and demanded once again, more sharply this time, that he wanted the best room for one person. The receptionist hesitated, flustered by his attitude. Cyan leaned in slightly, his eyes narrowing, and asked if this was how she treated customers. He then inquired about who owned the place, his voice drawing the attention of everyone in the lobby. Upon hearing his demand, the expression of the receptionist, Lisa, changed drastically. Her eyes widened in surprise, and a bead of sweat trickled down her face. She quickly bowed slightly, placing her hands over her abdomen and apologizing, welcoming him to the Lambaster cage. Several minutes later, Cyan stood by the window of his newly reserved room, looking down. He noticed a carriage pulling up outside, surrounded by several men. He was somewhat surprised to see that they had finally started to arrive. Among them, high-status men mingled with rough criminals, some scarred, others wearing eye patches. Cyan observed the scene quietly before deciding it was time to leave. He descended the stairs and approached the receptionist again, casually asking if her name was Lisa. Lisa turned around, flashing him a kind smile and confirming her identity, offering to help him. Cyan stepped closer, his expression calm, and stated that he wanted to use the cage. Lisa froze, her smile faltering as she glanced away nervously. She explained that new clients weren't allowed to use the cage, her voice shaky. Cyan fixed her with a penetrating gaze. Something was off. The room was nearly empty, and the atmosphere felt tense. He could feel something in the air and asked, in a low but sharp voice, what had happened to all the clients who were here earlier. Lisa's eyes flickered with alertness. She was trying to mask her panic, but Cyan could sense it. The faintest trace of murderous intent lingered in the room. She lowered her head, pretending to apologize, and said she was just doing her job. Cyan stood silently, studying her. She was hiding something, and it intrigued him. His body pulsed with faint killing mana as a smile crept across his face. He muttered to himself that it was interesting, then slipped his hand inside his cloak, watching Lisa intently, eager to see just how far she would go. Feeling the sudden surge of mana, Lisa quickly drew 3 small knives, adopting a offensive stance. Her gaze hardened, eyes wide with surprise, and she extended her hand back, ready to throw the blades. Her movements were swift and sharp. Cyan's smile deepened. Without hesitation, he crouched down. Lisa hurled the knives with all her strength, But at that very moment, Cyan tossed something into the air. The knife struck the object, ricocheting off with a metallic ring. Lisa blinked, confused, as she realized the object that blocked her attack was a gold coin, now bent in half. Lisa, visibly shaken and sweating, stood up, gasping heavily. She was in shock, still processing the intense, murderous aura that had washed over her moments before. It seemed impossible to her that Cyan, a boy who had initially seemed unthreatening, could be the one emitting such a deadly presence. Cyan picked up the bent gold coin and wiped it clean with a look of mild disappointment. Noticing his expression, Lisa immediately apologized, trembling, insisting it was a misunderstanding and that she hadn't meant to hurt him. Cyan turned the damaged coin in his hand, frowning as he held it up for her to see. He calmly asked who would take responsibility for it, his voice laced with coldness. His words struck a chord in Lisa, and tears welled in her eyes. She hadn't meant to escalate things, and now she regretted her rash actions. The dimly lit hotel hallway, with its flickering torches, added to the tension. Lisa, trying to regain her composure, opened a door leading to the basement and gestured toward the dark stairway, explaining that the cage could be reached by following the stairs. Her voice softened as she then produced a shiny, square-shaped pendant and handed it to Cyan. She told him it was the VVIP plaque. Cyan eyed the pendant with mild curiosity as he took it from her and turned it over in his hand, asking what it was for. Lisa crossed her arms as she explained that the pendant granted access to special rooms and privileges, assuring him that it would keep him secure if worn. However, she hesitated, glancing at him nervously. She didn't understand why he was so determined to visit the cage, warning him that it was dangerous down there and that he should avoid it unless he thought he had multiple lives. Cyan barely reacted to her warning. He simply gave a small smile, more interested in the pendant than her words, and dismissed her advice, mumbling quietly to himself, considering her words more of a threat than advice. Frustrated and unsure of how else to warn him, Lisa turned on her heel, her anger bubbling up. She muttered that he could do whatever he wanted and walked away. Cyan, sensing her lingering resentment, turned his attention to the stairs. He decided it was time to proceed. Calmly, he stated that they should go, and Kira manifested beside him, her expression serious. She asked why Cyan hadn't asked Lisa to bring the owner, her tone direct. He remained quiet for a moment as they descended the stairs with a measured pace. Finally, he explained that they didn't have any clues about the owner yet. Kira frowned, frustration building. She questioned why they had been given such an enigmatic order. She felt like they were walking in blind, unsure of their purpose. Cyan continued to walk down the stairs and turned to her, his tone confident, as though he knew something she didn't. He assured her that they would discover the reason soon enough. Kiram studied his face, still somewhat confused. He seemed far too calm in such a dangerous situation, as if he was already familiar with the place. As they walked down the way of the true Lambaster cage, memories from Cyan's past life flooded back. He recalled the devastation he had witnessed, standing on a cliff with his army, watching the city burn below him. Flames danced across the horizon, a stark reminder of the chaos brought on by civil war. The weight of that history settled on his shoulders as he focused on the present. Kiram glanced at him, her serious expression reflecting the gravity of the moment, and asked how much of a mess there was in the area, curiosity lacing her voice. Cyan lowered his gaze, contemplating the destruction he had seen before. He replied quietly that they were about to find out. They approached the imposing entrance of the Lambaster cage, and the atmosphere shifted. An immense pressure filled the air, making it hard to breathe. At that moment, a man with a scar running across his mouth, a cigarette dangling from his fingers, smiled in a way that felt more predatory than welcoming. He looked at the criminal kneeling before him and asked if a young boy had caused this. The kneeling man, hands on his knees, nodded and explained that it happened near the entrance of the city and that the boy was no ordinary child. The boss, named Gunther, a man with striking white hair, intertwined his fingers thoughtfully. He mused aloud if a child like what he said was in a Lambaster cage. The bruised and swollen-eyed subordinate, bowing his head, explained that they had tried everything but that the boy had booked a VIP room, leaving them unable to do anything about it. Desperation crept into his voice as he begged the boss for help, pleading that he could not even walk in public looking like this. Gunther's interest was piqued, and he considered the situation with a calculating look. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he stood up, cracking his knuckles. He said they would head to the cage because he wanted to see how the kid looked for himself. The atmosphere inside the Lambaster cage was electric, with the crowd roaring in excitement. Linza Wesley, the muscular brown-haired fighter, stood victorious, her opponent sprawled on the ground beneath her. She planted her foot on his head, flexing her biceps and basking in the adoration of the audience, who cheered and waved their fists in delight. Cyan and Kiram observed from the sidelines. Kiram's expression shifted from curiosity to realization as she asked if this was the reason the town had fallen. Cyan nodded, placing his hand on the railing with a calm demeanor. He explained that betting on fights like this attracted a lot of attention, and that was the reason he had come here. Kiram furrowed her brow, confusion etched on her face. She asked him to clarify, and Cyan pointed to himself with determination, a smile breaking across his face. He explained that it was difficult to approach Linza Nilov, but they could make her come to them instead. Before Kiram could respond, she vanished from sight, leaving Cyan focused on the ongoing fight. Just then, a man with dreadlocks approached him, calling out to him. Cyan turned his head. The man with dreadlocks clenched his fists and warned that this wasn't a place for children. Cyan's happiness surged. They had arrived at just the right moment. Ignoring the warning, he stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to the man's stomach. The impact caused him to double over in pain, blood trickling from his mouth as he collapsed his knees. Seeing his companion attacked, the bald man charged at Cyan, shouting at him for what he had done to Jason. But before he could reach him, Cyan grabbed Jason by the hair, lifting his head to meet his gaze. Fear flooded Jason's eyes as he realized the severity of his situation. With a chilling smile, Cyan clenched his fist and prepared to strike. In a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating punch to Jason's face. The force of the blow knocked out several teeth, sending blood gushing from his nose. The bald man froze in place, panic spreading across his face as he watched his friend's brutal beating. Cyan released Jason's head, watching him slump backward onto the ground, defeated. Wiping the blood from his chin with a nonchalant gesture, Cyan turned his attention to the bald man, who was now sweating profusely. With a confident smile, Cyan asked where he could sign up to fight. He expressed a preference for being in the ring rather than just standing by or betting. He entered the ring, and the crowd erupted in disbelief. No one could believe it that a kid was about to fight. Murmurs spread like wildfire, with the audience guessing it must be due to a lack of participants. One man clenched his fists in anger, muttering under his breath about how ridiculous it was. Cyan remained calm, unfazed by the furious crowd. He began wrapping his hands with cloth, ignoring their disbelief. Kiram, who was excited but hadn't expected such an event, stood by, watching intently. Just then, Cyan tilted his head slightly, a little surprised to see Zelbar already in the ring. The towering giant, with his menacing presence, locked eyes with Cyan, and a sinister smile spread across his face as he taunted the boy. He mocked Cyan, asking how he should kill him. Cyan remained silent, hands on his hips, standing still and calmly observing the towering opponent. In the crowd, a man with dark gray hair crossed his arms and shook his head in disbelief. He muttered that they had lost their minds. He think this wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. Next to him, another man grinned like a madman, eager for the spectacle. He questioned if it wasn't better this way. The dark gray-haired man frowned, explaining that Zelbar was not just a giant, but he was half ogre, and this fight would be over before it started. Zelbar laughed loudly and pointed at Cyan, promising to end the fight by smashing him into the ground. But before he could finish his sentence, Cyan moved with lightning speed. He leapt forward and stomped hard on Zelbar's finger. The giant's face filled with shock because he hadn't expected this. He turned his head only to see Cyan charging toward him, hand clenched into a tight fist, his eyes filled with deadly focus. Without hesitation, Cyan closed the distance and delivered a devastating punch straight to Zelbar's nose. The impact was fierce, bone-shattering. Zelbar's massive body swayed, and time seemed to slow. Cyan was still mid-air as Zelbar fell to his knees, his face hitting the ground with a thunderous crash. Foam began to bubble from his mouth. Zelbar was knocked out. The crowd, which had been mocking Cyan just moments before, was now stunned into silence. They couldn't believe their eyes. A kid had taken down a giant. Shock turned into wild cheering as the reality of Cyan's strength sank in. Cyan landed gracefully, his expression calm, still unfazed by the chaos around him. Even the commentator, struggling to recover from his surprise, announced the winner. Lamea Simon was victorious. The crowd erupted into applause, but Cyan seemed uninterested by the cheer erupting. Beside him, Kiram frowned and asked why they called him Lamea Simon. Cyan's face remained stoic as he explained that he couldn't reveal his true identity. He reminded her that he was the son of a duke. Kiram's expression grew skeptical, and she asked what the point was if his face was already uncovered. Cyan blinked, recalling the spell he had placed on himself. He explained that his face was masked by an active spell, meaning anyone who tried to remember him wouldn't be able to. They would see him, but the details would fade from their minds. Kiram sighed, imagining her father muttering under her breath about how he always shared his authority in ways that irritated her. With this ability, Cyan's face was pixelated for anyone who tried to remember his face. He turned to Kiram and explained that no one would recognize him unless they actually met him or spoke to him directly. If they tried to recall his face later, they would come up blank. Kiram stared at him for a moment before vanishing into thin air. She said she was going to sleep as her presence faded. Cyan, one hand in his pocket, touched his shoulder with the other. He stared at the lingering energy trail Kiram had left behind, his eyes filled with confusion. She wasn't usually this concerned about him. Her voice echoed in his mind, assuring him that she hadn't been worried. Meanwhile, the body of the giant Zelbar still lay motionless in the ring as the crowd continued to cheer for Cyan. Standing nearby was a man with white hair, his eyes locked on Cyan. It was Gunther, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. A wicked smile curled on his lips as he thought to himself that this kid would be his next opponent. He silently hoped that Cyan wouldn't disappoint him. A few hours later, night had fallen, and the streets were shrouded in fog. The entrance to the cage was busy with several people arriving. At the reception desk sat Lisa, her arms crossed and her expression serious. When the group in front of her approached, Delkia, a blonde woman, the manager of the red light district, stepped forward. She pointed at Lisa with the other. Her face was calm, though a hint of anger simmered beneath the surface as she stated she didn't want to be there longer than necessary and would get straight to the point. Delkia explained that a small boy had been causing trouble and snarled as her expression darkened, demanding Lisa bring him to her. Lisa didn't flinch. Her face remained composed as she replied calmly that she had no idea what Delkia was talking about and told her to get out. She asked who Delkia thought she was, storming in like that. Behind Delkia stood several men, some armed, some not, all taking aggressive stances, ready for a fight. Delkia placed her hands on her hips, a smile returning despite her growing fury. She warned Lisa to stay out of it, stating that since the problem had started in her territory, Lisa shouldn't get involved. Lisa's eyes narrowed as her hands slipped behind her back. With a swift, silent motion, she unsheathed 2 sets of small assassin's knives, refusing to let the situation escalate any further. This wasn't just about territory, but it involved their clients, and that made it personal. Delkia clenched her fists, extending one arm to the side as her anger boiled over. She yelled that the boy was there, and she knew it. One of the men behind her drew a dagger and eagerly asked if they should finish her off. Lisa's eyes filled with concern as she realized how serious the situation was. Cyan had really stirred up trouble this time. Just as she was about to act, Cyan suddenly appeared, raising his hand and calmly speaking. His voice cut through the tension, and everyone turned in shock, stunned by how he had entered unnoticed. Even Lisa, who had been preparing for a fight, was speechless. She asked how long he had been there. Cyan began to walk toward them, his demeanor as calm as ever. He replied that he had been there since she mentioned the problem starting in her territory. Cyan approached Delkia, his eyes meeting hers with a calm, unwavering expression. He suggested that instead of bothering Lisa, she should talk to him. Delkia, caught off guard by his gaze, looked surprised at first, but as she took in his handsome features, her expression softened. Her eyes filled with admiration as she found herself smitten by the boy in front of her. With a serious look, Cyan extended his hand and apologized if he had caused her any displeasure, offering a handshake. In Delkia's eyes, Cyan was so stunning, far more than just a boy. As he spoke, she didn't seem to care about the situation anymore. She took his hand in both of hers and pulled it close. "It's okay," she interrupted him, cutting him off before he could explain further. She brought her face closer to his hand, her eyes soft and full of affection. Blushing, she asked what his name was. Slightly confused but remaining composed, Cyan answered that his name was Simon. Delkia's blush deepened, and she gazed at him even more lovingly, murmuring that it was a brave name for such a fine face. Lisa, standing behind Cyan, couldn't believe what was happening. She was shocked and exclaimed that Cyan was a minor, her voice filled with panic. She realized just how dangerous Delkia was, far more dangerous than she had first appeared. With a worried look, Lisa quickly added that Cyan didn't have to talk to her and urged him to come her way. But Delkia wasn't letting go. She continued caressing Cyan's hand with her cheek, oblivious to Lisa's concerns. Cyan turned his calm gaze toward Lisa, shaking his head slightly, and reassured her that he would take care of it. Lisa panicked further, warning him that he didn't understand, saying Delkia was dangerous. Delkia smiled sweetly, still holding Cyan's hand with one of hers while pulling out a red card from her chest. She presented it to him, explaining that it was her business card and that she'd love to have a much deeper conversation with him next time. Cyan took the card and, as he glanced at it, realized it wasn't just any business card, revealing it was from Delkia's pleasure room, an exclusive service catering to the most selective clients. As Delkia's men began to leave, she gave Cyan an affectionate smile, telling him not to forget to stop by. Cyan's calm facade cracked, and panic set in. His eyes widened in fear as he realized just how crazy this woman was. She was dangerous, and worse, she was obsessed. Delkia placed one hand on the doorframe as she prepared to leave. She turned back one last time, smiling seductively, and added that she could serve him for free. Her voice dripped with affection, and her words made even one of her men blush. With that, Delkia said her final goodbye to Cyan, leaving both him and Lisa stunned in the room. Lisa rested her elbow on the table, her face propped up in her hand as she sighed. She asked if Cyan had even been listening to her, to which he pointed toward the door with a confused expression and replied that they were the ones who provoked him first. Lisa stared at him for a moment before responding that she had also heard he fought in a match, which he won. Cyan blinked in surprise, acknowledging that news sure spread fast around there. Lisa chuckled, explaining that it was a small place. Cyan began climbing the stairs, and as he did, Lisa called after him, warning him not to go anywhere near the pleasure room. Cyan, his face showing slight embarrassment, waved her off, claiming he didn't visit places like that. Lisa, still with her face resting in her hand, watched him closely. She couldn't help but think he looked adorable, trying to hide his embarrassment. Just then, a mysterious woman appeared, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Her voice broke the moment as she commented that it was good that Delkia had left on her own. Lisa's head shot up in surprise, her eyes immediately locking onto the woman. It was Linza Nilov, the owner of the Lambaster cage. Linza's eyes gleamed as she gave Lisa a teasing smile and remarked that Lisa had gotten quite close to Cyan. Lisa quickly stood up, placing her hands on her waist and bowing her head in respect. She explained that she was just treating him like any other VIP client. Linza, still smiling, added that Lisa had even given him advice. Lisa, keeping her head down, responded sincerely that it wasn't because of any personal feelings, explaining that Cyan was still just a child after all. Before the conversation could continue, a new voice entered the scene. A man with white hair appeared, and his smirk was hard to miss as he overheard the conversation. He asked if they were underestimating him. Lisa's expression shifted immediately, her eyes filled with alertness as she turned to face the man. She demanded to know what he was doing there. It was Gunther Lichtus, and he casually walked toward them, waving as though nothing was wrong. He greeted them, commenting that it had been a long time and asking why they hadn't remodeled the place yet, as it was starting to look a bit old. Linza, still leaning against the wall, raised a hand with a playful smile and revealed that she was the one who had called Gunther there. Lisa, shocked, turned to Linza in confusion, asking why. Linza rested her hand under her cheek, her eyes shining with excitement. She explained that she wanted Lisa to organize a fight for Gunther as her smile widened. Lisa panicked, her eyes widening in disbelief. She reminded Linza that Gunther had been expelled a long time ago and asked who his opponent would even be. Gunther, now standing closer, pointed at himself with a smug grin and declared that he wanted to fight Lamea Simon. His voice was filled with excitement, and he stared directly at Lisa, the thrill of the challenge evident in his eyes. He asked her what she thought, adding that she could surely smell the scent of money. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a piercing scream echoed through a dimly lit room. Two men stood outside the door, exchanging glances. One of them remarked that she was louder than usual that day. The man with blue hair looked at his companion with a calm expression and explained that before she left earlier, she had said she would be the one to seduce him. His companion closed his eyes and started laughing, shaking his head and commenting that she had completely lost it over that kid. The blue-haired man's face grew serious as he said that she would do whatever it took to get him to come there. Inside the room, Delkia was spiraling into madness. She crumbled another piece of paper and tossed it onto the floor, frustration and obsession written all over her face. The bed was strewn with portraits of handsome men, but none of them were him. She sat among them, desperate, her thoughts consumed by one thing. This didn't make sense, she muttered to herself, her eyes wild. She had seen him. She knew she had, but she couldn't remember. Her fingers dug into her hair as she clutched her head, her despair mounting. She could remember Cyan, but not his face. His beautiful face was blurry, no matter how hard she tried to focus on it. It slipped away like a dream, fading upon waking. Tears welled up in her eyes as frustration turned to grief. She sobbed, her voice breaking as she asked why she couldn't remember him. But just as quickly as the sadness overwhelmed her, desire took its place. Delkia's hands moved to her face, her tongue slipping out as a twisted smile crept across her lips. Her eyes filled with a strange, obsessive love she could barely contain. She whispered to herself that she needed him more than ever. In the Lambaster red light district, where alcohol, women, and gambling flowed freely, Cyan stood at a distance, observing one of the clubs with a frown. The establishment belonged to Delkia, a thought that brought back an awkward memory. He recalled how she had once taken his arm and pressed her cheek against it, an incident that now filled him with mild displeasure. With a resigned sigh, Cyan pulled up his hood and turned away, deciding to search elsewhere for clues about Linza. Just then, a young girl carrying a basket bumped into him, spilling its contents onto the ground. Cyan glanced down to see packs of cigarettes scattered everywhere. He watched as the girl scrambled to collect them, a look of confusion crossing his face. Concerned, he asked if she was all right. The girl, appearing quite young, clenched her fists and apologized sincerely. Cyan furrowed his brows in puzzlement. He didn't understand why she was apologizing to him. He then helped her to gather the cigarette packs. As he placed the packs back in her basket, he asked gently if she had hurt herself. The girl hesitated for a moment, before reassuring him that she was fine. But then, to his surprise, she placed her hands on the ground, prostrating herself in thanks. Startled, Cyan gestured for her to stop, saying it wasn't necessary. He lifted the basket toward her and remarked that it was quite a lot of cigarettes, and asked if she was selling them. The girl explained that the cigarettes were exquisite products from the Grey Merchant Union and offered them to him for purchase. With a serious expression, Cyan told her that he didn't smoke. His gaze lingered on the basket as his mind swirled with questions about the Grey Merchant Union, a name he had never heard before. The girl bowed in gratitude, and Cyan studied her with mild curiosity. He asked where she usually sold the cigarettes, noticing a nervousness in her demeanor. She admitted she sold them in the alleys west of the red light district, explaining that if she was lucky, she could sell everything by night's end and return home before sunrise. Her honesty struck him. She could only go home once the entire batch was sold. Cyan's expression hardened slightly as he processed this. Without another word, he took out a gold coin and offered to buy the whole basket. The girl's eyes widened in confusion, reminding him that he had just told her he didn't smoke. Cyan bent down and gently insisted she take the coin. He then pulled out a second one, adding that this one was for her. The girl's face lit up with joy as she took the coins. She handed over the basket cheerfully, saying goodbye and waving as she walked off, thanking him profusely. Cyan stood silently, watching her disappear down the dimly lit street. After a moment, he quietly incinerated the basket with his power. As the amber glow faded, Kiram materialized beside him, her expression furious. Kiram coldly questioned him, suggesting he should start a charity. He then explained that the direction the girl was heading would lead to the dump site. Kiram's anger shifted to confusion, and she pressed him, asking why he would follow her. Cyan simply murmured to her to watch. Moments later, someone struck the girl, sending her small frame crashing to the ground. She groaned, clutching her side in pain as she tried to crawl away. The gold coin Cyan had given her slipped from her pocket, gleaming in the dirt. The attacker, criminal Cyan had dealt with before, sneered down at her. Upon seeing the coin, his eyes narrowed, and he growled that she had lied to them about having no money left. The thug cracked his fingers menacingly, glancing at the girl as he imagined she had lied about the cigarettes too. A bald man behind him chuckled and encouraged him to teach her a good lesson. The thug advanced slowly, his eyes gleaming with anger, ready to vent the rage that simmered within him. The girl cowered on the ground, covering her face as fear and tears filled her eyes. She trembled as she begged them to believe that she hadn't stolen anything. Suddenly, a calm, yet commanding voice cut through the night. Cyan remarked that she was asking them to believe her, yet they still wouldn't stop. The criminals froze, shivers running down their spines, as the familiar voice washed over them like a cold wave. The two men at the back cowered, recognizing Cyan immediately. The blonde thug, however, clenched his fists, emboldened by Cyan's unexpected appearance at their base. With a defiant grin, he muttered to himself that this time, he wouldn't let his guard down. Before the blonde thug could make a move, Cyan delivered a powerful kick straight to his face. The girl watched in awe as Cyan dispatched the criminals in the blink of an eye, stunned by the sheer speed of his attacks. Cyan grasped the thug's foot, lifting it with an iron grip. Panic flashed across the thug's eyes, and with a desperate, pleading look, he stammered, asking why Cyan was doing this to them. Cyan tilted his head as he replied coolly that it was simple. He found joy in even the smallest things. He stared intently into the thug's eyes, adding that torturing scum like him brought him a lot of entertainment. With that, Cyan tightened his hold on the thug's leg, applying more force until a sickening crack echoed through the air. The thug's face twisted in agony, and a scream tore from his throat. Quietly, Cyan approached the girl, scooped up the golden coin from the ground, and remarked that the thug wouldn't be walking anytime soon. The girl, still shaken, looked up in surprise, grateful yet unsure. As Cyan handed the coin back, he smirked and added that she might want to keep a tighter grip on it next time. With wide eyes, the girl thanked him sincerely. Just then, a slow clap broke through the silence. A man with stark white hair stepped forward, clapping with a sly grin plastered on his face. Cyan spun around, immediately alert, his eyes narrowing as he eyed the man suspiciously. He didn't recognize him because the spell should have hidden his identity. This stranger was none other than Gunther Lichtus. Gunther's smile widened as he scrutinized Cyan, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. He wasn't entirely certain at first, but only one person moved with that kind of skill. He mused aloud. Gunther's grin grew as he pointed at Cyan and identified him as Lamea Simon. Gunther was the one who run this part town. Cyan's expression remained unreadable, calm as ever. Gunther glanced disdainfully at his battered subordinate lying nearby, muttering that this was the idiot Cyan had thrashed last time. With a flash of annoyance, he stepped on the man's head, pressing down until the life drained from him. His contemptuous expression didn't waver. The girl, witnessing this brutality, fell to the ground, hands clamped over her face, shivering with horror as a scream escaped her lips. Unimpressed by Gunther's display, Cyan met his gaze and coldly remarked that there was no need for that. Gunther only laughed, unfazed. He apologized, claiming he had gotten a little carried away, before wiping the stray blood from his cheek with his finger and licking it off. With a wild gleam in his eyes, he explained that he had just come from a meeting with the owner of Lambaster City. He savored each word, adding that he had been hoping for a real fight with Cyan. Upon hearing this, Cyan's eyes filled with surprise. He realized this bastard knew Lenza Nyloff. Without wasting a second, Cyan launched a powerful kick at Gunther. Gunther, seeing the attack, looked somewhat surprised but quickly raised his elbow, successfully blocking the strike. His eyes lit up with excitement, and a smile crept onto his face. He hadn't expected Cyan's attack to carry so much weight. With a challenging grin, he asked if Cyan wanted a real fight now. Without answering, Cyan put more strength in his leg. Gunther held on with his elbow. Not willing to just defend anymore, Gunther tapped into his power. His fist transformed into solid rock, and with a murderous look, he launched a powerful counterattack, throwing a punch straight at Cyan. Cyan narrowly dodged by leaping into the air, and Gunther's fist crashed into the ground, shattering it from the impact. As Cyan hovered above, he realized that Gunther was destroying the very ground beneath him. Wondering if Gunther had some kind of ability to enhance his strength, Cyan barely had time to process it. Meanwhile, Gunther yanked his fist out of the ground, turned around with an excited look, and smiled, clearly thrilled by the match. In a swift jump, Gunther closed the distance between them in an instant, telling Cyan that he was better than expected. He stared at Cyan with a sinister smile and demanded that he keep entertaining him. A surge of worry filled Cyan's eyes as he realized that Gunther wasn't in his right mind. Gathering all his strength, Gunther struck Cyan hard in the chest, sending him hurtling toward the ground. Meanwhile, in a secluded part of the pocket dimension belonging to the God of Darkness, pillars towered over a vast, eerie space. On one of these pillars sat Serrika, deep in meditation, her body enveloped by an intense and powerful purple dark mist. Just then, a figure appeared. It was the God of Darkness himself. He remarked, somewhat amused, that he knew she had assigned Cyan an interesting mission. Serrika slowly opened her eyes, acknowledging his presence with a calm demeanor. The God of Darkness informed Serrika that the individual Cyan was seeking wasn't even on the altar list. Serrika's lips curled into a faint smile as she closed her eyes again. The god watched her intently, resting his hand under his chin, and commented that he hadn't expected her to involve Cyan in such personal matters. Serrika's smile grew as she admitted that she wasn't hiding her intentions. She revealed that Linza Nyloff was someone they would inevitably have to eliminate one day. Her eyes glimmered with a subtle thrill, and the mist around her thickened. She explained, still smiling, that she simply wanted to test Cyan to see if he was worthy of becoming her successor. But just as she was about to finish, the God of Darkness interrupted her, pointing a finger in her direction with an intense, almost playful look. He questioned whether there was a chance Cyan might turn out like Linza Nyloff. An intriguing enigma indeed. Serrika returned his gaze with a cryptic smile and replied that they would soon find out. Destiny, after all, was never predictable. At that moment, back in the heat of battle, Cyan's body slammed into the ground with devastating force, fracturing the area around him. Yet, despite the impact, he stood up, taking an offensive stance and glaring intently at Gunther. Gunther, noticing Cyan's resilience, seemed both impressed and thrilled to have found such a worthy opponent. With one hand on his waist, he cracked his neck with the other, grinning as he asked if they should keep going. Cyan remained silent, his eyes locked on Gunther. Amused, Gunther continued staring at him, smiling as he mocked Cyan, calling him Lamea Simon and suggesting that their battle was over for today. The battle between Cyan and Gunther raged on, their clashes shaking the very ground beneath them. Gunther's immense blows shattered the terrain, sending cracks rippling outward. Seizing an opening, Cyan launched himself forward, delivering a rapid series of powerful kicks. Gunther countered by deflecting the strikes with his silver-clad fists, his movements precise and unwavering. As Cyan prepared to land a devastating punch, he abruptly demanded to know the whereabouts of Linza Nyloff. The question seemed to strike a nerve. Gunther's expression twisted with irritation, and he growled, questioning why Cyan would bring up that woman in the midst of their fight. His eyes began to glow ominously as he warned Cyan not to underestimate him. With a surge of energy, Gunther unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Cyan managed to block it, though the force pushed him several steps back. While catching his breath, Cyan analyzed the situation. His strikes weren't causing any damage to Gunther's arm. The mystery gnawed at him, but there was no time to ponder further. Gunther charged again, launching another crushing blow and daring Cyan to block it. Cyan evaded the attack just in time, leaping to safety onto a wooden pillar nearby. The ground where Cyan had stood moments ago was obliterated by the force of Gunther's strike. Gunther, standing amidst the wreckage, grinned slightly. He acknowledged Cyan's skill, admitting that his opponent was far stronger than he anticipated. Yet, his determination remained unshaken. He demanded that Cyan come down and continue their battle. As Cyan steadied him atop the pillar, a voice echoed in his mind. Kirim suggested stepping in. Cyan, however, sensed something unusual and told Kirim to wait. A sharp sound caught his attention moments later. A flurry of knives embedded themselves in the ground near Gunther. A commanding voice ordered Gunther to stop. Gunther turned, visibly annoyed, only to find Lisa standing there with a knife in one hand and two guards flanking her. Lisa, clearly furious, demanded to know why Gunther was attacking an esteemed customer. Her tone was sharp and unyielding. Gunther, his patience wearing thin, snapped back, claiming that Cyan was the one who started the fight. Lisa wasn't convinced. Her anger flared, and her eyes seemed to blaze with intensity as she accused Gunther of causing trouble yet again. The two bickered, their exchange revealing a familiarity that puzzled Cyan. Watching them argue like old acquaintances, he wondered about their history. Eventually, his frustration bubbling over, Gunther declared that he was leaving with a pointed warning not to forget about their unfinished fight. He stalked off, and Cyan, observing the abrupt shift in Gunther's demeanor, mused about how unexpectedly obedient the man became in Lisa's presence. As Gunther disappeared into the distance, Cyan leaped down from the pillar, landing effortlessly. Lisa approached him, her tone softening as she inquired if he was hurt. Cyan reassured her that he was fine, but expressed his displeasure at the situation. Startled by his words, Lisa quickly bowed her head, apologizing profusely and emphasizing his VIP status. Cyan, perceptive as always, noted her nervous demeanor and asked if she had a favor to request. Lisa's reaction betrayed her intentions. Beads of sweat formed on her cheek as she hesitantly admitted her need for assistance. However, Cyan cut her off, revealing that Gunther had already mentioned meeting with the owner to arrange their fight. He dismissed the matter with casual indifference, adding only one condition. The frightened little girl nearby had to be given a job. Lisa's surprise was palpable. Her wide eyes darted to Cyan, questioning if he was serious. Cyan affirmed his request, glancing at the trembling child who was still huddled on the ground. Word of Cyan and Gunther's confrontation spread like wildfire throughout Lambaster. In the bustling streets, whispers of their impending rematch filled the air. Citizens speculated about the outcome, their excitement palpable. Some mocked Gunther, recalling his reputation as the garbage dump fighter, while others expressed concern for Cyan, believing him to be in over his head. Unfazed by the rumors, Cyan spent the following week preparing. He roamed the city, participating in cage fights to familiarize himself with the rules and dynamics of Lambaster's infamous combat arena. Through his battles, he learned 3 core rules of the cage. No weapons were allowed, a fight ended if one opponent lost the will to continue, and killing was strictly forbidden, at least until now. One evening, Cyan stood victorious in the cage, his opponent lying unconscious at his feet. Wiping dirt from his shirt, he reflected on the brutal simplicity of the rules. But as he awaited the announcement of his next fight, the atmosphere shifted. The referee stepped forward, his grin unsettlingly wide. He declared that the next match would be a no-rules match, an unprecedented decision authorized by the cage's owner. Cyan's eyes narrowed as the announcement sank in. As he faced Gunther across the ring, he noted the man's confidence as he stood with his arms crossed. Meanwhile, Cyan kept his hands in his pockets, calm but wary. The referee's words echoed in the arena, explaining that no rules meant exactly what it sounded like. Anything goes. As the tension in the cage reached its peak, Cyan pointed toward himself, his voice laced with irritation. He realized something critical had been kept from him. Gunther, on the other hand, radiated excitement, his grin widening. His voice thick with anticipation, he declared how long he had waited for this moment. Each of his hands gleamed with metal knuckle, reflecting the dim light. Cyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed the weapons. His frustration boiled over, and he shouted at the fleeing referee, calling the situation unfair. But the referee had already made his escape. Gunther, noticing Cyan's reaction, smirked with amusement. Cyan, visibly annoyed, wondered when the referee had slipped away unnoticed. From a safe distance, the referee's voice rang out, officially starting the match. High above the arena, hidden in the shadows, the cage's mysterious owner observed the unfolding battle. Her eyes were locked on Cyan as she silently mused about his skills and whether the rumors surrounding Simon of Lamea were true. Gunther's casual demeanor only added to Cyan's irritation. The larger fighter mocked Cyan, suggesting he should grab a weapon if he was so frightened. Cyan refused to rise to the bait. Instead, he sighed, his calm resolve solidifying. Without hesitation, he retorted that he would manage just fine without a weapon. In that instant, a swirling aura of black and red dark mist began to emanate from Cyan's hands. The ominous energy spread rapidly, enveloping his entire body. His eyes turned a fiery crimson, and his voice took on a menacing edge as he declared that he was ready. Gunther's grin faltered slightly as he acknowledged the magical energy, but his confidence held firm. He admitted he'd been concerned about accidentally killing Cyan, but assured him it was no longer an issue. Cyan, narrowing his eyes, responded with chilling clarity that this wasn't supposed to be a death match. Gunther, grinning wickedly, retorted that Cyan clearly hadn't hurt his reputation. The memory of his own bloody past flashed through Gunther's mind as he recalled the thrill of taking a life. The admission sent a ripple of unease through the arena. Cyan's annoyance transformed into cold fury. His crimson eyes darkened further as he asked Gunther if that was truly how he thought. Now enraged, Gunther declared that he would start by gouging out Cyan's arrogant eyes. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, launching a brutal attack. But Cyan stood perfectly still, his calm demeanor unnerving the crowd. As Gunther's strike neared, Cyan tilted his head slightly, allowing the blow to pass harmlessly by. In one fluid motion, Cyan's hand materialized a blade, and with blinding speed, he counterattacked. The crowd froze in stunned silence, unsure of what had just transpired. Gunther stumbled past Cyan, clutching his arm. A moment later, a cry of agony escaped him as he realized his arm had been severed. Gasps rippled through the audience, and one onlooker exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to process the speed of Cyan's strike. Gunther fell to his knees, his face contorted in pain. His furious gaze locked on his Cyan as he vowed revenge, his voice trembling with rage. But Cyan's figure loomed over him, shrouded in dark red mist. His voice was deadly calm as he warned Gunther not to move unless he wanted to lose his life entirely. The sheer weight of Cyan's presence seemed to crush Gunther's defiance. The once fearsome fighter now trembled under Cyan's gaze, his face devoid of emotion. The referee, finally brave enough to step back into the ring, declared Cyan the victor. The crowd erupted in a mix of awe and fear. One man muttered about the mysterious black mist and speculated that the demonic mana had wielded it. Sweat dripped down his face as he whispered his suspicions, claiming the blade Cyan carried could only be the legendary demonic sword. Later, Cyan descended the stairs of his lodging, wiping the blood and dirt from his face with a piece of cloth. His mind was deep in thought. Someone had deliberately ensured he wasn't informed of a no-rule stipulation. He wondered if Linza had caught on to what he was trying to accomplish. As Cyan reflected, a small, excited voice broke through his thoughts. The little girl he had rescued earlier came running toward him, holding a glass of water. Her face was alight with admiration as she gushed about his performance. Cyan looked at her with a serious expression and inquired if she had already started working. The girl, brimming with excitement, revealed that manager Lisa had assigned her the role of assistant. She promised to work hard, her enthusiasm contagious. Cyan glanced at her badge and noted her name, Louise. He gave her a gentle pat on the head and encouraged her to keep up the good work, earning a bright smile in return. He turned, his annoyance rekindled as he prepared to confront her about the lack of information regarding the match rules. However, before he could speak, Lisa bowed deeply, apologizing profusely. Even Louise seemed startled by the gesture. Lisa explained that she hadn't known about the no-rules condition either. It had been arranged privately between Gunther and the owner. Her voice was laced with regret as she admitted that she should have been more thorough. Cyan regarded her thoughtfully before standing upright and requesting a meeting with the cage's owner. Hesitant, Lisa revealed that the owner preferred to remain anonymous. Frustration flickered across Cyan's face, but he accepted her answer, cautioning her to be more vigilant in the future. As Cyan prepared to leave, a man appeared before him with a respectful bow. The stranger introduced himself as Morris of the Grey Merchant Union. Morris's expression shifted to one of barely contained excitement as he lusted upon the Kirin blade. He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a fervent whisper. Morris asked Cyan if he would be willing to sell the demonic sword, his words dripping with a strange mix of eagerness and madness. Cyan's expression hardened, his crimson eyes locking onto the man. The air around them grew heavier as a cold fury brewed within Cyan. He calmly denied any knowledge of the demonic sword, but the merchant wasn't fooled. Bowing slightly, Morris insisted there was no need to hide the truth, claiming he was the only one in the area capable of recognizing such a weapon. Morris then began recounting his background. He revealed his previous affiliation with the Albus Merchant Union under its former leader, Zitterman Albus, who had been assassinated 2 years ago. Following that tragedy, Morris left the organization and joined the Grey Merchant Union in Lambaster, focusing his expertise on weapons and rare artifacts. He boasted of his connections, including his past as a supplier to the Garum Association, and confidently declared himself unmatched in the realm of weapon knowledge. Morris's tone shifted to one of awe as he described seeing Cyan's blade, referring to it as the legendary demonic sword of darkness. He declared that the weapon had been waiting for its rightful owner for countless years. With a crazy smile, Morris urged Cyan to name his price, assuring him he would pay any amount to acquire it. Cyan's patience snapped. He grabbed Morris by the neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. His grip tightened as he asked Morris if anyone else knew about the sword. Morris, choking and struggling weakly, cried out, pleading for his life. Cyan's voice dropped to a chilling tone as he warned Morris that if no one else knew, it would be easier to silence him permanently. Fear flooded Morris's face as he gasped for air, calling out desperately for help. Suddenly, 3 assassins appeared, one stepping from the shadows and another emerging from the ground. They surrounded Cyan with precision, their blades glinting as they demanded he release Morris. Cyan didn't flinch. Instead, his gaze turned deadly serious, his red eyes gleaming with cold determination. He mocked their threats, dismissing their chances of stopping him. Internally, he identified them as part of Sparnia's Shadow Assassin Squad, likely hired by Morris for protection after Zitterman Albus's death. The assassins closed in, their weapons mere inches from Cyan's face. Yet, his grip on Morris's neck only tightened. Sweat poured down Morris's face, and saliva dripped from his mouth as he struggled in vain. Cyan's tone remained calm, yet menacing as he asked if Morris truly believed his bodyguards could save him before his neck was snapped. Morris clawed at Cyan's hand, unable to loosen the unyielding grip. He screamed for help, his voice hoarse and desperate. The commotion drew Lisa's attention, and she rushed to the scene, Louise in two. Cyan glanced at her, noticing her tear-streaked face. He realized the young girl could be drawn into this dangerous web. Annoyed by the thought, Cyan finally released Morris, letting him collapse to the ground, gasping for air. Morris clutched his swollen neck and sighed in relief. Cyan stepped back, his voice cold as he warned Morris that he was being spared this time, but only barely. Morris, still trembling, ordered his assassins to stand down. Though visibly shaken, he tried to regain some composure before leaving. He dared to reiterate his offer, urging Cyan to consider selling the sword. Cyan watched in silence as Morris and his entourage disappeared into the distance. His thoughts turned inward, piecing together the Grey Merchant Union's rise, a direct result of his killing Albus years ago. The tense moment was interrupted by Louise's timid voice. She approached Cyan hesitantly, concern evident. Cyan reassured her with a calm smile, gently patting her head. He told her not to worry about what had just transpired. Cyan turned his piercing gaze toward her and informed her of a favor he wanted to request. Lisa stiffened, nervous under his intense gaze. Cyan's eyes glowed, faintly red as he expressed his desire to meet the owner of the Lambaster cage. Lisa's expression shifted to shock, and sweat formed on her cheek. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Lambaster, Gunther's rage boiled over. He lashed out violently, destroying objects around him in a fit of frustration. His subordinates stood nearby, unsure of how to calm him. One tentatively urged him to stop, fearing he would reopen his wounds, but Gunther's fury was uncontrollable. He bellowed Simon's name, his voice filled with hatred. Memories of his severed arm and his humiliating defeat haunted him. The powerful aura he once exuded now seemed to mock him. He sank to his knees, covering his face with one hand. Desperation seeped into his voice as he muttered to himself, struggling to think of a way to defeat Cyan. Then, an idea struck him. A memory of Louise flashed in his mind. Gunther's crimson eyes gleamed in the dim light as he let out a maniacal laugh. A sinister plan began forming in his mind. He whispered to himself about how he could bring Simon down using the little girl, Louise. His grin widened as he muttered almost in delight that he now had the perfect idea. Late that night in the Lambaster cage, Louise clutched a stack of freshly folded towels close to her chest as she carefully navigated the dimly lit hallway. Suddenly, the door creaked open, startling her. She froze for a moment before nervously welcoming the unexpected visitor. To her horror, it was Gunther. His smirk was unnerving as he walked toward her with an almost predatory air. Louise felt the sweat drip down her face as she instinctively stepped back, but Gunther reached her in an instant. He sat down, towering over her, and casually placed a hand on her head. He asked if she remembered him, his voice oozing malice. Louise trembled as she stammered a quiet affirmation. Gunther's grin widened into a crazy smile. He then asked if she could help him. Elsewhere, Cyan confronted Lisa, frustration etched across his face. He demanded to know why he couldn't meet the owner of the Lambaster cage. Arms crossed firmly, Lisa reiterated that the owner wasn't someone who could be easily approached. Cyan's tone grew sharper as he pressed further, asking why Lisa was so protective of Linza Nyloff. Lisa faltered at the mention of the name, shock flickering across her face. She acknowledged Cyan's insight, realizing he was far from ordinary. She then revealed that Linza Nyloff, the elusive owner, had been keeping a close eye on him. Lisa explained that it was Linza who had permitted his fight with Gunther and altered the rules of the match. She warned Cyan to leave Lambaster before it was too late, her voice tinged with genuine concern. She added that if he didn't, he might end up dead there. Cyan silently processed her words, suspicion creeping into his thoughts. He wondered which side Lisa was on, whether she just dutifully performing her job, or was there something more to her loyalty. Suddenly, a loud scream pierced the air, interrupting their conversation. Lisa immediately recognized the voice. It was Louise, coming from the lobby. Without hesitation, Cyan and Lisa sprinted toward the source of the sound. When they arrived, the scene was chaos. The receptionist table was shattered, the wall behind it severely damaged, and the room eerily empty. Lisa surveyed the destruction, her voice laced with disbelief as she wondered aloud who could have caused it. Cyan knelt to examine the ground, and soon found a clue, Louise's nameplate. His expression darkened as he pocketed the item and told Lisa to stay behind. He was going to retrieve Louise. Lisa tried to stop him, worried that Cyan didn't even know who was behind this, but Cyan's voice turned cold and demanding as he cut her off, declaring that he already knew. His tone left no room for argument, and Lisa stepped back, shaken. Meanwhile, in the red light district, in Delkia's room, the atmosphere was tense. The room was strewn with incomplete sketches of Cyan, and Delkia lay on her bed, visibly distraught. Her disappointment was palpable as she stared blankly at her chaotic surroundings. A voice broke the silence, teasing her about the state of her room. Annoyed, Delkia snapped back, demanding to know who had entered uninvited. The intruder was none other than Morris. Delkia didn't bother sitting up as she asked him why he was there. Morris approached her, explaining that he had come with an offer. Pulling a small vial from his coat, he revealed a paralysis potion from the Garum Kingdom. He claimed it was powerful enough to help her obtain what, or who, she desired. Morris's grin turned sinister as he placed the vial in Delkia's hand. In exchange, he wanted only one thing, something the boy she saw possessed. Delkia eyed him wearily, confirming his intentions. Satisfied, Morris left, his thoughts racing. He didn't care what happened to Simon. All he needed was the artifact. As he walked away, he mused about his hope that Gunther would handle the child in the meantime. Cyan's search led him to a junkyard, where Gunther was waiting. The hulking fighter sat on an old wooden coffin, a crazed grin splitting his face as Cyan approached. Gunther's voice dripped with anticipation as he declared he had been waiting for Simon of Lamea. Cyan's expression was grim as he demanded to know the whereabouts of the kidnapped Louise. Gunther chuckled darkly and threw an object toward Cyan. When Cyan caught it, his eyes widened in shock. It was an ear. Gunther grinned maniacally as he tapped the coffin beside him. He taunted Cyan, suggesting he come and take the rest of her. Something snapped inside Cyan at that moment. His lips curled into a crazy smile as black and red mist began to envelop his body. His voice was cold and mocking as he asked Gunther why he hadn't said earlier that he wanted to die. Gunther's grin only grew wider. From the stump of his severed arm, a red, pulsating energy began to form, slowly regenerating his limb. With a roar of excitement, Gunther bellowed that this was exactly what he wanted. He yelled for Simon to come at him. The scene then transitioned to Lenza Nyloff. Her voice broke the silence as she pondered aloud whether Simon might actually kill Gunther. Lisa lowered her head, her expression tinged with tension. She admitted that Simon would likely carry out the deed, but Lenza wasn't finished. Her probing continued as she asked if Lisa was worried about Gunther. Lisa confessed that any attachment she once had to Gunther had long since faded. Yet, she questioned Lenza's obsession with Simon. Unfazed, Lenza leaned slightly forward, resting her chin on one hand. A sly smirk crept across her face as she teased Lisa's curiosity, offering reassurance in a tone laced with mystery. Then Lenza shifted the conversation with a sharp question, asking if Lisa even remembered Simon's face. Lisa paused, attempting to summon the memory, only to find it slipping through her mental grasp. Panic spread across her face as she realized she couldn't recall it. A sheen of sweat appeared on her cheek. Meanwhile, Lenza's ring began to emit a faint black-red fog, barely noticeable but ominous nonetheless. Calmly, Lenza explained that it was one of Eru's abilities, an ability to erase one's face from the memory of others. Lisa's shock was palpable as she stammered, seeking clarification. Lenza confirmed that Eru, the god of darkness, had granted her this power. Lenza revealed that her past had come back to haunt her. Lisa's panic deepened as she voiced her concern, suggesting that Lenza might be in danger. But Lenza dismissed the notion with ease, her hand resting against her chest. She spoke with cryptic confidence, a faint smile playing on her lips as she remarked that such a precious guest as Simon deserved appropriate treatment. She called on Lisa to do her part, her voice dripping with a mix of authority and intrigue. The scene shifted abruptly to a desolate junkyard, where Gunther emerged, his severed arm formed from a bloody like magic. He charged forward with a feral intensity, shouting toward Cyan. His massive hand came crashing down, sending a shockwave that sent Cyan flying backward. However, Cyan tightened his grip on the ground as he landed firmly. Gunther's voice boomed with a mix of challenge and mockery as he questioned why Cyan wasn't using the same skill he had wielded in the Lambaster cage. Gunther's face twisted into a manic grin as he taunted Cyan, daring him to try harder. But Cyan's focus shifted to the ground, where scattered human bones and skulls lay grimly on display. His voice, though calm, carried a sharp edge as he accused Gunther of digging up human remains. Gunther, seemingly unfazed, picked up a skull with his newly regenerated hand, holding it close to his face. A sinister smirk spread across his lips as he declared that the junkyard was a graveyard for the useless. His voice dripped with disdain as he recounted his past, describing Lambaster as a place full of trash. He delved deeper, sharing his harrowing story of survival alongside Lisa, both struggling to exist amidst the filth and brutality of the junkyard. Gunther's tale took a darker turn as he spoke of a boy who had once saved him and Lisa. The boy had killed the cruel junkyard manager and eradicated the garbage that plagued their lives. Gunther's eyes gleamed with reverence as he described the boy's angelic face. The memory burned into his mind. That moment had transformed Gunther, igniting a resolve to one day rid Lambaster of its own metaphorical trash. Over time, he built his forces, rising to power within the junkyard, and even becoming a participant in the Lambaster cage. Gunther's ascent wasn't without cost. He admitted to killing someone during a match, an act that had severed his bond with Lisa. Yet, Gunther was unfazed, fully embracing his identity as part of the junkyard itself. He vowed to purge all garbage, his voice filled with grim determination. But Cyan's patience wore thin. He interrupted Gunther's monologue, cutting through the words with a sharp retort, calling Gunther's story nonsense. Gunther faltered for a moment, silenced by Cyan's boldness. Yet, Cyan's confidence only grew, a wild grin spreading across his face as he taunted Gunther, urging him to try harder. Gunther's rage ignited, his eyes glowing a furious red as he embraced Cyan's challenge with a burst of energy. Gunther summoned a chain-like weapon using his technique, the air around him crackling with power as he brandished a glowing purple artifact in his other hand, promising to show Cyan something far more interesting. Cyan's gaze locked onto the strange object in Gunther's hands, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. He thought to himself, wondering if it was an artifact and how Gunther had gotten his hands on an ancient relic like that. Gunther, noticing Cyan's reaction, held up the artifact triumphantly and explained its nature. He called it the gravity chamber, a device capable of creating a man-infused space and amplifying gravitational force 20-fold. Without hesitation, Gunther used the artifact on Cyan. The moment it activated, Cyan found himself trapped within the artifact's field. He staggered under the immense pressure, his body straining as the crushing weight took hold. Gunther smirked as he approached, his tone dripping with mockery as he remarked how impressed he was with Cyan's ability to hold out. Gunther prepared to strike, his newly empowered crimson hand glowing ominously as he readied a devastating punch. Cyan remained silent, but a voice echoed in his mind. It was Kiram offering her assistance. Without missing a beat, Cyan refused, his response laced with irritation. He dismissed her offer coldly, declaring that Gunther's antics weren't worth her intervention. His anger boiled over as his eyes turned fiery red, and he snarled at Kiram, insisting that this dog's hit wasn't even worth scraping off. Suddenly, Cyan vanished, his speed blinding. Before Gunther's punch could connect, Cyan was upon him, delivering a thunderous blow to Gunther's abdomen. The force of the strike sent Gunther hurtling through the air, his mind reeling in disbelief, wondering how it'd be possible. He shouldn't even be able to move in this gravity. The devastating impact shattered Gunther's newly regenerated arm, but Cyan wasn't done. He closed the distance again with terrifying speed and struck Gunther's ear with precision, leaving him disoriented. Cyan's voice, low and venomous, broke through Gunther's confusion as he promised to crush everything other than his ears. Gunther, drenched in sweat, staggered under Cyan's relentless assault. A powerful kick from Cyan's leg connected with Gunther's back, sending him sprawling. Gunther's body slammed into a sharp object buried in the junkyard, its jagged edges tearing into his flesh. Blood streamed from his wounds as he lay sprawled on the ground, beaten and broken. Cyan stood over him, his expression cold and unyielding. Blood trickled from Gunther's mouth as he looked up at Cyan. His voice, hoarse but steady, Gunther admitted that he had always been destined to die and had accepted his fate without regret. He spoke of a child, a girl born in Lambaster, and he believed she would inevitably grow up as discarded as he had, just like Lisa, a cruel product of the city's oppressive rules. He pleaded with Cyan to ensure that wouldn't happen, trusting him to protect her from the fate that had consumed so many others. Cyan's hardened expression faltered for a moment as Gunther's words sank in. His eyes widened, and his mind briefly clouded with shock, but Gunther said no more. His voice faded, and his body fell still, lifeless. Before Cyan could process the moment, a faint sound came from a nearby coffin. His head snapped toward the noise, his senses sharpening. Muttering to himself, he cautiously approached the coffin and opened it. His breath hitched as his eyes fell on what lay inside, his expression shifting from confusion to disbelief. At that moment, Lisa arrived at the junkyard. Her sharp voice cut through the tension as her gaze swept across the wreckage, eventually landing on Gunther's broken body amidst the rubble. A flicker of sadness crossed her face, and she admitted to herself that she had feared this outcome for him all along. Turning to one of the guards nearby, Lisa issued a curt order, demanding that their VIP customer be protected at all costs. The guard bowed respectfully and assured her it would be done. But before they could act, a sound drew their attention. Both Lisa and the guard turned to see Cyan kneeling on the ground, cradling a small, unconscious girl in his arms. Lisa's eyes widened in recognition. She called out to him, her voice tinged with surprise and urgency. Her gaze fell on the girl he held, and she called out the child's name, her tone filled with shock. Cyan looked up at her, his voice calm but cold as he reassured her that the girl wasn't hurt, merely asleep. Lisa dropped to her knees beside Cyan, gently taking the girl in her arms. She asked if Cyan was all right, her voice filled with genuine concern. Cyan, however, dismissed her worry. His tone was icy as he told her to focus on taking care of the child. Without another word, he stood and began to walk away. Lisa's worry deepened, and she called after him, asking where he was going. Cyan's fiery red eyes glinted dangerously as he turned. His voice was low but filled with determination as he replied, stating he was going to clean up. Lisa's confusion only grew, and she asked where, her voice hesitant. Cyan's expression darkened, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. His reply was short, almost a growl, "Lambaster." And with that, he vanished, leaving Lisa to stare after him, her heart heavy with a mix of fear and anticipation. Cyan's mind drifted back to a conversation with his brother, Echelle, as he stood outside Delkia's club. He recalled discussing Lambaster's unique structure, a city divided into 4 districts with no formal security forces. At its center was the Lambaster Cage, surrounded by the junkyard to the west, the commercial district to the east, and the entertainment district to the south. Echelle had explained that each district was managed independently. Lines and Niloff controlled the Lambaster Cage. Morris oversaw the commercial district, Delkia reigned over the entertainment district, and Gunther managed the junkyard. When Cyan had suggested taking them out one by one, Echelle had smirked and said there was no need. They would destroy each other without them lifting a finger. Cyan had pressed him for an explanation, and Echelle had described the city as utterly rotten, a place where corruption and self-interest would eventually lead to its downfall. Back in the present, Cyan stood outside the club, reflecting on his brother's certainty. His eyes glinted as he murmured to himself that the city truly was rotten to the core. It was time to dig up its roots. Cyan entered Delkia's club, the air thick with a faint scent of decadence and deceit. Delkia greeted him with a sugary smile, offering him a cup of tea. As Cyan held the cup, the minty, sweet scent caught his attention, and he recognized it instantly. It was laced with a potent paralysis drug from the Garum Kingdom. Feigning innocence, Delkia leaned against him, her voice dripping with charm as she thanked him for accepting her invitation. Cyan smirked, mocking the specially scented tea, his sharp words laced with hidden menace. Delkia's confidence wavered for a moment. She wondered if he had noticed the drug. But before she could act, Cyan's red eyes locked onto hers, and he lifted the cup to his lips. He downed the tea in one gulp, letting the empty cup slip from his fingers to the floor. Staggering slightly, Cyan began to act as if the drug was taking effect. Delkia's face lit up with triumph, a crazy smile spreading across her lips. She thought to herself that she had done it, that this child was now hers. Meanwhile, at the Gray Merchant Union's headquarters in the commercial district, Morris's butler reported that Delkia had successfully captured Simon. His excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, feeling as if fate itself were on his side. Grinning, he grumbled about the wasted effort of using the gravity chamber on Gunther, but quickly dismissed it, convinced that the demonic sword would soon be his. An assassin emerged from the shadows, expressing unease about how smoothly things were unfolding. Morris dismissed the concern, warning him not to jinx it. However, the assassin insisted on scouting Delkia's club in advance, trusting his instincts. Though Morris reluctantly agreed, he rolled his eyes as the assassin left, inwardly cursing the nosy nature of the Sparnia assassins. He wondered bitterly if they wanted the demonic sword for themselves. The scene shifted to the streets leading to the entertainment district, where Morris's carriage barreled through the crowd. He leaned out the window, shouting for people to clear the way, his impatience on full display. Upon arriving at Delkia's club, Morris stormed inside, slamming open the door. His voice echoed as he excitedly called out for Delkia. Upstairs, he found her sitting beside Cyan, who appeared unconscious on the bed. Delkia greeted him with an air of nonchalance, chiding him for arriving earlier than expected. She teased that she had been about to start the fun. Consumed by greed, Morris waved off her antics and stated bluntly that he didn't need Cyan's body. only the artifact Cyan possessed. Delkia, crossing her arms with a sly grin, informed him that she had already taken the item from Cyan. Morris's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he demanded the artifact. Delkia grabbed the ropes, her mocking smile growing wider as she slowly, deliberately teased him with each calculated movement. She told him to be patient, her voice laced with dark amusement, assuring him that he was about to witness something truly unforgettable. With a sharp tug, she revealed what was hidden behind the curtain. The grotesque sight sent a chill through Morris. Suspended by ropes infused with swirling red-black mist, several figures stood motionless, like eerie statues trapped in timeless torment. At the center of this twisted display was the real Delkia, her beaten and battered body slumped forward, her hands cruelly tied. She was unconscious, her breathing shallow, and the pain was evident even in her stillness. Morris's face went pale, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. His voice trembled as he stammered in disbelief, asking if this was what she had been hiding, if she had been stuffing humans behind a curtain like trophies. Pointing a shaky finger toward the central figure, his voice cracked further as he gasped, recognizing the form. The fake Delkia grinned, her laughter echoing in the unsettling silence. She sneered, impressed by how quickly he had figured it out. Morris's panic turned to outrage as he shouted, demanding to know who she was. With a sinister chuckle, the fake Delkia slowly raised her hand to her face, pulling away the illusion. Her features melted away, revealing a sharper, more menacing visage. Her glowing eyes pulsed with the energy of the black-red mist. She revealed herself as Kiram, her voice dripping with malice as she declared that the demonic sword Morris so desperately desired was, in fact, her. Morris gasped, his pupils dilating in terror. His voice came out as an unrestrained surprise, his disbelief growing as he realized the demonic sword had turned into a human. Before Morris could fully process the revelation, Cyan's calm but chilling voice cut through the room. He stood tall, surrounded by a crimson aura of swirling black-red mist. His eyes glowed ominously, and the room seemed to grow colder. Cyan flatly stated that Morris knew too much. Morris scrambled backward, shouting in desperation for the shadow assassins to save him. Cyan's expression twisted into annoyance as he covered his ears, muttering under his breath that Morris was too loud. Without hesitation, Cyan struck Morris in the neck, causing him to crumple to the ground. As Morris groaned in pain, Cyan loomed over him and coldly remarked that if he was so desperate to see his shadow assassins, Cyan would gladly send him straight to them. Raising his hand, Cyan channeled his power, invoking the creation technique, Space Mist Swamp. His voice resonated with terrifying finality as the red-black mist swirled and thickened, transforming into a living, ominous entity. The fog surged forward, coiling around Morris, who screamed in panic as the tendrils latched onto him, pulling him deeper into the abyss. He shouted in terror that the mist was alive, that it was consuming him. Cyan, watching coldly, asked if it had been Morris who supplied Gunther with the artifact and gave Delkia the paralysis potion. Now half consumed by the fog, Morris gasped out, apologizing and swearing he would never repeat his actions. Cyan's lips curled into a crazy smile as he casually responded that he would make sure Morris kept that promise. With a final, mocking farewell, he let the mist fully engulf Morris. Inside the suffocating red-black mist, Morris found himself submerged in what felt like a river of blood. He flailed, desperate for air, but the oppressive weight of the mist surrounded him. Suddenly, something struck him. He turned, his eyes widening in terror. Emerging from a fog were the shadow assassins Cyan had dealt with, but they weren't here to save him. Their expressions were twisted, their forms grotesque. The realization dawned on Morris. They, too, were consumed by the same cursed mist, trapped in this nightmarish dimension around him. Other figures began to emerge, humans and animals alike, their hollow eyes fixed on him. Their bodies bore the marks of torment, and their movements were slow and deliberate. Cyan turned to Kiram, the human form of the demonic sword. She stood near Delkia, who remained bound and trembling. Cyan's voice was even as he noted that now only Delkia remained. Kiram's smirk deepened, her eyes gleaming with malice as she informed him that she would handle Delkia, and Cyan was free to leave. Cyan hesitated, sweat beginning to bead on his cheek. He warned Kiram not to go overboard, his tone edged with concern. Kiram's laughter echoed, cold and humorless, as she dismissed his caution, making no promises. She towered over Delkia, her shadow enveloping the trembling figure. Kiram snarled, demanding to know how Delkia dared to lay a hand on her master. Delkia's head hung low, her body already bruised and broken, but Kiram's expression twisted into one of pure malevolence. With venom in her voice, Kiram hissed that she knew Delkia was awake and should prepare herself for what was to come. She promised to cut Delkia into 1,000 pieces. Delkia whimpered, finally opening her tear-filled eyes. She cried out, pleading for forgiveness, her voice breaking as she apologized and swore she would never do anything again. But her plea was met with Kiram's clenched fist, which struck Delkia's face with brutal force. Delkia cried out in pain, her body slumping even further in her restraints. Outside the room, Cyan paused, hearing the muffled sounds of Delkia's cries. He sighed, muttering to himself that Kiram would probably beat her to a pulp. Suddenly, a cold sensation washed over him, and his senses flared. His eyes widened in alarm as he instinctively scanned his surroundings. He muttered to himself in disbelief, recognizing the threat. Mist domain. A sharp, taunting voice echoed behind him. The voice was dripping with amusement, commenting on the priceless look on Cyan's face. Cyan spun around to face the speaker, only to see blue mist swirling before him. A figure emerged from within the mist, each step deliberate and calculated. As the mist solidified, Cyan saw a woman with an imposing presence. She introduced herself as Linza Nyloff, manager of Lambaster. Cyan's eyes narrowed as he took in her form, his mind racing. The veiled Linza Nyloff, he murmured to himself, recognizing her notorious reputation. Then it clicked. So Linza is tied to this mist. Linza fully emerged from the fog, her expression cold and piercing. She folded her arms, casually remarking that she supposed Serrika hadn't bothered to mention her, which explained why Cyan had been running around killing the other managers. Cyan's face hardened as the red-black mist surrounding him intensified. He mockingly thanked her for the courtesy, saying that now he didn't have to waste time hunting her down. His eyes gleamed crimson, and a grin spread across his face. He wondered aloud if he should call her his senior colleague, or simply a traitor. Linza smirked, unfazed by his aura. She dismissed his words, telling him not to get ahead of himself. She was not the one fighting him today. Cyan's grin faltered as he sensed something behind him. He narrowly dodged an attack, spinning to face his assailant. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, wondering if there's someone else. Lance's laughter echoed, cold and mocking. She taunted Cyan, telling him to say hello. And there she was, Lisa, standing before him, her eyes glowing a haunting blue. Linza was grinning. She suggested, almost teasingly, that Cyan and Lisa should knew each other. Lisa's voice was calm, yet tinged with fury as she confirmed that she knew Simon. Her expression twisted with anger, and her voice rose, venom lacing her words. She declared that she would eliminate Cyan now. Without warning, Lisa launched herself at Cyan, her attacks relentless, each strike aimed with deadly precision. Cyan enveloped his hands in fog, blocking each blow, but her ferocity made him falter. He pleaded for her to stop, telling her this fight had nothing to do with her, and that it was with Linza. But Lisa didn't waver. Her piercing eyes locked onto his as she delivered another powerful strike. Cyan gritted his teeth, realizing she wasn't listening. There was no choice now, he thought grimly, as her relentless attacks continued. His glowing eyes narrowed with determination. He surged toward her, deciding to knock her out before she could cause any more damage. Cyan activated his wave of bloodthirst technique, joining his hands and unleashing a burst of concentrated energy. The wave struck Lisa with immense force, sending her flying backward. For a moment, Cyan thought it was over. But to his surprise, she recovered mid-air, landing gracefully. Lisa braced herself with her hands and feet, stopping her momentum. Despite the direct hit, she stood tall, her gaze never leaving Cyan. Cyan muttered under his breath, a hint of admiration creeping into his voice. She's still standing, he thought. She's been trained thoroughly, too thoroughly. Lisa dusted herself off, her expression unyielding. Her strength was undeniable. Cyan realized she had withstood an attack that would have incapacitated most opponents. As Cyan prepared for another round, Linza approached with her arms behind her back. Her smile remained infuriatingly serene. She asked teasingly why Cyan had hesitated, noting that he could have killed Lisa if he wanted. Cyan's gaze shifted to Linza, calm but firm, and he asked how much longer she would hide in the mist. His voice was cold. Linza chuckled, her smile widening. She explained that she was just here to watch and wanted to see how a boy trained by Serrika would fare against Lisa, who had been trained by her. Cyan's expression turned serious as he wondered if Linza knew Serrika. Linza's form began to fade into the fog, reminding him to focus on what was in front of him. Her words snapped Cyan out of his trance, his focus returning to Lisa, who was already preparing for another attack. Lisa activated her Rain of Needles ability, summoning an array of knives that hovered in the air. Her piercing gaze locked on Cyan, and with a swift motion, she launched the knives at him. Cyan moved with precision, dodging the barrage effortlessly. He backflipped out of harm's way and landed gracefully. But as he regained his footing, Lisa took the opportunity to leap into the air, descending with another powerful strike. She used all her strength as she slashed downward. Cyan was quick to react. He wrapped his hands in mana and raised his arms to block the attack. The blade met his defense. She hissed that he would pay for taking Gunther, her last remaining family. Cyan, gripping the blade with his mana-wrapped hands, remained calm. His sharp gaze locked onto Lisa's eyes. Something clicked in his mind. This wasn't just her hatred, he realized. It was Linza's influence. The faint flicker of Linza's meddling became apparent as Cyan pieced it together, a fragment of memory planted to twist her feelings. This was a trap from the start. Cyan moved with incredible speed. Before Lisa could react, he grabbed her by the neck, pinning her off balance. Shock flashed across her face as Cyan hurled her on her back. She hit the ground hard. Before she could recover, Cyan climbed on top of her, forcing her to drop her knife. Lisa's panic mounted as Cyan gripped her neck tightly. Using his other hand, he delivered a decisive blow to her head. Her body went limp as she lost consciousness. Cyan let out a small sigh of relief. His plan to incapacitate her had been successfully executed. Standing up, his expression darkened as he addressed the mist swirling in the air. He coldly remarked that one was down, and now it was just the two of them. The mist above began to gather, swirling ominously before forming the shape of Linza. She descended gracefully, her calm smile never faltering. She mockingly asked what Cyan was talking about, claiming she thought he knew the mist was her. Cyan's sharp eyes followed her movements, his expression unreadable. He admitted that he had been surprised she was a mist, but what surprised him more was how far she would go to pretend. Linza tilted her head, confusion flicking across her face as she echoed his words, asking what he meant. Cyan pointed at her, a confident smile spreading across his lips. He told her that the ring on her finger was Anbari's ring, an artifact that allowed its wearer to absorb mana or divine authority. He noted that she had been using it to pretend to be a mist. Linza's calm demeanor cracked slightly as her gaze turned alert. He knows, she thought. Her mind raced as Cyan ran a hand over his neck, his confident smirk unwavering. He told her that he didn't know how she had gotten it, but one thing was clear. She was an imposter. The air between them grew tense, and Linza's confusion deepened. She could no longer feign ignorance. Cyan's sharp insight had exposed her ploy, leaving her on edge. He asked with gleaming eyes what she would do now. She raised her hand, displaying the Anbari's ring, which emitted a powerful blue mist. Her eyes burned with fury as she ordered Cyan to submit under absolute power. Cyan remained calm, watching her with measured intensity. She's already fallen into the trap, he thought. Linza continued, activating the ring's mist barrier ability. A powerful barrier of black and blue mist expanded rapidly, trapping Cyan and the unconscious Lisa within. Linza descended gracefully, her confident smile returning. She declared that this was a realm only she could control and that here she reigned supreme. Her voice dripped with pride as she approached Cyan. She asked how it felt to be powerless, and with a dramatic flourish, she summoned a dagger. Its blade shimmered with unnatural energy. She said it was time for him to say goodbye to this world and prepare to strike. Just as Linza raised her weapon, an unfamiliar voice broke through the tension. The voice, filled with quiet menace, remarked on how fortunate it was to finally find Linza there. Linza's eyes widened in fear and confusion. She wondered aloud, her gaze darting around the misty realm. A crack formed behind her, the air splitting apart with a sinister groan. Linza began to sweat, panic creeping into her features. Emerging from the crack was Kiram, her expression simmering with anger. Linza tightened her grip on the dagger and turned to face the intruder. Upon seeing Kiram, her fear deepened as she watched Kiram broke in her realm. Linza stammered internally, the realization hitting her hard. She's as strong as Eru, the god of darkness. Kiram stepped through the rift, her posture casual yet intimidating. She placed a hand on her hip, her piercing gaze fixed on Linza. She asked, her voice deceptively sweet, why people kept chasing what was hers. She inquired how many pieces she should cut Linza into. Linza's expression faltered as recognition dawned. The demonic sword. Kiram, she whispered, her mind reeling. She braced herself, going on full alert. The possibility of facing someone with power akin to a god was terrifying. Kiram's confident grin widened as she said it was time to get rid of the mess. She snapped her fingers, and the misty realm trembled violently. Cracks spread across the barrier Linza had created. Within moments, the barrier shattered, its pieces dissolving into nothingness. Linza looked up in panic, her eyes darting frantically as the realm collapsed around her. She wondered how could she, terror gripping her, witnessing Kiram destroyed her realm so easily. The power of the ring faded, and Cyan found himself freed from its effects. Stretching slightly, he turned to Kiram with a calm expression, asking dryly what had taken her so long. Already irritated, Kiram turned to him with a scowl and snapped, her tone sharp, that she had just saved his life and he was complaining. Cyan crossed his arms, his voice steady but faintly chastising, remarking that it could have been dangerous and that next time, she shouldn't take so long. Kiram's expression twisted with frustration, her aura flaring slightly as she glared at him. She repeated incredulously, asking if he heard himself right now. Meanwhile, Linza's confidence completely eroded as she realized she was outmatched. Her composure shattered as she reached out with trembling hands and snarled that there was no way Cyan could be the successor. Her furious gaze fixed on Cyan as she clenched her fists. She declared that there hadn't been a successor in 300 years, and a child like him could never be chosen. Kiram, watching with an amused yet puzzled expression, raised a hand to her mouth and mockingly asked what Linza's problem was. Cyan shrugged slightly, his calm demeanor unwavering, explaining that he had already made her angry before and that this was just her usual tantrum. Linza's eyes blazed with fury as she spat that Cyan was just a child. Her voice trembled with frustration as she declared there was no way she would let a false successor like him stand before her. With clenched teeth, she lunged toward them, her body radiating raw anger. Kiram's gaze turned steely as she began to disintegrate into her true form, the demonic sword. The transformation was fluid and swift, leaving her armed and ready, gripping the blade tightly. She smirked and remarked that Linza was way too emotional to be a good assassin. Linza summoned her strength and activated Accelerating Storm, a skill that amplified her speed. Cyan followed suit, and the two clashed at incredible velocity, their swords slicing through the air in rapid, powerful swings. The sheer force of their strikes sent shockwaves rippling outward, shaking the ground beneath them. Despite her skill, the difference in strength became evident. Cyan's attacks overpowered Linza, and with a final decisive blow, she was sent flying backward. She landed hard on her back, her dagger slipping from her grip and embedding itself in the ground. Cyan's form radiated with intense energy, the power of the black mist swirling around him. His confident gaze bore into Linza as he stepped forward, his voice light but taunting as he asked if she still doubted him. Kiram, in response, decided to assert her true authority, her presence growing even more menacing. Linza, now seated on the ground, watched in shock as Cyan wielded the black mist power. Cyan extended his demonic sword toward the sky, summoning an enormous orb of energy. The air around him shifted, forming a mask over his face, making him appear even more fearsome. He challenged Linza to block the attack with her precious ring, his voice echoing with power. Linza's confidence crumbled. Her throat tightened, and she swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on the destructive force Cyan had summoned. The energy orb shot toward her, tearing through everything in its path. Frozen with fear, Linza had no means to stop it. As the attack closed in, memories of the past in the Black Mist Temple flooded her mind. A few years ago, Serrika had stood before her with a calm, unreadable expression and had asked if Linza was leaving. Linza turned her back, had replied of her weariness of waiting for the successor to appear. There had been no remorse in her tone. Serrika had said softly that it was a shame, but made no further remark. Linza had teased her with a grin, asking why she wasn't coming to kill her. Serrika had simply responded that there was no reason to. Worse people were out there, she added, but her tone shifted slightly, offering a quiet warning. The moment Linza became contaminated, Serrika had promised she would be the one to purify her. As the energy orb bore down on her, Linza's confident facade shattered. The memory of Serrika's promise rang in her mind, and for the first time in years, she felt truly afraid. Cyan's unrelenting attack left no room for escape. The moment of reckoning drew closer. Linza trembled as Cyan's devastating attack pierced her defenses, severing her fingers and leaving a gaping hole in her body. She collapsed to the ground, her strength waning. Her mind raced back to the moment she had turned her back on Serrika, driven by her ambition to create her own organization where the powerful could rise and rule. In the past, Serrika's calm, piercing expression had lingered as Linza turned away. Serrika had wished her to take care of herself, her voice firm. Linza had hesitated briefly, a small smile breaking through her confident facade before walking away. She had left the organization that awaited the successor, determined to forge her own path, fueled by hidden ambitions to step out of the shadows and command her own power. Now, kneeling before Cyan, her head hung low, Linza's voice barely audible as she murmured Serrika's name. Her trembling gaze lifted to meet Cyan's, tears streaming down her face. She admitted, her voice cracking, that she was wrong. The words cut deeper than any wound. She pleaded for Cyan to end it quickly. Cyan's expression remained calm, yet solemn, as he extended his hand toward her. Her body began to dissolve into mist, her form dissipating as the remnants of her existence faded. Cyan's eyes were fixed on the transformation, his thoughts heavy. No one could predict their own downfall, he mused. It had happened to him before, too. As Linza's life ended, the mist domain she had created began to dissolve, revealing the world outside. Cyan raised his head, surveying his surroundings. One of the buildings stood out, the Lambaster Cage Hotel. Unsure how he had ended up here, he felt relieved. At least this saved him some time. His thoughts were interrupted by a quiet, pained voice. Lisa stood amidst the dissipating mist, her injuries evident as she clutched a wound on her arm. Her gaze was burdened with guilt as she wondered aloud why Cyan had spared her life, especially after all she had done. Lisa expressed her confusion, remarking that she had tried to kill him and had known about the mist. Cyan asked if she planned to tell anyone about him. Lisa froze, her breath hitching. She softly assured him that she would not tell anyone. With indifference, he replied that there was no need to kill her. Lisa's shoulders sagged in relief, though her guilt remained heavy. She silently wondered why he showed mercy to someone like her. With a tired and confused expression, Lisa asked quietly what she was supposed to do now. Before Cyan could respond, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted him. The door swung open, and Louise, accompanied by the guards, rushed into the room. Her face was etched with worry as she ran toward Lisa, asking if she was okay. Lisa stared at the girl in surprise as Louise, her fists clenched, began to cry. She explained how Lisa had disappeared so suddenly, her voice cracking with emotion as she threw her arms around Lisa, holding her tightly. She didn't care about Lisa's wounds or the situation. She had been frightened and vowed never to lose sight of Lisa again. Lisa's eyes softened, a flicker of joy shining within them. She gently embraced the girl, smiling as she asked if she was hurt anywhere. The girl shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she buried herself in Lisa's arms, begging her never to leave her alone again. Moved by the girl's sincerity, Lisa let out a warm smile, assuring the girl that they had only been apart for a little while. She soothed the girl by stroking her hair, telling her there was no need to cry so much. After a moment, Cyan spoke calmly, telling her that she should manage this district for now, as the other managers were gone, and someone had to take responsibility. He added that she should make sure the girl didn't grow up to be someone like her or Gunther. She met his gaze and nodded, though her voice still wavered as she promised to do her best. Cyan walked over to the girl and knelt down, gently stroking her head. He smiled kindly as he told her to behave well. The girl looked up at him and asked if he was leaving. With calm gaze and resolute, Cyan confirmed that he was leaving. He wished the girl to take care of herself. The guards and Lisa watched silently as Cyan began to walk away. Still uncertain about the future, Lisa called out, asking if he would come back. Cyan paused, raising his hand in a casual wave, and replied without looking back that maybe he would. Like a little girl, Lisa insisted that he had to come back. Cyan smiled faintly in response, but his expression carried a tinge of sadness as he continued walking away. Memories from his past life surfaced, the city engulfed in flames, chaos reigning over the streets. He closed his eyes briefly, pushing the images aside, and silently resolved that things would be different this time. Next time, it would not be the same. Once Cyan arrived at Mist Temple, Serrika held Linza's dagger. Cyan stood with his arms crossed, his gaze steady as he asked if she had sent him knowing how difficult it would be. His tone was calm, but accusatory. Serrika playfully pointed the dagger at him, her eyes sparkling with joy as she teased him about having questions. Cyan then shifted the conversation, asking what her relationship with Linza had been and if she was also part of the Mist. Serrika's smile widened as she recalled the past. She explained that Linza and she used to train together when things were simpler. Her voice grew softer as she continued, recounting how one day Linza had turned her back on her. Linza had left, taking the ring with her, a ring meant to be passed down only to the master of the hall. Cyan reached into his pocket and pulled out Linza's ring, holding it up to ask if it was the Ambari's ring. Serrika descended gracefully from her floating stone, landing softly in front of him. She confirmed that it was meant to be hers, and she wants Cyan to have it. Before he could speak, Serrika rested her hand on her waist and smiled confidently. She declared that she didn't need the ring anymore, revealing that she had grown stronger without it. Cyan's attention shifted back to the ring. He had assumed the entire mission had been about retrieving it, but this revelation left him unsettled. He wondered to himself why Serrika hadn't sent him for the ring. He wondered what all of this meant. As these thoughts churned in his mind, Kiarm manifested nearby. Her voice broke the silence as she observed that he seemed resentful. Her tone was flat but knowing. Serrika turned slightly, her back now to them. She explained that she was only fulfilling a promise. The power of the ring, she continued, broke most minds. People became corrupted by it, unable to resist its pull. Cyan and Kiarm stood in thoughtful silence, processing Serrika's cryptic demeanor. After a moment, Cyan spoke, his voice steady but questioning, asking if this was some kind of test. Serrika offered no immediate response, her silence drawing tension into the air. The Ambari's ring began to emit a sinister aura, its dark energy palpable. So that's it, he thought. She's testing him to see if he'll succumb to the power of the ring. He turned his gaze back to Serrika, his expression calm but sharp, and coolly stated that if he fell victim to the ring's power, she would purify him too. He asked if she didn't like him being the successor. Kiarm, standing beside him, frowned and placed a hand under her chin, her mind racing. She wondered in her mind. Serrika finally turned slightly toward them, a faint but deliberate smile forming on her lips. She replied lightly, stating that it wasn't personal. She simply wanted to see if he would be a disaster for humanity or a hero. This kind of test, she added, was normal for a successor. Her gaze shifted to Kiarm, her tone turning teasing as she suggested that perhaps Kiarm had made a bad choice. Kiram's eyes flared with anger, her voice rising as she snapped at Serrika, demanding to know what she had just said. Cyan, still unsure and confused, pocketed the ring despite his reservations. Part of him believed Serrika might have good intentions, or at least something resembling them. At Lewin Academy, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the campus in golden hues. The dean stood by a large window, his arms clasped behind his back as he watched the sunset. The warm light did little to ease the heavy atmosphere. With Instructor Nella's sudden disappearance, the students had grown restless, their anxiety spreading like wildfire. Turning from the window, the dean wore a serious expression and murmured to himself that this was a great burden, especially for someone so newly appointed. But he trusted the man, despite everything. Boris assured the dean that he would do his best to be understanding with the students. The dean nodded appreciatively, thanking Boris. Boris bowed before turning and walking toward the door. His demeanor remained pleasant, but as he left, the dean's sharp gaze followed him, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. He thought to himself that the mana Boris carried felt strange, his brows furrowing. Soon, Serrika entered the dean's office in a hurry, holding a book tightly against her chest. Apologizing for being late, she quickly locked eyes with Boris. Her face shifted from surprise to unease as she sensed his presence. Boris turned toward her, placing a hand over his chest in a polite gesture, greeting her with a kind smile and introducing himself as the newly appointed instructor. As he walked past her, Serrika's instincts flared. She felt a pulse of mana from him that caused panic to creep into her expression. She turned sharply, her piercing gaze following him. It was blood, she realized, her mind racing. Despite Boris's composed demeanor, Serrika knew he was dangerous. The dean stood, had heavy expression. Quietly, he remarked that Boris was from the capital. The dean's sharp gaze met Serrika's as he told her to keep a close watch on him. Serrika adjusted her glasses, nodding in affirmation. She resolved to investigate further, her concern deepening. No matter how much Boris masked it, she thought, the stench of blood in his mana couldn't be hidden. As if his aura felt like a specter of death looming over the academy. The next day, a banner bearing the symbol of Lewin Academy was raised proudly in the city. Excitement buzzed among the knights and guards as they prepared to welcome everyone to the City of Harmony. Among the crowd was Princess Arin, walking alongside Leximus, her trusted companion. She murmured to herself, wondering aloud why there were so many guards, her tone tinged with unease. Leximus, observing the same scene, couldn't hide her discomfort, agreeing that it was overwhelming. She heard security had increased after the blood banquet, and thought that this was too many. Soon, something caught their attention. Standing in a quiet corner was Lunav, her hands resting demurely on her abdomen. Arin's confusion was evident as she stopped in her tracks. Lunav, noticing their gaze, offered a kind smile. Later, the group strolled through a beautiful park. Arin smiled and said earnestly to Lunav that she was glad she was okay. Lunav expressed her gratitude by saying it was all thanks to the princess. Arin's expression turned guilty, admitting that she hadn't done anything. Her voice was heavy with remorse as she added that Lunav had been locked up because of her. Lunav assured Arin that she was fine and that she was a big girl, telling her not to blame herself. Leximus, observing the exchange, placed a hand over her mouth, clearly impressed by Lunav's composure and grace. Arin extended a hand, introducing her to Lunav. As they spoke, a figure appeared before them, bowing politely. It was Boris, introducing himself with a smooth and respectful voice as the newly appointed instructor. Arin's gaze turned calm and measured as she responded, acknowledging that she had heard about him. On the other hand, Lunav's mind raced with questions. She silently wondered why his presence felt so unnerving, sensing that Boris's arrival might soon disrupt their fragile peace. Boris explained that he taught mana applications, his tone polite. He then turned to Arin, extending his hand with a cheerful smile, asking if he could see her mana sphere, assuring her it wouldn't take long. Slightly confused, Arin conjured her mana sphere. Lunav's gaze narrowed as she studied him intently. Her instinct screamed that Boris was dangerous. She cautiously spoke, telling Arin to wait a moment. She tried to assure Lunav that it was just a mana evaluation, uncertain about what could go wrong with something so simple. Boris placed his hand near the mana sphere, his tone calm, yet unsettling as he assured her that it would only take a moment. He activated his power, and the atmosphere grew heavier. Before Boris could proceed further, A hand shot out and grabbed Arin's wrist, making the mana sphere vanish instantly. Startled, Arin turned, only to freeze when she saw who had intervened. It was Cyan. Boris immediately went on alert, stepping back slightly as his sharp gaze fixed on the newcomer. However, Arin was caught off guard. She stammered in surprise and confusion, her cheeks flushing as she asked what Cyan was doing here. Cyan didn't respond to her. His fiery eyes locked on Boris with unmasked fury. His posture was rigid and imposing as he wondering what Boris was doing in Lewin. Cyan's mind briefly drifted back to the year of 1002 before the founding of the incursion war of the Demon King's army. Corpses littering the ground and monstrous creatures looming over the land, bringing despair wherever they tread. A lone priest stood against one such monstrosity, raising his hands to the sky as he summoned a golden barrier of protection. The barrier glowed brightly, shielding what few knights remained, but a massive claw, sharp and filled with otherworldly power, struck the barrier with devastating force. The ground fractured under the shockwave. The priest screamed, his voice trembling with determination as he poured all his strength into maintaining the barrier. But the monster's power was overwhelming, and the golden shield shattered. The priest was crushed beneath the beast's claw, leaving behind a crater soaked in blood. Nearby, the leader of a knightly unit gritted his teeth as despair filled his heart. Yet, he refused to give in. He ordered his soldiers to get back into formation, even as the tide of monsters threatened to raise them all. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, a priest pointed toward the horizon, his voice trembling with both fear and hope. Someone was approaching. From the sky, Cyan descended, sword in hand, moving with incredible speed. He struck the giant spider-like monster with a series of devastating slashes, wounding it deeply. The creature screamed in agony, its monstrous voice echoing across the battlefield as Cyan landed gracefully. The captain of the knights, who had been watching the battle from a distance, stared at him with wide eyes, his heart swelling with joy and relief. The captain had believed Cyan was fighting on the western lines, but the timing of his arrival couldn't have been more perfect. One of the priests nearby grinned, his faith restored, and murmured to those around him that Cyan had come to save them. Cyan's expression remained serious as he addressed the injured knights nearby, commanding them to step back and leave the rest to him. The enormous spider, sensing its survival was threatened, opened its grotesque mouth and began charging a powerful man attack. Cyan disappeared from sight in an instant, leaving no trace. The monster unleashed its attack, a devastating burst of energy that obliterated everything in its path. The spider, believing Cyan to be dead, grinned wickedly. However, its confidence quickly turned to dread when a calm voice from above shattered its belief. Cyan, resting his sword casually on his shoulder, perched on the spider's head and remarked that it was a special rank monster, and he was a little too slow. The spider began to sweat, its fear mounting as it realized Cyan had closed the distance without being detected. Summoning his void sphere ability, Cyan extended his hand, beginning to form a powerful orb of concentrated energy. As the sphere grew, he leapt into the air and hurled it directly at the spider's head. The sphere hit its mark, obliterating the creature's head entirely. Its massive body crumpled to the ground, lifeless and defeated. From the edge of the battlefield, Boris observed the spectacle, beginning to clap slowly with a wide smile on his face. His voice was filled with mock admiration as he observed that it was no wonder Echelle valued Cyan so highly. Cyan turned sharply toward Boris, his piercing gaze locking onto the man. Cyan recalled Boris being in the rearguard with Echelle. Boris's smile didn't waver. He lightly touched his cheek, admitted that he had come to help after hearing the northern lines needed reinforcements. He added, however, that it seemed Cyan had already taken care of things. Hours after the battle, a bonfire crackled in the camp. Cyan remarked that everyone there was on the verge of dying, and this war was endless. Boris remained silent, his gaze fixed on Cyan as he stirred the fire with a branch. Cyan mused that it had been a year since the Verts had commanded the elite knights to deliver the crown to Emperor Lionel, and not much had changed. The monsters had taken advantage when the lines weakened, and the war had no end. The fire flared brighter, reflecting the emptiness in Cyan's expression. He continued that all of this was because of Emperor Lionel's greed. He remarked that if Echelle hadn't asked him to come, he wouldn't even be there. Boris offered a faint smile in return. He lightly remarked that those were risky words, but he understood, adding that he was in the same situation. He couldn't say otherwise. Cyan had thought the Emperor brought Boris here. Boris chuckled, closing his eyes and flashing a confident smile. He admitted that he hadn't been summoned by the Emperor. Echelle had personally selected him for his talents, believing his personality was compatible with his. Boris approached the spider's corpse and extended his hand, his mana flaring as he began extracting the lingering energy from the monster's remains. The void sphere that Cyan had used to kill the creature reappeared in Boris's hand. Boris then manipulated the mana, shaping it into a smaller, concentrated ball. Boris casually explained that he collected residual mana and transformed it into spheres. He held the ball up, inspecting it like a prized artifact. His power allowed him to store mana. Fog began to emanate faintly from Cyan's mana orb, catching Boris's attention. His curious gaze lingered, studying Cyan's mana, which seemed unique. Cyan noticed Boris's fixation and frowned, wondering if something was wrong with his mana. Boris held up the glowing mana ball, his expression unreadable, except for a faint trace of an evil smile. He smoothly assured Cyan that there was nothing wrong. In fact, it was remarkable, and added that Cyan might just be the person he had been looking for. Cyan's eyes narrowed, recognizing the danger in Boris's words. He recalled the earlier moments when Echelle and Boris had begun to take an unusual interest in him. The memory faded as his focus returned to the present. Gripping Princess Arin's wrist, he had stepped between her and Boris, leaving everyone stunned. His gaze burned with murderous intent. He vowed to himself that he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Boris's demeanor shifted, the polite facade masking the tension in his posture. He didn't recognize Cyan at first. But after a moment, realization dawned, and his eyes widened slightly as he took a closer look. It was him. Standing nearby, Leximus panicked. She exclaimed Cyan's name in a trembling voice, asking why he was acting this way. Boris raised a hand, touching his temple as if calming himself, and explained that it was just a misunderstanding. He extended his other hand toward the group and assured them he was simply checking the student skill levels, as any good instructor would. With piercing gaze, Cyan coldly responded that he had never heard of an instructor needing to do such a thing. His tone was firm, making it clear he didn't buy Boris's explanation. Cyan thought to himself that Boris shouldn't belong here. Boris raised his hands in a placating gesture, a kind smile on his face. He gently reassured the group, saying there was no need for any further actions if anyone felt pressured. On the other hand, Arin was still flustered, placed a hand near her mouth, her cheeks flushed. She nodded quickly, stammering that it was all right, clearly embarrassed. Cyan's hostile gaze didn't soften as he firmly told Boris to leave, his tone brooking no argument. Boris hesitated, his polite facade faltering momentarily as he gave a nervous smile. Deciding not to push further, he bowed slightly, placed a hand over his chest, and said he hadn't meant to cause any trouble. He turned and walked away, his steps unhurried but deliberate. Cyan watched him leave, his eyes narrowing as he silently observed Boris's every move. Nearby, Lunav's attention also lingered on Boris, her expression thoughtful as she tried to recall if she had heard of him before. With a serious expression, Leximus turned to Cyan, telling him to let go of Arin's hand. Cyan blinked, then glanced at Arin, realizing he was still holding her wrist. He released her hand with a calm look and apologized. Arin, touching her wrist, smiled through her flustered state, confidently assuring him that she understood he had his reasons. However, as if her composure suddenly crumbled, her face turned red again. She abruptly grabbed Leximus's hand and hurriedly dragged her away, leaving Cyan and Lunav staring after her in confusion. Lunav, now curious, turned to Cyan and asked if he knew Boris. Cyan's expression remained calm as he replied that he knew him a little but offered no further explanation. Lunav, impressed, smiled and remarked that it was incredible, having never heard of Boris before. Cyan turned and walked away, warning Lunav not to learn more about him and to stay away from Boris. Lunav blinked in surprise at his sharp tone, watching him walk off, her confusion deepening. She wondered why he was so irritated and why his warning only made her more curious. Minutes later, Cyan arrived and activated his Ambari's ring. Fog swirled from the ring, and in an instant, a mountain of candies appeared. Cyan smiled as the room filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Nana squealed in delight, exclaiming that she was rich before diving headfirst into the pile of sweets. Her excitement was infectious, and she giggled uncontrollably as she climbed the candy heap. Nearby, Emily and Brian stood. Brian chuckled as Cyan turned toward them and acknowledged them with a grin, complimenting their efforts while he had been away. Brian bowed slightly, acknowledging the effort. Emily rolled her eyes, remarking that he had worked hard at keeping her out of the kitchen. She pouted slightly. Cyan, smirking, crossed his arms and teased her, noting that he thought she liked it when others cooked for her. After Emily voiced her frustration about being sidelined in the kitchen, Cyan turned to Brian with a mischievous grin and declared they should train. Brian, visibly surprised, groaned and asked if they really had to do it right now. Cyan confirmed, pointing at him with a playful but menacing smile. Despite his reluctance, Brian relented and went to change. Arriving at the training field, both Brian and Cyan were surprised to see someone already there. A woman wielded a sword, her breathing labored but steady as she delivered sharp, precise strikes. Her determination was evident in every swing. Brian's eyes widened in surprise, muttering that she handled the sword as if it were nothing. Cyan watched with a growing smile, admiring her grit and focus. He thought that she might someday become one of the best swordswomen on the continent. Deciding to test her skills, Cyan grabbed a wooden sword. As he approached, Leximus noticed him and froze, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. She asked what he was doing here, unsure of his intentions. Cyan rested the wooden sword on his shoulder and smiled playfully. He challenged her to see how much she had improved. Leximus hesitated, exclaiming that what she wielded was a real sword. Before she could fully prepare, Cyan vanished and reappeared above her, sword poised to strike. Startled, Leximus barely managed to block the attack, and sparks flew as their wooden weapons clashed. Cyan grinned, praising her reflexes as he pushed her back slightly. Leximus struggled to hold her ground, wondering why his wooden sword felt so heavy. Gathering her resolve, she counterattacked, forcing Cyan to step back. Her grip tightened on the sword as she charged at him with newfound determination, declaring that she wouldn't go easy on him. Cyan blocked her flurry of strikes effortlessly, each movement calm and precise. He praised her moves, but challenged her further, asking if that was all she had. His playful arrogance only fueled her resolve. Leximus attacked with all her strength, sweat running down her face. Despite her relentless efforts, Cyan dodged and parried with ease, his expression unfaltering. He taunted her, urging her to attack as if she meant to kill him. Determined not to lose, Leximus's eyes gleamed with resolve as she launched herself into a final, powerful strike. Just as her sword neared him, Cyan sidestepped with lightning speed and lightly struck her on the head with the pommel of his sword. The impact made her stumble, and her sword slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Frustration welled up within her as she clenched her teeth, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She fell back to the ground, sitting in defeat. Cyan pointed his wooden sword at her, his smile now laced with a hint of seriousness. He explained that letting emotions take over created gaps in her attacks, and advised her to be mindful of that in the future. Leximus turned her gaze away, her expression clouded with sadness. She thought to herself that she hadn't even landed a single hit. Her confidence shaken, she whispered that it must be nice to be that strong. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Cyan spoke firmly yet kindly, telling her not to be discouraged. He assured her that she was already capable of wielding a weapon that most adults would struggle with. Leximus's eyes widened in surprise at his words. For a moment, she couldn't help but blush, her face turning as red as a tomato. She stammered, asking how he could give compliments after beating her like that. Cyan tilted his head slightly, regarding her thoughtfully. He concluded that she wouldn't understand what he truly meant. He told her to keep improving, reassuring her that at this rate, no one would be able to beat her in a sword fight. Turning to Brian, Cyan instructed him to train with Leximus. Brian pointed at himself in confusion, his tone incredulous. He asked if he was the one who would be training her. Cyan nodded, confirming his instruction. He turned back to Leximus, his serene expression unwavering, telling Brian that Leximus would benefit from his guidance. Still recovering from her defeat, Leximus intended to switch to a wooden sword. Visibly felt uneasy, Brian reluctantly accepted the sword. He asked where Cyan was going as he started to walk away. Cyan replied without turning back, saying he had something to take care of. Brian sighed, a forced smile crossing his face, muttering sarcastically that he was looking forward to training as he stood before Leximus. Meanwhile, Leximus's determination rekindled. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly proclaimed they should get started. Her energy unnerved Brian further. Leaving the training field, Cyan wandered the quiet grounds of the academy. After walking for some time, he spotted Lunav standing alone. Her figure was illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight, her posture tense as she focused on a building ahead, the research laboratory of Instructor Boris. Cyan's instincts flared as he observed her silently. He wondered why she was there at this hour, growing cautious. He approached her, his steps deliberate, and spoke in a calm but curious tone, asking if she was planning to go inside. As if knowing Cyan's arrival, Lunav asked how he knew with a calm voice. Cyan, with sharp eyes, narrowed them slightly. His tone grew serious as he replied that she had been staring at the building for a long time. He asked her why she wanted to go inside. She claimed to be simply curious. She revealed to never heard Boris's name before, not even in the Garum Association. Yet, he is an 8th Circle mage. Lunav then asked Cyan to help him. Cyan let out a sigh, realizing she was diving headfirst into trouble. He bluntly asked why he should help her. Lunav teased him, suggesting that he hated Boris. Cyan closed his eyes and exhaled heavily, not responding. His action spoke for him. If she was going in, he couldn't leave her alone. Lunav grinned triumphantly. They waited for hours, and eventually Boris exited the laboratory, moving silently into the night. Cyan and Lunav approached the building, peering around the corner. Cyan ensured there was no lingering presence. His sharp instincts confirmed they were alone. He told Lunav to stay behind him firmly. Lunav nodded, her trust evident despite her curiosity. Cyan placed his hand on the doorknob, using a lock-picking technique called Basum to disable the lock. Seconds later, the door creaked open, revealing a room cluttered with piles of books and shelves overflowing with tomes. They stood silently for a moment, taking in the scene. Cyan, sarcastically, thought to himself that it looked like a nerd's paradise. Lunav, however, was already drawn to one of the books, murmuring that they were about ancient magic. Cyan's expression shifted immediately as a strange mana presence tingled in the air, putting him on high alert. Moving toward the window, he called out to Kiram, asking what she was doing up there. Kiram, nonchalantly on the roof, replied that she was going ahead with her own plans. Cyan, bewildered, shook his head and refocused on the room. Lunav's voice broke through his thoughts, her gaze fixed on something. Cyan moved closer, his curiosity piqued. Lunav had placed her hand on a book resting on the altar. It was different from the others. Its cover was old and worn, with a gemstone embedded in the center. Cyan muttered sharply, realizing that this wasn't just any book. His instincts screamed that the artifact was far more than it appeared. Lunav carefully lifted the book, her eyes scanning its surface as she turned it over. Cyan recognized it immediately. Hearthcrea. He realized it was Boris's armor. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Kiram crossed her arms, her face twisted in disgust. The smell was overwhelming. Kiram muttered, her voice laced with fury. No matter how many times she encountered it, it remained revolting. Her sharp gaze scanned the area, her teeth clenched. She demanded the figure come out. Feathers began to drift from the sky, their pristine white contrasting with the ominous tension in the air. A figure descended, an angelic being with enormous wings and white hair. A smile played on his lips as he landed gracefully. It had been a long time since they had last met, and Hearthcrea's voice was light as he commented on how surprising it was to see her awake after 3 centuries. Kiram's fury was barely contained as she forced a smile. She had been in a good mood, but now that mood had been ruined. Hearthcrea's cheerful expression did not falter as he studied her, commenting that her personality hadn't changed at all. He laughed, perhaps suggesting that this was why she had chosen Cyan as her successor of all people. Kiram's composure cracked, her eyes blazing with anger. asking to repeat himself as her hand twitched as though ready to strike. Hearthcrea descended to the roof and told her to relax. He said he was there to help. Kiram's mind raced with questions, her expression shifting to confusion. She asked, skeptically, what he wanted to help with. Hearthcrea smiled knowingly, raising a single finger in a gesture that only fueled Kiram's irritation. Kiram spat at him, asking what he was trying to do. Her forced smile returned, though her rage simmered beneath the surface. Inside the laboratory, Lunav opened the mysterious book with careful hands. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she examined the contents. She murmured that she had never seen anything like this before, her fingers trailing across the page. The text was written in a secret language, filled with complex symbols, more like a code than ordinary writing. Her voice, thoughtful, remarked that the book appeared unfinished. As her fingers brushed an illustration of the sun, her gaze grew distant, and she began muttering about the sun, dark clouds, and mist. Cyan's eyes widened in alarm as his heart raced and his instincts sharpened. Without hesitation, he reached out and slammed the book shut, startling Lunav. Confused and slightly offended, Lunav asked what he was doing. Cyan's gaze was steely as he looked at her, his voice low and serious. He told her that the book had to be destroyed. Lunav's expression, filled with questions, asked what was inside the book, struggling to process his urgency. Cyan's attention remained fixed on the closed book, his body tense. He thought to himself that the book was responsible for the blood banquet and countless other catastrophes. The tension in the laboratory escalated when a calm, authoritative voice broke the silence. Cyan's expression shifted instantly as his eyes locked on Boris, who stood in the doorway. His presence was startling. Cyan hadn't sensed him at all, distracted by the cursed book. A chill ran down his spine as he clenched his teeth, realizing the situation had taken a dangerous turn. The book on the altar began to glow with an intense golden light, its radiance so blinding that Cyan and Lunav had to shield their eyes and step back. Suddenly, the book shot into Boris's hand, as if it had belonged there all along. He placed his other hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and smiled. He mentioned that he had been debating whether to visit them, but it was a coincidence that they had found him here instead. He added, though, that spying on him was unpleasant. Cyan's anger boiled over, but before he could act, Boris's eyes gleamed dangerously as he extended his hand toward Lunav. He told her, with unnerving politeness, that she should leave them alone. In an instant, a burst of energy sent Lunav flying backward. She crashed through the window with a deafening shatter, disappearing into the night. Sensing Cyan's thoughts, Boris assured him with a smile that Lunav was safe. He explained that he sent her to her dorm. Though perhaps it was a bit rough, it was nothing to worry about. The broken window framed Boris's imposing figure as he held the book. His expression was disturbingly casual, but his eyes burned with an unsettling intensity. Boris smiled, widening his grin as he told Cyan that he had been looking forward to this. He found Cyan fascinating. The version of him that the world saw and the version that he kept hidden. Cyan went on full alert, narrowing his eyes. His instincts screamed to attack, but something restrained him. The book, Hearthcrea, radiated a powerful golden aura, as if divine. Meanwhile, on the roof, Kiram lay with her arms behind her head, her expression twisted in irritation. She wondered what he was talking about. Frustration was evident in her voice. Hearthcrea's voice, calm and almost mocking, echoed through the golden light. He mentioned that the person his owner served was one chosen by the gods. The book, addressing Kiram, declared that it meant she was on the losing side. Kiram scoffed, closing her eyes as if dismissing the claim. She asked why she, a demonic sword, would side with Lumendal and betray her owner, venom lacing her tone. Hearthcrea's smile deepened, its aura intensifying as it cryptically replied that it wasn't necessary. There were many ways. Hearthcrea's attention remained fixed on Kiram as it delivered a warning. If she stole Cyan's body, it would be difficult even for them to deal with her. Kiram opened her eyes, her curiosity piqued. A sly smile spread across her face as she broke the silence, mockingly asking what exactly Hearthcrea was planning to do. The world, as it had always been, was a realm of duality, good and evil, light and darkness, creation and destruction. These opposing forces had clashed endlessly throughout history. Hearthcrea represented the supposed light, and Kiram, the darkness, a conflict as ancient as time itself. In the Great Divine War, 300 years ago, the angelic forces had triumphed over the great demon god, the forces of darkness. The surface world thrived in the light of victory, but as centuries passed, the memory of these events faded. Monuments, like the statue of an angel in the city center, once commanded awe, but now stood as relics of a forgotten age. People no longer revered the angels or their cause. Hearthcrea, seated casually on the rooftop, observed Kiram, who hugged her knees as she listened in silent contemplation. Hearthcrea's radiant eyes gleamed, and a smile adorned his face as he explained that the darkness made the light shine brighter. Without darkness, they would lose their purpose, and their radiance would fade. Kiram's gaze turned sharp, and she muttered coldly, calling it the stupidest reason she had ever heard. Kiram then said, if she took over her owner's body and lost control, they would stop her, and then the angels would become the saviors once again. A sly smile appeared on Hearthcrea's face as he replied that he knew she would get it. Hearing his answer, Kiram's blood boiled. Her claws unsheathed instinctively, and her expression darkened. Enough, she growled. Before he could react, Kiram lunged at him with ferocity, her claws raking across his face, leaving glowing wounds in their wake. Kiram's eyes burned with fury as she snarled that they called themselves saviors. But this was just a selfish game to stay relevant. The angel's voice lingered as golden feathers floated around Kiram. It wasn't her fate, the angel said, to consume her owner's body. He wondered if she had a change of heart. These words struck a nerve. Kiram's rage gave way to a cold, cutting smile. She spat, her voice dripping with venom, that it was the angels who decided they were evil. She told them to fix their own mess and not expect her to play into their little fantasy. Hearthcrea's energy manifested high above, his face resting lazily on his hand as if her outburst amused him. What a shame, he murmured almost wistfully. He expressed she would be easy to reason with just like with Eru. He then said that it had been a pleasure, truly. His voice grew faint, and his form vanished entirely, scattering into the night as radiant feathers. Kiram's piercing gaze remained fixed on the fading feathers, her mind a whirlwind of anger and confusion. She wondered about what Eru had done. Hearthcrea's parting words lingered in her mind, his cryptic tone implying schemes far beyond her immediate understanding. Still, one thing was clear, she would not be a pawn in their game. Inside Boris's laboratory, Boris prepared tea and sat at the table, gesturing toward a cup. He smiled warmly and mentioned that it was high-quality black tea from Sparnia. He wasn't sure if Cyan would like it. Cyan remained composed, his expression calm, and directly asked why Boris was so interested in him. Boris chuckled and extended his hands in an almost exaggerated gesture, replying that it was natural for an instructor to take an interest in talent. Cyan narrowed his eyes slightly, pointing out that he barely attended the classes, his tone suspicious. Faint surprise appeared on Boris's face as he tilted his head, asking why that was the case. His smile remained unwavering. Cyan didn't hesitate to reply bluntly that there wasn't much to learn. The air grew tense as Boris mused aloud whether the dean and the duke were aware of Cyan's unique perspective. Cyan said firmly that they should skip the small talk. He demanded to know what Boris's point was. Boris opened his eyes and asked, with subtle weight in his voice, if they had met before. Cyan's jaw tightened as suspicion deepened. Why did Boris think that? Boris leaned back, recalling their earlier encounter. His mind lingered on the moment Cyan had grabbed Princess Arin's hand, remembering the look in his eyes. Boris thought about the hatred, unmistakable. He mentioned that Cyan's reaction when they first met had been memorable. Cyan stirred his tea absently, his gaze distant. He finally replied, his voice steady, that it was just as surprising to him that he had never heard of Boris before. A mage with an 8th circle mana should be famous. Boris's smile faltered for a brief moment. His gaze turned guarded, and he smoothly stated that he preferred a quiet life. Cyan wasn't convinced. He leaned forward slightly, pressing further, asking where Boris was from. Boris replied quickly, almost dismissively, stating it was a very rural area, one that Cyan wouldn't have heard of. The tension in the room was palpable as Cyan stirred his tea slowly, his sharp gaze fixed on Boris. He concluded to himself that Boris was lying. Even in his past life, Boris had gone to great lengths to hide the truth. To break the silence, Cyan rested his head on his fist and asked if there was anything else Boris would like to know about him. His tone was cool and detached. Instantly, Boris's cheerful facade returned, and he smiled, saying that it was getting late. He suggested they could always continue their conversation another time. Cyan sensed the conversation had come to an end. He stood, leaving the table and stepping out into the moonlit night. The broken window cast silver beams across the room, illuminating the tension that lingered even after his departure. Alone in the laboratory, Boris returned the glowing book to the reading stand. His thoughts churned, replaying their interaction. So cold, it was difficult to know what he was thinking. No wonder Echelle felt threatened by him. Turning back to the reading stand, Boris's eyes gleamed with a new understanding. He realized that Cyan was the one helping Princess Arin. For Boris, the game was just beginning. For Cyan, the pieces on the board were growing more unpredictable by the second. Boris placed his hand on the ancient book. A white feather materialized above its surface, hovering delicately. His expression darkened as he thought about the younger brother of the Savior, blessed by Lumendal, wielding a demonic sword. What disgrace! Behind him, Hearthcrea manifested, his radiant presence illuminating the room. A sly smile crossed the angel's face. Perhaps, Hearthcrea mused, it was a matter of destiny. Boris opened the book, flipping through its pages. His smile widened with every turn. It was an interesting way to view it, he replied, his voice carrying a note of intrigue. Hearthcrea turned his gaze outward, his expression thoughtful. As the owner of Kirim, Cyan might be the darkness they had been searching for all this time. His voice carried a quiet certainty. Reaching a page adorned with an illustration of the sun, Boris placed his hand over the image. His thoughts aligned with Hearthcrea's words. If Cyan was the darkness, then he would help Echelle shine even brighter, just as the prophecy had foretold. The image of the black mist concealing the sun came to mind as he closed the book. His eyes lit with joy. The ascension of the Savior was about to begin, Boris declared with excitement. Elsewhere, Kirim stepped through a swirling portal into the kingdom of Eru. The air was heavy with mist and tension. Her boots echoed against the ground as she entered, her gaze fixed downward, fists clenched at her sides. Ahead of her, Eru sat on his shadowy throne, his piercing gaze settling on her. A calm voice broke the silence. Eru spoke her name, his tone neutral. He hadn't expected her and asked what bring her here. Resting her hand on her waist, Kirim smirked, though her fury simmered beneath the surface. She began walking toward him, sharply stating that he already knew. She had just met Hearthcrea and hadn't realized how close he was to his domain. Suspicion flickered in Eru's eyes. He tilted his head slightly, asking if Hearthcrea had tried something. Kirim's eyes flared with rage as she shouted, her voice rising. She demanded to know if he knew and had done nothing. She confronted him, asking if he had forgotten that they were the ones who had expelled him. Eru's form dissolved into mist, reappearing behind her with disarming silence. His voice carried a quiet sadness as he spoke. There was no place lower than the one he had already fallen to, he said. Expressed there was nothing he could fear. The weight of his words surprised Kirim. She turned her rage momentarily giving way to confusion. She asked whether he was kidding, her voice raging. She was angry because they wanted to use Cyan and her. Eru turned his back on her, his movements slow and deliberate. With an edge of finality, he asked if this really what her wish was. Kirim blinked, her anger wavering. She asked what he was talking about, her tone now curious but wary. With a wave of his hand, Eru summoned a card, its surface glowing with red mana. Using his finger, he began inscribing it, his strokes precise and deliberate. Acknowledging her wish to protect Cyan, his gaze remained fixed on his writing. He intended to make it come true. With a final stroke, he handed the card to her, instructing her to carry the decree. Mist would help protect Cyan, he assured her, his words devoid of emotion. Kirim's cold eyes fell on the card as she took it, and her rage flared anew. The realization struck her hard. He wasn't going to do anything himself. A bitter tone filled her voice as she addressed him, asking if something had happened with Lumendal. Eru's glowing eyes dimmed slightly, his expression solemn. Every decision he had made was for his daughter's sake, yet those words held no weight for Kirim now. She turned her back on him, her fists clenched in fury. She no longer wanted to hear his pathetic excuses. The hatred that consumed her fueled her as she moved toward the portal, her glare fixed on Eru. Pointing at him, she delivered her parting shot. He would stay locked up forever, a coward. Eru remained silent, her words sinking deep. Despite his composed exterior, a profound sadness lingered within him, knowing her anger wasn't entirely unjustified. In the city, beneath the looming statue of the angel, a solemn ritual unfolded in a grand hall adorned with angelic effigies. Several women in white hoods stood in reverence, their white hair gleaming under the light. At the center, a leader holding a ceremonial sword faced a lone knight. The leader's voice echoed through the chamber, asking the knight to swear as a proxy of the great god of light, Lumendal. Would she swear to act as a ray of hope against the cruel darkness, to fight and die on the battlefield if needed? The blue-haired knight stood still, her gaze steady but contemplative. Without a moment's hesitation, Alice spoke, swearing to accept the will of the god of light, Lumendal. As her words resonated through the hall, her eyes began to glow with conviction. Yet, beneath it all, a seed of doubt lingered, though she wondered if that was really the right path. The Empire had been aggressively recruiting talented individuals into the Knights of Light, sending them to the front lines to face calamities. Even during catastrophic events like the Blood Banquet, the Royal Guard had failed to act effectively. This reality weighed heavily on Alice as she gazed at the angel statue, her emotions mixed. Joining the Knights of Light had been her childhood dream, but now, standing here, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Her thoughts were interrupted by a cheerful voice. Cecilia's voice startled Alice, and when she turned, her surprise quickly turned to joy. Cecilia was standing nearby, and a smile spread across Alice's face. She felt a sense of relief. Cecilia beamed with pride, her smile warm as she approached. She expressed how proud she was of Alice for finally achieving her dream, her voice filled with genuine delight. Alice flushed nervously, waving her hands in denial. She felt awkward in the presence of her friend, now her superior. Cecilia told her that when they were alone, Alice could address her however she liked. Despite Cecilia's reassurances, Alice knelt before her friend out of respect, shaking her head. She couldn't bring herself to address her friend as though they were equals now. Cecilia's composure faltered, and she looked visibly nervous. She panicked and asked Alice not to kneel, her voice trembling. Later, the two friends sat on a bench by a serene fountain in the city park. She admitted uncertainty about her decision to join the Knights of Light. Cecilia reassured Alice, saying she had always trusted Alice to follow the right path, having known her for so long. Cecilia urged her to trust herself, believing Alice would always do what was right. Alice looked at Cecilia, her friend's unwavering belief lighting a small flame of hope within her. She whispered a quiet thank you, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. Their unspoken bond were strong, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Alice's expression darkened. She sighed, her heart heavy with unresolved emotions. The cries of people begging for help still echoed in her mind. Cecilia, standing beside her, regarded her friend with a serious expression. She stated that there was only one way to know if Alice truly belonged on the front lines. Alice's gaze shifted, confusion and curiosity in her eyes. Before she could ask, Cecilia stood, a smile spreading across her face. She invited Alice to join her when she went to the front line, excited by the opportunity. Duke Williers had entrusted them with an important mission, one they must fulfill together. Alice's jaw dropped in shock. She couldn't believe it. Her father had given them a mission. Time moved swiftly as Brian fastened his boots and grasped his sword with unwavering resolve. His eyes gleamed, reflecting the weight of his confidence. A voice called out, questioning his destination. Turning to meet Emily's gaze, his expression remained serious as he admitted his uncertainty. The only instruction he had received was to prepare. Emily, standing behind him, observed in silence. The usual spark of cheerfulness that often accompanied her was absent, replaced by a quiet unease. Nana, watching with sorrowful eyes, pressed her hands against her chest before hesitantly voicing her concern. Would this be another long departure? Before Brian could form a response, the measured sound of approaching boots diverted everyone's attention. A calm voice interjected, dismissing the worry with quiet certainty. All eyes shifted toward Cyan, whose expression was both serene and resolute. Directing his words to Nana, he reassured her before turning his attention to Brian. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he posed a simple question. Was he ready? Without hesitation, Brian gave a firm nod, affirming his readiness. He had followed the instructions, but still had no knowledge of their destination. In response, Cyan extended his hand, revealing a ring pulsating with an intense red mist. The answer came without pause. They were headed to the Lamea Valley. Emily inhaled sharply, the mix of surprise and confusion evident in her expression. The distant location was one they had ventured to before. Yet, instead of addressing her concern, Cyan merely activated the ring's power, summoning a portal with ease. Through this, the journey would be instantaneous. With an air of urgency, he motioned for Brian to proceed. Without hesitation, Brian stepped forward, unaware of the deeper thoughts Cyan concealed. The weight of the moment pressed upon him. This was the day Alice was fated to die. Meanwhile, at the front lines, the Knights of Light had arrived, their presence commanding and resolute. Mounted on horseback, the warriors surveyed the battlefield ahead. At the forefront, a bearded man, Jurgen, the Duke's personal guard, raised his voice, ordering the troops to halt. Turning back, he addressed Alice with a broad, appreciative smile, his gratitude for her presence evident. Riding alongside Cecilia, Alice forced a polite smile, though her tone betrayed slight embarrassment as she requested he refrain from addressing her so formally. As the troops advanced, her gaze lingered on the vast battlefield, a stark reminder of the dangers that lay ahead. Noticing her unease, Sir Jurgen turned once more, offering a reassuring smile. He commended her presence, admiring her courage as a knight of light. Though Alice acknowledged his words with a nod, doubt clouded her mind. A silent question gnawed at her thoughts. Was she truly prepared for this? Fingers tightening around the reins of her horse, she found a sliver of comfort in Cecilia's unwavering presence. A strained smile accompanied her next words as she pleaded for the praise to cease. There was still much she had yet to learn. Jurgen, his scarred features lending him an air of rugged wisdom, merely offered a warm smile in return. With quiet confidence, he assured her that she would do just fine, remarking that the Duke would be proud. With that, he dismounted, gesturing for Alice to follow. She hesitated but obeyed, reminding him once more to refrain from addressing her so formally. His hearty chuckle met her insistence as he led her forward. The Duke was waiting. Alice's heart pounded as she approached. Tall and imposing, the Duke stood at the edge of the encampment, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. His expression betrayed no warmth, his thoughts seemingly elsewhere. Drawing herself together, Alice straightened, bringing her feet together in a formal salute. With practiced precision, she introduced herself, affirming her prompt arrival upon receiving his summons. The Duke turned to face her, his expression unreadable. His voice, devoid of warmth, delivered a simple statement. Today, the third and fourth princes, as well as the second princess, had arrived. She was to prepare herself. Despite the lack of emotion in his words, Alice's eyes brightened with a spark of solemn joy. Her response came cheerfully, though her father's distant demeanor remained unchanged. Then, with a sharp glance toward the approaching figures, he announced their arrival. Curiosity sparked in Alice's gaze as she turned. A procession of knights and carriages advanced, their presence heavy with formality. The atmosphere tensed as the carriages came to a halt, and the royal visitors began to emerge. The first to step out was the third prince, Arin Sevelus. His expression twisted in disgust as he wrinkled his nose, muttering about the unbearable stench. His younger brother, Arin Sevelus, followed, covering his nose in disdain. The mere thought of residing in such conditions seemed unfathomable to him. The second princess, Violet Sevelus, emerged next, her graceful demeanor a stark contrast to her brother's. A kind smile accompanied her words as she acknowledged the efforts of the Vert family, praising their tireless work on the front lines. As the royals approached, the Duke and the assembled Knights of Light bowed deeply, showing the expected reverence. The Duke formally welcomed them, his tone unwavering. However, Nerovian, unimpressed, exhaled sharply before retreating back into the carriage. He dismissed the visit as nothing more than a meaningless formality. However, Fabian remained outside, his sharp gaze fixed on the Duke. His inquiry came without preamble. What the magical beast attacks? Were there any threats? Unfazed by the question, Williers responded with quiet confidence. Even in the rear guard, the magical beast posed no significant danger. There was no cause for concern. At that moment, the steady sound of approaching footsteps drew everyone's attention. A figure approached from the direction of the camp, and the Duke turned, his expression softening into a rare smile of pride. There was nothing to worry about, he assured everyone firmly. They had the finest knight the Vert family had ever produced. Echelle Vert stepped into view, his eyes calm and steady, exuding an aura of assurance. His tranquil demeanor seemed to silence the unease in the air. It had been years since Alice had last seen her brother. Her gaze locked onto him, her heart a whirlwind of emotions, curiosity, and confusion, all mixing together. She silently wondered what his arrival would mean for the unfolding events. The Duke approached Echelle and placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder, offering a proud smile that softened his usually stern features. He expressed his trust in Echelle, his voice filled with a rare warmth as he said that he believed his son would fulfill his mission with excellence. Echelle's calm demeanor remained unwavering as he locked eyes with his father, promising not to disappoint. His words were steady and resolute. However, the moment was abruptly interrupted by Fabian's sharp voice, ordering Echelle to deal with the beast before they came anywhere near them. His tone was filled with disdain, contrasting with Violet's softer, more gentle voice. She looked at Echelle, offering a kind smile and expressing her trust in his ability to ensure their safety. Her words were rare for him, and Echelle's eyes briefly dropped to the ground as his heart swelled with quiet pride. He replied in a subdued yet genuine voice, expressing that it was an honor to serve her. Violet then noticed something amiss and asked why Lionel had not come with Echelle. She remarked that Lionel was usually not one to miss for such a formal events. After a pause, Echelle's penetrating gaze met hers, and with a serene smile, he explained that Lionel had entrusted him with the task of escorting the twins and Violet. Though his explanation seemed reasonable, Violet couldn't shake her lingering suspicion. Nevertheless, she nodded, accepting his words, and added that having Echelle as their escort was reassuring before stepping into the carriage. The Knights of Light stood at attention, their somber silence adding to the uneasy tension. Echelle's tense stare followed the carriage as it moved, his expression unreadable. Alice, observing him, wondered why he was there. Echelle always escorted the first prince, yet now he was at the front, accompanying the twins and Princess Violet. Her curiosity was interrupted when Echelle turned toward her. His voice broke her trance, commenting that he had heard she had joined the Knights of Light. He congratulated her for topping her class, his tone calm, but with an unsettling weight. Alice froze, her eyes widening in surprise. There was something familiar in the way he looked at her, a gaze filled with concealed hatred. It stirred a memory, one from when Alice was 9 years old, celebrating her birthday in her room. Echelle had entered, his presence both comforting and commanding. He stroked her head gently and congratulated her on her special day. Little Alice had clutched a scroll in her small hands, her wide eyes full of curiosity and joy, asking him what it was. Echelle had explained that it was a level 4 magic scroll, one she couldn't use at the time, but would be able to when her magical powers grew stronger. Her admiration for her brother deepened that day, and she cherished the scroll as a reminder of her aspirations to grow stronger. Years later, when Alice had finally achieved level 4 magical power, she sat in her room with the scroll once more. She opened it reverently, placing her hand over its surface. A magic circle began to glow, intricate and beautiful, but before she could fully activate it, a firm hand grabbed her wrist. Startled, Alice turned to see Cecilia standing beside her, her expression stern. Cecilia demanded to know what Alice was doing, her grip unrelenting. Alice had tried to explain, but Cecilia had cut her off, asking if she knew what the scroll was meant to do. Cecilia's panicked voice had cut through Alice's confusion, revealing that the scroll was a medium-level magical beast summoning scroll. If activated, something serious could have happened, even death. Alice's heart sank as the gravity of the situation hit her. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she stared at the scroll, her mind racing. She wondered if Echelle had known the danger when he gave it to her. The implications weighed heavily on her. In the present, Echelle turned away and began walking toward the carriages. Alice's gaze followed him, filled with unanswered questions. The strange energy surrounding him left her uneasy. Alice couldn't help but wonder why her brother had done this and what was happening to him. As the carriages departed, the Knights of Light, along with the Royal Knight, escorted the royal entourage, their movements tense. Inside the carriage, the third prince, Fabian, couldn't hide his irritation. He grumbled about whether Brother Lionel had really assigned Echelle to escort them. Fabian crossed his arms and wore a sour expression, resting his chin on his hand as he mulled over the situation. It felt suspicious, he muttered, and questioned if they might be plotting something. Princess Violet, sitting across from them, looked serious. She remarked that assigning someone as skilled as Echelle to protect them was enough reason to be suspicious. Her piercing gaze met her brother's as she reminded them of Lionel's character, urging them to prepare themselves if they wanted to survive. Her words hung heavily in the air, and Fabian and Nerovian fell silent, their unease growing. The carriage ride continued, but an ominous tension filled the space. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook violently, rattling the carriage. The twins exchanged worried glances, and Nerovian turned toward the window in alarm, demanding to know what was happening. Outside, Alice sprinted toward the carriages, her expression panicked. She shouted that they were under attack, her voice sharp with urgency. Her gaze locked onto the carriage as she ordered them to evacuate immediately. As she spoke, a colossal antararch, a supreme magical beast, erupted from the earth. Its deafening roar sent a wave of fear through the knights, many of whom instinctively stepped back. The creature's presence created an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Nerovian clutched the carriage window, his teeth clenched tightly in terror. He stammered in disbelief, asking what the beast was, while Fabian whispered in a pale voice that it was a terrestrial dragon. Panic flashed in his eyes as the reality of their situation set in. They had been told that supreme-level magical beasts wouldn't appear here. The antararch struck the ground with massive force, sending knights flying. Acting quickly, Alice threw open the carriage door and commanded the royals to get out now. The royals scrambled to comply, but as they disembarked, the dragon's massive tail swung toward them with deadly force. Thinking fast, Alice activated a protective shield that intercepted the tail's attack, saving their lives. The shield shimmered as it absorbed the impact, and Alice's gaze locked onto the beast with unwavering determination. She shouted at the royals to move forward and not stop, her voice steady despite the chaos. Fear consumed Nerovian, and in a blind panic, he bolted into the distance, ignoring his siblings and the knights. Fabian yelled after him, frustration barely masking his fear, calling him coward. Alice gritted her teeth, maintaining the shield as the antararch roared again. This wasn't right, she thought grimly, wondering why this was happening here. She glanced back at the royals, determined to protect them no matter what. Meanwhile, Violet lay on the ground, shaken by the commotion as she struggled to regain her composure. Her attention was drawn to an ominous presence approaching. Alice and Violet turned, their eyes widening in fear as they saw Echelle. His sword was unsheathed, and his demeanor was cold. His gaze, once filled with familial warmth, now radiated malice. Echelle calmly stated that he could protect them if they came to his side. Violet's face twisted with anger as she thought that he had been waiting for this moment, planning to kill her in the chaos. Alice, observing her brother's behavior, was struck with suspicion. What had happened to him? Her thoughts were interrupted when a powerful gust of wind struck the beast, forcing it to recoil and giving Alice's shield a brief reprieve. Alice turned to see the source of the attack, Cecilia. Relief washed over her as her friend stood ready to assist. Cecilia nodded firmly and called for Alice to get to her side. Without hesitation, Alice grabbed Violet's arm, whispering an apology before pulling her to safety. Violet, confused but compliant, asked where they were going, and Cecilia answered sharply that their first priority was to get out of there. Her tone left no room for debate. As they retreated, Alice glanced back, her heart heavy with unease. Why had Echelle's gaze been filled with murderous intent toward Violet? Panic crept into her mind as she watched him face the beast, unmoving. The massive beast raised its claw, preparing to strike, and Alice shouted at Echelle to be careful, her voice trembling with concern. To her astonishment, Echelle made no effort to evade as the claw descended. A golden magical barrier manifested around him, effortlessly blocking the attack. Alice froze, her eyes wide in shock at the display of power. Cecilia called out, urging her to move. They had to go now. Echelle retaliated with a surge of golden energy, the barrier expanding outward and hurling the beast skyward. The Antararch roared as it flailed, launched by Echelle's golden surge of energy, and crashed back to the ground moments later, enraged but undeterred. The Knights of Light scrambled to regroup, their captain barking orders to form ranks. Echelle's attention briefly shifted to the fleeing Alice and Violet, and upon seeing they had escaped, he clenched his teeth in frustration, his rage simmering just beneath the surface. The beast rose again, its glowing form radiating immense power as it charged a mana ball in its gaping maw. The intense energy forced the knights to shield their eyes, certain that their end had come. At the last moment, a commanding voice cut through the chaos, calling for retreat. All eyes turned skyward as Echelle descended like a bolt of golden lightning. His sword, imbued with radiant mana, sliced clean through the mana ball in a devastating explosion. The sheer force of his strike dissipated the beast's attack, sending shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Echelle landed gracefully, gripping his sword tightly. His eyes locked onto the beast with unyielding determination, dismissing it as nothing more than a nuisance. The battlefield was chaos, but the scene near Alice Vert was even more chilling. Her brother Echelle waged war against the monstrous Antararch in the distance, his golden barrier shaking the earth with its radiance. Yet the real storm was brewing much closer. As Alice turned to help the fallen princess, her concern was genuine. She extended a hand and asked if the princess was hurt. The princess, fighting weakness, gazed at the ground with sweat dripping from her brow. But then, her eyes suddenly lit with malice, and a proud, twisted smile spread across her face. She hissed that she didn't fall so easily. Alice froze, confusion washing over her. Before she could process the change, a sharp pain tore through her abdomen. Her breath hitched, and her vision blurred. Slowly, she turned, only to see Cecilia's blade buried deep in her stomach. Alice's voice trembled, filled with betrayal and disbelief. Cecilia remained silent, sweat pooling on her cheek, her gaze fixed on the ground. With cold deliberation, she yanked the sword free, blood spraying from the wound. Alice collapsed onto the ground, clutching her abdomen in agony. The princess approached, arms crossed, disdain on her face. She looked down at Alice, her gaze piercing. She sneered, revealing she knew something was off when Lionel had not shown up, as he always had a hand in everything. Her tone was calm, but laced with venom as she turned her eyes towards Cecilia, who stood frozen, guilt and horror battling in her mind. The princess dismissed Cecilia's hesitation with a glance and continued, remarking that Alice's family had always been ambitious. She mocked Alice for trying to protect her, calling her Echelle's little sister playing hero. Alice's breathing grew labored, her vision narrowing. She whispered that it was all a misunderstanding. She had only wanted to keep the princess safe. But the princess interrupted with a mocking laugh, ridiculing Alice's sincerity. She taunted her, claiming that Alice must have thought she was blind to her family's schemes. She wouldn't let Alice or her brother kill her. With a flourish, the princess produced a scroll, unfurled it, and threw it to the ground. A magic circle ignited beneath her feet, the glowing runes casting an eerie light over the scene. She turned to Alice one last time, her eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction. She taunted Alice to pray to Lumendal, suggesting that maybe he would save her, though she doubted it. The circle's light intensified, and, with a flash, both the princess and Cecilia vanished, leaving Alice bleeding and alone on the cold earth. Alice clenched her teeth against the searing pain, her mind racing as she replayed every moment that had led her here. She wondered if her trust in Cecilia had been misplaced, and whether her brother had known all along. Tears welled in Alice's eyes, not from the pain of her wound, but from the ache of betrayal. As the weight of the betrayal set in, her eyes blazed with rage and sorrow, tears streaming down her face as she clutched her wound, disbelief and despair swirling within her. She wondered why Cecilia, her dearest friend, had turned against her. Even as she cried, Alice refused to give in. The ground trembled under the stomps of approaching monsters. Turning, she saw a pack of grotesque beasts with dog-like heads closing in, their intent to devour her clear in their predatory stares. With gritted teeth, Alice drove her sword into the ground for support, willing herself to rise. She muttered that she wouldn't die there, one hand clutching her abdomen to staunch the bleeding as she staggered upright, her heart pounding with fierce determination. Her fingers twitched as she began channeling her energy. She wasn't ready to let go, not without answers. She would survive. She had to. As the monsters lunged at her, Alice gripped her sword tightly, drawing on her own blood to channel water's power. Alice's crimson life blood swirled in the air, forming razor-sharp spears that hovered protectively around her. As she's steadying her breathing, she extended her hand, summoning the last reserves of her strength as she prepared to fight for her life. Miles away, Princess Violet teleported in a luxurious chamber as a glowing magic circle faded beneath her feet. She sat on the plush bed, exhaling deeply for the first time in hours. For a moment, she allowed herself to feel relieved. The place had been vile, and even the air felt disgusting. Cecilia stood nearby, silent and tense, her shoulders stiff and her gaze fixed on the floor. Noticing her companion's quiet demeanor, Violet turned toward her, asking if she agreed. Cecilia's response was faint, her eyes brimming with regret. Memories flooded her mind. Alice's laughter, the joy in her bright eyes as they shared ice cream in their youth. A stark contrast to the bloodied, betrayed woman she had left behind, which twisted like a knife in Cecilia's heart. Violet tilted her head, her tone sharpening as she asked why Cecilia hadn't killed Alice. Cecilia snapped out of her reverie, her head whipping toward the princess. Violet's calm, icy gaze pierced her as she reminded Cecilia that she could have killed Alice right then and there. That was the order. Cecilia turned away, her hands trembling slightly. She muttered that the beast would finish Alice soon enough on the battlefield. Back on the battlefield, Alice's blood-forged swords pierced through beast after beast. Her strength was waning, her breath ragged, but she pushed forward, determined. Just as she prepared to attack again, exhaustion overtook her. She drove her sword into the ground and fell to her knees, closing her eyes. A fleeting sense of relief washed over her. Was it finally over? But the moment of peace didn't last. As she stared blankly at the ground, contemplating what to tell the knights, knowing no one would believe that Princess Violet had tried to kill her, a low growl reached her ears. Her body stiffened as a massive beast sniffed at the corpse of its fallen comrade. Slowly, she turned and her eyes widened in horror. Salamanders, high-level magical beasts, were staring straight at her. Their massive bodies oozed fire and saliva, their scorching gazes locked onto their next prey. Panic gripped Alice as her mind screamed for a way out, but her body refused to move. One of the beasts reared its head, flames crackling in its maw, preparing to unleash a deadly fireball. Terror swallowed Alice whole. She was out of options. Then, in a blur of speed, a figure appeared, unsheathing his sword. His blade flashed like lightning as he activated the mist sword technique, rushing mist storm. Before the beast could release its fireball, precise slashes tore through its body. Alice barely registered what was happening. One moment, she was bracing for death. The next, the salamander's severed head landed behind her with a sickening thud. Her body froze, her mind struggling to catch up as a strong hand grabbed her shoulder. A voice apologized, and Alice was suddenly lifted into someone's arms and carried away, just as the beast's molten body collapsed where she had been moments before. She looked up, relief and confusion swirling inside her. The realization hit her. If Brian was here, then could the master swordsman be here? The remaining salamanders roared in fury, their fallen comrade fueling their rage as rivers of molten lava spewed from their mouths, threatening to consume everything. Brian landed in a lower area, placing Alice down against a stone wall. She clutched her head, overwhelmed, while Brian clenched his teeth, telling her to just hang on. Alice lifted her head and froze. The lava was cascading toward them. Then something unexpected happened. With a loud thud, a sword, Kiram, landed before them. Their eyes locked onto it, puzzled, as the lava threatened to consume them. A figure emerged, Kiram. She stomped the ground with force, scowling as she demanded to know what was with all the lava. Did they have stomach issues or something? Hope flickered in Brian's eyes, and he grinned. Kiram raised her hands skyward, summoning a powerful magical barrier, just in time to shield them from the lava. Furious, she glared at the beasts, ordering them to stop spewing magma like sick dragons. With the barrier in place, Cyan prepared to finish the fight upon Kiram's command. He activated the third mist technique, Mist Descent, vanishing in an instant and reappearing above the salamanders. His eyes gleamed as he summoned a powerful mana sphere, the Void Sphere. The beasts, sensing danger, launched fireballs in retaliation, but Cyan was faster. Cyan's next move unleashed a storm of magical orbs that sliced through the salamanders' heads with deadly precision. Within seconds, the beasts were no more, their bodies disintegrating into nothingness as the battlefield fell silent. Alice and Brian ascended from their shelter, the pool of lava before them still holding remnants of the fallen creatures, their severed heads floating aimlessly. In the center of it all stood Cyan. Alice hesitated before approaching him. She had her suspicions, but never truly expected what she was about to uncover. With a trembling hand, she reached out and removed his mask. Tears welled in her eyes. Watching from behind, Brian smiled, feeling a rare sense of peace. Cyan met Alice's gaze, his lips curling into a warm, familiar smile, and remarked that he was glad he wasn't too late. As Brian worked to heal her wounds, Alice mumbled something under her breath, admitting that Cecilia was Princess Violet's spy. Frustration laced her voice as she berated herself, wondering how she could have been so stupid. Despite her self-recrimination, she declared that she would still uphold the family's legacy. Cyan shook his head, assuring Alice that it wasn't her fault. The real ones to blame were Princess Violet and Cecilia, his tone darkening as he spoke. When he mentioned Echelle's name, Alice jolted upright, her eyes widening. Brian panicked, urging her to stay still as he was still healing her. Ignoring him, Alice fixed Cyan with a sharp gaze, asking if he was saying Echelle was involved in this. She tried to reason it out, thinking that if Echelle was involved, it must have been under their father's orders. However, Cyan was unwavering, explaining that Echelle probably had suggested it. Alice clenched her fists in anger. Her father would do anything Echelle asked, but why? Cyan's expression darkened as he explained that Echelle was likely the one chosen to carry out the family's legacy. Alice's jaw tightened as fury bubbled inside her. She thought, so he's willing to kill his own sister for it. A sharp pang of pain shot through her, and she collapsed on her knees. Cyan crouched beside her, concern flashing in his eyes. Through gritted teeth, Alice asked if he was sure about this. Cyan nodded, telling her that she knew what Echelle was really like. Alice exhaled sharply, realizing that she wasn't the only one who had noticed Echelle's true nature. Her voice wavered slightly as she admitted that she had thought she was the only one who saw through him, but it seemed that Cyan had seen it too. She wondered aloud why their father and the others didn't seem to notice. Her mind then drifted back to the battle earlier. There had been something off about Echelle, she murmured. It was as though some invisible force had been protecting him. Cyan's expression grew serious. He too had sensed it. During the fight, he had been certain he had reached Echelle, but something had stopped him. Something unseen, a power that had even deflected the demonic sword. His voice barely above a whisper, he added that there was only one explanation. Cyan's eyes hardened as she realized the truth. Alice suggested to tell their father immediately. Cyan hesitated, warning her that their father wouldn't listen to them. Alice knew there was a possibility he wouldn't. Yet, if they went together, the outcome might be different. Cyan's gaze turned serious as he took a deep breath before speaking. He urged Alice to trust him, warning that if they pushed too hard and failed, they wouldn't just be in trouble. The entire Order of the Knights of Light could turn against them. Cyan's thoughts drifted to the Knights of Light in his past life. Back then, Echelle was revered. Everyone admired him, trusted him, and even worshipped him like a savior. Cyan had once been one of them. No one had ever questioned Echelle. To them, he was a hero beyond doubt or suspicion. But looking back, Cyan found it bizarre. Echelle wasn't just respected. He was treated like a divine figure. There should have been skeptics, yet even the most self-serving individuals had unwavering faith in him. The Duke, who met a tragic end. The Emperor, who only cared about his own ambitions. Boris, whose sole pursuit was the truth. All of them had trusted Echelle without hesitation. Even Cyan had believed in him up until the bitter end. That final betrayal still burned in his memory. But one question haunted him more than the anger. Why had he trusted Echelle so blindly? The answer was clear. Echelle was no ordinary man. He was an absolute figure, the chosen inheritor of Lumindel's divine authority, the so-called savior of the world. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the knights stood firm, bracing themselves as a massive monster loomed over them. Its enormous foot came crashing down, ready to flatten them. In sheer panic, Nerovian clung desperately to his brother, Fabian, wailing that they were all going to die. Fabian snapped, shoving him away. Unfazed, Echelle charged forward, deflecting the massive arm of the monster with practiced ease. Fabian couldn't help but admire him, muttering to himself that Echelle was something else. Echelle barely acknowledged him, commanding him to stay back. The monster roared, its throat glowing ominously, and a moment later, it unleashed a devastating laser beam. Nerovian shrieked and clung to Fabian again. Certain doom was upon them. Fabian growled, trying to push him off, but Echelle, ignoring their antics, raised his shield, the shield of judgment. The beam hurtled toward them, obliterating everything in its path. But then, Echelle activated Titanic, a massive energy shield. The ground trembled as the destructive beam slammed into it, dispersing on impact. The monster, clearly enraged, unleashed another barrage of beams, but Echelle was already in motion. He dashed past the attacks and, in one swift strike, sliced the beast clean in half. A guttural groan escaped the creature as its body split, blood gushing from a wound. Then silence. The battlefield erupted in cheers as the knights realized that Echelle had saved them. Fabian gave him an approving nod, remarking that he was stronger than a dragon. Nerovian, still shaking, clutched his brother's sleeve, insisting they needed to tell their father what Echelle had done for them. Echelle frowned for a split second, but like clockwork, he put on a practiced smile, stating it was an honor to serve from a distance. Alice watched from afar, her expression troubled. She had trouble believing it. Someone like Echelle, chosen by Lumindel? And yet, the world had accepted it. Cyan's voice was calm, but firm as he explained that Lumindel needed a savior. And that was all. It never mattered who the savior was. Alice clenched her fists. Echelle, he was chosen by the most powerful god. Cyan interrupted, warning that denying it would be considered sacrilege. Alice felt a hollow pit form in her chest. She had spent her whole life believing in Lumindel, placing her faith in his divine will, but now it was hard to accept. Cyan's expression remained unreadable as he cautioned her to be careful. If she questioned this too openly, she might turn every Lumindel follower against her. Alice swallowed hard, sadness flickering in her eyes as she asked how Cyan knew all of this. Cyan hesitated, avoiding her gaze. He admitted that he couldn't tell her. Not yet. Alice frowned, questioning why. Cyan explained that he couldn't let her get involved any more than she already was. Silence hung between them for a moment, and then Alice exhaled, offering a small smile. She told him she trusted him, and if there was a reason he couldn't tell her, she would wait. But one day, she asked him to promise that he would not carry this burden alone. A genuine smile crossed Cyan's face as he agreed. Alice then turned to Brian, thanking him for healing her. Brian's face immediately turned red, flustered, and stammered that it was nothing. Behind her, Cyan stood glaring daggers at Brian, radiating an aura of pure menace. Brian noticed and instantly started sweating bullets. Ignoring Brian's silent suffering, Cyan looked at Alice and asked what her plan was now. Alice's eyes darkened as she explained that first, she needed to resolve this mess. She needed to talk to Cecilia and find out why she had betrayed her. Cyan crossed his arms, offering his help. Alice raised an eyebrow, asking how he knew where Cecilia was. Cyan calmly stated that Alice couldn't have gone far, likely to Violet's safe house. Just then, Cecilia, lounging nearby, noticed something wrong. Her voice was tight as she said someone was coming. Violet scoffed, dismissing the concern, claiming no one knew about this place except her. Before Cecilia could argue, the sound of shattering glass exploded through the room. Violet screamed as a blade whizzed past her face, embedding itself deep into the wall. Cecilia's eyes widened as she recognized the sword. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Echelle examined the markings left on the ground. His sharp eyes took in the remnants of a teleportation spell. A magic scroll, he thought. He turned to the knights, telling them to find shelter nearby and stay alert. One of the knights stiffened, urging Echelle to come and see something. Echelle approached, following the knight's gaze. They stood at the edge of a cliff, looking down into the valley below, where a swarm of massive monsters crawled through the land. Their grotesque forms shifted in the crimson light. One knight swallowed hard, asking if Princess Violet was all right. Echelle's expression was unreadable as he muttered, "They will know once they see her," before turning to his men and commanding them to prepare. They were to protect the princes. The chase was relentless as Cecilia pursued the intruder with unwavering focus. The sheer presence of mana and bloodlust radiating from the figure led her to expect an elite warrior. But as soon as she caught sight of him, she froze in disbelief as she chased someone who appeared to be just a kid. Her instinct screamed that there had to be someone else with him. But dismissing her assumptions, she activated Wind Walker to accelerate her movements. She cautioned herself to stay sharp and not let her guard down. Bearing the speed of the wind, she took a stance to strike, grabbing her sword mid-step. The next moment, after she swung her sword, she zoomed past him, but the kid dodged effortlessly. Her eyes narrowed, noting that the movement was unlike anything she had seen before. It wasn't from the Vert family. The masked intruder remained silent. Cecilia's mentioned the sword embedded in the wall earlier and realized that was his throw. She asked if he had managed to save Alice. Still, he gave no response. Irritation flickered across her features as she released a slow, controlled breath, her mana spiking dangerously. Cold and sharp, her voice cut through the tension, conceding to the silence with a chilling statement. If words would not be exchanged, then perhaps screams could take their place. Without hesitation, she launched forward at blinding speed. Cecilia's sword sliced through the air with swift precision, her movements too fast for the eye to follow. Yet, despite the ferocity of her attacks, the masked intruder evaded each strike with unsettling ease. Her blade barely grazed his ear, so close, yet not enough. Frustration tightened her jaw. It was unthinkable. Only a handful of knights within the order could match her speed, and yet this masked figure danced around her offense effortlessly. Unwilling to be toyed with any longer, she shifted tactics. Kicking off from the ground, she leaped onto a tree, then propelled herself downward in a devastating assault. Determination burned in her eyes as she refused to be underestimated. With a burst of energy, she activated Sharpstorm. A massive surge of power erupted from her blade, a violent energy beam tearing through the forest. Trees splintered into nothingness. The ground ruptured into a gaping crater, and the battlefield was left in utter ruin. Yet, through the destruction, the masked intruder remained unscathed. A small black sphere flickered ominously in his palm. A cold dread settled into Cecilia's chest as realization struck. That was a void sphere. Before she could react, he activated Abusive. The spheres split apart, unleashing a dark force that slammed into her with relentless power. Pain seared through her body, a sharp, excruciating agony that tore through her senses. A scream escaped her lips as the force consumed everything in its wake, furthering the devastation around them. Her vision blurred as she collapsed, her breath ragged, limbs weak. Footsteps approached, steady and deliberate, teeth clenched. She forced herself to acknowledge the bitter truth. Defeat had come swiftly, pathetically. A low, humorless chuckle escaped her lips. Dying in a place like this had never crossed her mind. Looking up, she saw him standing over her, a silent specter against the carnage. The masked figure crouched, gaze unreadable, yet no finishing blow followed. Instead, a single statement broke the heavy silence, calm, yet laced with curiosity. She blinked at his words. Relief. That was what he had seen in her expression. Frozen in place, she struggled to respond. It was not the reaction he had expected, nor the torment one might assume from a warrior on the brink of death. For the first time, she had no words. A trembling breath escaped her as the weight of it all settled in. Retribution, this was what it felt like. A bitter smile touched her lips as she whispered her acceptance. This was the ending she deserved. The silence did not last. A voice shattered it, sharp and piercing, cutting deeper than any blade. Retribution for what? Her body tensed instantly. That voice. Recognition slammed into her as her eyes widened in shock. From the shadows, a familiar figure stepped forward, leaning heavily against Brian for support. Alice. Unyielding, Alice's gaze bore into her, intense, unreadable, yet brimming with emotion. Cecilia struggled to process the sight before her. Alice was alive, fists clenched tightly at her sides. Alice's voice trembled, raw with unspoken pain. The demand came without hesitation. No room for excuses, no room for lies. Tears welled at the edges of Alice's eyes as she pressed forward, desperate for an answer. Why she had betrayed her. Cecilia's lips quivered. Then, at last, the weight of everything shattered through her. Tears ran free. Through the tremors of her grief, the words spilled forth. A small village, that was where it began. Her hometown, once peaceful, was wiped from existence in a single day. Monsters had torn through everything, leaving only destruction in their wake. Swallowing hard, she forced herself to continue. She had been the sole survivor, barely clinging to life. Death had felt inevitable until the royal knights found her. A knight had told her to wait, assuring her that she was safe. Her voice became distant as she remembered the moment. A child had been ordered to bring her food and water, and the knight obeyed immediately. Cecilia gazed at the figure of the child, realizing that the she had been royalty. For her, it had been a miracle when the royal knights arrived just in time to save her, and the one who saved her had been Princess Violet. Cecilia continued, explaining how Princess Violet had taken her in and saved her life. When the time came to repay that debt, she did what she was ordered. She had been ordered to infiltrate the Vert household, to get close to Alice and wait for further instructions. Cecilia's expression twisted with regret as she revealed that this was how she became a maid in Alice's family estate. It was how they met. Cecilia let out a shaky breath, regret filling her voice as she admitted that she should never have stayed. Her voice cracked as she confessed that she should have died in the ruins of her village. Silence followed. Then softly, she whispered that the order had finally come. Cecilia barely forced out the words, to kill Alice. Cecilia nodded, tears streaking down her face as she revealed that Princess Violet saw Alice as a threat because of her family, particularly Prince Lionel and Echelle. Alice's breath hitched as she heard the names. Cecilia explained that Princess Violet always feared the Vert family, believing their family was loyal to Lionel, and that paranoia had only grown stronger. Alice remained silent as Cecilia continued, stating that Princess Violet trusted no one else but herself. But, despite everything, Cecilia had served her. As she spoke, her voice wavered with sorrow as she admitted that Alice had been different. She finally looked at Alice, her eyes filled with regret, and said that she betrayed her. She was sorry, and she had never wanted to disappoint Alice. Cyan took a step forward, his glare sharp and unforgiving. The air around him darkened, thick with unrestrained bloodlust. His voice was cold and merciless as he told Cecilia that admitting mistakes was not enough for forgiveness. Cecilia's breath hitched as she recognized him now. She realized the young master, Cyan, stood before her. Alice quickly intervened, her voice urgent as she asked him to wait and give her a moment to think. Cyan did not lower his blade. His fury was unwavering. He told Alice that this was not something to think about. His voice was sharp, and he pointed his sword at Cecilia, his intent to kill clear. Cecilia exhaled, her voice steady despite the tension, acknowledging that she understood. Alice's heart pounded as she desperately pleaded with Cyan to wait and hear Cecilia out before deciding. Sensing her distress, Brian placed a hand on her shoulder, gently reassuring her to trust Cyan for now. Alice hesitated, but Cyan did not move. He simply lifted his dagger, preparing for the final strike. Alice's eyes widened as she screamed out, calling for him to stop. Cecilia flinched as the blade came down, but somewhere else, a door exploded into pieces inside Princess Violet's safe house. The princess jerked upright, her body tensing as she demanded to know who was there. Then she noticed. Cecilia was gone, and Violet's breath hitched. Panic flashed in her eyes, unable to believe the sight before her. A shadow stepped through the ruined entrance, and Violet's face went pale. She wondered how he had found the place. Echelle stood in the doorway, his face dark and unreadable. Without a word, he took a step forward and stated that he had come to escort her. Violet tightened fists, a faint smirk playing at her lips. She remarked that Echelle looked like he was about to kill her and questioned whether it wasn't a bit rude to barge in like that. Echelle met her gaze without hesitation and admitted that he had planned to kill her. He continued, saying the original plan was for her, Fabian, Neroyan, and all of them to die at the hands of the monster. Violet's eyes widened in shock. She challenged him, asking if he really thought he could escape the consequences of something so disgraceful. Before she could finish her sentence, Echelle struck, activating his technique, God's Stinger. He struck her directly in the hand, causing a sharp cry to escape her lips. Within seconds, the scroll she had been holding was reduced to ashes. Echelle's voice was edged with anger as he declared that he was not finished yet. Clutching her injured hand, Violet glared at him and asked how persistent he truly was, wondering if he really intended to see this through to the end. Echelle took a step closer, his voice low and unervingly calm. He suggested that perhaps he would. Violet, momentarily confused, noticed his gaze flicker toward a sword embedded in the wall. The sword was Alice's. A look of realization crossed Echelle's face as he turned back to Violet, demanding to know where his sister was. Violet grinned wickedly and stated, without a hint of remorse, that she had her killed. She explained that she wasn't sure if Alice had been working with Lionel, but she was Echelle's sister, after all. Her expression darkened, her eyes gleaming with twisted delight. In the end, she added it was probably for the best. She then taunted Echelle, asking if he planned on avenging her. A smirk tugged at Echelle's lips, and he calmly replied that he wasn't thinking about revenge. He was considering changing his plans. Violet stiffened, her amusement faltering. The unexpected reaction left her uneasy. She echoed his words, asking what he meant by changing his plans. Without another word, Echelle reached for Alice's sword and pulled it free from the wall. He turned to face Violet, his expression unreadable. He noted her surprising calmness, considering the situation. He then added that eliminating those even slightly suspects was a smart approach. With a knowing grin, he remarked that in this sense, she was nothing like Lionel, and that surprised him. Violet's mind raced. She wondered if Echelle didn't care about his sister at all, and what exactly he was after. Echelle spoke again, his tone firm. He said the plan had been doomed from the start, a complete failure. That's what he would tell Lionel. Violet narrowed her eyes, asking what he wanted from her. Stepping closer, Echelle leaned in slightly and suggested that she join him instead. Violet's eyes widened, her voice tinged with disbelief as she asked why he wasn't on Lionel's side. A wild grin spread across Echelle's face as he explained that Lionel and he were nothing more than business partners. Violet sat back on her bed, arms crossed, clearly skeptical. She questioned if she was really supposed to believe him. Echelle shrugged nonchalantly and told her to believe whatever she wanted, but he made it clear that Prince Lionel was just a part of his plan. Violet chuckled, asking if Echelle was trying to take over the empire. He shook her head, saying that if that was the case, she wouldn't be of any help to him. Echelle turned away slightly, noticing something. He muttered that it didn't matter who took over the empire. Violet narrowed her eyes, sensing a shift in tone, and asked him what he truly wanted. Echelle's expression darkened as he replied that his goal was the eradication of evil, to wipe it from the world. Violet let out a small laugh, skeptical of his seriousness. Echelle smirked and replied that perhaps he was, perhaps not. Before Violet could say more, Echelle suddenly tensed, his attention focused elsewhere. A noise echoed from outside, sending a chill through the air. The mana felt strange, ominous, sending shivers through his entire body. A loud crack split the air as something tore through the roof. Purple energy surged into the room, and Echelle's eyes sharpened in preparation. This felt more like bloodlust than mana, something he had never sensed before. A sphere of dark energy materialized before them, shattering the remains of the roof. Both of them recoiled in shock. Violet shouted in panic, asking what it was. Echelle, his gaze sharpening, noticed movement outside the ruined cottage. In the next instant, an attack came at him. He barely blocked, gritting his teeth as he demanded to know who the hell the attacker was. With an icy resolve, Cyan declared that he was the evil Echelle had been searching for. Without warning, Cyan unleashed his technique, mist sword, fluttering petals. A flurry of swift, deadly strikes rained down on Echelle. The Knight of Light dodged each attack, moving instinctively, but the sheer force of the strikes sent Violet into a panic. She screamed as one of Cyan's attacks slashed dangerously close to her. As she saw the incoming strike, her fear intensified. Echelle reacted instantly, activating his technique Exile. He created a barrier around Violet, shielding her from harm while pulling her out of the collapsing cottage. The force of Cyan's attack shattered everything around them, and Violet gasped as she took in the destruction. The remains of her so-called safe house reduced to rubble. Echelle, still blocking Cyan's relentless assault, was forced back several steps. He finally landed near Violet, breathing heavily. Concern flickered in her eyes as she looked at him, asking if he was all right. Echelle's eyes narrowed as he quickly noticed Cyan preparing another strike. Cyan raised his hand, summoning a massive glowing red sphere. Without hesitation, he hurled it toward Echelle. Reacting instantly, Echelle activated his technique, Ascalon, and his sword cut clean through the sphere, dispersing it in an instant. But Cyan didn't stop. He lunged at Echelle with terrifying speed. Echelle realized that Cyan also knew spatial magic, gritting his teeth as he braced for impact. Before Cyan's attack could land, a surge of yellow electric waves crackled through the air, intercepting the strike. The sudden force sent Cyan flying backward. Even Kiram, who had been in her dagger form, let out a pained cry from the shock. Echelle turned to Violet, his expression grim. He warned her that this enemy wasn't just ordinary. Violet stood frozen, overwhelmed by everything unfolding. She clutched her arms tightly, her body trembling as tears welled in her eyes. Echelle glanced at her, his voice firm as he reassured her to calm down. He would win this fight. His confidence caught Violet off guard, and her face flushed slightly as she quietly mumbled that she would trust him. Meanwhile, Cyan sat up, clutching his side. He turned to Kiram, asking if she was okay. Kiram groaned in pain, muttering that the electric wave felt like her entire body was being torn apart. Cyan's expression darkened as he realized the waves must be Echelle's hidden power protecting him. He seethed with frustration, muttering that it was annoying. Echelle pointed his sword at Cyan, his gaze unwavering. His tone turned sharp as he demanded to know what was wrong. Why had Cyan stopped? Didn't Cyan just claim to be his enemy? Cyan clenched his fists, seething with frustration. He wanted to kill Echelle right then and there, but after seeing what Echelle's power could do, he knew he had to fall back. Just then, Violet's gaze shifted among the debris. Her eyes landed on a familiar sword, Cecilia's sword. Her heart pounded as she recognized it, and she saw other belongings scattered nearby. In a mixture of fear and rage, she turned to the attacker, demanding to know what he had done to Cecilia. Cyan's eyes remained cold as he replied that he had purified her. Violet's breath caught in shock, asking what purified meant. Before Cyan could speak, Echelle cut through the silence, stating that it meant Cecilia was already dead. His words hit Violet like a dagger to the chest. Echelle turned his attention back to Cyan, his expression darkening as he confronted him. He asked Cyan who had ordered the death of his sister. A crimson aura flared around Cyan's body as he responded coldly that he did not forgive those who had wronged others. His voice was void of emotion as he added that Cecilia's purification wasn't ordered by anyone. It was reason that guided it. Echelle's mind raced. The mist, so they were active again. The rumors were true. Before he could press further, Cyan's body flickered, and in the next instant he vanished. Violet gasped and scanned the area, her eyes widening as she realized he had disappeared into thin air. Echelle lowered his gaze, deep in thought. He muttered to himself that more obstacles were appearing, more people interfering with his plans. His mind raced, wondering if it had always been them, pulling the strings from the shadows. Meanwhile, atop a hill near the river, Cyan landed. Kiram crouched onto the ground, clutching her head tightly. She groaned in pain, muttering that she thought she was going to die from the attack earlier. Cyan stood in front of her, watching silently. He asked if the pain had really been that bad. Kiram took a shaky breath and nodded. She gritted her teeth, admitting that she had never felt pain like that before. Slowly, she lifted her head, acknowledging that they couldn't even touch Echelle. This situation was far more complicated than she had thought. Cyan remained quiet for a moment before speaking. He revealed that there was a solution. Kiram's eyes snapped to him in alarm as she urgently asked what it was. Without a word, Cyan pulled out the tip of the holy sword's handle that glowed faintly in his palm. He explained that it was divine armament, the purity of gods. His gaze darkened as he added that it was only a hypothesis, but if he used it, they might be able to defeat Echelle. Kiram's expression shifted to alarm as she grabbed his wrist tightly, her voice trembling. She pleaded with him not to use it, warning that they could kill him before he could use it. Before Cyan could respond, a new voice cut through the air. Both of them turned, and they saw Alice had arrived. Cyan met her gaze as he spoke. He admitted that he knew it was dangerous, but stated that it was the only way. His grip tightened on the stone, and his crimson eyes burned with determination as he murmured that he had to protect people now. He wouldn't make the same mistake he did in his past life. A surge of energy pulsed through him as he clenched the stone even harder. He swore that if his opponent was unreasonably strong, then he would become just as strong to match him. Sometimes later, Alice handed Cecilia an item. Curious, Cecilia asked what it was. Alice explained that it was Marianne's token and informed Cecilia that the entry to the spirit realm was restricted. She added that with the token, Cecilia would be able to enter Fruina, but she should be careful. Tears welled up in Cecilia's eyes as she thanked Alice and apologized. Alice turned away and coldly stated that she had not forgiven Cecilia and that she should not appear before her again. Cecilia, understanding, watched Alice's retreating figure before stepping away. Witnessing this, Kiram questioned whether it was fine to just let Cecilia go like that. She suggested that it would have been better to kill her immediately. However, Cyan replied that he had already killed her in his past life. Reflecting on it, he realized that there had been no need to kill her then because the guilt of killing Alice had already broken her. This time, he had lessened her burden, certain that Cecilia would eventually repay that debt. Earlier, Cyan had warned that it was not a light matter, and Cecilia had been aware of it. As he was about to strike, Alice yelled out, but she was held back by Brian. The strike hit, causing Cecilia's armor to fall off. Cyan remarked that Cecilia had already died once and would eventually have to repay him, later instructing her to remain in hiding until called. This made Cecilia wonder if Cyan could see the future, sensing that he knew a time would come when she could atone for her wrongs. If that time arrived, she was determined to repay him with her life. Noticing Cyan's change in demeanor, Kiram asked if he was sick, feeling that he had become kinder. She poked his cheek and teasingly asked if he was dying. Their conversation was interrupted when Alice called for Kiram. Curious, Kiram asked if Alice had finished seeing her off. Alice replied that she had and thanked her, despite the delay. In her mind, Alice considered Kiram as a demonic sword with a personality, wondering if they would get along. Smiling and rubbing her nose, Kiram replied that it was nothing. Alice then pointed out that Kiram seemed close to Cyan, thinking she might be a kind demon blade. Kiram nonchalantly clarified that they were not close, only having a master-subject relationship. Confused, Alice listened as Kieran became serious, stating that the body belonged to her and warning Alice not to try taking it. Stunned, Alice realized that she was not the kind being she thought she was. At Lewin Academy, Dean Kundel received a letter stating that the writer had learned the answers to all her questions and decided to leave the Night of Light. The letter, from Alice, explained that the Order had strayed from its true purpose and that the people they were protecting were not the right ones. She also mentioned that her father was letting it all happen and expressed her intent to visit the Dean soon to discuss her brother Echelle and Prince Lionel. She asked the Dean to take care of Cyan until then. Realizing that both of their families were in turmoil, Kundel understood that Alice was still concerned about her younger brother. He decided to at least pretend to care for him, as she had requested. The Dean apologized to Boris for making him wait and inquired about his adjustment to life at the academy. Responding that he was adapting slowly, Boris listened as the Dean shared his curiosity about Boris's presence at the academy. With a sharp gaze, the Dean asked when Boris would confess that he was working for his grandson, Prince Lionel, and whether there was a reason he was hiding it. Unfazed, Boris replied that he was not hiding it, as it was unrelated to his work at the academy. Still persistent, Kundel asked about Boris's purpose at the academy. Boris admitted that he was looking for someone. When asked if he had found the person, Boris confirmed he had. The Dean, emanating a powerful aura, warned Boris to stop whatever he was doing if the person he was searching for was the one the Dean suspected. The aura was so intense that Boris could not ignore it, and simply replied that he understood. Outside the academy, Boris reflected on the Dean's reaction, realizing that Cyan had valuable connections, which piqued his interest in the child. As he wrote a scroll, he commented that there was always something new to report. Suddenly, a creature with wings appeared, circling Boris. He identified itself as Hearthcrea and warned him that if another human got involved, things would become difficult. Boris reassured Hearthcrea that he was aware of the situation and that he would be careful. Hearthcrea warned about the demonic blade, especially since Kiram was not like him. Kiram had a physical body. Hearthcrea approved of Boris's decision to sever Cyan's connections and expressed confidence that he could handle it. At that moment, another figure appeared and asked if Boris had called for her. Serrika appeared, informing Boris that she had also come to see him. Boris, eager to ask about his student, mentioned that Cyan stayed in his dorm most of the time, rarely attending lessons, but was very skilled. Serrika suggested that Cyan could be a natural-born genius, and asked if he had piqued Boris's interest. Boris confirmed that he was indeed intrigued, admitting that at first it was just Cyan, but now he was also interested in those around him. He referred to her as Serrika before quickly correcting himself, addressing her as a follower of the god of darkness, the Mist. Caught off guard, Serrika immediately drew her weapon, ready for a confrontation. Just then, a creepy creature with a large mouth emerged beneath her and ready to devour her. The creature was a hellhound, but Serrika fought back from within, slashing at it. Amused, Boris watched as Serrika emerged from the creatures inside. Using the power of the god of darkness, Mist Domain, Serrika shredded the hellhound into pieces. Calmly, Boris remarked that he hadn't expected Serrika to be able to open a whole new realm. He deduced that this was how she kept her mana from leaking into the real world. While she was surprised by how he had figured out her identity, she assumed he knew the risks. It will cost him his life, and she would gladly grant it. Boris, manifesting a book in his hand, replied that killing him wouldn't be so easy. Noting his confidence, Serrika asked how long he thought it would last. Just then, several black-hooded figures appeared, allies of the Mist. Serrika informed him that they would begin Boris's purification. Boris remained confident, certain that he could handle them all. Meanwhile, in another location, Nana sensed her papa's presence, and both Cyan and Brian stepped out of a portal. Nana eagerly jumped into a hug, catching Cyan off guard, much to Brian's surprise. Brian asked Emily for something to eat, while Cyan, falling on his backside, struggled to properly hug Nana due to her growth. He patted her head, asking if she was doing well. Smiling brightly, Nana replied that she was fine and reported that she had been doing well with Serrika's training, just as Cyan had asked. Satisfied that Nana was holding up well, Cyan recalled his request to Serrika to train Nana to manage her breakdowns. He could not afford for the Banquet of Blood incident to happen again. Though he expected the training to be tough, he trusted her ability to control her own instincts. He praised Nana for her progress, but she shared that they hadn't trained that day because Serrika had plans. Curious about the plans, Cyan asked her what they were. Kiram responded that it was likely purification and mentioned that she had instructed Serrika to purify Boris. Probing further, Cyan asked if Eru ordered the mission. Kiram explained that since she, too, was an instructor, she didn't think it would be an issue. However, Cyan, growing serious, questioned if Kiram understood the magnitude of what they would face. Kiram, realizing what he meant, inquired if Cyan believed that neither he nor the mist would be able to handle it. Cyan sighed in frustration, realizing that Kiram had known about Hearthkriya, and he was angry that she hadn't told him sooner. He threatened her with punishment if she didn't reveal such things earlier. Unfazed, Kiram nervously replied that she hadn't thought it was necessary. Cyan, his expression hardening, told them that there was no time to rest. Kiram asked if he was going to her, referring to Serrika, and Cyan confirmed, explaining that Boris's bloodline posed a real danger. He called Brian over, instructing him to look after Emily and Nana since he was leaving. However, Cyan paused mid-sentence when he saw Brian stuffing his face with food, black donuts with a dark filling. Apologizing for his hunger, Brian asked Cyan if he needed him to come along. Cyan replied that he was only going with Kiram, casting an odd glance at Brian, impressed by how he was the first normal person who could tolerate Emily's food. He realized Brian had grown stronger. Brian asked if they should wait there, but Cyan instructed him to take Emily and Nana to Brenu. Disappointed that her papa was leaving, Nana received a gentle head pat from him as he explained the danger of his mission. Brian asked Cyan if everything would be all right, to which Cyan reassured him that it would be. He added that they would reunite once his business was dealt with. Meanwhile, Serrika's men were down, and she wasn't in good condition either. She sensed something unsettling in her mind, her unease growing as she looked at Boris, whose appearance seemed to grow more sinister. Undead appeared, prompting Serrika to wonder if Boris was behind the Banquet of Blood incident. She noticed that the marionettes carried the same aura as those from the banquet, and she was certain they were much stronger now. Smiling, Boris probed whether Serrika was already tired. He told her that what she had seen so far was just an appetizer, and he had more, both the main dish and dessert, ready for her. Sensing something coming her way, Serrika immediately reacted as the marionettes attacked. Serrika evaded the attack, swiftly using her mist blade to initiate a raging mist storm, followed by an 8 fluttering petals technique. She then unleashed her secret technique, the wave of murderous intent. Despite her aggressive counterattacks, she was assaulted from above. Boris summoned a rain of golden spears, and Serrika moved as quickly as she could to avoid them. As she did, she realized that Boris kept using advanced spells, and whenever she thought she might find an opening, the marionettes seemed to anticipate her moves. She noticed one particularly agile marionette pursuing her. The marionette was caught off guard when Serrika vanished and reappeared behind it. More spears rained down, but the marionette, determined to chase her, nearly landed a hit. It seemed that they could predict her movements. Boris then used puppetry technique, Nidstang, and a red glow appeared on the forehead of the marionette. Observing closely, Serrika saw one of the marionettes explode, throwing her off balance. The blast's impact surprised her. She hadn't anticipated such an immense amount of mana stored within them. These were no ordinary marionettes. With a collective effort, the marionettes attacked, and Serrika found herself in a tight spot. Another loud explosion erupted, and Serrika was sent flying from the impact. Boris declared that it was time for her to die and summoned a massive warhammer. Serrika saw the attack coming and watched as a large golden warhammer descended, shattering the ground beneath them. The hammer slowly dissipated. A voice spoke up, lamenting that it was unfortunate. Confused, Boris turned to see that even though she was battered, she survived. Despite being hit by the warhammer, Serrika remained conscious and realized something about the marionettes. They were able to track an opponent's mana, which set them apart from ordinary marionettes. Closing his book, Serrika assumed that the spellbook was the source of his power. Sitting up, Serrika remarked that the mana she sensed from the book must have been extraordinary. She speculated that it might be a weapon of God. Applauding her keen insight and extensive knowledge, Boris commented that it didn't matter. He then used Imaginarium, causing the marionettes to groan and move strangely. Boris taunted Serrika, telling her that he had plenty of puppets to play with, suggesting that Serrika should just give up. However, Serrika remained unfazed. She threw her dagger to the ground and declared that she was not one to give up. She used her secret technique, Summon Familiar, causing her body to glow and her shadow to stretch longer. Then, she summoned Greedy Mammon, the demon of greed. Taken aback, Boris wondered how she managed to summon such a creature. The mana he had previously sensed from her was now completely gone, and the massive demon was so intimidating that even the marionettes hesitated. The marionettes charged forward, but Mammon retaliated by a single punch, knocking several of them away. Some of the marionettes tried to climb its hand, only to be shaken off by extruding spikes on its hand. Frustrated, Boris complained that it was unfair, as these puppets were difficult to obtain. He praised Serrika for her impressive ability to create a demon familiar with mana, but he warned her that it would only buy her time. Currently, she was an empty shell with no mana left. Even casting a simple spell would be a challenge for her. Boris told her that her decision to summon the familiar had been a mistake. Moving swiftly, Serrika went behind Boris's back in a flash, telling him that he spoke as if there were no risks for him. Startled, Boris immediately used a protective shield to block her attack. He was caught off guard, unable to track her movements. He wondered how she was able to move so quickly without magic. Serrika continued her assault, eventually breaking through the shield and delivering a crushing blow, causing it to shatter completely. With the shield gone, Boris fell on his back, groaning in surprise. Before he could recover, Serrika grabbed his face and slammed his head onto the ground, preventing him from casting any spells. Serrika, moving quickly, covered his mouth and drew her dagger with her other hand. Preparing for a counterattack, Boris used his magic with his hand, planning to cast a spell that didn't require an incantation. He cast Mine, and the resulting glowing light caused a powerful blast that sent them both flying. Still on the move, Serrika ran as fast as she could, but Boris unleashed his Judgment Spear, launching a barrage of spears toward her. She evaded each one, her eyes glowing as she grinned. Then, with incredible agility, she leaped into the air, kicking Boris, who was still in mid-flight. The impact caused the ground to shatter beneath him. The dust and debris settled, and someone, standing in the background, declared that it was enough for the day. As the final blow was about to land, golden rays of light enveloped Boris, and Serrika recognized that it was the divine relic, Hearthcrea. Serrika cursed under her breath, frustrated that the weapon of God was protecting Boris. They had no information about Serrika, and Hearthcrea assumed that she was just another servant of Eru. Meanwhile, Serrika, standing back, watched in confusion as black blood dripped from Boris's mouth. It was then that she realized he was a member of the Black Blood tribe. Serrika, stunned, thought the Black Blood tribe had been extinct. However, Boris calmly explained that this was the very reason he had tried to avoid spilling his own blood. He revealed that the marionettes at the Banquet of Blood and the Daystone were originally created by the Black Blood tribe. Her rage escalating, Serrika realized that it was Boris who had caused the massacre. Unrepentant, Boris admitted that she had figured it out. He then told Serrika that it would be difficult for him to continue his work there, expressing his regret over the situation. Growing impatient, Serrika told him to shut up before charging at him. Unfazed, Boris remarked that he would see her another time. But Serrika, determined, declared there would be no next time because she wouldn't allow him to escape. Just then, the massive creature appeared behind Boris and attempted to break the barrier. Hearthcrea, with annoyance in his voice, complained that Serrika was being troublesome. Momentarily distracted, Boris noticed many of his puppets had been sacrificed in the process. Realizing the situation, Serrika understood that they couldn't pierce through the barrier, if only Boris didn't have the spellbook with him. As she focused, she sensed something, wondering who had managed to interfere with her space and how they had done it. The answer came to her as she saw Cyan, and even Boris was surprised by his sudden appearance. He asked what he was doing there, and Cyan, unfazed, summoned Kiram, who immediately targeted the barrier and shattered it without hesitation. The power of Lumendal, the god of light, clashed fiercely against the might of Eru, the god of darkness. Within a separated dimension, Kiram stood triumphantly upon the shattered remnants of the barrier. A sense of distaste settled within Kiram as she observed the scene before her, directing her thoughts toward Hearthcrea. Having gained superior strength after being granted a physical body, an air of smugness lingered in her musings. Through labored breaths, Hearthcrea struggled to comprehend the sudden encounter, demanding to know how his adversary had managed to find him. Despite his weakened state, he pressed further, seeking the purpose behind Kiram's presence. His once formidable defenses lay in ruins, leaving him in a position of undeniable vulnerability. An instinct, sharpened beyond compare, had guided Kiram to this moment. A particular scent, impossible to ignore, had led her directly to Hearthcrea. Hypocrites, such as him, carried a stench that was unmistakable, foul, and sickening. A warning had already been given, Hearthcrea reminded her. A mistake had been made in choosing the wrong side, and that mistake would not go unpunished. Determination ignited within him, his expression hardening as divine energy coursed through his body. The supreme god's authority, Seraphim, took hold, transforming him. His form condensed into a black orb, golden scripture lining its surface as his wings expanded alongside his surging power. Beyond the confines of the barrier, the battle between divine and demonic relics continued unabated. Cyan wielded the demonic dagger, while the divine grimoire floated ominously in the air. Meanwhile, greedy Mammon relentlessly assaulted the barrier, relying solely on sheer physical strength. The instant Hearthcrea invoked Seraphim's power, an immense surge reverberated through the barrier, forcibly repelling both Serrika and greedy Mammon. Despite the overwhelming force, Serrika managed to steady herself upon landing, her immediate concern directed toward Cyan. However, he remained unshaken, standing firm with Kiram in hand, his power seemingly on par with the supreme god's authority. Doubt seeped into Serrika's mind as she tried to make sense of the situation. Even with the demonic sword's influence, such power should have been beyond Cyan's reach. A grim realization dawned upon her, that Eru harbored something far more dangerous than she had ever anticipated, something deeply tied to Cyan of the Vert family. Something deeply tied to Cyan of the Vert family. A voice rang out in determination as Boris, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, declared his intent to assist Hearthcrea. The wielder of the demonic sword stood before them, and immediate elimination was the only option. Without hesitation, he summoned his hellhound, invoking his bloodline magic to bring forth the creature from the depths. However, Hearthcrea opposed the notion, urging Boris to stand down. Their strength was insufficient for such a confrontation. Cyan's resolve remained unshaken. His innate dark mana pulsed around him, his grip tightening around Kiram's sword form. With an unyielding hatred burning in his heart, he called out Boris's name, intent on eradicating him once and for all. The force of his conviction manifested in reality. Hearthcrea's form faltered, his defenses crumbling as Kiram's strike pierced through his divine artifact body. Shock radiated from him as the blade carved through his very essence, the realization of his failure striking with equal force. The moment the divine power shielding Hearthcrea dissipated, Cyan seized the opportunity. His dagger, now unhindered, found its mark, driving straight into his enemy's chest, impaling his heart with lethal precision. Boris's thoughts raced as he witnessed the scene unfold. This child had managed to break through Hearthcrea's barrier, a dangerous existence, one that should not be ignored. The teachings within the grimoire resurfaced in his mind. The black mist that would obscure the sun had been foretold. Cyan stood as the embodiment of that prophecy. Despite the dagger lodged in his heart, Boris refused to fall so easily. A singular truth solidified in his mind. If Cyan was a blade destined to be turned against Echelle, then his existence must be erased here and now, while Hearthcrea's barrier remained intact. Determination surged within him, and in an instant, light element mana erupted from his being. Witnessing the surge of divine energy, Serrika reacted instinctively. The sheer potency of the mana overwhelmed her senses, a realization setting in. Cyan would not be able to withstand such force indefinitely. Desperation took hold as she resolved to act. Drawing upon every ounce of her strength, she absorbed the power of greedy mammon into herself. The urgency of the moment drove a singular thought through her mind. Immediate action was the only option before disaster struck. Meanwhile, Cyan and Boris remained locked in combat at close range. Cyan refused to relinquish his hold on the dagger embedded in Boris's chest. Summoning the last reserves of his mana, he initiated Mist Sword, unshakable roots of a great tree. Simultaneously, Boris unleashed his Hellhound. Before Cyan's technique could fully activate, the infernal beast took form. However, Serrika had already completed her preparations. Without hesitation, she intervened, seizing Cyan and pulling him away from danger. The two landed some distance apart. Serrika's unified, demonic human form fully materialized in response to the battle's intensity. Cyan's mind wavered in confusion, questioning her actions. A sudden eruption of mana interrupted the moment. Hearthkria's seraphim form had fully manifested within the mist domain conjured by Serrika. The two barely had time to brace themselves as the sheer force of the divine artifact's awakening tore through the domain's fabric, sending shockwaves skyward. As the battle concluded, Serrika's form gradually receded. A silent acknowledgement settled in. There was no underestimating the force of a divine artifact. The mission had ended in failure. The purification could not be completed. The mist domain dissipated, revealing an empty battlefield, and Boris had vanished. Cyan abruptly rose to his feet, demanding an explanation. Serrika had stopped him. Why? Confusion flickered across her face before indignation took over. Her actions had saved his life, yet his response held no gratitude. A sigh escaped from Cyan as he calmly corrected her misconception. It was not she who had saved him. Quite the opposite. The statement left Serrika momentarily stunned, unable to mask her surprise. Serrika's voice rose in anger, frustration evident in her tone as she questioned where Cyan had learned such manners. Her irritation grew as he paid her no mind, instead turning his attention to Kiram. With concern lacing his voice, he called out to her, asking if she was unharmed. From her sword form, Kiram's response carried a fatigued tone. The toll of the battle had drained her, and she admitted that she would need to rest for a while. Though she had endured the attack, the pain had been real. Cyan's thoughts drifted ahead, murmuring to himself about the inevitable battle. Once the real conflict began, he would have no choice but to wield that divine artifact. Behind him, Serrika fumed, clearly displeased at being ignored while he remained lost in thought. Some time later, in Brno, a bustling commerce city near Lewin territory, Alice moved discreetly through the crowd, her form hidden beneath a veil. She had initially doubted whether he would show up, but in the distance, she caught sight of Kundel. A secret meeting had been arranged between them. The two arrived at a small cafe, settling into their discussion regarding the matters that intertwined their families. Kundel broke the silence first, remarking on how long it had been since he had left the academy. Alice, slightly nervous, attempted to engage in small talk. She admitted her surprise, knowing that he rarely left the school grounds. He affirmed her remark, attributing his departure to the letter she had sent. The situation, it seemed, was serious enough to warrant his presence. Alice hesitated before bringing up the reason behind her actions, questioning whether it had to do with her decision to leave the Knight of Light Order. Kundel's response was calm, accompanied by a light-hearted chuckle. He had expected her to forge her own path. The legacy of their household, in his view, was of little concern. Instead, the greater issues lay with Echelle and Lunav. Alice's curiosity deepened. She pressed him on the subject, asking what he knew about Echelle. His response came with a measured weight. Turning the question around, he inquired about her thoughts on Echelle becoming the household head. Alice considered his words carefully. The Knight of Light held many of the nation's most talented warriors. If Echelle took control, he would command the Empire's strongest army. Kundel agreed, adding that Lunav, his grandson, would likely hold a commanding role within the same order. That was precisely what troubled Alice. She voiced her concerns, prompting Kundel to reflect on a past conversation with Cyan. One day, Cyan had posed a question to him, whether he valued the prosperity of the empire or the honor of his household more. At the time, Kundel had not given the inquiry much thought. But now, looking back, it felt as though Cyan had glimpsed the future. He had been unaware of the extent to which things might unfold. Alice's expression shifted at the mention of Cyan's foresight. The possibility unsettled her. However, Kundel did not linger on the thought. Rising from his seat, he delivered a firm suggestion that Alice needed to leave the Empire for a while. Her confusion was immediate. She questioned his meaning. His words carried a grave warning. A great disaster loomed over the Empire. He would do what he could to steer events in the right direction, but he made no promise. Alice's mind reeled at his ominous statement about a great disaster. Before departing, Kundel turned slightly, his voice dropping as he revealed his devastating conclusion. A coup was on the horizon. Signs of internal conflict were already emerging, all pointing to an attempt to seize the throne.